Immortal goo, but he could more or less imitate its moves and practice them. When he returned to the dream realm, Fan Yuan finally had confidence. After trying several times, Fan Yuan activated the killer move successfully. His whole body was covered in a pitch-black armor. The pursuing 3 goo immortals could no longer kill him instantly. Wei Yu Shu, you dared to retaliate! A mere slave has such guts! You offended your master, you deserve to die! Kill him, mash him into pulp! The 3 Inkman goo immortals shouted as they surrounded and attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was able to resist for a while before he was killed by the 3. Coming out of the dream realm, Fan Yuan summarized his experience. Looks like I need to prioritize escape instead of fighting them. In the next attempt, he did not use the previous moves but instead changed to a movement immortal killer move. He failed once but succeeded in the next attempt. This success brought Fan Yuan to the second stage of the dream realm. GUH. Before he had time to size up his surroundings, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I am heavily injured and the immortal materials have been expended greatly. Fan Yuan's mind sank slightly. Although he had only Chief Flow Immortal Goo, he could use this Immortal Goo as the core and use the 3 immortal materials as supplementary to activate immortal killer moves. Black Iron Chi could transform into a dark full-body armor. Orchid Vitality Chi could heal him. Moving Dragon Chi was used for movement. In the first stage of the Dream Realm, Fan Yuan had escaped the pursuit of the 3 goo immortals by using Moving Dragon Chi. Currently, Fan Yuan had entered the second stage and immediately discovered that Moving Dragon Chi was expended by over half, Iron Chi was expended by half, while Orchid Vitality Chi was intact with no expenditure. This situation is not good, let's heal first. Fan Yuan silently prepared and activated an immortal killer move, Orchid Breath. As immortal essence was transferred to activate the killer move, Orchid Vitality Chi was instantly expended by a small portion. Fan Yuan gulped and his cheeks suddenly puffed up. He opened his mouth and breathed out. The smell of his breath was fragrant and full of vitality. It was like a dense light green fog that quickly covered his whole body. When the fog disappeared after a while, Fan Yuan's injuries were mostly recovered. Where should I go now? Fan Yuan felt troubled. Currently, he was in a cave which looked like it might be in a mountain or underground. The cave was long and had many paths that extended in all directions. Fan Yuan had just walked a few steps when he saw an Inkman Goo Immortal coming from the front. This Inkman Goo Immortal saw Fan Yuan and was dazed at first before shouting in joy. Wei Yu Shu! So you were here. Ha ha ha, this is great, you actually ran into me, this merit is mine. The saying is not wrong, arriving at the right time is better than arriving early. Fan Yuan was also surprised. This Inkman Goo Immortal was not one of the 3 Goo Immortals in the first stage. He was someone new. More importantly, he was not a rank 6, but a rank 7 variant human Goo Immortal. The rank 7 Inkman Goo Immortal pounced towards Fan Yuan. How could Fan Yuan be his opponent? All his bones were broken as he fell limply on the ground. The Inkman Goo Immortal sneered while looking down at Fan Yuan. Wei Yu Shu, weren't you so wild? You never expected to fall in my hands, right? Ha ha ha, to tell the truth, even I had not expected this. You lived so extravagantly and were doted on by the princess, but you were actually stupid enough to run away, you really brought it upon yourself. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's soul returned to reality with injuries. This means even if I am captured and am not killed, it is considered a failure. Looks like this dream realm is an escaped dream realm. In that situation, there is indeed no way to contend against a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Again, Fan Yuan entered the second stage of the dream realm. He tried many times and failed repeatedly. He discovered there were many Inkman Goo Immortals chasing after him, 5 rank 6 Goo Immortals and 3 rank 7s. They were all Inkman Goo Immortals. Adding on the information revealed by that rank 7 Goo Immortal, Fan Yuan had a rough guess about the time period of the dream realm. It was not the remote antiquity era but olden antiquity era. Variant humans were still powerful. There were many Goo Immortals chasing him and they all had plentiful methods. Fan Yuan failed again and again but he was not discouraged, and soon, he found an opportunity to escape. Inside this mountain cave tunnel, there were several Chi Path immortal materials. One of them, Autumn Scale Concealment Chi, was the biggest help to him. Finally, Fan Yuan used the experience from his failed attempts and collected the immortal materials to activate a killer move. He smoothly passed the second stage. At the third stage, Fan Yuan discovered to his surprise that the dream realm progressed automatically and he could not interfere at all. He was collapsed on the ground. In front of him was a beautiful female Inkman immortal. Her body was overflowing with rank 8 aura, and her gaze towards Fan Yuan contained anger, hatred, as well as love and pity. Wei Yu Shu, when I bought you back then, you were only a kid who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a Gu immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yitong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace, you only needed to serve me, and I have never treated you cruelly. The rank 8 female Inkman immortal asked sharply. Wei Yushu smiled sadly. But even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave. The female Inkman immortal was furious. What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life but don't get such a chance. Wei Yushu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live. So, you want to run to heavenly court? The female Inkman immortal sneered. You are too naive, you actually believe in the temptation of these devils? Wei Yushu closed his eyes, his voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it. The female Inkman immortal's gaze turned slightly dazed and her anger slowly dissipated. She recalled the beautiful memories of the past, how she had spoiled this foreign race's slave, but those days would never return. She said regretfully, Yu Shu, I have pardoned your mistakes many times, but I cannot do it this time. If I pardon you anymore, it will damage the dignity of my race. If I had not personally come out, you would have actually escaped. My effort in raising you was not in vain after all. The truth is, this place is very close to the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court. These words seemed to have injected a gust of strength in Wei Yu Shu. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the female Inkman immortal. He begged, I don't have any wish before my death, but I only have one thought. Please let me climb out of this cave and take one glance at Heavenly Court. The female Inkman immortal was silent for a while before sighing. All right. She moved to the side. Wei Yu Shu used his bloodied hands to slowly crawl out with all his strength. He was breathing roughly, his sweat and blood mixed together. It was a short distance, but he had to spend a good while to move to the cave entrance. This cave entrance was located at the middle part of the mountain. It could see far and wide. He looked ahead with hope. However, he only saw dense mist. It is really unfortunate, but mist is a common occurrence around mountains. The female Inkman immortal walked from behind. But even if there was no mist, you won't see Heavenly Court. I said this is only a place near the sphere of influence under Heavenly Court. But it is only a barren land. Wei Yu Shu, however, seemed to have obtained utmost satisfaction. He lied on the ground powerlessly with no strength left to raise his head again. But his eyes shone brightly. No, I saw it, I saw Heavenly Court. You. The female Inkman immortal was visibly moved. The moment he finished saying this, Wei Yu Shu's last breath was used up, he died. The female Inkman immortal fell into silence. She stared ahead at the direction of Heavenly Court in silence. Her expression carried an unprecedented solemnness. Heavenly Court! Chapter 1810. Extorting Dream Realms. Fan Yuan was an audience throughout the whole third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm. When this third stage was complete, the whole Chi Path Dream Realm also disappeared. Fan Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the beginning and easy at the end. I had to accumulate experience by going through so many failures in the first two stages. Even Unraveled Dream was not too useful. But at the last stage, I directly passed it without having to do anything. This was the most comfortable experience for Fan Yuan, being an audience. If he could observe every dream realm like this, how wonderful would it be? This dream realm's time period was not the remote antiquity era but olden antiquity era. Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan's gaze was slightly complicated. Even though he was Heavenly Court's archenemy, he had to admit the greatness of Heavenly Court. But shortly afterwards, only a chilly light remained in his eyes. No matter how great they are, as long as they block my path, I can only use all my strength to destroy them. With the successful exploration of this dream realm, Fan Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The progress was quite big since Fan Yuan had no attainment in Chi Path previously. No wonder that Wei Yu Shu could receive constant special treatment from the Inkman Princess. One of the main reasons must be his talent in Chi Path. Fan Yuan's biggest realization from this exploration was not related to the Dream Realm or Heavenly Court, but his soul. Desolate soul. After forming a desolate soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was a human soul, the injuries from this exploration would definitely be much heavier. Although Guts Goo could heal the injuries, it was bound to affect the efficiency of the exploration. Fan Yuan had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps when I use pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the injuries on the soul will be even lighter than now. Just like how Fan Yuan cultivated inside Luopa Valley using Luopa Wind. Once Fan Yuan's soul was inside a physical body, the power of Luopa Wind would fall sharply. If Fan Yuan used a pure dream reality seeker physique body to carry his soul to explore dream realms, his soul should be tightly protected by the physical body. A normal body could not block the power of dream realms. But the pure dream reality seeker physique body was different. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not know the way to enter dreams with the pure dream reality seeker physique body. If he directly sent the pure dream reality seeker physique body into a dream realm, it would move freely inside without any disturbance from the dream realm. But at the same time, it was unable to immerse in the dream, let alone explore the dream realm. Next, let's explore this ice and snow path dream realm. Fan Yuan moved his gaze. Fan Yuan had already stored many dream realms inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The Chi Path dream realm just now was the biggest, and it was gone now. This ice and snow path dream realm took the place as the biggest dream realm. Besides this dream realm, there were also dream realms of Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have Desolate Soul, my efficiency in exploring dream realms is greatly increased. I felt these dream realms were enough before, but it looks somewhat insufficient now. Moreover, the dream realms are of different types. This is a petty act by Chichuyu. Fan Yuan knew clearly. Although Chichuyu continued to transact with Fan Yuan, he could secretly control the formation, and because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could distinguish the types of dream realm roughly. So, when he transacted with Fan Yuan, he was controlling the goods, giving Fan Yuan scattered dream realms of different paths. There was not even one human path dream realm that Fan Yuan truly wanted. There were also not many dream realms of Chi Path or Ice and Snow Path. Yet these dream realms were all useful to Fan Yuan. Or even Time Path dream realms or Refinement Path dream realms, as long as they were not dream realms which he had already explored before in the previous life. After all, Fan Yuan's highest attainment level was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There was still space to advance. Fan Yuan did not refuse any of these dream realms, as these dream realms could increase his attainment levels. Moreover, there was no disadvantage in increasing the attainment levels of all his paths. It was even a good thing, as he would not need to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures of related paths in the future. While Fan Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man Gu immortals had succeeded in their Gu refinement. Lord Fan Yuan, we have refined this immortal Gu. Sixth Hair handed over an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu resembled a water droplet that flickered with dazzling lights like a blue diamond. It was smooth and cold when touched. This was rank 6 Time Anchor Immortal Gu. Although Fan Yuan prioritized refining Luck Path Immortal Gu, Time Anchor Immortal Gu was also on the list of Gu to be refined. The number of Immortal Gu Fan Yuan possessed surpassed 100, but he had enough resources and wealth to raise them, so the more Immortal Gu he had, the better. He had come in touch with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago. It was once the Immortal Gu of Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Bai Man. It could anchor onto a certain period in time. Su Bai Man died and Time Anchor Immortal Gu was acquired by Shadow Sect, but was destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. Now Fan Yuan had ordered Hairy Man Gu Immortals to refine it. Time Anchor Immortal Gu could coordinate with Spring Autumn Cicada to form a killer move that could let Fan Yuan rebirth to a specific period of time. This killer move was very valuable. For instance, Fan Yuan could mark this current time and continue to explore dream realms without regard for anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to this time again and continue exploring other dream realms. His attainment levels in the paths would remain. Fan Yuan could use this move to continuously increase his attainment levels. Unfortunately, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Success if I use this killer move. Without a 100% success rate, there will be a chance of failure, and if I bump into it, it will be akin to suicide. I will end up as the biggest joke. Fan Yuan's time path attainment level might be at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, and he had the Light of Wisdom, but the problem here did not originate from himself. If I am not wrong, since Fate Gu is injured and not destroyed, it can restrict the effectiveness of the killer move made by merging Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth was using a loophole of this world. This would disrupt events and change the past, influencing the balance of the world, Heaven's will would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Fan Yuan, just using Time Anchor with Spring-Autumn Cicada was just enough to use this loophole. Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But the hole was too small for him to use the both together. Looks like only when Fate Goo is completely destroyed can Time Anchor effectively merge with Spring-Autumn Success. The killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were similar. Even if the killer moves could link to form an even greater might, it did not show a good result when put into practice. The Dragon Man clone had already passed one heavenly tribulation and a dozen earthly calamities. His cultivation was rising sharply. To quicken Dragon Man clone's cultivation, Fan Yuan used Time Path Killer move to hasten the rate of time of the Dragon Man clone's immortal aperture to the limit. Before each calamity and tribulation, Fan Yuan would deduce the details, thus being well prepared for it. Because of Fan Yuan's powerful strength, these calamities and tribulations possessed no threat and were like fireworks ceremonies that increased the Tao marks of Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fan Yuan had time path methods, and more importantly, he had exposing heavenly secret which made the calamities and tribulations sent by Heaven's will ineffective. With the help of his robust strength, these calamities and tribulations were impotent. At present, Fan Yuan could not only increase a Gu Master's cultivation level, he could even rapidly increase the cultivation level of a Gu Immortal. But this method could not be advocated, because the cost was quite high. The Time Path Killer move to accelerate the Immortal Aperture's time flow was a Rank 8 killer move and expended a large amount of Rank 8 Immortal Essence. Exposing Heavenly Secret was also not a killer move that could be activated by ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Adding on the expenses to undergo each tribulation, it only could produce at most a Rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The investment was not proportional to the yield. If not for Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan would be reluctant to develop the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were constructed everywhere. And Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals began to protest, asking for Fan Yuan to first release some captives to show his sincerity. Thereupon, Fan Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi Clan was dumbstruck after obtaining Yi Yang. Because Fan Yuan had only released Yi Yang's body, his soul and immortal aperture were absent. Just a body was the same as a corpse, what use could it have? Southern Border's Righteous Path were furious but were helpless against Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan persuaded them, the body is only the first step. It shows my sincerity, it is your turn to show sincerity now. Southern Border's Righteous Path felt that the future was bleak. If Fan Yuan were to disassemble the captives and extort them, how much could he extort, and how long would this extortion last? Thereupon, they began to make a din. Fan Yuan's attitude changed to become tough and indifferent, directly threatening every clan. If you want me to release the captives, I will release them to your enemies. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Gu Immortals through indescribable ways and make sure he or she would never be able to raise their head in the future. Fan Yuan had done this in the previous life, he was even more at ease and familiar with this process this time. Southern Border's Righteous Path shamefully gave in. They could do nothing, especially Ba Clan and Xia Clan, these pitiful clans, had their first supreme elders captured by Fan Yuan. The other clans had also lost important battle strengths of theirs. If they did not save the captives, they would lose the support of their people. Fan Yuan then demanded Southern Border's Righteous Path to use Dream Realms as the chips to exchange for the captives. Southern Border's Righteous Path was not willing at first since Dream Realms represented the future. But Fan Yuan guaranteed, I am not asking for a lot and won't empty this place. I will even leave behind most of them for Southern Border's Righteous Path. To show even more sincerity, he was willing to release the body of a Gu Immortal captive for every Dream Realm exchange. The Southern Border Righteous Path forces were helpless and could only accept this proposal. Chi Chuyu felt a chill inside. He knew this was Fan Yuan's retaliation and also a warning. Thereupon, the extortion of Southern Border's Righteous Path entered the next stage. Fan Yuan did not go back on his promise. He released the captive's body every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms. These Dream Realms were much larger than the ones he secretly transacted with Chi Chuyu. Moreover, Fan Yuan had carefully chosen their paths as well. Fairy Ziwei was extremely worried and tried many ways to ruin these transactions, but none of them succeeded. It is time for another battle. Fan Yuan calculated the time and rode myriad-year flying warship into the River of Time. He took the initiative to start the second battle in the River of Time, but he did not know that this time, the Time Path Great Expert, Gu Luru, was waiting for him. Chapter 1811. Daybreak Sword. River of Time. Not long after Fan Yuan entered with myriad-year flying warship, Guluru intercepted him. You are Fan Yuan? I am Heavenly Court's Guluru, I came to take your life. Guluru was sitting in the wooden wheelchair, his face was sickly pale but his eyes were ice cold. The moment he finished speaking, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fan Yuan like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. These gray-white lights were completely blocked by myriad-year flying warship. But myriad-year flying warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is a time path great expert. His time path killer move is amplified in the River of Time. Heavenly Court's foundation is indeed unfathomable. It hasn't even been that long, but an old timer has already appeared. The immortals inside myriad-year flying warship were stunned. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fan Yuan sneered. He was slightly surprised at first, but he recognized this person a moment later. In the previous life's war, when Longevity Heaven invaded Heavenly Court, Bing Sichuan had given all the information of the battle situation in Heavenly Court to Fan Yuan, in order to gain his trust. And Guluru had awakened and participated in that battle. Therefore, Fan Yuan was able to quickly recognize Guluru and even knew about all his methods. Immediately, Fan Yuan fought Guluru with myriad-year flying warship. The battle ensued, causing astonishing waves in the surroundings. Guluru's moves were exquisite with many concealed moves within them. He was clearly a time path great expert but used a style similar to wisdom path. In fact, his main cultivation path was time path, but he also cultivated wisdom path. Fan Yuan felt like he was facing a powerful chess player. If he was even a bit careless, he would be dragged into the other's rhythm and fall into countless traps. Fortunately, Fan Yuan knew about Guluru's battle style. Myriad-year flying warship ran amok and destroyed Guluru's arrangements. The long battle showed no results. Guluru chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fan Yuan shouted coldly from the bow of the ship while giving chase. Guluru sneered. I am not in a hurry, so what are you in a hurry for? Fan Yuan, you are indeed a demon whose name causes a commotion in the world. You have some skills. By the time I return, I will have already deciphered your tiny ship and will then take your life. Although half of his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a compact immortal goo house. The two wheels moved rapidly on the surface of the river, bringing Guluru away at an extremely fast speed. Lord Fan Yuan, let us activate Torrential Charge. A variant human goo immortal suggested. The killer move Torrential Charge could change the flow of the surrounding water of the River of Time and help myriad-year flying warship move with an astonishing speed. There is no hurry. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with light for a moment before rejecting the suggestion. Use Daybreak Sword instead. No one had the guts to go against his order. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as a blinding white light shot out. From the silver white light bubbled the water of the River of Time, from which countless strands of silver light emerged. The silver rays quickly condensed and took shape, transforming into many sharp sword-like blades that shot out violently. What? Guluru had naturally been paying attention to Fan Yuan's movements, and immediately discovered this. Thoughts surged and clashed in his mind as he rapidly deduced. This is the first time Fan Yuan has revealed this time path killer move. Truly wondrous! It actually uses the water of the River of Time to extract traces of the sharpest power of time path. Although they are shaped like swords, they are essentially time path Dao marks. If I am hit by this, I won't leave unharmed. Guluru's mind jolted slightly, inwardly astonished at the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fan Yuan had further elevated it by ingeniously using the River of Time, thus increasing its might far beyond ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon's talents are terrifying. Not only can he use Reverse Flow River, he has even begun researching the River of Time. Guluru's wariness towards Fan Yuan deepened by another level and his killing intent surged. I can't let this demon live! I must use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise he will be a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver swords shot towards Guluru. Guluru was soon injured, his defensive killer move was unable to block the sharp swords. Kill him! Some variant human goo immortals shouted, their morale surging. After they killed Heavenly Court's rank 8 the previous time, their confidence had soared and they even treated Guluru as prey. With their rank 7 cultivation levels, they had hunted down a rank 8 great expert of Heavenly Court. This sense of achievement and stimulation shook both their bodies and minds. Fan Yuan laughed heartily as he ridiculed Guluru. Didn't you want to take my life? Now it looks like your own aged life is on the line. Gulu-Ru snorted coldly but did not reply, only escaping rapidly. His wheelchair was already riddled with marks. Fan Yuan laughed. Scared like a stray dog, you have brought shame to Heavenly Court's reputation. The sharp swords were exquisitely controlled by him, cutting Gulu-Ru's robe and flesh. Gulu-Ru was silent. Fan Yuan jeered. Looks like there are only rubbish like you in Heavenly Court, so much for it being the #1 force in the world. It seems Heavenly Court is nothing much after all. Gulu-Ru heard Fan Yuan disgracing Heavenly Court and could not endure any more. Shut up. Is Heavenly Court's greatness something a petty demon like you can understand? Swoosh! Before he even finished speaking, a sword brushed past his head, cutting away most of his hair along with skin. Bright red blood spilled out continuously. Gulu-Ru cried out in pain and slammed the wheelchair, which burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase. He can't last for long. That's right, his immortal goo was destroyed by Daybreak's sword, so his wheelchair is starting to break. Many of Fan Yuan's subordinates shouted. Their morale was at an all-time high at this moment. Indeed, Gulu-Ru's wheelchair was constantly crumbling, leaving behind a large amount of fragmented goo worm corpses in its path. But Fan Yuan restrained his expression and smiled indifferently. Stop. Ah? The immortals were surprised, but they did not dare to disobey him and immediately combined their strength to stop myriad-year flying worship. Gulu-Ru, who was running for his life, saw this scene. His whole body shook as a stifled feeling rose up in his chest, but he was unable to vent it. Fan Yuan smiled and commented leisurely while sizing up the empty space above the river in front. What a great time path goo formation. I wonder which Heavenly Court member is specially waiting for me. You are talking to me, Li Huang. Li Huang's voice was transmitted, and at the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the goo immortal subordinates of Fan Yuan were stupefied at this sight. Some variant human goo immortals only managed to react after a while. So this was a trap. That old man acted so well. We almost fell into the trap. If it were not for the wise and mighty Lord Fan Yuan, we might be in a terrible situation. Gulu-Ru slowly flew over with a dark face. To play this trick, he had intentionally given up on an immortal goo and even got injured. Blood flowed wildly, but they were actually self-inflicted injuries. But who could have thought his mutilation plan became a show that Fan Yuan watched with leisure? Li Huang said with a deep voice. Looks like you are familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Fan Yuan admitted openly. Indeed, I suffered a lot because of this in the previous life. So what if you recognize it, your life ends here? Gulu-Ru sneered. As his voice landed, 2 immortal goo houses appeared on the left and right of Fan Yuan. One immortal goo house was elegant and grand. The orange roof resembled cranes with their wings spread out. The immortal goo house was radiating 3 layers of autumn light. It was quite extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Another immortal goo house was a huge lever that was white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp teeth and were dragging the huge lever ahead. It was Shark Flow Lever. Fan Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion, and eternal yacht. Heavenly Court was still reconstructing them. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and Shark Flow Levers constructions had already begun long ago. They were completed recently and were sent to take part in this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Fan Yuan's retreat route. Gulu-Ru moved in once again and stalled myriad-year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc in the periphery of the battlefield, and picked up Li Huang before joining the battlefield. A large battle ensued, causing the river to surge and set off countless violent waves. This rank 8 immortal goo house has such strong defense. Li Huang and Gulu-Ru were stunned. Myriad-year flying warship displayed extremely powerful defense, causing all the killer moves of Heavenly Court's side to be ineffective. It showed a stance of standing on the spot and letting the attacks hit it. After another while of fighting, Fan Yuan laughed brightly. Gulu-Ru, I have seen through your moves. Saying so, myriad-year flying warships slammed at the weak point. Not good. Gulu-Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, his time path killer move that was hindering myriad-year flying warship broke loudly. The backlash caused him to cough out blood. Stop him! Shark Flow Lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform used their killer moves. Charge through! Fan Yuan instructed lightly. Explosions burst out as myriad-year flying warship charged out of the battlefield with an unreasonable momentum. Don't chase! Gulu-Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who wanted to give chase. he said with a dark expression and heavy voice. This immortal goo house is worthy of being at rank 8 level, we can't stop it. Damn it! Li Huang clenched his fists, he felt quite stifled. He was a fire path goo immortal and could only fight in the River of Time with Shark Flow Lever. If Fan Yuan had fallen into the trap, he would have a platform to display his might, but unfortunately, Fan Yuan did not give him this chance. However, what made Li Huang even more depressed had yet to come. Fan Yuan saw Heavenly Court did not give chase and immediately brought Myriad Year Flying Warship to a stop, smiling. Friends, my Myriad Year Flying Warship still has a move called Myriad Year Hunting, please appraise it. Heavenly Court's side was quickly on guard, they smelled a strange fragrance coming from Myriad Year Flying Warship. Not long later, countless beast roars resounded from every direction and were approaching closer. These are Year Beasts, Ancient Year Beasts, and even Immemorial Year Beasts. There are too many Year Beasts, they seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Gu Lu felt their hearts shaking at this sight. It turned out Fan Yuan's rank 8 immortal goo house was not just about collision, it still had such a terrifying killer move. Chapter 1812. Second Battle in the River of Time. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, He Lulan and the rest felt their hearts throbbing. The scene was too grand, the Year Beast army was charging towards them from all directions with a great momentum. Such an amazing killer move! No wonder this move was never used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many Year Beasts are lured in. If it was used inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely lead to a great catastrophe. Heavenly Court's side was also shaken. Myriad Year Flying Warship. Gu Lu mumbled this name with a serious expression. Li Huang was also solemn as he spoke. This is already a beast tide now, its power is actually so great. Even a legendary character like him was highly impressed at such a majestic sight. Fan Yuan showed a slight smile. He had derived Myriad Year Hunting from Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation and developed it to its limit. With years flow like water immortal goo as the core and the amplification from the River of Time, it resulted in an extraordinary power. Countless beasts roared in the beast tide. Boom boom boom. Heavenly Court attacked the Year Beast tsunami with all kinds of killer moves. Waves after waves of Year Beasts were killed. Heavenly Court's 2-time path immortal goo houses were both of rank 7 level and could match rank 8 battle strength. They had no issue in dealing with most of the Year Beasts. But the problem was, what was the use in simply killing these Year Beasts? As long as Myriad Year Flying Warships still existed, there would be an endless flow of Year Beasts. This was an enslavement path battle tactic to consume Heavenly Court's battle strength. The explosive killer moves that Heavenly Court's people used expended a lot of immortal essence. If we fight with these Year Beasts, we will be falling into Fan Yuan's scheme. We need to destroy Myriad Year Flying Warship and this will all end. A rank 7 goo immortal inside 3 autumn yellow crane platforms suggested. The moment he had finished speaking, a goo immortal beside him spoke. But we already know how sturdy Myriad Year Flying Warship is. How can we adopt the tactic of attacking directly? The rank 7 goo immortal was speechless. Immediately after, he heard shouting in his surroundings. Careful! Fan Yuan is coming over again. Myriad Year Flying Warship's speed rose, but instead of retreating, it charged directly into Shark Flow Lever. Such audacity! Li Huang, who was inside Shark Flow Lever, shouted. Fan Yuan actually dared to come back, he clearly looked down on them. Immediately, Heavenly Court's 2 immortal goo houses and Time Path Great Expert Gu Lu surrounded and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship took the waves of attacks firmly as countless silver swords shone around it, and then shot out like a rainstorm. Both sides went at each other, the intensity of the battle reached an extreme level immediately. Not good! Fan Yuan is trying to delay us so that this Year Beast army can surround us. Gu Lu saw Fan Yuan's plan. Li Huang smiled coldly. As long as we wholeheartedly concentrate on breaking through the siege, so what if there are even more of these Year Beasts? Gu Lu sighed. Don't forget we still have the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation behind us. Li Huang was stumped, he had forgotten about that in this moment of urgency. After being reminded, his mind jolted as he cursed. This scoundrel Fan Yuan is truly insidious and vicious. Heavenly Court had constructed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation painstakingly. It could slowly drift along the surface of the River of Time. There were a large number of goo immortals garrisoned inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this large formation was destroyed, Heavenly Court's losses would not only be a lot of immortal goo but also these rank 7 goo immortals. Moreover, they probably would not be able to construct another river suppression lotus ceiling formation within a short period of time. Heavenly Court's situation was quite awkward. They wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fan Yuan, but it was seen through by Fan Yuan. Now, this formation instead became Heavenly Court's weakness and was used by Fan Yuan. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, but its speed was very slow. There was no chance of it escaping the current battle. Let's first slowly recall the goo immortals inside the formation, Gu Lu said after a while of thinking. Li Huang, however, said at almost the same time. Kill Fan Yuan. Everything will be settled once we kill this source of evil. The two goo immortals glanced at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different thoughts. Roar! Because of Fan Yuan, the frontmost year beasts reached the battlefield. At the lead were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had a tough physique. They endured Heavenly Court's bombardment and charged right into the battlefield of immortal goo houses. Seeking death! Li Huang shouted in fury. He controlled the huge sharks in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite at them. At the same time, he also activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move. Within a dozen breaths of time, 2 immemorial year beasts were beaten to death one after the other. Foolish clowns! Li Huang's killing intent was leaking when he heard Gu Luru's shout. Help me quickly! Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts, while Gu Lu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship and brought the battle to a temporary deadlock. But soon after, Fan Yuan activated Daybreak Sword and bombarded the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This formation was strong inside and weak outside. It was originally meant to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after this vicious attack by Fan Yuan, it immediately became unstable with many areas crumbling apart. The goo immortals inside the formation cores lost their lives immediately. With Myriad Year Flying Warship's extremely tough defense, Gu Lu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were unable to do any harm to it. They were forced to block Fan Yuan's attacks to defend the retreating goo immortals inside the large formation. As such, Fan Yuan gained the initiative. He could casually attack anywhere he wanted. Gu Lu and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a miserable state, unable to cope with the attacks from all directions. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly detoured and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship from the back. But Fan Yuan had no fear. If it were him alone, he might not be able to pay attention to all sides, but he had many experienced goo immortal subordinates inside the vessel to help him. And to get the battle merit of killing another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot with excitement. Fan Yuan stood on the bow of the boat from the beginning, regardless of how dangerous and chaotic it was outside. Suddenly, he saw a gap in Gu Luru's defense and activated a killer move. Spring Scissors! Spring Scissors flew out. It was not targeted towards Gu Luru, instead it dodged his obstruction, and snip, beheaded a female immortal. Gu Luru's heart jumped with fright. Isn't this Xia Chao's trump card method? Fan Yuan has already grasped it, and even modified it to suit his rank 7 cultivation. Fan Yuan laughed heartily as he activated Summer Fan, which was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang was unable to pay attention to both sides and could only look on as wind howled and blew even more holes in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, instantly destroying several immortal goo. Ha ha ha, I want to kill them, can you stop me? Fan Yuan laughed loudly and mockingly. Li Huang's eyes burned with anger as he shouted. Scoundrel, I will grind your bones to ashes. Boom! An immemorial year beast rammed into Myriad Year Flying Warship, slightly tilting the rank 8 immortal goo house. Heavenly Court's side was stumped. Almost at an instant, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out Fan Yuan can only lure in the year beast tide and not control them. It even seems like these year beasts' target is Myriad Year Flying Warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Lu had the urge to cough blood. They had fought wholeheartedly for so long, but it turned out they were actually blocking the enemy for Fan Yuan. No wonder Fan Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, instead charging over to pester them. Fan Yuan was helpless about this. He had already done his best in the current situation. Using years flow like water to attract year beasts and incite a year beast tide, this was the power of Time Path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be Enslavement Path's power. Year beasts continued to come in from all around, making the battlefield extremely cramped. Previously, Heavenly Court was still bombarding this year beast tide and had slightly slowed them down. But because of Fan Yuan attacking River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation constantly and killing many rank 7 Gu Immortals, Heavenly Court side had no time to attend to the beast tide. Die, Fan Yuan! Get lost! Li Huang shouted, but Fan Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to cling onto Shark Flow Lever or 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. The Year Beast's target was Myriad Year Flying Warship, but because of this, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform also met with calamity. Don't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you now, come on, attack me! Fan Yuan laughed. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot with anger, even Gu Lu Ru's breathing hastened as he looked rigidly at Fan Yuan with a deep cold gaze filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal Gu houses soon did not even have space to move. If someone looked from afar, they could only see Year Beasts rushing to the battlefield in the center. These Year Beasts, ancient Year Beasts, and immemorial Year Beasts were packed so tightly that they looked like a sphere of ants. And the sphere was getting tighter and denser along with getting increasingly larger. The 3 immortal Gu houses in the middle of the sphere seemed to have turned into meat grinders. Even an immemorial Year Beast would be ground to death within a dozen seconds. Li Huang and Gu Luru attacked furiously. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was already destroyed completely. Heavenly Court's efforts this time had all gone to waste. Li Huang and Gu Luru had already tried their best to save any Gu immortal they could, but most of them still died miserably at Fan Yuan's hands. Let's leave now, otherwise there will be no survivors, Gu Luru called out. Without the large formation hindering Fan Yuan rampaged in the battlefield with Myriad Year Flying Warship. No one was able to stop him. Heavenly Court's battle tactics had failed completely. Fan Yuan, just wait, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. You will die by my hands sooner or later, Li Huang said with clenched teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fan Yuan, and he already felt extreme hatred, anger, and disgust because of Fan Yuan's actions. This demon was truly insidious and crafty. Humph! Li Huang, I think you are the one who is arrogant. Myriad Year Flying Warship suddenly erupted, the killer move Torrential Charge activated under it. At its surroundings were Daybreak swords. The silver swords pierced into the torrent, and exploded with an unimaginable speed. These 2 moves can be combined? Li Huang cried out in shock, caught off guard. Myriad Year Flying Warship directly collided into the damaged Shark Flow Lever. Bam! Amidst the loud sound, Shark Flow Lever was directly destroyed, the remaining huge sharks dying on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Myriad Year Flying Warship destroyed Shark Flow Lever and collided straight into Li Huang with its remaining momentum. Li Huang's Verdant Sun Flame Cloak shook intensely. It was like a prairie fire, but after the collision, it immediately weakened to become a small flame. Li Huang, it is time for your death. Fan Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he used both Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8? Li Huang stared with his eyes wide open as he felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to breathe as he focused everything on defense. But when he took on the killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan revealed their previous state. They were only at rank 7. Fan Yuan, you deceived me! Li Huang roared, his attention was completely on Fan Yuan. Immediately after, Myriad Year Flying Warship followed. Li Huang's eyes almost popped out as his sight became filled with the large silver figure of Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom! Li Huang's flame cloak was completely extinguished, his chest caved in, from which blood, mixed with pieces of organs, spurted out like a fountain. Whoosh! Countless silver swords attacked at the next second. They were as densely packed as bees. They pierced deep into Li Huang's body and exited out from all directions. Li Huang's body was moved around in all directions by Daybreak swords, shaking intensely in the process. The sharp light in his pupils dissipated rapidly. Before death, his final thought was still disbelief. I am actually going to die here? Retreat! Gu Luru shouted with teary eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead and his whole face looked malevolent. Li Huang might be stronger than Gu Luru, but in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he was definitely more disadvantaged. It was not that Gu Luru did not think of going to save him, but Fan Yuan had prepared for so long. How could he give him the chance to rescue? The tightly packed Year Beasts were also a huge hindrance. Gu Luru controlled 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and left the battlefield rapidly. Fan Yuan gave chase with surging killing intent. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals, this will be your final resting place. Guluru gave a muffled groan as he concentrated on escaping. He imprinted this disgrace deep in his heart. Righteous is falling while demonic is rising. Sigh. The most sensible option now is to preserve our strength and fight again in the future. Fan Yuan. You can continue to be arrogant for the time being. Chapter 1813. Fearsome Beast Tide. Fast winds and ferocious waves surged in the river of time. Myriad-year flying warship continually shot out daybreak flying swords like a storm raging towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, many Central Continent Gu immortals were resolved for death as they said to Guluru, "Lord, please leave first." Guluru hesitated. These people continued, "Central Continent can do without us, but it cannot lose you. This situation is too dangerous, we will all be killed if we try to escape together. Moreover, Heavenly Court has also sent the command." Fairy Ziwei had already sent the command for 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to block Myriad-year flying warship, while Guluru escaped. Guluru heaved a sigh. "I didn't expect the situation to escalate to this. Everyone, your sacrifices won't be in vain." He jumped out of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and dived into the river of time, escaping rapidly. Fan Yuan saw this and immediately turned Myriad-year flying warship around to give chase. But 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform blocked him without regard for itself. Fan Yuan was blocked by 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and was unable to get rid of it within a short period. He could only watch as Guluru entered a tributary of the River of Time and escaped to the outside world. "In that case, you can all go die." Fan Yuan snorted coldly as he concentrated the attacks on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. By now, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was already an exhausted force. Under Myriad-year flying warship's violent and repeated collisions, it completely broke into pieces. Over 10 Gu immortals fell into the river, and under the extreme chaos, the bloodthirsty year beasts in the surroundings attacked these Gu immortals. "You beasts, get lost!" Fan Yuan shouted as he maneuvered Myriad-year flying warship to retrieve these battle spoils. But there were too many year beasts. Waves after waves of the beast tide collided into Myriad-year flying warship. During this short delay, many of the Gu immortals were swallowed by the berserk year beasts without leaving behind even a piece of flesh. Boom! A giant immemorial year ox crashed into the side of Myriad-year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad-year flying warship was almost overturned and was only able to break away after a while. The warship's shape had already deformed with 2 large holes on it. It was the result of the ox horns colliding into it. Fan Yuan's subordinates were flustered. "Repair it quickly!" So many Gu worms were destroyed. "This immemorial year beast has extraordinary strength." Fan Yuan was surprised and sized his surroundings carefully. Year beasts were everywhere in the surroundings, some flew, some ran on the water, while some moved underwater, with all of them having Myriad-year flying warship as their target. In this period of time, 8 immemorial year beasts had surrounded Fan Yuan, some still afar while some near. That immemorial year ox just now had smooth skin and hair that shone with golden luster. Its hooves stood stably on the surface of the water, even the chaotic year beast army could not move it. A sharp light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. Didn't his 12 zodiac battle formation lack an immemorial year ox? Even if he already had an immemorial year ox, Fan Yuan would think of replacing it. The ancient battle formation's might was completely related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts in the formation, and this immemorial year ox was outstanding among immemorial year beasts. But this is not the time to subdue it. Fan Yuan gave a bitter smile as he commanded, "Retreat!" Myriad-year flying warship began to escape as well. But no matter where it ran to, year beasts would block its path. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog blocked the path. Its body was agile with strong muscles, its eyes shone emitted lightning and its fur was glossy golden. Myriad-year flying warship repeatedly activated daybreak swords, but when they hit its body, they immediately broke, only managing to cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog jumped with such force that it immediately neared the bow of the boat. It opened its mouth, revealing its blade-like sharp silver teeth. Crack! The bow of Myriad-year flying warship was directly bit into pieces. "Leave quickly, this dog has time path immortal Gu on it." Fan Yuan's expression was chilly. Immemorial year dog was also a species he lacked, but under this chaotic situation, he simply did not want to fight against these year beasts which he had no information on. Fortunately, the year beasts were also fighting and suppressing each other. There was only one immemorial year dog with the most abundant immemorial year monkeys. Fan Yuan cleverly turned myriad year flying warship towards these immemorial year monkeys, then myriad year flying warship moved through the gaps between the year beasts like a flash of silver lightning. The immemorial year dog was stopped by these immemorial year monkeys. After escaping like this all the way, they finally arrived in front of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad year flying warship had to struggle to pass through the tributary and return to the outside world. A large amount of your beasts actually gave chase without giving up. Squeak, squeak, squeak! A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared and it ran into myriad year flying warship like a flash of golden lightning. Oh no! Fan Yuan, stop it! It is all up to you! The immortal's expression changed. Myriad year flying warship was strong outside and weak inside. If the immemorial year rat ran amok inside, the whole immortal goo house might be destroyed by it. At the crucial moment, Fan Yuan also did not care about concealing his strength. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation and appeared in front of the immemorial year rat. He activated the true rank 8 level spring scissors. It flew nimbly in the narrow space and snipped the immemorial year rat. This immemorial year beast was very small, only the size of an adult fist, and was like an extremely hard golden wart. Spring scissors sniped its body but produced clanging sounds like striking a hard stone, even producing yellow sparks. Fan Yuan was already using all his strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shone brightly as it saw Time Path Immortal Goo. It bit the immortal goo and made its escape. It was extremely fast, disappearing from Fan Yuan's sight within a blink of an eye. Lord Fan Yuan, this is bad! Rank 8 years flow like water. Immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Fan Yuan laughed happily, even rejoicing slightly as he said, "This is my disguise. Although it is a time path immortal goo, it is not the real years flow like water." Fan Yuan had personally deduced the myriad year hunting killer move. How could he not be aware of its enormous flaw? Therefore, he had been prepared and had arranged a bait in myriad year flying warship. When myriad year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, they would throw out this bait and cause a fight among the immemorial year beasts, thus creating a chance to escape. This method might not fool Heavenly Court's goo immortals, but immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence, and were not like Heavenly Court's rank 8 great experts. Sure enough, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong attraction. They abandoned myriad year flying warship and surrounded this small golden rat. Myriad year flying warship was finally able to get rid of this terrifying year beast tide. After confirming it was safe, Fan Yuan immediately moved the rank 8 immortal goo house into his immortal aperture. There were bumps and scratches all around myriad year flying warship. Its sharp bow was chewed down, and there were large holes on its sides. There were also several claw marks on the deck that looked like they were cut by a giant blade. Countless mortal goo used in myriad year flying warship had died. Many immortal goo were also injured, especially precaution immortal goo. Its injuries were the heaviest since it was the core of myriad year flying warship's defense. Even years flow like water immortal goo had some damage. It appeared like myriad year flying warship still maintained its framework and looked intact, but if it were to be entangled for a while longer, it would be unrecognizable and the losses would be heavy. The River of Time was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. An inestimable scale of living beings lived here. There was no lack of powerful beings among these time path living beings. Even Fan Yuan would not be able to deal with them within a short period of time. The ones that left Fan Yuan the deepest impression were the 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. But this is all within my calculations. The immemorial year beasts that attacked myriad year flying warship have all been marked. I can easily go find them later and subdue them. I need to take the risk if I want to finish the 12 Zodiac battle formation. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 Zodiac battle formation required 12 different species of immemorial year beasts: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, money, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, at every set interval of time, a certain kind of immemorial year beast would be more commonly seen than others, becoming the strongest year species of that time period and suppressing other groups. However, in the next dozen years, this species of year beast would fall down from the strongest to the weakest, heavily pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But the year beasts that could survive these attacks would often be the strongest within the same level. They could not survive if they were not strong. Just like the immemorial year ox, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Fan Yuan just encountered, they were the best evidence. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to gather because of their high quantity. But some species, because their whole group was at the lowest point, were not only rare but also had very powerful individual strength. Myriad-year flying warship's recovery was not a difficult issue. Although countless mortal goo were lost, Fan Yuan had enough of them. Injuries of immortal goo were the most troublesome, but Fan Yuan had the goo as before formation. Fan Yuan's refinement path foundation was too robust, he could restore these immortal goo. It is just that those central continent goo immortal apertures are all completely empty. Looks like Fairy Ziwei has learned her lesson. Fan Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures inside those central continent rank 7 corpses were empty and barren. All their resources were moved out before the battle. After the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Ziwei was afraid these resources would only nourish Fan Yuan, their enemy. Fan Yuan did not care about it. To him, these resources would only be icing on the cake and were not important. Next, I need to repair Myriad-year flying warship, then go to the River of Time and capture the lacking immemorial year beasts. Then I will explore Dream Realms. There is already a large pile of Dream Realms extorted from Southern Border's righteous path. Fan Yuan was pressed for time and kept track of it closely. Not long later, it would be time for the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven to open and for the ancient bet to end. I can only do my best. Fan Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Ziwei sighed bitterly in Heavenly Court. She was filled with worries. They had lost miserably in the River of Time once again. What should they do now? The methods and strength revealed by Myriad-year flying warship made even her feel a sense of helplessness. She knew Fan Yuan's strategy. It was to bait them inside the River of Time. But this matter was related to Red Lotus' true inheritance. Heavenly Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a bloody pit, we need to clench our teeth and jump into it. Heavenly Court has never been afraid of sacrificing. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shone sharply before her brows furrowed once again. But we need to modify the time path immortal goo houses and make them prioritize speed. In the future we will prioritize on disturbing Fan Yuan. It will be a great achievement as long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance. Chapter 1814. Pitiful Chi Clan Goo Immortals. Immemorial White Heaven. A plain white cloud carried 6 Chi Clan Goo Immortals inside as it flew rapidly in the sky. Be careful, this is immemorial White Heaven. There are often immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. Currently, this route is quite safe, but we need to stay alert. After getting into that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form this time. The rise and prosperity of Chi Clan is in sight. Chi Clan's Goo Immortals conversed in secret as they held in their excitement and joy. Even though they did not understand the use of heaven form, it did not mean that they would underestimate the power of this move. Because this was half an inheritance left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, their vision changed. The serene white heaven suddenly flipped like a pancake, turning into a huge and dark space. This dark space was like a huge ball that enveloped all 6 immortals of Chi Clan. Threads of silver light weaved like strings of a web, moving in all directions from the top to the bottom of the dark space. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who is it who ambushed us? Quickly come out. Chi Clan's Goo Immortals were deeply shocked. After a momentary panic, they shouted angrily. Thus, a rank 8 immortal Goo house carrying a Goo Immortal appeared in a casual manner. This immortal Goo house looked like a small boat. The front was sharp and long, shining with silver light. At the bow of the boat, a Goo Immortal stood with his arms behind his back. He wore a white robe and stood silently as he smiled towards these Chi Clan Goo Immortals. This Goo Immortal had a handsome face, to the point of being beautiful. His black hair was long and reached his waist. This was a delicate-looking young man with peerless appearance at first glance. But the 6 Chi Clan Goo Immortals were completely stunned when they saw this person and this house. Chi Kai was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Chi Clan. He was the bravest among them, but at this moment, only shock was shown on his face. Chi Jin was the 3rd Supreme Elder of Chi Clan. He was like the other Chi Clan Goo Immortals, having a pale expression. His heart was thumping. A cold chill was spreading through his 4 limbs. Chi Clan's 1st Supreme Elder Chi Fa was usually composed, but at this moment, he panicked and said in a shivering voice. Fan Yuan, why are you here? Why are you finding trouble with us? Fan Yuan's appearance alone shocked these Chi Clan Goo Immortals to the point of being dumbstruck. Their morale was completely extinguished as it fell to rock bottom. A person's reputation provides shelter like the shadow of a tree. Fan Yuan's current demonic reputation far surpassed the previous life. Earlier during the second battle in the River of Time, Fan Yuan had announced the results of the battle to the world. Heavenly Court lost time and again, they experienced a severe defeat this time. Li Huang died tragically. By stepping on Heavenly Court, Fan Yuan's demonic reputation was causing tremors in the entire world now. Most of the Qi Clan Gu immortals were so scared their bodies went limp. Fan Yuan was a great demon of this era. Why was he here to deal with Qi Clan? And even setting an ambush? Lord Fan Yuan, my Qi Clan is a secluded clan that has never caused any problems for you or schemed against you. Is there any misunderstanding between us? We are willing to compensate and appease you. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder Qi said. Fan Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, everyone. As long as you submit to me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you give heaven form to me then? Hearing this, the Qi Clan Gu immortals felt like their mood had sunk to the abyss. Oh no! Fan Yuan knows our greatest secret. How did he find out? He is an otherworldly demon. He has been reborn using spring-autumn cicada. The ancient bed is here. The goal of our Qi Clan for thousands of years is about to reach its end. Should we give it up now? I cannot accept it. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had pained and complex expressions. They were fearful, they were angry, they were anxious, they felt hatred, and they were helpless. The strongest Qi Clan Gu immortal was merely rank 7. They had spent a great effort to enter immemorial white heaven to begin with. How could they fight Fan Yuan? Hee. They were meat on the chopping block. Simply pitiful. Why don't we risk it all? Qi Kai gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists as his arms shivered. Risk what? Can we even win? You know about Fan Yuan's battle results as well. We will just be giving up our lives. Qi Jin said with deep helplessness. A peculiar light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He threatened. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you do not submit, you can go die. What do we do? Qi Clan's Gu immortals panicked. They were not sure of what to do. Everyone looked towards GFA. As the first Supreme Elder of Qi Clan, GFA had the highest authority. He was a skinny old man, but had great spirits. His back was straight like a long spear. But after 3 breaths of time, he lowered his back as he gave up. He cupped his fists towards Fan Yuan with a pleasing expression. Lord Fan Yuan, our Qi Clan submits to you. Ha ha ha, a wise person understands their circumstances. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. A bright light flashed in his eyes. None of the Qi Clan Gu immortals dared to look at him. You have all made a wise decision. Bai Ningbing and the rest were waiting inside myriad-year flying worship. After witnessing this, they sighed to themselves. The battle in Langya blessed land and the 2 battles inside the River of Time, they allowed Fan Yuan to step on Heavenly Court and gain immense reputation in the world. His demonic might was awe-inspiring. His name alone was able to make rank 7 Gu immortals surrender without putting up a fight. Qi added. Heaven form belongs to you, Lord, but I would like to speak of the details regarding it, if Lord would allow us to. Fan Yuan looked at this Qi Clan first Supreme Elder deeply in the eyes as he smiled nonchalantly. No need for that. I am not afraid to tell you that I obtained heaven form in the previous life. I killed many of you afterwards and took Qi's Sea Grotto heaven. Of course, some of you surrendered to me. After pausing, Fan Yuan continued. I am much clearer of the secrets involving heaven form than all of you. Fan Yuan's words were like a hammer that pounded into the Qi Clan Gu immortals' hearts. They were dumbfounded but also in disbelief. Fan Yuan did not care if they believed him. He used his methods on each of them and took away all of their Gu worms. He was very clear on what immortal Gu these Qi Clan Gu immortals possessed. After that, these Qi Clan Gu immortals were kept on the deck of myriad-year flying worship, as they stood in a daze and with pale expressions. After putting these Qi Clan Gu immortals under control, Fan Yuan retracted his immortal battlefield, Yama Web. Yama Web Battlefield was modified from Yama Battlefield. It achieved Fan Yuan's intended goal, combining the power of time path into it. It was now stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago. It flew rapidly towards the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared out of nowhere. The gatehouse had a tall roof and 2 statues at the side of the gate. There was a huge plaque above the gate, writing the words 5 Xiang's Bet Entrance. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of bronze. It radiated a majestic aura. Initially it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became solid and clearer. After the gatehouse formed fully, a huge area of clouds gathered to hold up this gatehouse. Fan Yuan's subordinates were shocked. They were seeing this for the first time. Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals had complex expressions. A trace of hope was still lingering in the eyes of Qi Fei and the rest. At this time, the doors started to shine in 5 colors, representing the strength of the 5 xiangs. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn bright red. Fan Yuan smiled, looking at He Lulan. Go! He Lulan was expressionless as she moved out of myriad-year flying warship, flying towards the gatehouse. Fan Yuan waved his hand as an immortal killer move was used on her. He Lulan's body shook as she landed before the gatehouse. The red light surrounded her and faded away rapidly, acknowledging He Lulan's identity. Impossible! Oh heaven, what is going on? Her bloodline was recognized. Is she really a descendant of Shui Xiang's Shui clan? Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals were deeply astounded. They could not believe it. Fan Yuan turned around to look at them as he smiled, instructing the Rockman Gu immortals. Go! Several Rockman Gu immortals were hit by Fan Yuan's killer move. Their auras changed profoundly. They passed the inspection of the yellow light and obtained the rights to enter the 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Seeing this, the 6 Gu immortals from Qi Clan shook intensely. Some were even shaking so intensely like they would fall. Earlier, He Lulan was a human. She had a possibility of having Shui Xiang's bloodline. But these variant human rockmen? There were only male rockmen. They could not have children with other races. However, the gatehouse acknowledged them. The cruel fact stabbed into these Qi Clan Gu immortals' hearts like a sharp sword. They finally abandoned all hope. They had to admit that this was the work of Fan Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first supreme elder Qi Fei had a bitter expression. He surrendered to Fan Yuan earlier because he did not want to die, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Xiang's agreement and heaven form to coax Fan Yuan and find a chance to escape. But now it seemed like it was impossible. Fan Yuan's preparations were too ample. He came here prepared. All the different signs showed that he was not lying earlier. In the previous life, I'm afraid that Fan Yuan really obtained heaven form. He has spring-autumn cicada. He can start over again countless times. This is too absurd. Who can stop him? The ancient bet. To think that an outsider would benefit from it. Qi Clan's Gu immortals felt deep rage. Some were furious at Heavenly Court's weakness, while some were dealt a huge impact. They were completely dejected. They had very intense emotions. And it was only understandable. They had arrived here with deep hopes and excitement, but abruptly, Fan Yuan ambushed them and took them as prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had worked hard to get for so long, heaven form, was now in the hands of an outsider. The contrast was too big, it was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's Gu immortals as she felt some sympathy for them. Humph, Fan Yuan wants that treasure, how can they even compete? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression. She has the clearest understanding of Fan Yuan's methods. Next, several Gu immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the bloodline test. Fan Yuan did not let Qi Clan's Gu immortals in. They were still restrained on the deck. They watched as their places were taken by Lady White Rabbit, followed by Fairy Miaoying, obtaining Qi Xiang's acceptance. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing went together. They also got in. As for myriad-year flying warship and these Qi Clan captives, he kept them inside his immortal aperture. Chapter 18:15. Reaching the heavens in one step, Qi Path. As their field of vision changed, Bai Ningbing focused and looked around, thinking, "This is 5 Xiang's grotto heaven?" As she thought about that, an unknown source of information appeared in her heart. She understood the arrangements of the 5 Xiang's immediately. This is a public grotto heaven. The heaven surveying 5 Xiang's had once donated a portion of their grotto heavens each to form this place. The entire grotto heaven has 5 segments. They are not directly connected to each other. Only the most central mountain range is shared among the 5. The treasure of this bed is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as the Gu immortal is acknowledged by the gatehouse and is teleported inside here, they can go after the treasure. Along the way, the heaven surveying 5 Xiang's have also set up some resources. Stronger experts can try to take them away, but it is recommended that they do not take everything, so as to allow the resources to grow again in the future. Bai Ningbing looked towards Fan Yuan, hesitating for a moment before deciding to inform him. But Fan Yuan looked ahead as he waved his hand. "I've already gotten the information, no need to tell me." Bai Ningbing nodded as she stopped talking. In the previous life, Fan Yuan faced a hurdle at the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face seen through, causing him to be pushed outside, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move that succeeded in allowing him to enter the 5 Xiang's grotto heaven under disguise. After entering Five Xiang's grotto heaven, the information was not provided to him. He had only learned about it after Bai Ningbing told him. But this time, after Fan Yuan's modifications and deductions, he conceptualized an immortal killer move that could not only be used on himself, but also other people. So now, once he stepped into Five Xiang's grotto heaven, the information immediately appeared in his mind, telling him of the situation. Let's go to the peak at the center. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing traveled together. In the previous life, he had to rush against time because Qi Clan's Gu immortals were also here. He needed to compete with them over heaven form. But now, Fan Yuan chose to act in advance and kick his competitors out of the competition. This entire Five Xiang's grotto heaven was his. Even though the situation was calm now and he could relax and collect resources along the way, slowly taking it down, Fan Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, the immortal Gu house that contained heaven form might seem rough, but it was the control area of this grotto heaven. Once he gains control over the immortal Gu house, it would help with the movement of resources later on. While flying, Bai Ningbing was shocked to realize that Five Xiang's grotto heaven had a lot of resource points. Ice Mirror Snow Lotus, 100 Years Profound Ice, 1,000 Years Profound Ice, Mystical Frost Water, Heaven Craft Divine Jade, Jade Frost Antelopes. Even though there are no large or giant resource points, and all of these are just small or mid-sized ones, these resource points are so closely packed and each have a huge amount stored up. Since this place only opens up once 100 years, it has naturally accumulated many resources. Bai Ningbing felt envious internally. There was no question about it, these resources would all end up in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained them, she could expand her foundation rapidly, her assets would increase by multiple times, she would become rich instantly. But for Fan Yuan, this was just icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Fang and Bai safely arrived at the central mountain range. In the previous life, Qi Clan's Gu immortals made arrangements here and created a beast tide. They lured two immemorial desolate beasts to stop Fang and Bai, obstructing them and creating trouble for their advancement. But now, they were all captured in advance, trapped inside myriad-year flying warship. They were already unable to decide their own life and death. There was nothing special about the immortal Gu house palace at the top of the mountain range. Fan Yuan lost his interest quickly. In front of the palace, there were many Gu immortals gathered already. They were all Fan Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before him. After paying respects to Fan Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Fan Yuan looked around. There was no surprise or anything amiss. He nodded as he led the immortals into the hall. Heaven form was at the center of this hall. It was shaped like a one-legged white crane. It was covered in pure snow-white feathers that had no dust or dirt on it. Its long beak was red in color. It was craning its neck and hanging its head. Its wings were tucked in as its eyes were shut tight, as if it was sleeping. Rank 9 Aura! Bing Yuan and the rest gasped and breathed in deeply as surprise and joy showed on their faces. Fan Yuan led the immortals as they sat around the heaven-form flying crane, instilling their wills into it. The gatehouse was the bloodline inspector for the Five Xians, but they did not do anything to this heaven-form killer move, thus, anyone could instill their will into it. All sorts of wills gushed in as they obtained the information left by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable the moment they entered. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable told them that he had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he captured it but found that heaven form held deep mysteries. He could not refine it immediately even with his great strength. Thus, he designed the killer move heaven form and left this half-inheritance to a lucky person in the future. After the Five Xiangs found this inheritance, they did not back off. The ancient bet was thus created. The immortals understood the origin of this killer move. They gasped and sighed in admiration. Fan Yuan had heard this in his previous life. He felt no emotions, but he gained a new understanding of the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has killer moves like Ghostly Concealment, Divine Concealment, Heaven Form, and others. They are able to exist indefinitely and would not break apart. In my previous life, I thought that this was the style of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I noticed that all the Immortal and Demon Venerables had similar methods. This was true for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, and Limitless Demon Venerable. These killer moves and methods all have vast power. They are able to exist for a long time. Normally, they stay hidden without making any waves, but once they are used, the effects are simply shocking. If only one or two Venerables have such methods, that could be considered their specialty. But if all the Venerables were like this, then it is not something regarding a path or a person, it is about attainment level. Every venerable had Supreme Grand Master attainment level, this was a publicly recognized fact. Then this means Master attainment level generates intuition. Grand Master attainment level allows mimicking of other paths. Great Grand Master attainment level allows the use of natural down marks. Supreme Grand Master attainment level allows killer moves to last indefinitely and operate on their own. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved quickly, even though he was just guessing, he felt like his hypothesis was likely to be true. Even though there was no description of this in the true inheritance that he obtained, with Fan Yuan having 2 paths at quasi-supreme attainment, he had the ability to take a peek at the heights of a Supreme Grand Master. Hours later, Fan Yuan successfully took down the last bit of Heaven's Will inside Heaven form. This lump of Heaven's Will had used the tactic of showing weakness in the previous life to deceive the Qi Clan Gu immortals. They suffered a huge loss while Fan Yuan benefited from it overall. This time, Fan Yuan controlled even more wills here, he exterminated this stubborn Heaven's Will. No unexpected mishaps happened during this process. In the previous life, Fan Yuan was afraid that Bai Ningbing would betray him, but this time, he had more subordinates here. Those variant human Gu immortals were very loyal to Fan Yuan. This was Fan Yuan's leadership talent, he was skilled at politics. After defeating Heavenly Court multiple times, his personal charm and grand aura surged overwhelmingly. He did not need to use any enslavement path methods to achieve this. The variant human Gu immortals were very obedient, while Shadow Sex immortals did not dare to defy Fan Yuan. Even though they were just refining Heaven form and had to exterminate the remaining Heaven's Will, there was also a large number of sturdy Gu immortal wills that were inside the killer move. These wills were accumulated in the last thousands of years by the wills of the descendants of the 5 Xiangs. Without exterminating these wills, Fan Yuan would not be able to use Heaven form. Thankfully, Fan Yuan was prepared for it. He modified several killer moves, including the one that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core, which had become his main method here. In my previous life, I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, the effect was ordinary. Now that I have a killer move, I will gain control of Heaven form rapidly. Fan Yuan stored away Heaven form, but he did not keep the Immortal Gu house. He directed the Gu immortals to control the Immortal Gu house and relocate all of the resources here. 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven had once devoured a 9 Heavens fragment. It no longer faced any calamities and tribulations, but Fan Yuan could also not annex it now. After making the arrangements, Fan Yuan led the remaining immortals out of the Grotto Heaven. They went towards the direction of Qi Si Grotto Heaven. Within Qi Si Grotto Heaven, there was a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu immortal guarding it. But even the first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder had surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu immortal became stunned before he let Fan Yuan inside. After the Qi Clan Gu immortals saw Fan Yuan's Heaven form killer move, they no longer had hope, their expressions turned pale. In the previous life, Fan Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing to attack Qi Si Grotto Heaven. She was even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But this time, the heavenly spirit in Qi Si Grotto Heaven had not woken up yet, it was still sleeping. Lord Fan Yuan, how do you want us to move these resources? The variant human Gu immortals asked. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other as someone said anxiously. We are willing to defend this place for Lord Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. No need, watch as I annex it. His Qi path attainment level was Grand Master long ago. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year flying battleship and entered the River of Time. He captured his required immemorial year beasts. In this long process of searching, he stayed inside the ship as he explored dream realms, letting his subordinates handle the matters outside. He only took action when it was time to fight. Thus, he saved a lot of time. He could succeed in many dream realm explorations. Fan Yuan's attainment level in many paths had risen, especially Qi path. It rose to Great Grand Master. With this attainment level, he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. During the process of annexing, the heavenly spirit of Qi Si Heavenly Spirit was rudely awakened, but Fan Yuan was prepared and quickly suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded the Qi Clan descendants for being unfilial. While Qi Clan's Gu immortals had defeated expressions, they were in deep despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Fan Yuan, fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. He gained a vast amount of Qi path resources that could not be calculated at the moment. His greatest gain was unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was the trump card of Qi Si Grotto Heaven. It was the key that allowed them to defend against tribulations. Unlimited Qi Si used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi and others. there were countless chi path immortal materials, like metal chi, water chi, fire chi, and others, and also special ones like luck chi, divine chi. There was a variety of different types of chi. In the previous life, Fan Yuan dismantled this killer move, but now that he had great Grandmaster attainment level in chi path, his foundation was deep enough, he decided not to destroy it. And worth mentioning was that Chi Si Grotto Heaven gave Fan Yuan 1,000,000 chi path Dao marks. Fan Yuan's chi path foundation grew immensely, it was truly reaching the heavens in one step. Chapter 1816. Absorbing Chi Si Grotto Heaven. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. Before him stood a fawn. The fawn lowered its head before the Dragon Man clone, stretching out its tiny pink tongue and licking the Dragon Man clone's palm. Master. The fawn spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary fawn, of course, it was created from the obsession of Chi Xiang fusing with the heavenly power of the Grotto Heaven, resulting in this Chi Si Heavenly Spirit. Chi Si Heavenly Spirit had the appearance of a snow-white fawn, its eyes were golden in color, extremely dazzling. But on the fawn's back, near the right side, there was a deep wound that exposed the bones. It extended towards its stomach, leaving behind a dense amount of down marks. Dragon Man clone sighed. Your injuries are severe, my methods might not work. This was the injury the fawn sustained when it used unlimited Chi Si against Chi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ningbing attacked Chi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit had fallen asleep due to its injuries. It was rudely awakened. The fawn was a heavenly spirit, it was a special existence created from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. To heal the fawn, wisdom path methods were the most appropriate. Thus, Fan Yuan tried but had no success. Even though Fan Yuan's refinement path methods were stronger, he did not dare to use them rashly. It was not that he was helpless against one wound, but these methods were too powerful and uncontrollable. They were harmful to the heavenly spirit fawn. Very likely the treatment might kill this Chi Si Heavenly Spirit. If the treatment kills Chi Si Heavenly Spirit, what was the point of wasting effort in trying to save it? For now, Fan Yuan could not heal this fawn. But this heavenly spirit did not mind that, it was in fact quite happy. After Chi Si Grotto Heaven got annexed, it did not die, it still existed. Every life form would have basic survival instincts. Heavenly spirits were the same, they were inclined to finding a master and preserving the Grotto Heaven. Of course, they would only submit to masters who fulfilled their conditions. Or if methods like blood light spirit suppression were used. Fan Yuan was thinking about the mystery of land spirits and heavenly spirits. The Gu world had countless mysteries. The more Fan Yuan interacted with them, the more he realized how little he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals annex apertures, even if land spirits existed, they would die when the annexation is completed. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule, there had to be a reason for it. But Shadow Sect had no records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hid the details. Or maybe Shadow Sect's true inheritance was not everything that Spectral Soul had. Or maybe even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no idea that the sovereign immortal aperture would end up like this. It was like how Fan Yuan could only understand the general concept behind an unknown immortal Gu that he just refined. Even though he had such strong refinement path attainment, he could not comprehend it entirely. A newly created and unprecedented Gu was especially so. Only by using it could the Gu immortal learn more things about it. Right now, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had many land spirits and heavenly spirits. Land spirits were more abundant. Among them, Langya land spirit was the most unique. He was made from 2 obsessions. There were also a snake, star core, black hound. Land spirits in all sorts of forms were scattered in different locations over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were all useful assistants in managing the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own territories. Fan Yuan did not kill these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time. In the future, he was going to understand the logic behind their existence. This was also why he wanted to save Chi Si Heavenly Spirit. After Chi Si Grotto Heaven was assimilated, Fan Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. There were evident changes to the sovereign immortal aperture now. All sorts of Chi were growing and interacting. Mini White Heaven had the most evident signs. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading. The other 8 mini heavens were the same, they all had their own colors. These clouds were still like thin fog, they had not grown into cloud soil of their respective colors. But this was just the start. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, for the following period of time, different Chi would appear in all parts of the sovereign immortal aperture. These chi were of different types of varieties, most were mortal goo materials. But after a while, after enough mortal level chi are accumulated, they would start producing chi path immortal materials. And after an even longer time, these chi path immortal materials would stabilize and create a special connection with the environment. That would be the initial formation of a resource point. If it develops well, these tiny resource points might grow into small, mid, and large-sized resource points. Of course, without human interference, the chances of the sovereign immortal aperture generating a large-sized resource point was simply too small, it was negligible. All these changes were due to the addition of 1,000,000 chi path Dao marks. These chi path Dao marks were the accumulation of Chi Si Grotto Heaven. Now that Fan Yuan annexed it, these chi path Dao marks spread out and became distributed all over the mini 5 regions and 9 heavens. Each time he annexed an immortal aperture, he would gain Dao marks. The environment of the immortal aperture would change slightly. Like in the previous life, Fan Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, gaining transformation path Dao marks. This caused the entire sovereign immortal aperture to produce a larger variety of living beings. For example, the ordinary foxes in many northern plains would reproduce and have a greater chance of becoming red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or others, even becoming mutated beasts like autumn water fox or flowing light fox. After annexing Xiaocha Grotto Heaven, he gained a bunch of time path Dao marks. The tributary of the river of time became wider. Fan Yuan could control the upper and lower limit of the rate of time to a greater extent as a result. Very evidently, randomly annexing apertures was not a good thing. Because the increase in Dao marks would cause the environment to change dramatically. Without wisdom path methods to absorb these changes, the Gu Immortals' development inside the immortal aperture would be ruined, they would lose all their assets. The living habitat of the immortal aperture world was always a tight chain. If one small species of grass became extinct, it could lead to a crisis for countless species higher up in the food chain. In comparison, the annexing of immortal apertures would cause huge environmental shifts. The reason why Fan Yuan gained from it was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big and vast. It made these influences negligible when spread out. Most Gu immortals had tiny immortal apertures compared to this sovereign immortal aperture. When the same volume of water is stored in a bottle and a vat, the bottle would be full while the vat is only filled to a negligible amount. Other than that, Fan Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment, along with other paths that allowed him to easily deal with all the changes that happened. It was still okay when I annexed Xiaocha Grotto Heaven, but after annexing Chi Si Grotto Heaven, the gain of 1,000,000 chi path Dao marks has made an evident change to the sovereign immortal aperture. Xiaocha did not pass any myriad tribulations, she only had 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Fan Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, which had over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. And this was because Beast Calamity Immortal had gone through one myriad tribulation before dying. The Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind did not pass a second myriad tribulation. Qi Xiang was very strong in the past. After all, the 5 Xiangs were united and dominated the 2 heavens. Their reputation was high in the 5 regions. They were incredibly famous. After Qi Xiang died, Qi Si Grotto Heaven was left behind. It did not devour any fragment of the 9 heavens, it still had to face endless calamities and tribulations. Difficulties led to wealth. After thousands of years, Qi Si Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations, each one gave around 100,000 Dao marks. Along with Qi Xiang's accumulations in his life, there were over 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks. This was a shocking achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying, even rank 8 Gu immortals were fearful of them, they could only pass with great difficulty. But Qi Si Grotto Heaven had survived for such a long time. Mainly by relying on unlimited Qi Si. The heavenly spirit controlled this move, and with sufficient rank 8 immortal essence, Qi Si Grotto Heaven managed to pass each time. Of course, this move is incredible. It not only consumes immortal essence but also different types of Qi. By expending Qi, the immortal essence expenditure could be reduced, while also increasing this move's power. For the last thousands of years, Qi Clan's Gu immortals had been going all over the world collecting these types of Qi. Compared to it, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a child. Even though Langya Blessed Land had an even longer history, it had purposely fallen to a blessed land. It did not have to face myriad tribulations. The strongest tribulations it faced were grand tribulations, so it gained much fewer Dao marks. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land also used killer moves to influence the contents of the calamities and tribulations, allowing it to gain a large number of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks worked with the refinement path Dao marks, creating refinement water. In order to create a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Langya blessed land had expended a vast number of refinement path and water path Dao marks. If I did not annex this Chi-Si grotto heaven, with the heavenly spirit fawn's injuries, it would not be able to survive much longer. With a few more myriad tribulations, this grotto heaven would be destroyed. Thus, one could not say that Langya land spirit's decision was wrong. If Langya blessed land was kept as a grotto heaven, even if it obtained 10 times the number of refinement path Dao marks, it would not exist until today. Fan Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he was trying his best to assimilate Chi-Si grotto heaven entirely. On the other hand, he started practicing Chi path killer moves. The consecutive hit method that Ba Shirba possessed was given up after Fan Yuan tried it. The most important thing now were Chi path killer moves, especially unlimited Chi-Si. The power of unlimited Chi-Si was truly tremendous. It helped Chi-Si grotto heaven pass so many myriad tribulations. In the previous life, Fan Yuan lacked foundation and time. He also needed resources, so he dismantled the killer move unlimited Chi-Si. But now, as a Chi path great grandmaster who annexed Chi-Si grotto heaven, this unlimited Chi-Si killer move was usable by him. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was much faster than in the previous life as well. This gave Fan Yuan even more time to practice his killer moves. Fan Yuan's Chi path foundation soared to a peak. After he turns it into battle strength, he would definitely gain a huge amount of strength that would surpass his current state. If my Chi path battle strength is formed, it will surpass time path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks, it is truly not a joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to fight for it against multiple rank 8 Gu immortals, forcefully taking away this immortal Gu house. Fan Yuan's gaze was eerie. He had made his plans long ago. Chapter 1817. Training in Chi path killer moves. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fan Yuan practiced his Chi path killer moves. Several immortal Gu moved in the sky, while a large number of mortal Gu flew around them like a tornado in the sky. Large amounts of astral winds were mixing into them. As rank 8 immortal essence was injected, these Gu worms' auras started to merge. But after a long time, the killer move was not activated. Sweat appeared on Fan Yuan's forehead. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fan Yuan barely controlled the situation. The killer move finally succeeded. It was unleashed. Chi path immortal killer move, heavenly astral cloth robe. A gray-white cloth robe appeared on the Dragon Man clone's body. It looked like normal clothing, but upon closer inspection, one could see that every thread on this cloth was made of astral chi. This was a rank 7 killer move, but after the amplification of Fan Yuan's 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks, its power had risen by 1,000 times. After inspecting it, Fan Yuan saw that while this robe was thin, it had incredibly shocking defense. It has rank 8 power without doubt. It is even stronger than winter coat. Fan Yuan sighed internally. Of course, it could not compare to reverse flow protection seal. 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks was truly not a joke. Even through mere amplification, a rank 7 killer move could have the power of rank 8, and most importantly, the expended immortal essence is at the level of rank 7. After one myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal will gain 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the larger the number of Dao marks obtained. Theoretically, after 3 myriad tribulations, a Gu immortal can become venerable. They would have at least 300,000 Dao marks. 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks is on the level of something only rank 9s can possess. The core immortal Gu of heavenly astral cloth robe is only rank 7. After the Chi path Dao mark amplification, it has reached a level of rank 8 peak. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, after the Chi path Dao mark amplification, would it have rank 9 power? Fan Yuan had a thought as bright light shined in his eyes. He recalled the battle in his previous life, and all the methods left by the venerables. At the same time, his main body also made deductions. Soon, Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone shook his head. The possibility was small. Most likely, rank 9 killer moves need rank 9 immortal Gu. Dao mark amplification cannot reach this extent. Or more accurately, I cannot break through to that level using just 1,000,000 Chi path Dao marks. Maybe if I have 10 times the Dao marks, the quantity will induce a qualitative change, and reach rank 9 perhaps? Fan Yuan was not certain. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. When he looked up towards the level of a rank 9, it was still shrouded in complete mystery. In a purely theoretical situation, each venerable would start with at least 300,000 Dao marks. But from what Fan Yuan learned from Lang Yilan's spirit as well as his own experiences, each venerable was an absolute monster. They could not be looked at with logic or common sense. Just limitless demon venerable alone. When he was a Gu master, he already possessed Gu immortal level Dao marks. At that rate, when he became venerable, how many Dao marks would he have? Fan Yuan could not imagine it. As for the other venerables? When they just became a venerable, would they have merely 300,000 Dao marks? Fan Yuan smiled. The possibility was close to zero. In this world, there were no invincible Gu worms, only invincible Gu immortal. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerable, how could they dominate the world and gain the reputation of invincibility? Right now, Fan Yuan was already one of the greatest experts in the world. He was at the peak. He could look down on most of the people in this world. There were few who could fight him evenly in a one-on-one battle. However, whenever he looked up, he could still see those 10 giant mountains above his head, concealed within the clouds. They were the 10 strongest people in history. Each was a legend of legends. Throughout the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, even the extremely talented individuals who were dazzling like the stars paled in comparison to them. Their tiny light was forever shrouded by these 10's shadows. Fan Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because he had relied on these predecessors, especially the venerables. Just looking at the sovereign immortal aperture alone. This belonged to spectral soul demon venerable. Even today, when cultivating, Fan Yuan would often sigh in admiration towards the heaven-defying advantage that the sovereign immortal aperture gave him. For example, the annexing of Qi Grotto Heaven. Under normal situations, who could annex it? Almost nobody. Unless primordial origin immortal venerable was alive now. Because immortal apertures could only annex smaller ones, the big and small here referred to foundation. In this world, only primordial origin immortal venerable had the Qi Path foundation to annex Qi Grotto Heaven, which had 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. And if the Grotto Heaven was dissected and annexed piece by piece, the losses would be severe. Each time a Grotto Heaven was cut apart, it would suffer immense damage. The Qi Path Dao marks that were weaved like a web would suffer huge losses. And because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals could not truly gain many of these Dao marks. If Qi Grotto Heaven was dissected to a certain extent, the winds of assimilation would start blowing due to its severe damage. The remaining portions of the Grotto Heaven would be destroyed in this case. But the sovereign immortal aperture could devour larger apertures. Originally, Fan Yuan had no foundation in Qi Path, but he was able to annex Qi Grotto Heaven. This was not like a snake devouring an elephant, it was an ant devouring an elephant. The most scary was that with non-conflicting Dao marks, Fan Yuan could perfectly absorb his gains. He could assimilate every single Dao mark without any bit of wastage. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder the heavenly Dao could not condone its existence. In order to stop spectral soul, it nurtured the otherworldly demon Fan Yuan, plotting endlessly and sending him back 500 years to stop Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it showed how scary spectral soul demon venerable was. Every time Fan Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth, he could gain a deeper understanding of Red Lotus demon venerable's terrifying power. Giant Sun immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, Genesis Lotus immortal venerable. Using the foundation of these venerables, Fan Yuan became the current generation demon overlord, but with every step he took, he increasingly felt the difference between him and a venerable. It was too vast to calculate. Fan Yuan felt no dejection whenever he looked up at them, all he felt was admiration. He had never been arrogant nor proud, he respected each of these predecessors. One could only learn from capable people. Mixed in with his admiration were traces of indescribable excitement. Even as strong as these 10 venerables, none of them could attain eternal life. They died one by one. Then, can I truly succeed? The possibility was as slim as none. In fact, as long as Fate Gu still existed, it would not allow any life form to gain eternal life. This was already confirmed within the legends of Renzu. That is why it is interesting to pursue it. Fan Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, Fan Yuan's main body continued to train his Qi Path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, after testing Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, he flew away and looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven. He wanted to purchase many Chi Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Many Chi Path killer moves needed to use these Chi Path immortal materials. For example, the Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier needed a large amount of Astral Chi. Using the down marks inside immortal materials to unleash killer moves was not a rare thing. Grandmaster Formation Path Goo Immortals were able to use immortal materials to set up formations. Long ago, Water Path killer moves also used a large number of Water Path immortal materials in huge quantities. But afterwards, due to the absurd cost involved, Goo Immortals chose to use Goo Worms instead. They abandoned this method. This trait was most evident in Chi Path. No matter how low their Chi Path attainment level was, a Goo Master, Goo Immortal, would always be able to use Goo materials in place of Goo Worms to unleash killer moves. The reason was that Chi Path materials were the most mobile and simple to use. Water Path materials were slightly less useful, while the down marks of earth and rocks were much harder to use. Fan Yuan did not care about this. He was very rich now and had abundant wealth. He searched and bought Chi Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He did not ask for Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Borders Goo Immortals. In terms of his Chi Path battle strength, he wanted to keep it a secret for now. Profoundine Chi, Minor Sun Chi, Astral Chi, Domination Chi. I'll buy all of them. Blood Chi? The Dragon Man clone looked as he pondered. Even though Blood Path was detested greatly, would any righteous path force not research it secretly? Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Blood Path Goo materials were very popular. These Blood Chi were just mortal materials, but the quantity was huge. If it were any other type of Chi, Fan Yuan would not want these mortal materials. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce it. But Blood Chi was different. Not only did this Chi contain Chi Path down marks, it also had Blood Path down marks. Therefore, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. If the quantity was high enough, it could be treated as an immortal material. Such a huge quantity sold, this can be seen as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this as he hesitated no more, immediately buying it. Central Continent. What, there is no more Blood Chi? Gu Yu Fangjing looked into Treasure Yellow Heaven with disbelief. You had such a huge quantity last time. The Goo Immortals who sold the Blood Chi in Treasure Yellow Heaven shook his head. A few hours ago, an incredibly affluent Goo Immortal swept the entirety of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, buying all of the Chi Path immortal materials available. You also know that these Blood Chi can be accumulated and used together. That is why this happened. Gu Yu Fangjin was stunned. Sweeping the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, and buying all of the available Chi Path immortal materials, what sort of wealth could allow one to do that? Gu Yu Fangjing had already become an immortal for some time. He knew deeply that wealth was a form of representation of strength. If a Goo Immortal had immense wealth, it would mean that they own a large amount of resources. With such a foundation, it would help them advance smoothly in their cultivation journey. Maybe it is not a person, but a superforce's action. Gu Yu Fangjing muttered to himself. His divine sense went to many more stalls, but there were no gains as expected. There was no Blood Chi left in the market. But Gu Yu Fangjing cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Chi. After his divine sense left Treasure Yellow Heaven, Gu Yu Fangjing started to think. Do I ask the sect for Blood Chi? He quickly dispelled that thought. He decided to collect it himself. Chapter 1818. Heavenly Court's Righteousness. Blood Chi was very easy to obtain. One could get a bunch from killing mortal beasts, and using Blood Path methods to extract them. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, there would be an endless supply of immortal material Blood Chi. Precisely because Blood Path resources were easily obtainable, Blood Path was incredibly threatening. The righteous path of the 5 regions prohibited it. If it were other immortal materials, Fangjing might get help from the sect, but this was just Blood Chi, and Fangjing did not need a lot. In Fangjing's case, it was just a little troublesome to obtain the Blood Chi that he needed. He only had to spend some time. Thinking about this, Fangjing informed Fan Shilu of his plan. Because of his unique identity, he could not leave Fei He Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned about it, he gave Fangjing a mission. Perfect timing! There is a golden mountain ox at the northwest area wreaking havoc. Go and settle that issue. Kill or enslave it. If you can capture it alive, you will get double the sect contribution points. Fangjing's heart shook. The golden mountain ox was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. But soon, he felt a little excitement in his heart as he agreed. Fan Jing was no longer the young lad from before. He had gone through many hurdles in Langya Blessed Land. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He did not head to the Golden Mountain Ox immediately. He went to the Information Tower of Immortal Crane Sect. White Crane Information Tower was an immortal goo house with 9 floors. It was situated at a secluded area on the mountainside of Fei He Mountain. It was covered in deep fog and lush greenery. Fan Jing flew over on a crane. Even though he cultivated Blood Path, he had been tutored in Immortal Crane Sect and was the disciple of Lord Sky Crane. He was familiar with the manipulation of flying cranes. When he was in Langya Blessed Land, he had participated in the huge war of 3 continents. He did not have a chance to subdue cranes, but he still retained his interest in them. But due to a twist of fate, he was saved by Feng Jiuge and returned to Immortal Crane Sect. Because Heavenly Court decided to nurture him, he became an immortal. With Gu Immortal cultivation level, he even became a Supreme Elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Fan Jing easily obtained a crane for himself as a movement tool. Before White Crane Information Tower, there were no guards, only 2 desolate beast cranes were resting here. If anything happened, these cranes would appear and act as guardians. Fan Jing rode on his crane as he got near White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane below him started shivering as its vocalizations became jittery. Fan Jing could not help but sigh. This flying crane is a rank 5 mutated beast. When I was in Immortal Crane Sect in the past, I felt that it was incredibly powerful, but now, it is nothing special. The difference between immortal and mortal is truly too great. After Fan Jing landed in front of White Crane Information Tower, his crane almost fell down from fear. Fan Jing sighed as he kept it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a Supreme Elder. White Crane Information Tower was open to him without question. Fan Jing stepped in. Every floor of the Information Tower had a large number of Information Path Mortal Goo. If Fan Jing wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to exchange for it using sect contribution points. The Information Tower itself could store information, but Immortal Crane Sect would not do that. Because if the tower got destroyed, the information would also be ruined. This Information Tower was an immortal goo house that only managed one aspect. It was like Heavenly Court's immortal goo houses. It only had the power of Information Path. If it were a complete immortal goo house, having both offense and defense, it would not need 2 desolate beast white cranes to defend it. Fan Jing had no foundation in Information Path. He could not see the mysteries of this tower. But he could guess that this tower had some sort of arrangement towards preserving, transporting, and destroying these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to collect and update information. Most types of intelligence could be found in it. Of course, true secrets could only be obtained by the higher-ups. Even though Fan Jing was a Supreme Elder, he could not become a higher-up of Immortal Crane Sect. Because of his special identity, he was excluded by the rest of them. In the past, Fan Jing was still ignorant and innocent, but after these years, he had understood these politics. He did not feel proud for having this understanding, instead he only had a bitter smile. He could now understand the circumstances that Fan Yuan faced back in Qingmao Mountain. With Fan Yuan's situation back then, he was not welcomed by the higher-ups. In order to get stronger, he could only use schemes and robbery. The truth is, since the creation of Immortal Crane Sect, haven't they been doing this all along? They occupy lots of resources. Many of these resource points were once owned by Demonic Path or Lone Immortals. And even though Heavenly Court is known for righteousness, that is not entirely true. Looking at history, all of its territory was snatched away from variant humans. Heavenly Court only represents the righteousness of humanity. Fan Jing thought to himself. Other Central Continent Righteous Path Goo Immortals would not think like this normally. It was a heretical idea. But Fan Jing had lived with the hairy men. Even though he was ostracized, he had truly felt the culture and living habits of the hairy men. He understood them. How could other Goo Immortals live and grow in an environment dominated by variant humans? His unique experience gave Fan Jing a unique perspective. All his hardship in the past had now become his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But one's position determines one's views and behavior. I still prefer the righteousness of Heavenly Court. Fan Jing smiled bitterly as he inspected the information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Ox. This is the one. He went up several floors as he found the corresponding Information Path Mortal Goo. After his divine sense slipped into it, he gained waves of information. The Golden Mountain Ox was large as a mountain. It was a female-only species and liked to eat metal essence. After eating several hundred kilograms of metal essence, it would enter a cave and sleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? That's a good life. Fan Zheng laughed. He continued to look. The horn is the most valuable part of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. Every 100 years, the horn grows by 10 feet, it will continue to grow and extend, curving until it coils around the entire head, neck, and stomach. After it reaches the stomach, the sharp horns will turn into thick leather skin. As long as the ox moves its head, it would pull forward and cut the skin of its womb. The descendants that are called golden calves will jump out of this wound and become born. Fan Zheng's eyes flickered as he muttered, "This reproduction method is quite like rockmen." Fan Zheng continued to look. After the Golden Mountain Ox gives birth, because the wound is huge, it would be in great pain, it would cry out loudly as it bleeds profusely. If newly born golden calves choose to lick the wound of the mother, the down marks on their tongue would heal the Golden Mountain Ox rapidly, until they fully recover. But if they choose not to, the mother would die. The calves can drink the blood of their mother and become stronger rapidly, passing the weak period of being a calf quickly. Very interesting. Fan Zheng sighed to himself. The life of a Golden Mountain Ox was to eat and sleep. This meant that after giving birth, if the calves choose to save the mother, she would not take care of them. After ingesting lots of food, she would hibernate. For the calves' own survival, it was more beneficial to not save the mother. Thus, most calves would watch as their mothers die. Only a small portion would lick the wound and save her. When an ox gives birth, it often means a tragedy. But for survival, this is necessary, but I still like those calves who save their mothers more. Fan Zheng watched as he decided on his plan. He left the information tower. His confidence in this sect mission was completely different from before he saw the information. He decided to target the Golden Mountain Ox's habits. Didn't it like to eat metal essence? Then he would make some metal essence. Like how people use fish bait to fish, he would use metal essence to bait the ox. Fan Zheng had above average strength, having familiarized himself with many blood path immortal killer moves during this period of time inside his immortal aperture. He was able to fight against the Golden Mountain Ox now. But if he could use half his strength, why would he go all out? The best way was to fight the enemy with wisdom, using all the advantages that he could find, to preserve his remaining strength for possible accidents. This was the habit that Fan Zheng had gained after the countless battles in his mortal life. Days later, Fan Zheng arrived at his destination. He entered the valley stealthily, leaving behind a large amount of metal essence at the area where the Golden Mountain Ox often roamed around. When the Golden Mountain Ox came nearby, it sniffed as brilliance shined in its eyes. It quickly discovered the deeply buried metal essence. The Golden Mountain Ox started to use its hooves and horns to dig. Rocks were tossed as dust clouds rose. The metal essence was quickly excavated. The joyful Golden Mountain Ox started to devour it. I did it! Fan Zheng watched personally. He was secretly overjoyed. He waited patiently for the Golden Mountain Ox that had eaten its fill to go back to the cave and sleep. 3 days later, the Golden Mountain Ox's cries could be heard from within the cave. Fan Zheng, who was sleeping, woke up in shock. After reacting, he cheered. The poison has finally spread, it is working now. But he did not enter the cave, he waited outside patiently. The intense pain of the poison made the Golden Mountain Ox go berserk. It rampaged in the cave, causing the entire mountain to shake. The surrounding forest went into chaos as a large number of living creatures scattered. After a long while, the commotion in the cave gradually calmed down. Fan Zheng entered the cave now and fought intensely against the half-crippled Golden Mountain Ox. After some time, seeing that the Golden Mountain Ox was completely agitated, Fan Zheng left the cave. Fighting against the Golden Mountain Ox in the cave was too dangerous. If it caved in, even as a rank 6 Gu immortal, Fan Zheng would be in trouble. And Fan Zheng was here to capture the Golden Mountain Ox alive. He did not want to destroy the area and cause all the living creatures to lose their homes. Fan Zheng left the cave. The Golden Mountain Ox followed. The two fought in the valley. Eventually, Fan Zheng used the killer move Blood Turns Cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Ox and captured it alive. However, when he was about to send the Golden Mountain Ox into his immortal aperture, a strong aura surged from the body of this Golden Mountain Ox. At the same time, a bronze-gold cauldron forced its way out of the Golden Mountain Ox's body. This is... Fan Zheng was deeply shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out of the golden cauldron. Spirituality hides within the metal essence, divine light slumbers for 300,000 years. Owing to great fortune I see the light of day, with thanks to the martyr of righteous blood. This female rank 8 immortal sang slowly as she landed in front of Fan Jing, smiling at him. Little friend, you are the one who awakened me? Fan Jing was dumbfounded, he had not anticipated such a situation. Chapter 18-19 Sword Path Grandmaster. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fan Yuan shouted loudly as he used the killer move. Instantly, countless golden threads burst out of his body, stabbing towards his surroundings like a porcupine, piercing everything in their path. Crack, crack, crack. The three goo immortals around him were pale and shocked. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their bodies and souls were completely penetrated by countless golden threads. Plop, 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 the three goo immortals fell onto the ground, lifeless. Fan Yuan breathed roughly. This was a tough battle. After finally killing the enemy, he was extremely tired. The world he was in started to vanish until it was completely gone. Only Fan Yuan's desolate soul was left inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's mini green heaven with heavy injuries. I finally passed the final scene. It was really difficult. If I did not use Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment, to find that tiny loophole, I would have failed for sure. After Fan Yuan's soul returned to his body, he still felt some emotions from earlier. This was a Sword Path Dream Realm. Inside this dream realm, Fan Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every goo immortal enemy was stronger than him. He had to keep trying and making use of the conflicts between these enemies to disrupt them, creating chances for himself so that he could remain standing. Eventually, after 100 tries and incredible luck, he managed to kill the last 3 goo immortal enemies. But I passed after all. Not bad, my Sword Path attainment level has reached Grandmaster. Fan Yuan inspected himself, he became quite happy. He had quite a number of Sword Path immortal goo, he only lacked Sword Path attainment level. This weakness was finally removed. In the future, his Sword Path battle strength would also rise greatly. After resting, Fan Yuan recovered fully and continued exploring dream realms. This is likely a human path dream realm. Fan Yuan's desolate soul arrived in the next dream realm as he looked with anticipation. Extorting Southern Border's righteous path was a correct choice. This gave Fan Yuan a large number of dream realms to explore. The value of these dream realms were extremely high to him. Because Fan Yuan did not lack resources, immortal goo, killer moves, or immortal goo recipes, he only lacked attainment level and actual experience. His desolate soul entered the dream realm. The world that he was seeing changed immediately. This was a battlefield. It was filled with smoke and dust, shouting and killing were all around him. Clan leader, be careful! Fan Yuan had just taken a look when someone shouted at him. Fan Yuan sensed something amiss, he quickly dodged. However, his body could not move as fast as his thoughts, and intense pain assaulted him. Fan Yuan fell onto the ground, looking at the hole on his chest. Only half his heart was left. This. Fan Yuan was speechless, he shouted loudly. Where is the healing goo master? But no answer came. The world started to spin, it turned dark rapidly. At the next moment, Fan Yuan's desolate soul suffered heavy injuries as he was pushed out of the dream realm. Using Guts Goo, Fan Yuan's desolate soul recovered quickly. After resting, he entered the dream realm again. Dodge! Fan Yuan entered and immediately dodged. Clan leader, be careful! The goo master beside him shouted. Fan Yuan's movements suddenly froze as he suffered a fatal hit again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized. The goo master who called out to me earlier is a spy. He used an information path method that pretends to alert me but is actually a mortal killer move that restrains my actions. There are no healing goo masters around me. With this spy around, I can only try to pass this using my own strength. In the dream realm, Fan Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the abilities of the character within the dream. Originally, Fan Yuan did not want to do this. Because he had too little time to react, he could not check the goo worms that he had. Before he inspected them, he would definitely get killed. Fan Yuan could only accept his loss and try a third time. Plop! He died again. Back to reality, Fan Yuan was troubled. How can this be? I can't check my own aperture? How can I do anything without even knowing what goo worms I have? The dream realm restricted him, he could not inspect what goo worms he had. Guess? That was unrealistic. Fan Yuan tried for a fourth time. Different from the previous 2 explorations, Fan Yuan used Unravel Dream this time. Clan leader, be careful! The goo master beside him shouted. Plop! Fan Yuan suffered a fatal blow, he fell on the ground. Clan leader! Impossible, Lord Clan Leader has Justice Goo on him, how could he be defeated so easily? The traitor shouted beside him. After the exploration failed, Fan Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out of the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream only gave me one hint. The traitor spoke an extra sentence, pointing out that I have Justice Goo. Then let's use it. During Fan Yuan's fifth exploration, at the crucial moment, he used Justice Goo. Clan Leader, be careful! The traitor screamed. Fan Yuan's dodging movement froze again. Justice Goo! Piercing white light burst out of Fan Yuan's body. His speed went back to normal as he dodged the fatal blow. Huff! I succeeded. Fan Yuan rolled on the battlefield as he quickly looked around, assessing the area. This was a village. Everywhere, there was rubble and corpses lying on the ground. The conflict between two clans? This is already at the step of exterminating a clan. But Fan Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader. His side had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level fight and I am the clan leader. By just leading these Goo Masters, we can win. Fan Yuan had a calm and composed mood. But is the condition for clearing this dream realm winning the battle? Let's try. After that, Fan Yuan was joyful to find out that his aperture could be inspected again. The dream realm character had rank 5 cultivation level and many mortal Goo. There were 5 to 6 rank 4 Goo, and 1 rank 5 Goo which was Justice Goo. Fan Yuan immediately understood as he smiled. With these Goo worms, I can settle this myself. Be it leading the troops or fighting personally to obtain victory, it was extremely easy for Fan Yuan. Lord Clan Leader! At this time, the traitor appeared, showing a concerned expression. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. I will kill this traitor first. He attacked immediately, killing the traitor with one killer move. Clan Leader, what are you doing? The Vice Clan Leader is dead, the Clan Leader killed him. I was right after all, Chen Clan is trying to take down our Shan Clan. Rebel! Rebel! Let's take revenge for Lord Shan. Fan Yuan was shocked. He killed the traitor, but half of the Goo Masters started to rebel and attack. The scene fell into chaos. A three-way battle started. Fan Yuan noticed that this was bad. I have rank 5 Justice Goo. It can give me great strength. With my strength, I can still win and kill all opposition. But this traitor should not have been dealt with this casually. As expected, even though Fan Yuan won, there were only a few Goo Masters left standing on the battlefield. Corpses and broken body parts were everywhere, blood flowed like a river. The world dissipated as Fan Yuan's desolate soul was thrown out again. But this time, he did not suffer much injuries. This result made Fan Yuan gain a deeper guess. This means that victory is indeed the condition to pass the first scene. However, the type of victory is crucial. If the losses are too high, I will not be able to pass it. Fan Yuan entered the dream realm again with newfound knowledge. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He went as the vanguard and used Justice Goo along with many killer moves to slaughter the enemies, obtaining a perfect victory. Lord Clan Leader is so courageous! We have won, we are victorious! Nia Clan has finally been exterminated. Ha! Amidst a wave of fun and laughter, the dream realm entered the second scene. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table. Dozens of Goo Masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Fan Yuan found that he was sitting beside the main seat. Towards his left was Chen Clan Leader, who was sitting at the main seat. What is going on? Fan Yuan was shocked. In the previous scene, I was in the role of Chen Clan Leader, but this time, I actually became the traitor Vice Clan Leader? Fan Yuan was seeing this for the first time. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he soon thought, no wonder I could not kill the traitor in the first scene. Because he is the next character that I should portray. Now then, how do I pass this? Fan Yuan looked at the situation with cold eyes. Chen Clan Leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing. We finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nia Clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our two clans, so they created such a vicious plan. It was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind. They got what they deserved. These people died because of just deserts. Fan Yuan did not know what to say. This Chen Clan Leader was ignorant. He had not realized the ill intentions of this Vice Clan Leader. But it was not surprising. During the first scene, even though the Vice Clan Leader used an information path method, he disguised it as a warning of concern. There were no traces left behind. it was truly hard to notice. Fan Yuan had a sharp sense because he was a Gu immortal. He realized the Vice clan leader's vicious scheme. When he tried to kill the traitor in the first scene, a rebellion occurred. Wait, even if the Vice clan leader's members see him getting killed, they would not act so united, right? There has to be some people who are hesitant during the chaos. But these people rebelled in unity. After the Vice clan leader was killed, they acted together and took revenge on the Qin clan members without holding back. Fan Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood. So that means that the Vice clan leader's intentions to harm Qin clan leader is not his own plan, it is the collective plan of the entire Shan clan. Fan Yuan thought of this as Qin clan leader's expression suddenly changed. He held his stomach as he stood up, taking several steps back. This wine is poisoned. Chapter 1820. No justice in heaven and earth. The wine is poisoned. Qin clan leader's body shook as he looked at Fan Yuan angrily. Vice clan leader Shan, this is your wine, what are you trying to do? This was a sudden change of events. Fan Yuan was slightly dazed. But before he said anything, the Gu master beside him stood up and chuckled. What are we doing? We are killing you, we are eliminating the Qin clan members. Throughout history, this mountain has belonged to Shan clan, be it Qin clan or Nye clan, you two were initially servants of my clan. You are bullshitting. This was my Qin clan's mountain to begin with. Our ancestors were kind and took in both of your clans after you were forced to vacate your destroyed mountain. Qin clan's Gu master rebuked in a loud voice. The Shan clan Gu master who spoke continued in a cold voice. Shameless servant, there is no point in talking. It is too late now, your clan leader has already drunk this poisoned wine. We created this using woman's heart Gu. It counters your clan leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Qin clan members resist our Shan clan? Qin clan's Gu masters turned pale as they realized the problem now. Fan Yuan was dazed again. He turned around and asked the Shan clan Gu master beside him. Who told you that woman's heart Gu can create a poisonous wine that counters justice Gu? The Shan clan Gu master was the Vice clan leader's aide. He was stunned as he asked in a stupefied tone. What? Lord, didn't you tell me that yourself? What? Fan Yuan was speechless. Boom! Qin clan leader burst out with a blinding white light. The paleness and anger vanished on his face as his expression turned solemn. He stared with furious eyes towards Fan Yuan. He shouted in a heroic tone. Shan Xing! You unscrupulous scoundrel! You dared to use this vile scheme on me. I was wrong about you. I had misjudged your personality. I had actually thought that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the big picture and hand the role of clan leader to me. So you were always afraid of Justice Gu and my strength, which was why you chose to conceal your ambitions. Fan Yuan felt a sharp headache as he thought rapidly. Qin clan's leader has rank 5 cultivation level. I am only rank 4 now. My Gu worms are also weaker than him. If we fought, I will not be Qin clan leader's match. The aide beside him screamed in fear. What is going on? He drank the poisoned wine, but Justice Gu is still working. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly instantly. He thought of the solution to this. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu stopped working, Qin clan's leader would be poisoned, his strength would fall, he would not be an impossible opponent. So that's it. Fan Yuan died from the attacks of Qin clan's leader, but he carried a faint smile. The second attempt at the dream realm. Within the hall, bright lights were shining. There were delicious food and wine on the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered here as they enjoyed a luxurious feast. Qin clan leader drank a huge mouthful of wine as he placed down the empty wine cup, sighing. We finally won. Brother, to speak the truth, I have finally relaxed only now. When I heard that Nye clan was planning to destroy the mountain, I could not sleep at all. They were unable to compete with the alliance of our two clans, so they created such a vicious plan. It was truly evil. Thankfully, heaven is not blind. They got what they deserved. These people died because of just deserts. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, saying lightly, there is a reason behind this. Nye clan did not come up with such a vicious plan. I was the one who arranged it, and deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Qin clan leader was completely shocked. He looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Fan Yuan looked at Qin clan leader with an eerie gaze. You are too naive. You were kept in the dark all along. You are a cold-blooded murderer. How many innocent people have you killed? Your hands are filled with blood. Your justice is just a facade. You are a brute and a fool also. you drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Qin Clan's leader held his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Qin Clan's Gu masters were shocked and fearful, while Shan Clan's Gu masters were ready and attacked immediately. Qin Clan's leader wanted to put up resistance, but he could only watch helplessly. Fan Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The wine was effective after all. Qin Clan leader's Justice Gu has been neutralized. Fan Yuan wanted to roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Fan Yuan's words made Qin Clan's leader enter a chaotic state. He suspected himself and felt incredibly ashamed. He could not activate Justice Gu anymore. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan Clan came prepared. All of the Qin Clan members, from clan leader to clan members, were all dealt with. When the hall returned to quietness, Qin Clan's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were alive were captured. The second scene was passed. During the third scene, Fan Yuan was inside a cell. The only cellmate he had was that Qin Clan leader. He was covered in injuries, his vitality was weak, his face was pale, his eyes were dyed in a purple-dark color, he was deeply poisoned. Fan Yuan looked at his injuries. He had obviously been interrogated and was on the verge of death. Even so, the four limbs and neck of Qin Clan's leader were chained up. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. What is this situation? Fan Yuan looked at himself, speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak, he was thin like a twig, he was in about the same state as Qin Clan's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was already destroyed. He had no Gu worms either. What am I supposed to do? I am not the traitor vice clan leader but another person now. Right now, other than me, only this guy is in the cell. I guess I need to talk to him to find out. Fan Yuan laughed to himself and wanted to speak, but Qin Clan's leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me, father. Father? Fan Yuan was surprised. He was acting as the father of Qin Clan's leader? Then why was he locked up here? Looking at the situation, he had been kept here for a long time. He was not a new entrant like this Qin Clan leader. Qin Clan's leader continued. Father, I was the one who defeated you and locked you in here. But I have never regretted it. You were corrupt, the evidence was clear, you were neither impartial nor fair, you were not fit to be Qin Clan's leader. According to the rules, you deserve this punishment. So you are the snitch. Fan Yuan quipped. Qin Clan leader added. Similarly, I do not regret my current situation, I deserve this. I killed so many innocent people, my hands are stained with the blood of Nya Clan's members. I deserve death. Qin Clan's leader laughed pitifully. Shan Clan wants to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but what can they do? Their screaming, the sound of their whipping, the sound of hot iron scalding my flesh, all these sounds are like the cries of anguish and injustice of Nya Clan's members. I would rather they whip me more and let me suffer more pain. But this cannot atone for my sins. It cannot undo my mistakes. I want to die, just let me die. I deserve this. Ah. Qin Clan's leader grunted as he shook. He had died. His death alerted the guard. Soon, Shan Xing, who had taken his position, arrived. Damn it. We can't get Justice Gu now. Shan Xing was furious. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fan Yuan with rage. Old-timer, didn't we agree that you would urge your son to hand it over? What did you do? You are useless, go join your son. Crack. Shan Xing said this as he acted, chopping off Fan Yuan's head. The exploration failed. Fan Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fan Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene was the final scene. Fan Yuan's exploration failed. His desolate soul suffered huge injuries. While recovering, he thought about it. In the third scene, I am Qin Clan leader's father, but I am crippled. There is no hope in escaping with my strength. The key to this should be Qin Clan's leader. Then, what is the condition for passing the third dream realm? Fan Yuan had a lot of experience in dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not stump him for long. He soon understood. The first 2 dream realm scenes have different identities, but the conditions were the same. That was to satisfy the needs of the character. In the first scene, I was the Qin Clan leader. I needed to obtain victory with my clansmen, and it needed to be a beautiful victory without much losses. In the second scene, I was the vice clan leader Shan Xing. I needed to succeed in my scheme and suppress his Justice Gu. And now in the third scene, I am Qin clan leader's father. My son locked me up in the prison cell for a long time. I want to regain freedom. Thus, I chose to work with Shan Xing to get my son to hand over Justice Gu, so that I can be free. Fan Yuan entered the dream again. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Qin clan leader spoke in advance. No need to mock me, father. You are my son. Isn't mocking you like mocking myself for failing to raise you well? I simply regret it. I sacrificed myself for your sake. I wanted your justice to lead Qin clan towards glory and prosperity, but to think that you would become a prisoner that does not even believe himself. I was wrong about you. Had I known this, I would not have created fake evidence of my corruption. Fan Yuan said. Qin clan leader was dazed. He was curious. Father, what do you mean? Fan Yuan laughed coldly but did not speak. Qin clan leader shook his head. No, father, you were corrupt. The evidence was there. How could it be fake? Fan Yuan laughed coldly again. You think it is real, so it has to be real? Then what about Nia clan's matter? Qin clan leader was lost for words. Fan Yuan continued. I pretended to not care for you, but I was secretly nurturing you with great effort. To use Justice Gu, the Gu master needs to believe firmly in his own justice. Because you were too young, and your understanding of justice was too superficial, I had to do this and sacrifice myself so that you would understand your justice. Father, speak clearly. What was the truth back then? Fan Yuan chuckled. Is the truth really that important? Qin clan's leader did not hesitate. He answered immediately. Of course. Without the truth, how can there be justice? That is why I said your understanding was too superficial. Is justice closely related to the truth? Fan Yuan said slowly. Let me ask you, when you slaughtered Nia clan, was it an act of justice? Even if they really had a plan to destroy our mountain, from their perspective, you are a murderer trying to slaughter their whole clan. By resisting you and defending their homes and family, wasn't that justice too? This. Qin clan's leader pondered. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. From their perspective, the so-called plan to destroy the mountain was just a form of deterrence. They were afraid that our Qin clan and Shan clan would ally. But in the end, even though you wiped them out, they did not destroy the mountain, right? Fan Yuan asked. Qin clan's leader was silent. Fan Yuan smiled. I see you realize their side of justice too. You triggered the battle, slaughtering the enemies and also causing deaths and injuries to our clansmen. You thought that it was an act of justice. Was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain's foundation. In that case, it would collapse as the spirit spring vanishes. Lives would be lost and homes would be destroyed. You were thinking for your clan. You eliminated the problem in advance. That was not wrong. It was also a form of justice. Now look, both sides had their own perspective of justice, right? Qin clan's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered this problem before. Fan Yuan observed his expression as he said, Let me ask you, is it justice that a sheep eats grass? This. How can that be a form of justice? Qin clan's leader was dazed. From the sheep's perspective, without grass, there would be no food, it would starve to death, it had to eat grass. But from the perspective of the grass, it had worked so hard to stay alive, getting out of the soil and growing larger to get more rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but the sheep decided to eat it, even uprooting and devouring everything the grass had, without any hope for survival. Isn't the grass an innocent victim? Isn't it pitiful? Qin clan's leader shook his head. Isn't sheep eating grass just a natural thing? I have never pitied the grass because this is how the world is meant to be. Precisely. Fan Yuan nodded. The truth of this world is the law of the jungle. Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimp. This is what nature entails. What crime can there be? There is no such thing as justice here. Sheep eats grass, humans eat sheep. That has nothing to do with justice, it is just for survival. There is no such thing as justice in heaven and earth, there is only justice made by humanity. Since time immemorial, humans had to unite to gain strength for the sake of survival, in order to live in this cruel world. Then, how can humans become united? Through organizations, through law, and through morals. We organize clans or sects, distributing work according to an individual's ability. We use laws to restrain people, to tell people what they cannot do. We use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do certain things. Mothers are doting and children are filial, neighbors live in harmony, they all follow the rule of justice and morals. Be it intentionally or unintentionally, from the start of time, any organization would always promote this, because organizations follow their own survival instincts. Or rather, the organizations with comprehensive laws, realistic morals, and proper class systems find it easier to survive. After a long time passes, this becomes the norm of society for the future generations. Qin clan leader was tongue-tied. He was completely stunned by Fan Yuan's words. He had never considered this. He knew that justice was good, but he did not know why. He knew that morals were good, but he did not know why. And now, Fan Yuan told him the answer: justice and morals were man-made creations. This could be either a conscious or a subconscious creation. People follow these guidelines and allow themselves to survive better in a hostile environment. They can stay united as a group for a long time. Fan Yuan concluded. When you understand the core meaning of justice, you will know this so-called justice is like iron armor. It is a human tool. When you wear it, you need to use it like a tool. But look at you now, this iron armor has become your chain, it is binding you down. Qin clan leader looked at Fan Yuan in a daze. He did not speak. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. The truth and justice, are they really related? What is the truth behind Nye clan? What is the truth behind my corruption? What does this have to do with justice? Son, you must understand, your justice is just a tool. You must make use of it, do not get restrained by it. Qin clan's leader was silent for a long time. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand now. Saying so, a white light burst out of his body. It was dazzling and bright, filling the entire surroundings. This dream realm faded into nothingness amidst the sharp light. Fan Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration succeeded. I guessed correctly. The father and son were both clan leaders of Qin clan. They hate Shan clan's action. If I helped Shan Xing and Qin clan's leader hands over the gu, even if I regained freedom, I would not pass the final scene. At most, I would be chased out without injuries. Only by teaching Qin clan's leader and resolving his guilt can I make him use justice gu once more to break out of this prison. That is the condition to clearing the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Oh? I advanced to human path, Grandmaster. Fan Yuan inspected himself and smiled plainly. Chapter 1821. Gaining heaven form again. Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling stood on heaven overseeing tower as she looked at the scenery of Heavenly Court, showing the look of nostalgia. A long time later, she sighed softly. Even though the changes are huge, I can still vaguely remember the scenery of 300,000 years ago in my memories. Beside her stood Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had a reverent expression. This senior female immortal here could not compare to Duke Long's seniority, but she had a huge background as well. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Heaven's Endy Manor. The day before she was going to become a member of Heavenly Court, Giant's son Immortal Venerable made one declaration and she was forced to be his concubine. Giant's son Immortal Venerable collected a harem and had many concubine palaces. They were present in southern border, northern plains, western desert, eastern sea, and central continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of central continents. Concubine palace in her time. After Giant's son Immortal Venerable died, Qin Dingling vanished mysteriously, but to think that she would appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity is not false, but according to history, she cultivated metal path. Why did she transform into a luck path gu immortal? Fairy Ziwei had questions in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling suddenly turned around. There was a sharp light in her gaze that could see through worldly affairs. She was not a beauty in the most traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was tall, the tip of her nose was a little sharp. Her lips were thin and her eyes were thin and long. However, when blended together, she had a unique sense of beauty. Her appearance would be deeply engraved into people's hearts when they see her. She was taller than normal people. Her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. She wore a huge cape on her back that extended from her shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made from pieces of golden armor. When put together, from time to time, golden light would flow along the cape in thin waves. The broad cape emphasized the beauty of her majestic body. Especially her long legs, they were also covered in armor that were black and golden in color. She had outstanding presence. She was like a born royalty that ruled above the common man. When she looked at people, because of her height, she often had to look down. She had an authoritative aura that was fermented naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling spoke lightly. Fairy Ziwei, I know the questions you have. The truth is, I had intentionally gone missing. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world, he controlled the entire era, nobody could resist him. Thankfully, he was not a demon venerable, even though I was forced to be his immortal empress. I also had my own objectives, that was to learn the profundity of luck path from him. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable died, I gained a lot of insight. I decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. But I already had rank 8 cultivation level back then, the risks were too great if I were to cultivate Luck Path. I gained the help of Heavenly Court and obtained a chance to hibernate. I also abandoned all of my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a metal coffin in which I was buried deep within the earth vein, entering closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. This slumber continued for 300,000 years. When I woke up, the world had already changed beyond my comprehension. Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep emotions. 300,000 years later, everything had changed. The huge shadow cast down upon her, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, had died long ago. After him, there were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, the world was facing the wave of the Great Era. All sorts of prophecies and signs showed that a Supreme Venerable was going to appear. So that's it. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. Joy was expressed on her face. Senior, you came at the perfect timing. I must admit fault for this. Heavenly Court failed time and time again. One of the reasons for this was our weakness in Luck Path. We were restrained and often lost to that demon. Qin Dingling nodded. I've seen the information. To think that a demon like Fan Yuan emerged. This is very rare even in human history. However, don't think too lowly of yourself. Your decisions were not wrong. It was just that the enemy is too crafty and has multiple venerable inheritances. Especially the latter, it made Fan Yuan extremely hard to deal with. I am afraid that the reason I woke up this time is also most likely to deal with Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei was surprised. What does Senior mean by that? Qin Dingling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Ziwei, there is profundity in my awakening. Let me ask you, who woke me up? It was Guyu Fangjing. Exactly. Qin Dingling said slowly. The otherworldly demon does not exist within fate, it is an anomaly of the world. Heavens will try to use this pawn against Spectral Soul's heaven-defying attempt. It naturally created a way to restrain the otherworldly demon too. Like how the antidote for a venomous snake often exists near it, Guyu Fangjing is the safety measure that the heavenly Tao created against Fan Yuan. As she said this, Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Ziwei with an expression of praise. You know little about Luck Path, but you managed to deduce this and nurtured Fangjing to become an immortal. It was not easy. I do not deserve this praise. This junior was only doing her best to defend Heavenly Court and protect the righteousness of humanity. Ha ha ha, well said. This is the spirit of Heavenly Court. Even after 300,000 years, it has not changed. Qin Dingling chuckled as she continued saying with happiness. The otherworldly demon Fan Yuan is an uncertain variable. Guyu Fangjing is the key to restraining him. He will change as Fan Yuan changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, while Fan Yuan escaped from the control of heaven's will. He is becoming stronger, he has no weaknesses and is growing extremely quickly at a shocking pace. Even Heavenly Court is without options against him. Thus, to mend this problem, Fangjing woke me up and caused me to interfere in this world again. Fate is constant while luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level and strength of the Gu Immortal, the stronger and grander their luck will be. This is because every thought and action of theirs can cause great changes in the surroundings. Fan Yuan has incredibly strong luck, but you nurtured Fangjing and made him an immortal. This caused him to exert enough influence to wake me up and resist Fan Yuan's current advantage. In the future, I am sure that similar situations will continue to occur. This demon Fan Yuan will not be free for long. At this point, Qin Dingling instructed Fairy Ziwei. You need to continue putting in resources to nurture Fangjing and ensure his safety. As long as we have him, we can follow the arrangements of heaven's will. We will achieve success with less effort. Junior understands. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light. All along, she had not made much progress in dealing with Fan Yuan. That was because he was too crafty and well defended. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce his whereabouts. Fairy Ziwei knew the purpose of Guyu Fangjing, but she did not place emphasis on him. She believed in her and Heavenly Court's strength. Her arrangements regarding Fangjing were just a supplementary move. But after getting Qin Dingling's alert, Fairy Ziwei understood that Guyu Fangjing was the most useful pawn in dealing with Fan Yuan. Right after she nurtured Fang Jing to become an immortal, a good result had already occurred. Qin Dingling awakened. As long as she continued investing in him, more people similar to Qin Dingling would show up. The stronger Fang Jing becomes, the grander his luck will be, and the more variables he will be able to create. These are all the arrangements of heaven's will, specially used to counter Fang Yuan. In that case, we will focus on Fang Jing, with heavenly court supporting him fully. Fairy Ziwei grasped the situation with great clarity. She immediately changed her tactic to the most suitable one. Oh, one more thing. I have many incomplete Immortal Goo recipes here. I had secretly obtained them by probing Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in the past. These recipes have to do with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path Immortal Goo. I need you to complete them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path goo worm. Fairy Ziwei quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them, please rest assured, Senior. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thoughts Sword Waterfall. Rumble! With a loud sound, a grand waterfall appeared inside Heaven Form Killer Move. The silver waterfall was majestic and vast. It slammed into the wills that were stored up at the bottom of Heaven Form. Each drop of water in this waterfall was a thought. It had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed down and instantly created a huge crevice, decimating a large amount of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A lake appeared within the land of wills. Within the lake was a pool of sword thoughts. Immortal Killer Move, Swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he activated another move. Once this move was activated, the lake water started to bubble like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one by one. They all had Fang Yuan's appearance and held long swords in their hands. They hacked and slashed at the lingering wills. Each attack caused cracks to form on the collective wills. These two moves had outstanding origins. Fang Yuan had created them as compound killer moves. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo as the core. It contained Sword Path. It was more effective on these wills compared to using Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo alone. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained Sword Path and Human Path. Fang Yuan had successfully created it recently after becoming a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later. Suddenly, the loud cry of a crane filled the entire 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. The white crane which was sleeping had been awakened from its dreams. It stretched its body and flapped its wings. It was very elegant. I finally grasped control of Heaven Form again. Haha, I spent less than half the time compared to the previous life. It is time to move out and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan smiled as bright light shined in his eyes. Good events came in succession. He obtained a report from Langya Land Spirit. Another rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo had been successfully refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Goo yet. He did not want to do a mass refinement to raise the rank of his current Immortal Goo for now. But he extorted the southern border Righteous Path and obtained lots of Luck Path Immortal materials. He had been trying to refine these Luck Path Immortal Goo for the current period of time. Immortal Goo were unique. Once he refines them, others would not be able to. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already developed to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was affluent enough to feed mere rank 6 Immortal Goo with no problems. Chapter 1822. Using Soul Replacement twice. According to my memories, it should be around here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in Immemorial White Heaven. There was nothing here, but according to the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was right here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed and hidden in empty space. It could not be seen with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had used Heaven Form in the previous life to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was not as troublesome this time. He could directly locate it. Go, Heaven Form! Fang Yuan willed. Heaven Form was a one-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. After it flew out, it flew round and round the empty space nearby. As it moved, information from Heaven Form went to the depths of Fang Yuan's mind. These were all information regarding Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned about the details of the inside world. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life, I came at a slightly different time in this life. Some unexpected mishaps might occur. If Heavenly Court has some arrangements inside and I go right in, there would be huge problems. Fang Yuan acted vigilantly. After investigating it for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still an isolated world that did not interact with the outside world. He relaxed at long last as he activated a killer move that he had prepared for a long time. After some effort, the killer move was completed. Fan Yuan spat out lightly from his mouth. A gray soul ball shot into the grotto heaven at lightning speed. It was so fast that it vanished without a trace, as if all that happened was an illusion. After the gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it quickly descended. Any living being that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation killer move that was in the Grotto Heaven. They would be turned into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fan Yuan attacked, he had met with this issue as he turned into Bull-Headed Demon God. He slaughtered countless beings and caused a river of blood to flow. Corpses lay on the ground everywhere. Even though he was invincible and rampaged unhindered, he only managed to snatch the Beast Calamity inheritance. He did not gain the acknowledgement of the Qilin Heavenly Spirit. He managed to use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation with difficulty, but obtained no immortal goo. It was merely half an inheritance. After that, because of the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan stopped his plans here and went to Eastern Sea, but gained nothing. Eventually, he had to come here and change his tactics. He annexed the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven after subduing it. All these incidents made his efficiency very low. Fan Yuan wasted lots of time and effort. The Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he obtained was also heavily damaged by himself. He killed almost all of the goo immortals inside the Grotto Heaven. That would not do. Fan Yuan decided to change his tactics against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven this time. He wanted to preserve it at its full strength. He wanted to gather all of the goo immortals here and place them in his sovereign immortal aperture to increase the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly in the sky. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation started to exert its influence on the soul ball, but it had all sorts of transformation path down marks on its surface. The number of transformation path down marks continued to be expended as it resisted the power of Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, maintaining the soul ball's shape. Fan Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this. The gray soul ball had limited time. It could not be replenished after leaving Fan Yuan. Even though it had a lot of transformation path down marks to resist Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the expenditure was heavy. It would be destroyed after some time. If not for the transformation path down marks protecting it, the gray soul ball would be transformed into a Beast Calamity due to the power of Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he be exposed, he would also be attacked by the alerted goo immortals. In that case, Fan Yuan's plans would end in failure. But thankfully, Fan Yuan had planned this meticulously. Soon, the soul ball reached the ground. It sneaked into a bustling city. It roamed in the alleys, hiding in the dark corners as it moved rapidly like a fish in water. Beat him up harshly. Boom, boom, boom. In a small alley, a few rich youngsters were beating up a poor kid of their own age. The poor lad wore a thin shirt. He was covered in wounds everywhere. He was already beaten to a pulp. He could not resist. He had to bend down and hold his head, shrinking into a ball. Eventually, he fainted from the assault. Seeing this, the rich young masters quickly stopped. Don't tell me we killed him? No, that's too scary. This lad is so weak. How dare this lad get close to Lin Clan's young miss? He did not even heed the warning of young Master Lin. He deserves it even if he dies. The youngsters walked away with smug expressions, feeling agitated. Good chance, my luck is quite good. The gray soul ball arrived just in time as ripples appeared on the surface. This good luck was not a coincidence. It was influenced by Fan Yuan's own luck. Seeing that there was nobody around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It entered the chest of the poor lad and enveloped his soul entirely. The young man had a weak soul. He was resisting instinctively. But Fan Yuan's gray soul ball was a portion of his desolate soul. It was incredibly powerful. How could a mortal soul defend against it? In almost an instant, the young man's soul was destroyed by the gray soul ball entirely. The gray soul ball expanded rapidly, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body and controlled his mind, taking over and becoming a native person. From today onwards I am the young lad Jean Boudou. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul replacement. In the past, Shadow Sect had used this move to successfully plant spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the traitor's sixth heir was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fan Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be detected by land spirits or heavenly spirits. This was the specialty of soul replacement. If not for this, Lang Yilan's spirit would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Fan Yuan had modified soul replacement on that foundation, adding in many transformation path immortal goo to supplement it. Thus, the Grey Soul Ball had transformation path Dao marks and could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, after soul replacement succeeded, all my actions will be observable by the Heavenly Spirit. I need to act with caution from now on. Thankfully, I have already destroyed the young lad's soul and obtained his memories. I know everything about his life. Even though the Heavenly Spirit was unlikely to place attention on this tiny area, who knows? At the next moment, Fan Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man grunted as he opened his eyes. He had rage and helplessness on his face. Damn it! He climbed up with difficulty. Because of his injuries, the intense pain made him gasp loudly. Eventually, he held onto the wall as support, walking out slowly. Fan Yuan's main body observed for a while longer. Seeing that this clone had adapted well without any accidents, he stopped Heaven form and left. He rapidly arrived near Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. This information path Grotto Heaven was quite troublesome to take down. Fan Yuan lacked information path attainment, while there was an information path rank 8 Gu Immortal inside the Grotto Heaven defending it. In the previous life, Fan Yuan failed because of this rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was stopped outside and could not get in. Like earlier, Fan Yuan investigated this place again. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was also not a trap. It had not been affected by the ink effect. There were no negative changes for Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan instilled immortal essence and activated Heaven form, creating a white light passage. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man resembling a white-robed scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up at the other end of the white light passage. He came out after all. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He opened a slit of the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. A large number of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts were let out. Heaven form itself could not transport killer moves. Once Fan Yuan uses any killer moves, the white light passage would break. But the white light passage could transport living beings, like how Fan Yuan had used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it! The white-robed old man shouted loudly. He used an information path offensive method to create a rain of written characters that slaughtered the beast groups. A few breaths of time later, the white light passage collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a pitiful state as its head had just entered when the passage broke. Thus, its head was left in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, while its body was outside. No matter who you are, you will have to pay an unimaginable price to invade this place. The white-robed old man called out. Fan Yuan smiled nonchalantly. He went to another area and started to do the same thing. But similar to the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly, slaughtering the invading beast groups again. Fan Yuan changed several locations, but each attempt ended in failure. No matter who you are, with me around, don't think of succeeding. The white-robed old man had great morale. Is that so? Fan Yuan laughed coldly as he retreated. Within Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, at a certain courtyard, a young male scholar looked at his reflection in the well water as he thought. From today onwards I am Li Xiaobai. Trivia: this is the name of the MC in Mashin Hero Wataru, an old anime that was popular in China in the 1990s. Trivia reference to the famous poet Li Bai. Xiaobai also can be slang or shorthand for a couple of different things, like novice or a man who lives off a woman. Chapter 1823. Cooking Lukpa. Immemorial White Heaven. Fan Yuan rode on Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud as he flew in the sky. The heaven form White Crane was following closely, circling around him. The killer move Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud was obtained by Fan Yuan from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, he used it as a movement killer move. But the Auspicious Cloud did not follow Fan Yuan's will, but moved according to the mystery of luck path. The route that the Auspicious Cloud moved was the one with the greatest luck. Spontaneous Auspicious Cloud and Heaven form worked together very well. Fan Yuan had used this in his previous life to find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Not long ago, Fan Yuan had already used soul replacement in both the Grotto Heavens. After that, Fan Yuan waited for his clones to develop while he continued cultivating and gathering strength. His Chi Path killer moves were still in the process of familiarization. After intense practice, he could already use them to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. But the trump card Unlimited CC killer move was still quite foreign to Fan Yuan. Other than training killer moves, Fan Yuan's main body also patrolled immemorial white heaven and used both spontaneous auspicious cloud and heaven form to attempt to find more grotto heavens. But until now, Fan Yuan had found nothing. Even though heaven form has a wide range, against this huge immemorial white heaven, it is just too tiny in comparison. But along this route, I had great gains. I obtained a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. This is truly the best route for me. I was lucky all along the way. It was filled with surprises. Oh? My time path clone has obtained results from deduction. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated diligently but had no great gains, but after so much time spent on deductions, the time path clone obtained quite a good result. Another immortal goo house's deduction is completed. Very good. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He diverted some of his attention to his immortal aperture as he started assembling it. Immemorial white heaven was very dangerous with countless immemorial desolate beasts roaming around. There were even immemorial desolate beast groups occasionally. If ordinary rank 8 goo immortals explored this place, they would need to be vigilant. Some rank 7 experts would also explore immemorial white heaven for cultivation resources occasionally, but they were all fearful and careful. However, Fan Yuan had spontaneous auspicious cloud. He only had good luck along the way. With the help of heaven form, he could detect any danger in advance. Fan Yuan was able to easily avoid them ahead of time. Iron Wall Goo. This was a rank 6 metal path goo worm. It was the size of an adult's fist, heavy and resembling a rhinoceros beetle, but be it the head or back, it was squarish and straight. Its body had almost no curves at all. Evidently, Iron Wall Goo was a defensive goo worm. It had been taken from Langius Sex's inventory, used by Fan Yuan now to create his second immortal goo house. Once Iron Wall Goo was activated, a large number of mortal goo followed. These mortal goo were of various types. There were 3,000 of them, among which Fire Path and Metal Path were the most numerous. They were all rank 5 goo. Iron Wall Goo was fixed at the center while the mortal goo surrounded it as they moved like a wave. A wave of black light appeared among the mortal goo like spreading ink. It enveloped all of the goo worms as a black ball of light was created. The black ball floated in the sky. Its surface was uneven as the goo worms inside started to fly even faster now. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball became extremely smooth. There were no bumps anymore. It was completely round. At this point, Fan Yuan started to activate his Fire Path Immortal Goo. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo and a large number of Mortal Goo, creating a flame. The flame had an intense scarlet color, coiling around the black ball as it burned continuously. An alluring fragrance started to spread. Mortals who breathed it in would indulge in it, and feel deep desires and imaginations that could not be stopped. After burning for many hours, the black ball turned into a golden ball of light on the surface. The black color earlier seemed to be soot that was removed by the flames. Fan Yuan maintained this golden ball of light as he stopped the flame, taking out Water Path and Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as he created a clear spring. The spring water doused the golden ball as sizzling sounds were heard. It was like red-hot iron submerged in water. But no steam was produced. All of the water had fused into the golden ball. The golden ball of light started to become slower in rotation. The goo worms inside looked like tiny golden meteors that spun around endlessly. The pattern of their traces became more complicated and disorganized. It would make people feel dizzy when looking, but no collisions had taken place at all during this period. At this time, Fan Yuan took out his second supplementary Immortal Goo. Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. It looked like a giant water bug that was the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short feelers. Under its feelers were 2 compound eyes shining in golden light. Its body was flat and oval-shaped. It was dark red in color, and had the sensation of touching sand. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The front pair was the strongest, looking like 2 thick and powerful pincers. Immortal Goo Cook was obtained by Fan Yuan when he extorted the southern border righteous path. By now, Fan Yuan had already returned the bodies and souls of the southern border Goo immortal captives. He started to exchange Immortal Goo with them. Fan Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Goo Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball expanded by double its original size as a result. Fan Yuan was already covered in sweat. He had finally gotten past this hardest part of the first step. Assembling an Immortal Goo house was not easy. It was much more difficult than using normal killer moves. If it failed, the Goo Immortal would face a backlash. the goo worms used would also be damaged or destroyed. Thus, Fan Yuan was extremely careful and vigilant. As he continued, Fan Yuan added dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, time luck, and his other luck path immortal goo into the ball. His luck path attainment level was master, while formation path was grandmaster. He already had intuition. Thus, during the process of assembling it, if any bad feelings emerged, Fan Yuan would pay close attention to them and make appropriate adjustments. The most important thing was that his method of assembling the immortal goo house was deduced by the time path clone using the light of wisdom. It was very exemplary. Half a month later in the sovereign immortal aperture's time, Fan Yuan succeeded. The golden light ball exploded as a brand new immortal goo house was formed. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this immortal goo house was smaller, and had the size of a regular bowl. It was shining in golden light, it was covered in a pure white light, sacred and royal. It was a pot, the pot's rim was about a thumb's thickness, the internal space was large but there was nothing inside now. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons, 6 were vivid and lively, while 2 were blurry and crude. These 8 dragons were all at the base of the pot, coiling around each other, and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. The 8 dragon tails pointed in 8 different directions, towards the north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Each dragon claw was attached to the surface of the pot. The dragon bodies moved upwards as the dragon heads hung on the edge, looking inside. The dragon eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House, Cooking Luck Pot. Even though Rank 7 Immortal Goo like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook were used, the Core Luck Path Immortal Goo were still Rank 6, thus this Immortal Goo House had a slightly lower rank. This Immortal Goo House was within the records of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fan Yuan's Time Path clone had improved upon and modified it. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals into battle, it was tiny and had another use. In fact, it was quite similar to Star Constellation chessboard. Fan Yuan instilled his immortal essence as Cooking Luck Pot started to vibrate. It turned into a golden light and flew above Fan Yuan's head, vanishing from sight. Even Fan Yuan could not see this immortal goo house with his naked eye, he had to use methods to verify its existence. It was quite easy to see it. Fan Yuan willed as he instilled immortal essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. Fan Yuan's vision changed rapidly, he saw that his luck was flowing into Cooking Luck Pot continuously. After a while, Cooking Luck Pot became filled with luck. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6 while I have rank 8 cultivation level, just this immortal goo alone cannot inspect my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, I can only see the luck inside this pot, but not the full extent of my luck. Even so, Fan Yuan could still see a bit of his luck on the outside of the pot. There was a river-like luck with clear and bright water, it seemed like a miniature river of time, it was most connected to Fan Yuan. One end of the river extended into the pot, while the other merged into empty space. This was the luck of Fan Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone had stable luck, but a trace of black chi was forming and growing continuously. This was Spring-Autumn Cicada's drawback, it generated bad luck. Once in a while, Fan Yuan would need to use luck path methods against it. There was another luck, it looked like a layer of pink fog, it was floating near the pot, circling around it. This was the luck of Fan Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink fog was weak and thin, it continued to change forms as it resembled a vague shadow. Only after the Dream Path clone becomes rank 6 would it have comparable luck with the Time Path clone. Other than that, there was the Dragon Man clone's luck, it was a tiny purple dragon flying near the pot. Fan Yuan's clone and beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had a gray and dirty sparrow luck while his Profound Literature Grotto Heaven clone had a flower bud luck that was wilting. These two clones have weak luck. It seems that the Grey Soul Ball consumed a lot of luck. And because they and my main body are separated by a small world, there is some obstruction. In that case, Fan Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to rise in temperature as the luck started to boil. 2 dragons at the edge of the pot opened their eyes and mouths, sucking at the luck in the pot. Immediately, 2 portions of luck were absorbed into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons started to move as their heads turned towards the gray sparrow and flower bud, spitting out at them. The 2 spurts of luck shot out, and fused into the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck. Instantly, the gray sparrow chirped and turned into a sharp-beaked eagle, it spread its wings and flew. Meanwhile, the flower bud luck seemed invigorated as it bloomed profusely in vibrant colors. Chapter 1824. Egg falling from the sky. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Self Luck True Inheritance had a comprehensive description of all the different forms of luck. Generally, the 7 main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, azure, purple. But there were also uncommon colors that were created by the mixing of the above colors. Luck had all sorts of special forms and appearances. They varied according to the situations and conditions that the individuals were in. Fan Yuan, for example, had very different luck compared to his various clones. Fan Yuan owned the complete self-luck true inheritance of Giant Sun and a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. He only needed to take a look at these colors and shapes to learn about their conditions and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Time Luck, Luck Inspection, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Connect Luck, and other Immortal Goo. The abilities of these Luck Path Immortal Goo were just the basic functions of Cooking Luck Pot. The main ability of this Immortal Goo house was Cooking Luck. The shape, size, and color of one's luck was a representation of their current situation and possible changes. For example, if Fan Yuan had a dense black coffin luck now, it meant that he was going to face fatal danger. Fan Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to cook and change this black coffin luck into a brand new luck within the pot. For example, Fortune Luck or Peach Blossom Luck. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance revolved around researching on one's own luck and how to modify it. This Cooking Luck Pot was the peak creation within this true inheritance. It had the ability to cook any form of luck and convert it into something the user wants. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level while Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it can barely affect my main body's luck. However, my other clones are different, with the highest being rank 7 and most of the rest being mortals. With the Cooking Luck I used earlier, the effect and change should be immediate. Fan Yuan tested it for a while before continuing to cultivate and practice his Chi Path killer moves. He definitely had to raise Cooking Luck Pot's rank, but currently, Regret Goo was inside the Paradise, Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan could command the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo en masse, but to advance them to rank 7, he lacked some crucial elements. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, was walking slowly. The crowd was noisy, people moved rapidly like a current. This is the largest Goo Master market in the city, it is bustling. Zhan Budu observed and thought. He was only rank 1 now, he was too young. And because he was broke, he came here this time to collect information and increase his understanding of the surroundings. Goo Masters need resources to cultivate, I am totally broke now. My most important task now is to earn money. Zhan Budu had an innocent young face, but he was full of confidence internally. He was a split soul of Fan Yuan, a Goo Immortal. How hard was it to find a method of earning a fortune as a Goo Master? But after some observation, Zhan Budu's brows became covered in a thin layer of bitterness. Goo Masters are known as combat beast envoys in this place. Even though they both use Goo worms, these Goo worms are used to nurture combat beasts or to fuse with wild beasts and plants. There are no instances of Goo Masters fighting alone in this place. Fan Yuan walked around the market. He found very few Goo worms here. Most shops were selling beasts or plants. It is no surprise. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven has the power of the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for Goo Masters to fuse with beasts or plants. In the outside world, they would need to pay more than 10 times the price to achieve it. Because the method of fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and advantageous, traditional Goo cultivation has been buried in history. Of course, this is also the intention of Beast Calamity Immortal. Even Beast Calamity Immortal died after suffering heavy injuries from his first Myriad Tribulation. He had placed a lot of effort in developing this Grotto Heaven in the past. He probably created this trend so that he could control the living beings inside well. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had a really large number of people. Zhan Budu wanted to take over this place. He could not use the traditional Goo cultivation method. He had to assimilate and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy could be said to be easy but also hard. It only required the Goo Master to successfully fuse with a wild beast or plant. This was the most basic step. After that, he could go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register and become a guild member. Inside Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and sole super force. If Zhan Budu joined it, he would have the lowest ranking Combat Beast Disciple status. Above Disciple level would be the main forces of the Combat Beast Guild. Combat Beast Envoy. Above Combat Beast Envoy was Combat Beast Warrior. This needed Gu Immortal cultivation level, and they were mostly city lords. And above Combat Beast Warrior was the one and only Combat Beast King. The structure of the organization was simple and crude. John Budu not only lacked Gu worms now, he also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter two, they were expensive. After collecting enough information, John Budu had a plan in his mind. According to my plan, in a month's time, I will have enough finances to buy a Gu worm. After another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest grade combat beast. I will buy the incisor rat first, and use it for some time. This wild beast is greatly underestimated by everyone, it is very valuable for its price. With sufficient strength, I will join the Combat Beast Guild and use it to receive missions and increase my strength rapidly. At this moment John Budu heard a shout. Careful, above you. He quickly looked up and saw a black figure descending rapidly from the sky. Even higher in the sky, an old man was manipulating the huge bird below him, descending quickly as he tried to catch the black figure, but it seemed like he was too late. What is it? Quickly run! The surrounding people quickly dispersed. John Budu also quickened his pace, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost instantly, the black object crashed into this shop's stairs as it shattered. Shrapnels flew everywhere as the surrounding people screamed out in pain and agony. John Budu was the closest to it, but he was completely unharmed. This is an egg? John Budu looked at the egg that was as tall as a person, thinking, this aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg. While he was thinking, the eggshell broke as a cute little eagle made its way to the world. The young eagle looked at John Budu as it chirped, it jumped onto him and used its tiny beak to peck at John Budu's cheeks. How could this happen? The old man riding a huge bird landed on the ground as he looked at this with dumbfounded expression. Hello old sir, my name is John Budu. John Budu was knowledgeable, he knew this old man was a Gu immortal, he did not dare to wait, and quickly paid his respects. Before the old man spoke, that tiny eagle that John Budu shrugged off went towards him again as it patted his back using its tiny wings. The old man had a complex expression as he looked at this tiny eagle, he assessed John Budu closely. Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for 30 years, it finally laid the egg today. So coincidentally, it landed here and hatched as a young arrow-tail eagle. You were the first person that it saw, so it treated you as its closest kin. John Budu was stunned, he quickly waved his hands. Old sir, I am so sorry I did not mean to do that. The old Gu immortal chuckled. Your name is John Budu? I will call you Little Du, don't be nervous, I am not blaming you. In fact, I need to apologize to you, the egg almost killed you earlier. This truly feels like an arrangement of fate, if my grandson was still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh Little Du, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtained the young arrow-tail eagle's recognition, you might be able to become a combat beast warrior in the future. Combat beast warrior? John Budu's eyes widened as it shined with light, he had the expression of an innocent and excited boy. He clenched his fists. My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old sir, can I really do it? Can I cultivate by your side? The old man laughed loudly. Oh Little Du, it will depend on your hard work to determine if you can become a combat beast warrior. But for now, let's leave. Yes, old sir. John Budu followed the old man as they rode on the arrow-tail eagle, flying away under plain sight. Heavens! What did I just see? Isn't this youngster's luck way too good? That old man is the city lord of Mountain Cliff City. He is Mountain Cliff City Lord? Oh! I heard that the Mountain Cliff City Lord would come to our city one of these days to negotiate matters with our city lord. The surrounding people exploded into a commotion, their discussions got increasingly louder. Who is that young man? He seems to be called John Budu? Why is his luck so good? Sigh, why wasn't it me? Had I known this, I would have pushed him aside. Damn it! This John Budu wore tattered clothes, he is clearly a poor lad, but he was actually taken in by that esteemed combat beast warrior. He has truly changed his fate, his future is incomparably bright now. He even gained the acknowledgement of the arrow-tail eagle, this is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Indeed, compared to an immortal beast, all of the beasts and plants in the market are trash, they are less valuable than the eagle's feces. Some were angrily stomping their feet, feeling extremely regretful. Why did they not grab onto this rare opportunity earlier? Some stared with wide-open eyes that had turned red, some were shouting and screaming, their saliva spitting everywhere. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A poetry competition was going on. A famous great scholar looked at the students in the hall as he laughed. This city is filled with literary talents. I see that all your students are overflowing with scholarly aura. It seems that Brother Zhang's teachings has paid off. I am flattered, Brother Shin. These students of mine are shallow in knowledge, they are still too young. This is their great opportunity and luck to be able to watch our literary battle. The teacher of this place, Teacher Jiang, said humbly. Great Scholar Shin held out his hand. Brother Jiang, we are quite evenly matched in this battle, let's consider it a tie. Next, let's play a game of passing the flower. The 3 students who win will recite their poems. Let me see the literature skills of these juniors, how about that? All right. Teacher Jiang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the eyes of many students below the stage lightened up. This was an incredibly rare opportunity. There were 2 great scholars on the stage. No matter how good their poems were, as long as they could showcase their works, their reputation would spread among the people. The drums rolled. Choose me, choose me. Pass it to me, pass it to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who has the red flower? Please do recite your poem. Great Scholar Shin opened his eyes as he smiled. As everyone looked with gazes of anticipation, Li Xiaobai walked up the stage while rubbing his nose. Note, a game of passing the flower. It's like musical chairs, but whoever has the flower when the music stops wins. Chapter 1825. Getting the red flower. Student Li Xiaobai greets both teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage and said politely. Great Scholar Shin smiled at him, nodding. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang of this school asked, Xiaobai, do you have any poems? Teacher Jiang had a bit of worry shown between his brows. This Xiaobai was very ordinary in talent. Hopefully he had some sort of preparation before this, otherwise with his current standards, this would be a disappointing show. It was okay if he was the only person disappointed, but right now with Great Scholar Shin here. Especially when the first half of this competition was very interesting and would become renowned in the world, if the later half was disappointing, everyone in the world would know that Teacher Jiang was a talented person but could not teach young talents himself. Teacher, I have a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai immediately answered, he was quite confident. Then let us hear it. Teacher Jiang was slightly more assured now. This profound literature grotto heaven was not like any other place, it had a flourishing literary culture. If anyone could make a good poem, even if nobody rewards them, heaven and earth would provide them benefits. Thus, the art of creating poems was an important task. It directly affected the person's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate their foundation and save some good poem lines as secrets. Even if they could not compose a poem with those lines, they would save it for the future. Thus, even though many scholars could create great poems, they would not publish them. They would conceal their strength and use them to deal with difficult poem competitions. Because of this, it was not strange or surprising that Li Xiaobai had a poem prepared. Li Xiaobai had his considerations. I have read countless poems in my life. Most are world-shocking creations. They are famous on Earth even after thousands of years, and after such a long time, the literature on Earth flourished greatly. But if I try to use these poems, it will be a problem. This grotto heaven world has an information path environment. It most excels at collecting information. Especially the method to observe literary qi and talent qi. Almost everybody has such methods, they only vary in the depth of abilities. I lack literary qi and talent qi. Before I used soul replacement, this was just an ordinary student. By creating a world-shocking poem now, not only would people not believe me, they would also be suspicious and start investigating me. Even if I try to explain that it is not my work afterwards, it would be too late. I'd be seen as dishonest. In this world, everyone will despise and loathe me. Fan Yuan had planned many things before infiltrating profound literature grotto heaven to deal with all sorts of situations. The clone Li Xiaobai lacked literary qi and talent qi to begin with. It was not that Fan Yuan's own talents were lacking. However, Li Xiaobai had a large number of famous poems in his memories. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fan Yuan's own creations. Thus, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and started to recite. Teacher Jiang let out a breath of air. This poem was quite well constructed. It was barely living up to the standards of today's competition. What? It is nothing impressive. I sat beside Li Xiaobai for 3 years in class. This is way beyond his usual standards, ha ha ha. Isn't that great? With his poem as the anchor, The next two winners will be very lucky. The students below the stage became increasingly lively. Even though Li Xiaobai's poem was quite compatible with his known abilities, he still had many more talented classmates around. Especially when some students had many precious poems that they prepared already in advance. These poems were composed meticulously by them, using a lot of time and effort to create. They were too good for other situations, but this was an appropriate setting to use them. When the drums started rolling and the red flower got passed around, these elite students became very excited, their eyes were shining. The drums stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why were they not chosen? Next, their eyes turned red. It was him again. The red flower stopped at Li Xiaobai's table. Oh? Li Xiaobai was also quite surprised. The rules are the rules, you can come up again. Great Scholar Shen laughed as he shook his head. Teacher Jiang got worried again. According to Li Xiaobai's nature and foundation, he had already performed above standard last time, this time. But Li Xiaobai started to recite his poem again. This poem was on the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang finally relaxed as he looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler expression. It seems that even though this student is not as talented, he is very hard-working. He stored up 2 poems as backup. These 2 should be his own creation. It was not easy that he managed to compose them. Li Xiaobai did not put up a shameful performance. Teacher Jiang was very glad about it. The final person. Both chances went to Li Xiaobai. Sigh, that was truly bad luck. If I had gone on stage, the 2 great scholars would definitely be pleasantly surprised. But I was not given a chance. I wonder who will get the 3rd chance? If it is not me, I hope it is not them either. The students were unable to sit still. They had their own thoughts as they lost their cool. The drums rolled as the students looked at the red flower with bloodshot eyes. Pass it to me! Pass it to me! Sigh, it has passed me. I hope the drumming continues and it makes its way to me again. Bang! The drums stopped abruptly with a loud sound. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes as he smiled. Who is it this time, ugh? He was dazed. A strange expression was shown on his face as he pointed at the final lucky star. He did not know whether to cry or laugh. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai held the flower as he walked up the stage with a grim expression. He first cupped his fists at the 2 scholars before turning to the students below the stage. Fellow classmates, I really did not do this intentionally. Getting up the stage thrice is less of a surprise and more of a shock to me. I know that most of you are more talented than me, but I have to recite 3 times. I sincerely apologize. Originally, his classmates were shocked and furious, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. In fact, a portion of the people started to feel pity for Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary skills were inferior to them. Wasn't he suffering by going up the stage? Your luck is too incredible. Forget it, start reciting. Teacher Jiang laughed as he spoke. Li Xiaobai started his recital again. The standard was ordinary, but the final line was quite impressive. Even though it was just a minor point, it elevated the entire poem to a new level. Not only did Great Scholar Shen laugh and praise it, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The final line of your poem is quite interesting. How did you conceptualize it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I don't dare to lie. This poem had only 3 lines originally. I thought of and added the final line earlier when I was anxious. To think that both sirs would enjoy it, I was also quite surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are very honest. It turned out that he had used the method secretly to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary qi and talent qi. He obtained information that this person had quite an ordinary talent. But it is not something rare that he can have a flash of inspiration and perform better than normal. Great Scholar Shen had no suspicions. Teacher Jiang reassessed Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai inconspicuously as he thought. Even though Li Xiaobai is very ordinary in talent, he is very hardworking normally. That is how he had 3 poems prepared. Being able to gain inspiration and make up the verse on the spot shows that he has potential. But the best thing about him is that he said those words earlier before the 3rd round. He apologized to his classmates. That was his good interpersonal skills. Being able to articulate as well as his writing, and sophisticated in human interaction, he is not bad. Wait. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought. This competition is going to be famous in the world. My reputation has already spread throughout the world before this. That is not key. But Li Xiaobai is going to become famous from this. If there were 3 students who performed, it would be less impactful. But he actually took all 3 chances. This way, he will be the center of attention. After ending in a draw against Brother Shin, nobody will find me for a duel in the short period. But there might be some devious people who would target my student in order to affect me. And the problem was, Li Xiaobai was a common and ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned as he made up his mind. After this, I need to nurture Li Xiaobai and secretly give him tuition. After this competition, everyone will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, if anyone mentions Li Xiaobai, my name will also come up. Our reputation is already tied together. I need to nurture him well, otherwise. Teacher Jiang felt very pressured. He decided to make sure Li Xiaobai was a proper scholar even if he had to spend a huge amount of effort and resources. Even if he was a cheap piece of wood, he needed to be carved into jade in appearance. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Guluru stopped his killer move as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He let out a breath of air. It is done. His immortal aperture time has been shifted to its limit. He will face calamities and tribulations very often. Thank you for the hard work. Qin Dingling smiled as she looked at the sleeping Guyu Fangzheng. Suddenly she gasped. What is it? Guluru asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said, I was using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move was activated, Fang Geng's luck changed again. His original luck was like a hill, lush and squarish, but now it has turned into… It looks like a pot lid. Guluru was very perplexed. What premonition is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was troubled too. In the short term, I cannot understand it. 2 months later. A certain news made Fan Yuan's main body stop his cultivation. I finally found out the location of Dragon Palace. Good, I have basically learned all the Chi Path methods there are. I should act in advance and steal this immortal Gu house in secret before Heavenly Court does. Chapter 1826. Dragon Palace's Tez. Above the blue ocean surface, waves were rumbling. With the ebb and flow of tides, seagulls were flying above in the sky. Plop! With a soft sound, a Gu immortal dived into the water, swimming deeper. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea was extremely deep. There was a large number of fierce sea beasts living here. After reaching 1,000,000 feet deep, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were precious treasures here as well. Eastern Sea is truly the number 1 in the 5 regions in terms of resources. The Gu immortal sighed as he continued to dive deeper. After reaching 10,000,000 feet, in the abyss-like darkness of the sea, there was a beautiful and colorful dream realm. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded within his vision. By the time he arrived, this dream realm resembled a small mountain. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He was muscular and handsome. He had a tall nose bridge and sharp lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of dragon eyes resembling topaz. There was also a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his head. This was Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Fan Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was hidden in Eastern Sea, but he did not find out where exactly it was in the previous life. Back then, Duke Long had brought Feng Jin Huang to try and subdue Dragon Palace. They were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle ensued and Dragon Palace took the chance to fly into the sky, escaping from him. Even though Duke Long chased after it, the huge commotion caused Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals to approach him. When news of this spread throughout the 5 regions, Fan Yuan had just reached a certain stage in his plan against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was also moved and decided to head to Eastern Sea. Eventually, he was discovered and did not gain anything. And in the River of Time, the second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Fan Yuan made his decision to abandon Dragon Palace and went after the Red Lotus True Inheritance in the second Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he stopped Heavenly Court's plans, Feng Jiuge summoned the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This caused Heavenly Court to obtain Dragon Palace, suppressing it within Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were unwilling to give up. They went to cause a huge battle with Central Continent, the battle in Hidden Dragon Cave. After rebirth, Fan Yuan already included Dragon Palace in his plans. He had started planning long ago. He collected information and made deductions on this, drawing a circle around its possible area. After that, he sent subordinates to explore and investigate Eastern Sea secretly. Fan Yuan did not know where Dragon Palace was initially, but his hard work was not in vain. His efforts paid off. He found out the location of Dragon Palace recently. The Dragon Man clones searched around the area. He did not find any immemorial desolate beasts around. It was a safe zone. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He acted quickly, using a killer move against this dream realm. His choice was the same as Duke Long's. He wanted to isolate the dream realm and target Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace directly. And above the sky of this sea area, Fan Yuan's main body was hidden among the clouds. He was inspecting the area around him and guarding the Dragon Man clone. On the other hand, he was also getting the Dragon Man clone to probe the area. If any accidents happen, Fan Yuan's main body would be able to rapidly escape to safety. After all, Fan Yuan did not know the clear details regarding Dragon Palace. This was not like his plans in the River of Time and Tao Shu's true inheritance where he had sufficient information. What if Heavenly Court ambushed him? Even if they did not, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had an offensive Dream Path killer move, Fan Yuan was quite wary against it. As pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were created one by one, the Dragon Man clone's progress remained quite successful. But this dream realm was too huge. At this rate, he would need several days and nights to completely transform it. Ignoring anything else, just the dream realm itself is a huge fortune. In the previous life, Heavenly Court obtained it, they had no way of using it. But in my hands it is different. Fan Yuan's main body had a clear view of the situation in the sea. Next, he looked above himself. After using luck path methods, he saw the cooking luck pot that was above his head. This pot was floating above it. It moved up and down slightly, like it was floating on water. Fan Yuan could not check his own luck, but he could check the Dragon Man clone's luck. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple dragon that was the Dragon Man clone's luck coiled around in the air motionlessly. It opened its mouth and had an anxious expression. It was looking around alertly. Around it, black traces of chi were gathering into a lump, forming many black clouds. This black cloud luck shows a premonition of death. It seems that the Dragon Man clone is in danger of dying. Fan Yuan frowned. He immediately made his calculations. After using rebirth, looking at the time, I have found Dragon Palace much earlier than Heavenly Court in the previous life. I acted in advance. I should be ahead of them looking at the situation, but time is moving quickly. A bad change is about to occur in a few days. In just this time, the black clouds became thicker as they surrounded the purple dragon in all directions, trying to bury and suffocate it. Fan Yuan immediately used Cooking Luck Pot. The dragons on Cooking Luck Pot became active as they started to devour the black clouds and spit them out into the pot. The pot started to cook the luck, boiling all of the black cloud luck into a beneficial luck instead. The luck then got devoured by the pot dragons before being sent to the purple dragon. The purple dragon received such help, it became energetic and invigorated. Even though the black clouds were still thick and overwhelming, the purple dragon no longer looked so weak against them. Fan Yuan saw this as he gasped lightly, thinking, "My cooking luck pot is only rank 6, but it is the epitome of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu immortals and even influence rank 7 Gu immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man clone is already a rank 7 after immense nurturing, thus, it can only affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck..." Fan Yuan frowned lightly, pondering. "This black cloud luck was influenced by me, but the effect is mild. This is a rank 8 level crisis. However, looking at the purple dragon's reaction, it seems to have some form of attraction to this black cloud luck. Dragons like wind and rain. While this black luck has a cloud shape, it seems that this is not only a dangerous situation for the Dragon Man clone, it is also an immense fortuitous encounter." Of course, this was all built on the foundation that Fan Yuan was not going to take action. Once Fan Yuan's main body acts, the luck would change intensely. Because Fan Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, his every action would cause a huge change to the situation. Sigh, it is too bad I cannot inspect my own luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to 9. But my luck inspection immortal Gu is only rank 6, even if I make a killer move, the killer move would be able to inspect the luck of rank 7 Gu immortals. Fan Yuan already had cooking luck pot. He also added luck inspection immortal Gu into it as one of the cores. Thus, he did not need any killer move to inspect luck. Just by activating Cooking Luck Pot, he could observe the Dragon Man clone's luck. Cooking Luck Pot is too low ranked. In the future, I need to advance all its core immortal Gu. I also need to add an all living being's luck, so that it can affect other people and objects. Fan Yuan planned. Even though he could use Cooking Luck Pot to help his clones, they were the same entities as him. Thus, he was just helping himself. This was within the boundary of self-luck. It was not all living beings' luck. Fan Yuan sensed the crisis that Dragon Man clone was going to face, but he chose not to act. He controlled the situation while activating Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it was not very helpful to the purple dragon, his influence on the black cloud luck was small, but any bit of help counts. As it accumulates, the amount would be quite significant. After all, it was better than nothing. The Dragon Man clone also received the main body's information as it continued to transform the dream realm. After a day and half a night, 4 Eastern Sigu immortals arrived from different directions. The east one was a white-robed young-looking man with a handsome face. It was Yang Zihe. The west one was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face to her arms and to her whole body. It was Granny Rome. The north one was a muscular Gu immortal with triangular eyes shining in cold light. It was Shi Miao. The south Gu immortal wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. This was Zhang Ying. 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came? It is them. Fan Yuan's main body did not move, because he sensed something strange from the Dragon Man clone's luck. Right now, the purple dragon luck was surrounded by a huge and thick layer of black clouds. It could not break out. But this black cloud luck was transforming slightly. There was water sounds from the east, resembling a river. From the west, there was the silhouette of a purple venomous snake. From the north, there was a mountain shape, and at the south, the cloud was dark like an abyss, forming a black hole. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals are not normal. Their lucks are all a part of the black cloud. Are they in an alliance? Fan Yuan did not know about the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because there was no information about them in his previous life. But soon he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals arrived before Dragon Man clone. Their cold expressions relaxed a little. He is a Dragon Man indeed. You have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. If you pass it, you will gain the acknowledgement of the Dragon Spirit and become the owner of Dragon Palace. Quickly return the dream realms. Undergo the test by exploring the dream realms. Otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you regret ever coming here. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals spoke one after another. While they spoke, they also revealed their Dragon Man identities. At once, be it Fan Yuan or his clone, they were both shocked. Note: Chinese dragons have the power to summon wind and rain. Chapter 1827. Controlling Ants in Dream. The Dragon Man clone's action of transforming the dream realms drew the attention of the 4 dragon generals. If he was a human Gu immortal, the 4 dragon generals would attack him together. But Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a genuine Dragon Man, be it body or soul. He was the real deal without any flaws. Thus, the 4 dragon generals exposed their identities. Fan Yuan gasped upon hearing this secret. In the previous life, he had only seen Bai Ningbing control Dragon Palace and Di Zhangxing to participate in the final battle at the crucial moment. He did not see the 4 dragon generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals are servants of Dragon Palace. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and made into dragon generals. This is quite a deep scheme. Should I take action personally? Fan Yuan had countless thoughts as he quickly deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with all 4 rank 8 Gu immortals at the same time. Fan Yuan's strongest methods were Chi Path now. Just the number of Chi Path Dao marks alone were far beyond any of these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. But they are still rank 8 Gu immortals. Even though I can win and even kill them, there would be a huge commotion. I cannot gain victory quickly. Looking at the fight between Duke Long and these 4, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace also can act on its own. It is able to fly and escape. If I try to fight them forcefully, it might not end up well. I will be in the same state as Duke Long in the previous life. Fan Yuan immediately deduced the most likely outcome. He had come here to take Dragon Palace in secret. If he caused a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level as well as his Chi Path battle strength, it would not sit well with his other plans. Fan Yuan thought of this as he looked at the cooking luck pot above him. The purple dragon was completely submerged by the black clouds, but it was excitedly grinding its teeth, waiting to take action. Especially when there was a trace of azure purple chi vaguely inside this black cloud. These traces of azure purple luck are extremely noble and profound. It shows that the Dragon Man clone has a chance of becoming the owner of Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level, while the 4 generals are rank 8. They did not discover my presence, so it is unlikely they are lying to me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the Dream Realms, after passing, I will obtain Dragon Palace as well as these 4 rank 8 Goo Immortal subordinates. It seems that Dragon Palace is truly an enslavement path Immortal Goo House. It can enslave 4 rank 8 battle strength experts at once, truly amazing. According to the information of my previous life, I still have a lot of time. Thinking so, Fan Yuan's main body decided to wait and let the clone explore the Dream Realms, participating in the test. This was the most beneficial method. The Dragon Man clone was secretly informed by the main body to return the Dream Realms. This action made the 4 dragon generals show more amicable expressions. Granny Roan said, "To participate in the Dragon Palace test, your soul and body needs to enter the Dream Realms. You need to have the courage to risk everything in order to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed mildly, but considering that the main body was watching and guarding him from the sky, he nodded his head and entered the Dream Realms. Once he entered the dream, he immediately landed in an area of deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up!" A person beside the Dragon Man clone nudged him. The Dragon Man clone opened his eyes, seeing a young dragon girl. She was innocent and cute, showing a look of helplessness. "Why are you still sleeping? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget that today is the day we arranged the battle with stakes against Qin Fu and Zhang Shuang. So my name is Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Goo Master cultivation level." The Dragon Man clone quickly inspected his own body condition. Quickly, let's go." The dragon girl could not wait. Seeing that Fan Yuan opened his eyes, she quickly dragged him along. They sprinted until they finally arrived at the school field. 2 groups of people were already gathered in the school field. They were separated into the east and west group, facing each other with a clear line in between. The west group consisted of young humans, both male and female. Their leaders carried the arrogance of human youngsters. The east group were young dragon men. They were fewer in numbers and had no leader now. They were currently being pressured by the humans. Seeing that Fan Yuan was here, the Dragon Man youngsters became very excited. Some were cheering while others chided him for being late. "Wu Shuai, you finally showed up. I thought you were too scared and did not dare to come." Over at the human side, one of the 2 youngster leaders shouted. The dragon girl that brought Fan Yuan over immediately retorted, "Don't be arrogant, Qin Fu. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will beat you all to a pulp." "Cut the crap, Wu Shuai, let's fight. This time, I will make sure I repay you for the humiliation of losing last time." The other youngster Goo Master, Zhang Shuang, stood up. He was clearly impatient. He wanted to fight straight away. "Wait." Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, stalling for time. "Since this is a battle with stakes, where is the bet?" he said as he assessed the school. This school field was not simple at all. It was covered by an immortal formation. This meant that Fan Yuan was not in an ordinary place. Since there was an immortal formation here, this was likely a super force. Furthermore, Fan Yuan was currently at an important place in this super force's territory. Creating an immortal formation at a school field meant that it was of great importance. Looking at the clothing of both parties, which was very alike, this was clearly a sect. This wager is clearly the impulse of youths. These youngsters have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at them, they must have only started recently. Their talent is really high. I have the highest cultivation level. Along with the 2 human leaders, Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu, they also have rank 3 cultivation level. We are all young geniuses. Below that is this dragon girl beside me. She has rank 2 peak cultivation level. Wu Shuai, don't look down on me. I have already brought the betting item. Look, Qin Fu said as he carefully took out a goo worm from his pocket. Fan Yuan took a glance. It was a rank 5 goo, called Commanding Leader Goo. Commanding Leader Goo looked like a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle had a long and cylindrical body. Its back was slightly flat and there were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commanding Leader Goo was similar. Its body had a jade-like texture. Its feelers were very long, more than 10 times its body length. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly surprised. Fan Yuan had many immortal goo. He did not care much about mortal goo. But this Commanding Leader Goo was different. It was a mortal goo, but it was a human path goo worm with enslavement path effect. It had once gained huge fame in history, but quickly went extinct. According to rumors, Commanding Leader Goo had a great effect. it was also compatible with many types of goo worms. Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone shared the same attainment level as his main body. Fan Yuan had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment levels. The Dragon Man clone was the same. At Master attainment level, one could generate intuition regarding the path. Right now, the Dragon Man clone had a clear intuition. As long as I pass this scene, I will get the recipe of commanding leader goo. No wonder my purple dragon luck wanted to try it. This enslavement path dream realm is a huge fortuitous encounter after all. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While he was on the way, he had already checked what goo worms Wu Shuai had. He had already prepared some methods that he could use. As for how the battle worked, he did not know. Immediately, Fan Yuan smiled as he said, "In that case, let's do it. In fact, I will give you the first move." Zhang Shuang heard this as rage appeared on his youthful face. "Good, Wu Shuai, you are so arrogant. How dare you look down on me? I will show you." He took out 10 or so primeval stones and scattered them around the school field. The school field itself was an immortal formation. After the primeval stones landed on it, they got devoured by the ground like rocks falling into water. Next, ants started to dig their way out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared widely as he used his method to manipulate these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked. "These are not ordinary ants, they have some natural markings on their body that resemble human language characters. Is this the legendary army ant?" Dragon Man was not a natural variant human race, it was man-made. The army ants and the Dragon Man were quite similar. They were not produced by nature but created by goo immortal great experts. This type of army ant was used by enslavement path goo masters. They were able to resolve the feeding problem to a large degree. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large group of army ants could form an ant tide with colossal power. Zhang Shuang had good strength. He quickly enslaved 10 or so yellow ants. At this time, new ants came out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the ants before, being black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed and quickly focused his attention on refining these black ants. The yellow ants had this word naturally carved on them, worker. The black ants had this word naturally carved on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youths became anxious while the Dragon Girl beside Fan Yuan shook his shoulders. "Brother Wu Shuai, start quickly. If we lose this duel, you will lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless, he already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants." "All right." Fan Yuan smiled. He sat on the ground and focused his attention on these ants. He activated a killer move. It used sight to enslave ants. The effect was incredible. After a few breaths, dozens of ants on the ground gathered by Fan Yuan's side. Among them were worker ants and soldier ants. This result quickly overtook Zhang Shuang. The human youths shouted in shock while the Dragon Man youths were stunned before cheering loudly and excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief, seeing that Fan Yuan's ants were multiplying in number rapidly, many times his own. His face turned pale as paper. "I lost!" Zhang Shuang was straightforward. "But what killer move is this?" The killer move was very powerful and profound, and even more importantly, Fan Yuan's soul foundation was very deep, far greater than mortal goo masters, not to mention this youngster. Fan Yuan did not know the name of the move he had just created casually, he avoided it. "Since you lost, where is the bet?" Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, placing commanding leader goo in Fan Yuan's hands as he turned around and left. Qin Fu had an ashen expression as he left his parting words before going. "Wu Shuai, to think that you are so devious, secretly learning a powerful enslavement path killer move, don't be too smug, we will definitely challenge you in this again." "Yay! We won, Wu Shuai, you are amazing!" As expected of Wu Shuai. "Haha, they were so funny." Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu had ugly expressions earlier. Fan Yuan smiled. He was about to respond to the youths here when he suddenly saw their expressions freezing. They all looked behind Fan Yuan with stiff expressions. "Father!" they called out quietly. Fan Yuan turned around and saw a Dragon Man goo immortal staring at him with a deep and dark gaze. Fan Yuan was shocked. "Duke Long?" Note: ancient high-ranking officials have ribbons, sashes, belts of this color, thus it signifies royalty and high status. Chapter 1828. Talk between father and son. Observing closely, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though it was a Dragon Man goo immortal who appeared in front of him, it was not Duke Long, they only looked similar. Even so, this person likely has a close relationship with Duke Long, I wonder if this person is the father of my character in the dream realm? Fan Yuan was thinking when the Dragon Man Gu Immortal arrived. Wu Shuai! You are too daring. I told you so many times to not create trouble, don't provoke them. But you actually won against them again. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Qin Fu are bloodline descendants of supreme elders of our sect? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal that resembled Duke Long had a stern expression. His eyes were almost spewing fire. The young dragonmen who were still cheering earlier became silent. They did not dare to say anything. They looked down at their feet. This showed how high this person's status was in their hearts. He was normally strict on them. Fan Yuan was not sure of his relationship with this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. He had to mimic these youngsters and keep silent. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal got more furious as he knocked on the back of Fan Yuan's head with his palm. The force almost pushed him to the ground. Fan Yuan stumbled forward for a step but regained his balance quickly. Wu Shuai, follow me, come to the study room for your punishment. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fan Yuan took a glance at these Dragon Man youngsters. They all looked at Fan Yuan with sympathy, guilt, and schadenfreude. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan thought as he quickly followed after the Gu Immortal. After a few steps, the surrounding world changed rapidly. At the next moment, Fan Yuan found himself in a study room. The study room was huge. There were beautiful flower vases here. The study table was about 10 feet long. There was ink and paper on it. At the center, there was calligraphy of 3 words, Long Xingtian. Is this Dragon Man Gu Immortal's name Long Xingtian? No, there is still some space at the end for one final word. Fan Yuan had a thought. Right at this moment, he heard a stern shout beside him. Unfilial son, kneel down right now! Fan Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragon Man Gu Immortal was standing behind the desk, staring at him with a cold and strict expression. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes internally as he thought. You should have said that earlier. I would be able to confirm your identity. Immediately, he knelt down without hesitation with a loud sound. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude has really improved this time in apologizing, huh? Father, your words are reasonable. I was too young and ignorant. I did not know your intentions, please forgive me. Fan Yuan immediately gave a perfunctory speech but had a vivid expression that made people feel a sense of sincerity. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned again before his smile became even colder. Humph. Acting obedient while having other intentions, you dared to lie to me. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he took the paperweight on the table and used it to whack Fan Yuan. The paperweight was made of metal. It was long and hard, thick and heavy. It was originally used to hold down the paper and straighten it. The paper on the desk was about the size of a door plaque. One could imagine how big the paperweight was. This paperweight hit Fan Yuan's back. It caused intense pain. His soul foundation fell by a huge amount. But Fan Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's match. But Fan Yuan was very crafty. He fell to the ground as he got hit. His forehead landed on the ground and created a dull sound. He grunted as he knelt and straightened his back. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but showed a look of desperately holding back the pain. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was the father of this person after all. Seeing this, he had a thought. Did I hit him with excessive force earlier? Sigh. He sighed deeply, sitting down on his chair, looking at his kneeling son across the table. He said with deep emotions, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your enslavement path talent is rarely seen in 100 years. I spent so much effort to nurture and teach you. I want you to succeed in life. But you went ahead and forgot all of my teachings. How many times have I told you to not argue with those people? You are a genius. You have superior insight than the people of your age. I've already described the current situation to you. The higher-ups of the sect are increasingly unhappy with our Dragonman race, which is getting stronger. Even though I am a supreme elder that has seemingly great status, I am pushed aside by them. Even though you defeated Qin Fu and Zhang Xuan, you also infuriated the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not show me any good attitude. They will become even stricter against the Dragonman race. Even though you won this time, you harmed the entire Dragonman race's benefits and intensified the sect's conflicts. You are too rash. You do not consider the consequences when you do something. I am truly disappointed in you. I am beating you for your own good, for the sake of the Dragonman race and the peace of the sect. Do you understand my intentions? Fan Yuan wanted to reply understood, But he took a look at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's expression and his heart shook. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal might have a gentle gaze, but a cold icy feeling was in the depths of his heart. Only someone like Fan Yuan who was aged and experienced could sense it clearly. Instantly, Fan Yuan became incredibly alert. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues appeared in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though the main body was outside, his soul and body had entered the dream. He could not afford to fail once. If he failed, he would lose the qualification to become the Dragon Palace Lord. He might even die. Of course, the main body would not do nothing, but in that case, when the main body fights, he would face the same situation as Duke Long. The commotion would be huge. To obtain the greatest benefit, Fan Yuan was willing to take this risk, so he had to be very careful with every step. This question seems simple, but it might be the key to this scene. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. I will go ahead with this. Thinking of this, a sharp dagger-like light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he smiled. I am grateful for your concern, Father. But Father, you are willing to hold back and endure it for the big picture. I do not agree with that at all. Unfilial son. You are unrepentant. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was enraged. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight again. Fan Yuan quickly added, I know you want to beat me. Even if you beat me to death, I will not hate you at all. But Father, your action of giving in and showing subservience is not helping the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He held the paperweight and pointed at Fan Yuan, shouting loudly. Such guts. You dare to accuse your father of being wrong. Good, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, how am I wrong? Fan Yuan felt even more certainty now. He said slowly. Father, must our Dragon Man race always put ourselves at a lower status than humans? We have talent and aptitude. We are born with enslavement path Dao marks. What do the humans have? We do not necessarily need goo worms. Our bodies alone give us great stamina, strength, and recovery. Our bodies are tough and sturdy. Our claws and teeth are sharp, while humans are weak and fragile. And in terms of lifespan, our lifespan is tens or hundreds of times of humans. As we continue to live, the humans of our age will die one by one. Even without us doing anything, they will all die of old age. We Dragon Man are born with such superiority, and even rarer is our unity. We recognize each other and trust each other. We are not like the humans who turn on each other and enjoy internal conflict. Father, everybody can see your contribution to the sect. I won this duel, but should I really have lost on purpose? On what basis do these humans look down on us? How dare they treat us so badly? We Dragon Man deserve a greater status. In fact, these normal people should rank below us Dragon Men. Insolent, you are too insolent. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal flew into a rage. He quickly walked past the table as he waved the paperweight in his hand, almost about to hit Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan suddenly stood up abruptly. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. Father! I am unresigned. I refuse to accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will never agree to this. I will not submit. Wu Shuai. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked to Fan Yuan, looked down at this youngster. His bloodshot eyes were staring straight at him, but his paperweight did not hit. Fan Yuan had no fear. He looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal directly as his eyes also spewed fire. It was the deep anger and hatred in his heart. Both father and son looked at each other for a while. After the Dragon Man Gu Immortal confirmed something, he threw the paperweight in his hand away. He grabbed Fan Yuan's shoulders with both hands as he shook his son, laughing loudly. Wu Shuai, you are truly my precious son. I was not wrong about you. Father? You. Fan Yuan was stunned. His expression contained suspicion and shock that seemed extremely natural. I will tell you the truth. I think the same as you. I was trying to probe you earlier. I was unable to speak the truth. There is a reason behind all this. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. What do you mean? Father, do you mean that? Fan Yuan seemed to have reacted as his eyes shined with delight and surprise. It was as if he had just understood what happened but did not dare to believe it. His expression was precise and flawless. But internally he sighed in relief. This was it after all. My analysis was right. Within the sect, the conflict between the Dragon Men and humans is intensifying. We can see this from just the youngsters' conflict. That school field earlier was an important area within immortal formation. The sect higher-ups must have sensed something. If the Dragon Man Gu Immortal wanted to endure it, why would he not know of it? Why would he arrive after it ended? Looking at this study room, the furniture is huge and placed in a grand fashion. This displays the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's huge ambition in full view. He called me Wu Shuai in front of the youngster Dragon Man but called me unfilial son when we got to the study room. He was saving my reputation. He wants to nurture me into his assistant, his successor. Thinking so, Fan Yuan finally understood the workings of this dream realm and the intentions of Dragon Palace in holding this test. Chapter 1829. Green Ant Recruiting Disciple. Eastern Sea. Fan Yuan's main body, which was hidden within the clouds, had a change of expression. Oh? My clone's luck transformed again. Fan Yuan took a look at the huge and dense black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, 4 different phenomena that represented the 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals defended this black cloud luck. The purple dragon luck of Fan Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The purple dragon was more energetic now. Traces of azure purple luck continued to be converted from the black cloud luck as it entered the dragon's body. With this boost, the purple dragon expanded in size. Its claws and teeth also became sharper. The most evident change was that this dragon was originally lying down in a circular manner, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to attack. It started to probe the black cloud luck. From motionless to active with greater morale, it seems that my clone has made a breakthrough in the dream realm. He knows how to act now, so he has the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help my clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul only and his body was outside, Fan Yuan could still barely send him good luck. But now, the Dragon Man clone went inside with both body and soul, completely isolated by the dream realms. All luck path methods were kept out of range. Fan Yuan's main body was helpless too, unless he could take away some of the dream realms and expose the Dragon Man clone's body. Or in the future, when his dream path research results gets to a higher level and Fan Yuan learns how to mix luck path with dream path, he would be able to target the dream realm's concealment. The dream realm continued. Dragon Man clone analyzed the surroundings clearly and considered his options. Because of his heartfelt declaration, his father recognized him and he passed the second scene of the dream realm. However, he needed to probe for more information. Within the study room, Fan Yuan asked, "Father, since we are on the same side, can you tell me how we can make the Dragon Man race prosper?" "I am sure Father has a plan, please teach me." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "We have a plan since long ago. I will tell you the truth, not only me but many of our Dragon Man comrades are working together. But you cannot learn of their identities yet. This is to protect them and also yourself. The first step to any great plan is secrecy. It is easier to work in secret than acting openly." "I understand that." Fan Yuan nodded, but he asked again. "But any great plan would have a resolution, right?" "Our resolution is this." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled as he lifted his pen, writing the final word of the paper on this table, Xia. When put together with the first 3 words, it made up the phrase "Dragons roam the world." Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal suddenly let out a breath. It cut the paper like a sharp blade. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal took a small portion of the paper and passed it to Fan Yuan. There was only one word on it, Xia. The remaining Long Xingtian was burned to ashes by the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. He waved his sleeves and incinerated the paper. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal looked at the ashes on the table as he sighed. "One day, our Dragon Man race will soar the heavens, the world will be beneath our feet. But now, humanity is incredibly strong, they are the overlords of the world. Looking at the situation, our Dragon Man race is too weak and small. We do not have any alliances with variant humans in the outside world, while we are still a subordinate force of the humans ourselves. To soar the heavens, we need to ascend first. Right now, we need to endure our position below the humans, to accumulate and gather foundation. Our Dragon Man race has just been created. Our foundation is too thin, but thankfully, because we were born from humans, our relationship to them is also the deepest. Especially in Central Continent, we have members in all 10 great ancient sections. We need to learn and accumulate our foundation to catch up to the humans." Fan Yuan continued asking, "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Gu Immortal smiled. "You are already contributing now. When you were a child, I saw your potential and purposely nurtured you to be an enslavement path Gu Master. Now that your enslavement path attainment is already decent, I have made plans for you to attend Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony." "Green Ant Ascetic?" Fan Yuan purposely acted unaware, but his heart shook as he thought of a name, ascetic wine couple. These two were husband and wife, a famous lone immortal great expert couple in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Antiseptic while the woman was called Wine Fairy. The two of them were childhood friends. They were extremely close. They were originally mortals but had their own immortal opportunities. Because of a disaster, they were forced to separate when they were still youths, but they missed each other and thought the other was dead. After becoming Gu immortals, neither the male nor the female thought of marrying anyone. Thanks to a coincidence, they met one day and fell into disbelief and joy. It was like a dream come true. After talking to each other about their situation, the woman told the man, "I remember that you enjoyed playing with mud and ants when you were a kid." The man also laughed. "When we were young, your family operated a tavern. Your life was much better than mine. You went to the streets and alleys to sell the wine that you carried on a pole. I accompanied you by your side during that time. I wish we could continue that forever." Thus, the man called himself Green Antiseptic, while the woman also changed her title to Wine Fairy. The two possessed great talent and morals. After becoming a couple, they lived in harmony and bliss. The Dragoman Gu Immortal continued. Green Antiseptic had once lost a bet with Hong Jun of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to recruit a disciple and let them inherit his legacy. The time for the agreement is now, but the 10 great ancient sects have no proper candidate, because the Gu Immortal Hong Jun who had caused this event died from tribulation long ago. Green Antiseptic is a human great expert who is a lone cultivator. If you can become his only disciple, not only would you get to learn enslavement path methods, you would also build a relationship with the ascetic wine couple. When the Dragoman race faces difficulty in the future, these two rank 8 great experts would be a huge help. So that's it, I understand now. Fan Yuan paused before continuing. I will work hard and become the disciple of Green Antiseptic. The Dragoman Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the ceremony is at the start of next month. You will enter closed cultivation now as I teach and train you personally. The second scene faded away, the third scene started. High in the mountains, fog and clouds shrouded the air. In a bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut on the empty land, the younger generation members of the 10 great ancient sects were standing. These were all young geniuses with great talent. They were here to fight for the position of Green Antiseptic's disciple. Fan Yuan was slightly dazed. He observed the surroundings and found himself among the youths. However, most of the human youngsters avoided him subconsciously. There were only 2 Dragoman youngsters around him. At the center of the empty area, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Fan Yuan recognized one of them, he thought. Isn't that Zhang Shuang? Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. He was fighting against a girl with yellow eyebrows. She had beautiful features and shining eyes that had double pupils. Fan Yuan had just arrived in the third scene. He did not know the situation. He quickly probed. What do you guys think? The 2 Dragoman youngsters beside him heard this. The left one with azure scales said, Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us. Even though we were eliminated and only you are left in this competition, the situation is very obvious. Zhang Shuang is going to lose in a few more exchanges of moves. The azure-scaled Dragoman youngster was a little proud and spoke in a cold tone. But the yellow-scaled youngster had a more gentle tone as he consoled. Qing Xuan, don't act like this. Victory is victory, loss is loss. Since you were defeated, why take issue? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to humiliate you. The azure-scaled youngster Qing Xuan was indignant. He gritted his teeth. Those humans are too devious. Knowing that I am strong, they sent 3 humans to fight me in succession, causing my strength to fall greatly before that Tai Qin defeated me easily. Huang Wei, don't tell me you couldn't tell. The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. Why would I not know? We were both obstructed, but the truth is that we lack strength. If we were like Brother Wu Shuai, so what if they tried to obstruct us? He still made it into the finals. Fan Yuan listened as he thought. The azure-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan while the yellow-scaled one is called Huang Wei. Meanwhile, I am already in the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, Brother Wu Shuai, I truly admire your enslavement path attainment. But your next opponent is not simple. Tai Qin has extraordinary strength, she is on par with you. But you have already gone through many rounds of tough competition to get to this point. Meanwhile, she was basically given free passes every round to reach this stage until she met with the strong opponent Zhang Shuang. Fan Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupils girl, Tai Qin, was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood. Because after some observation, he had some evaluation. This Tai Chin is an enslavement path master. She mobilizes her troops without thinking in many situations, only relying on instinct, but it still produces outstanding effects. She is a tough foe. Fan Yuan's enslavement path attainment level was only at master. He felt a little regret now. Had he known this, his main body would have raised his enslavement path attainment level in preparation for this. But nobody could predict that such a situation would happen. I lost. After a while, Zhang Xuan had a pale expression as he cupped his fists shakily. It was an honor. The young girl Qin Qin responded with a cold expression, before her eyes turned to look at Fan Yuan fixedly. And at the final round, Fan Yuan slowly walked up. He walked past Zhang Xuan, who had a complex expression. He wanted to encourage Fan Yuan as they were from the same sect, but thinking about his Dragon Man identity, he only opened his mouth but did not speak. After resting for a while, both sides started to fight. The youngsters surrounded them as they watched the battle closely. Ants started to emerge from the ground one by one. Chapter 1830. Battle using ants. Fan Yuan immediately used his full strength to enslave these ants. Tai Chin did the same. These ants were created by Green Ant Ascetic. The content of his disciple recruitment competition was obviously to test the ant manipulation abilities of the participants. After Fan Yuan controlled 38 worker ant and 6 soldier ants, he willed as they attacked Tai Chin with full force. Tai Chin had more than 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. She chose a different tactic to Fan Yuan. She made the worker ants build an ant nest while the soldier ants protected them. Fan Yuan's troops had a little advantage. He also acted very aggressively. The youngsters watching all gasped in shock. Tai Chin frowned, flustered. Why is this Dragon Man youngster Wu Shuai acting like a different person? He is so aggressive. She quickly mobilized her troops, diverting the worker ants from the ant nest to move out while the soldier ants defended the place, trying to prevent their hard work from getting destroyed. Soon, both sides clashed in an intense battle. To think that this would happen so early on. Wu Shuai's tactic is different from before. He is taking too huge of a risk. That's right, as long as Tai Chin defends herself from this attack, her advantage would be huge. Wu Shuai did not build any ant nests, but Tai Chin has one. Their power levels will be different. It will depend on their ant manipulation skill now. Because now is still early, just the difference of 1 or 2 ants will decide who gains victory here. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Chin also has deep foundation. They are equally matched. In my opinion, Tai Chin has a higher chance of winning. How could Wu Shuai act so rashly? However, a moment later, the temporary victor was decided. Tai Chin lost a bit more of her troops. She retreated slightly as Fan Yuan's side pressured towards her. How could this be? Wu Shuai actually won against Tai Chin. Tai Chin made a mistake? She did not. Tai Chin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded his usual standards. Did he use any enslavement path methods, or is he at this level normally? No wonder he had the confidence to attack directly. Tai Chin had a grim expression. While retreating, Fan Yuan killed more of her ants in the process. By the time she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a sad situation. Of course, Fan Yuan was merely in a slightly better situation. The ant nest had several roots. Tai Chin was clear about her own nest situation. She stationed troops at the crucial positions while diverting some attention to enslave more ants outside. Fan Yuan had a change of thought. He did not attack abruptly. Now that the enemy was completely trapped, they had nowhere to go. Fan Yuan was not sure about the design of this ant nest. If he attacked now, his troops would not be useful. Thus, he sent them to guard the entrances and encircled the ant nests before he used enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants continued to emerge from the ground. First were worker ants, followed by soldier ants, and finally, arrow ants. Arrow ants could shoot out sharp spikes from their mouth. After shooting 3 spikes, they would be weak. They would not be able to fight even a worker ant. But even so, arrow ants were strong. A small number of them could defeat a larger army. If one had a large number of them, when they shoot together in a battle, the power would be overwhelming. Both sides will definitely compete to get these arrow ants. Indeed, if Tai Chin gets these arrow ants, she would be able to use them to kill the enemy ants guarding the entrance. That way, the troops inside can come out and counterattack. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, the situation is not certain now. He can easily lose. It is a pity. If armor ants appeared instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use them to charge and advance into the ant nest, destroying it. The youngsters went into an endless discussion. The two sides were competing in the most popular game of the generation, ant manipulation. At the start, worker ants and soldier ants would show up, but after that, the types of ants would be random. With the emergence of these new ants, not only would the enslavement attainment of both sides be tested, the Gu Master's understanding of ants would also be evaluated, as well as their management of the overall situation. Fan Yuan and Tai Qin went all out, but he had the advantage still. The youngsters saw this and were unable to believe it. This battle area has a Gu formation, the ants closer to the competitor are easier to enslave. Tai Qin is enslaving ants near her while Wu Shuai is doing it to ants far away from himself. How could he possibly still have the advantage? Is this Wu Shuai's real strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he still had such strength left. Isn't he tired at all? If this was really Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Fan Yuan was not. Fan Yuan had just entered the dream realm. He was in a good condition, especially his soul. It was created as the main body's split soul. Afterwards, even though it was turned into a dragon man's soul and had not undergone soul cultivation, the foundation was still much deeper beyond ordinary people. Soul foundation directly affected enslavement path. For example, Fan Yuan's main body was unable to capture many immemorial year beasts before the Battle of Southern Borders ambush, but now he could capture more than 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she had diverted attention to enslave were all wiped out. Fan Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants. They cooperated with his arrow ants perfectly. Tai Qin's troops were diverted into two, making her end up in a passive situation. But thankfully, the arrow ants were not outstanding on offensive when they were in terrain like the ant nest with many tunnels and paths. Even though I gained some advantage, it is not outstanding, especially when Tai Qin has been using her worker ants to build the ant nest rapidly in this period of time. Even though Fan Yuan was acting aggressively, he was actually using the most stable method to achieve victory. Battle tactics were usually built on the foundation that one understands their enemies well. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the ant nest. Even if other types of ants appear, as long as they are not the cannon ants, I will be able to obtain victory with my advantage in numbers. Fan Yuan was assured of his victory. He had a high chance of winning. The humans youngsters watching were not willing to see it happen, but they had no choice but to admit it was happening. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is going to succeed. To think that this competition would end up like this. To think that Wu Shuai concealed so much strength, he is truly formidable. Sigh. It is a pity that the great green antithetics enslavement path inheritance is going to a dragon man. Tai Qin had a stern expression, staring at the battle area without blinking. She also recognized that she was about to fail, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth as she had an intense thought. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang earlier. I cannot lose, I don't want to lose. At this time, clouds started to form on the battle area. They quickly condensed into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths of time later, acid rain started to fall from these green clouds. Fan Yuan's gaze turned cold while the youngsters gasped. This change did not occur on the ants but the battle area instead. If an earthquake occurs, Tai Qin would lose without Wu Shuai doing anything. If any other change occurred, the situation would be unchanged. But this acid rain. Indeed, Tai Qin's ants are all inside the nest while Wu Shuai's troops are exposed to the acid rain's corrosion. Wu Shuai has started to build his nest. It is too late. This acid rain gave Tai Qin a chance for a comeback. Wu Shuai's advantage that was created by taking a risk is all gone. Tai Qin was aided by the acid rain and got past her state of complete disadvantage. Fan Yuan had to pull back his troops and build a nest to hide from the acid rain. After the acid rain, even though the armor ants appeared, no matter how many Fan Yuan enslaved, he still lost the best opportunity. But after a while, Fan Yuan used his deep soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. He won a few small battles and accumulated enough advantage to force Tai Qin into a corner, edging towards defeat. A huge battle was about to start. Tai Qin gathered her remaining forces to resist stubbornly when suddenly, an ant queen appeared. To subdue a wild ant queen, the Gu Master needs to use enslavement path methods and also beat the ant queen with the troops until it submits. But this ant queen appeared in the middle of Tai Qin's forces. Fan Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how large his army was, he could not break through Tai Qin's last few defensive lines. Tai Qin gave it her all and used methods that carried backlash to herself but finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was injured, it had a special power to allow ally ants to move faster, have higher defense, and attack more fiercely. Her overall strength increased greatly as a result. Fan Yuan's ants were not powered up, even though he had a larger army, they were all cannon fodder. After failing to take her down for a long time, Fan Yuan chose to retreat wisely. He left behind some troops to stall Tai Qin. After the first ant queen appears, more would follow. Soon, new ant queens appeared and got captured by both sides. As such, the battle between them went into a deadlock again. As the number of ants that both sides controlled increased, more ant nests were built. The battle area became dominated by both sides as their troops fought intensely. Tai Qin had a pale expression, so did Fan Yuan. However, with his rich experience, he gradually gained the upper hand. Rumble! Right when Fan Yuan was about to deal the decisive blow, an earthquake happened as Fan Yuan faced a devastating loss. Most of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin faced the same situation, she had fewer nests to begin with. Her losses were smaller. Both sides were evenly matched again. The youngsters went into a commotion again. It happened again! Whenever she gets into a disadvantage, changes occur to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck too good? It has happened 3 times already. Is someone cheating? How can that be? This area was set up by Green Anesthetic personally. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have won already. Fan Yuan's gaze turned colder. This is trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost the connection to the main body, he would not be this unlucky. The most likely possibility is that this dream realm requires me to lose. I cannot defeat Tai Qin. Thus, whenever I am about to win, a change would occur and cause me to lose my chance of victory. Then should I hold back and just lose? In usual times, he would do this to probe the situation. But now, the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrong, he would be giving up this test. In that case, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm. His main body would need to take action. The main body would fight the 4 dragon generals. He would lose control of the situation. Dragon Palace would fly away. Fan Yuan's plan would end up fruitless. What should he do? Chapter 1831. Heavenly Court notices. Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling floated in the air. She had an extremely solemn expression. She had been preparing this killer move for 3 days and nights. Go! At the next moment, she burst out with a grand golden light. The light shot out like a 5-tailed peacock, chirping and spreading its wings as it flew. When this golden light reached a certain area in the sky, it exploded and scattered into countless light specks. Within the light specks, a huge tunnel was vaguely seen. Fairy Ziwei, who was beside Qin Dingling, became shocked as she shouted. There was really a tunnel here! Qin Dingling was bleeding from her 7 orifices. Her body shook as her face turned pale. She went to rest. Thank you for the hard work. Duke Long was around too, evidently moved. Qin Dingling breathed deeply for a while as she sighed. Too close! If I had not so searched Zhao Lian Yun a while ago and learned some information regarding Giant Sun's all living beings' luck true inheritance, with just my own attainment, I would not have found Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ill intentions. Back when he toured Heavenly Court, he already set up this hidden path. This luck path true inheritance is truly profound, even our great Heavenly Court could not detect it. But heavens will favors our Heavenly Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's devious scheme. Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply too. With this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created a way to enter Heavenly Court. If it activates, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals might likely attack us directly. Indeed, that is the behavior of these Northern Plains brutes, Duke Long said. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with bright light. However, since we found this in advance, we can deal with this arrangement. We can even make use of it to ambush Northern Plains instead. This will be very helpful for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling made a huge contribution, but she still had a grim expression. She sighed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable has 3 true inheritances of self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. In order to deal with him, I cultivated all living beings' luck alone. After so many years, I thought that I had reached his level. But today, I learned that our difference is still so immense. Fairy Ziwei consoled her. None of the Venerables can be assessed using common sense. Senior's luck path attainment is already Heavenly Court's blessing. It allowed us to overcome our greatest weakness. From now on, Heavenly Court also has a proper luck path true inheritance. Qin Dingling said, to guard against accidents, I have already placed my luck path true inheritance in the treasury. But the best case is to obtain Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritances. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyun saw the all-living being's luck true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, she was too weak then, and only obtained a tiny portion. That Ma Hongyun was the user of fortune rivaling heaven, he must have known more information, but Fan Yuan captured him instead. Mentioning Fan Yuan, Fairy Ziwei frowned. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan has not shown up for a long time. Even though we placed a lot of defense in the River of Time, Fan Yuan is nowhere to be seen. He has myriad-year flying worship but does not show much interest in Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot detect his traces or? Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long frowned too. He said, let's make the worst-case assumption. We will treat it as if Fan Yuan has already obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Fan Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guyu Fangjing. Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyu Fangjing received a great amount of attention. He was already a significant figure to Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei. Through Heavenly Court's arrangements and a great deal of resources, Guyu Fangjing's strength was also improving rapidly. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. 3 desolate beasts became slower as they eventually froze and fell on the ground, grunting. The victor, Guyu Fangjing, floated in the air, looking at the 3 desolate beasts lying below him as his robe remained clean and untouched. Blood Path Killer moves are truly powerful. Zhao Lianyun was standing beside him as they fought together. Fangjing cupped his fists. It was all thanks to your help, Fairy, otherwise why would I get so many opportunities to fight in real combat? Zhao Lianyun smiled. We both have a common goal, we should work together, right? Similar to the previous life, Zhao Lianyun also took the initiative to befriend Fangjing. Zhao Lianyun loved Ma Hongyun but he was killed by Fan Yuan. Even though he died, the soul remained, there was a chance of reviving him. Heavenly Court follows the will of heaven, they do not want to revive Hongyun. After all, if he revives, wouldn't that defy fate? Even though I am Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Heavenly Court only treats me as a pawn, they only want to make use of me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling soul searched me, that is the best evidence. In this aspect, Fangjing and I are similar. We are both pawns, but Heavenly Court places greater importance on Fangjing. Thus, if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself, I need to find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyun made her own plans. Zhao Lianyun knew her own situation. Fangjing was also no longer ignorant. After his experiences, he knew his own situation and why Zhao Lianyun was acting like this to befriend him. Fangjing did not dislike Zhao Lianyun, they were in similar situations, he felt a sense of empathy towards her. As the two spoke, Guyu Fangjing kept the 3 desolate beasts in his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he familiarized himself with Blood Turns Cold, he was now able to use it effectively to capture enemies. Fangjing had put a lot of effort into this killer move indeed. Originally, Fairy Ziwei planned to nurture Fangjing through closed cultivation. But after Qin Dingling awakened, she told her to change this plan. Therefore, Guyu Fangjing took the sect mission and came to suppress the 3 desolate beasts causing chaos. The mission was completed now. Fangjing was planning to collect all his loot and return to Fei He Mountain. But to think that within the desolate beast's cave, there was a secret tunnel. To prevent the desolate beast cubs from remaining in the tunnel, Zhao Lianyun and Fangjing decided to fly into the tunnel after a discussion. The result was surprising to both of them. This tunnel was incredibly long. As they continued to fly downwards, the tunnel became wider, it could basically fit a mountain. This should be an earth trench, the 3 desolate beasts we caught should have nothing to do with the earth trench. Zhao Lianyun analyzed. Fangjing nodded but he had his suspicions. I guess that too, but this earth trench is too strange. Normally speaking, it should be filled with vitality, beasts and plants should be everywhere, but after we flew for so long, we saw no lifeforms. This earth trench is not simple, we should explore it deeper. Zhao Lianyun wanted to return but hearing Fangjing's words, she followed him as they went down. Oh, there is a blessed land here. Not long after, Fangjing found something strange. Next, Zhao Lianyun also found out, she gasped. This blessed land is undergoing tribulation, the blessed land got damaged and a loophole formed, causing it to be exposed to the outside world. It is so coincidental that we came at this exact moment, otherwise, if the Blessed Land's entrance is shut, even if it were right in front of us, we would not be able to notice it. Let's go in and see. Fang Jing was slightly excited as he spoke. Since this was a blessed land, there might be a Gu immortal inheritance here. After all, blessed lands were created from immortal apertures of Gu immortals. The two easily got into the blessed land. It was facing a grand tribulation now as chaos ensued. Strange, the people here are really strange. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the situation, there should be no Gu immortals here. Zhao Lianyun and Fang Jing discussed for a while. They decided to help. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. They had powerful methods and they soon calmed the situation. The people who survived in the blessed land knelt to the two immortals as they expressed their gratitude. Fang Jing asked and found out that these people in the blessed land were not humans, they were dragon men. Dragon man? What variant human race is this? I have never heard of it. Fang Jing was confused. Zhao Lianyun had become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House for quite some time. She quickly frowned as she said, Dragon man is a variant human race, but we are in trouble now. She knew that she and Fang Jing were pawns of Heavenly Court. They seemed to be moving freely, but Heavenly Court definitely had methods to watch them. As expected, Gu immortals descended soon after. Two female immortals. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun knew them. They were Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling. Fang Jing did not understand. This blessed land is so ordinary. It is not outstanding. Why did these two great experts come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Ziwei were in a good mood. It was evident from their facial expressions. Fang Jing, you made a huge contribution again. Good work. Your job here is done. You can leave now. Qin Dingling smiled as she sent Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun away. Fang Jing and Zhao Lianyun had to obey her as they flew back to their respective sects. A moment later, Fairy Ziwei obtained the information she needed. This blessed land belongs to Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it was hidden for so long. Even Lord Duke Long was deceived. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's bloodline descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragonmen human mixed bloods. These dragon men are not important, but this blessed land hides the clues to Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you were right. Fang Jing is truly our lucky star. Fairy Ziwei had a joyful tone. Because one of the creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. Heavenly Court had been looking for Dragon Palace, but progress was slow. Now that they obtained this important clue, as long as they solved it, with Heavenly Court's efforts, they would be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fang Jing is the arrangement of heaven's will to deal with Fang Yuan. Since he found this blessed land and exposed Dragon Palace, it means that Fang Yuan must be trying to obtain Dragon Palace himself. Fairy Ziwei heard this and did not dare to waste time. She quickly went back to Heavenly Court to make her deductions. Chapter 1832. Changing Duke Long's Luck. Deep in Eastern Sea, the following scene of Dragon Palace's dream realm was undergoing. The Dragon Man clone manipulated the ant army as it charged forward. There were thousands of black ants moving in a tight formation. Among them, armor ants paved the way at the front while arrow ants stayed at the rear. The ant queen was well protected in the middle. At the very end of the army were cannon ants. They were bulky and moved slowly. In front of Dragon Man clone, Tai Qin was similarly controlling her ant army. Senior brother, here I come. The yellow eyebrows girl shouted as her army pressed forward, attacking Fang Yuan's troops. Fang Yuan quickly willed as he stabilized his formation, defending with the armor ants while attacking with the cannon ants. Tai Qin controlled mainly spear ants and sprint ants. They were very offensive in nature. Fang Yuan smiled secretly to himself. Ever since the disciple ceremony of Green Ant Ascetic, Tai Qin was motivated due to the defeat against me. She changed her cautious attitude in battle and became very aggressive, often choosing to attack first. At this time, two groups of sprint ants encircled him from the left and right. Tai Qin's tactic was very clear. She wanted to use the sprint ants' speed to rapidly attack Fang Yuan's cannon ants. Cannon ants had powerful long-range attacks that could kill many spear ants in a frontal battle. But it moved slowly and had weak defense. If the two groups of sprint ants got close and attacked, it would definitely get killed. This is an appropriate tactic, however, since I moved in this formation. Why would I not anticipate this weakness in the formation? Oh, junior sister. Fang Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. Then let's fight, senior brother! The yellow eyebrows girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light as she exerted her full force. As the sprint ants moved closer, Fan Yuan's entire ant army retreated, encircling the cannon ants at the back. The entire process was fluid and smooth. Tai Qin saw this and her eyes widened as she sighed with a cute expression. So amazing! Senior brother, you are able to control all of the ants at the same time. You have already mastered our master's ant thought killer move? Fan Yuan smiled as he nodded. Tai Qin gritted her teeth. Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior brother, I will take down your frontal troops. It turned out that in order to retreat, Fan Yuan left his armor ants at the front lines, blocking Tai Qin's spear ants. Fan Yuan's ant army retreated successfully, but they were separated from the armor ants in the process. The armor ants did not last long. They were quickly wiped out by the spear ants, which had greater numbers. Spear ants moved like the tides, pressing forward. Fan Yuan had already prepared his arrow ants at the most outer layer. They continued to shoot out their arrows. At the same time, cannon ants flew into the sky and blasted the spear ant army, killing many of them in the process. Due to Fan Yuan's barrage of attacks, Tai Qin finally lost as her ant army got obliterated. Sigh. I lost again, senior brother, you are really amazing. The girl let out a breath of turbid air as she looked at Fan Yuan with a glimmering gaze. There was a faint blush on her face. Fan Yuan saw this and understood why. 3 scenes had passed since Green Ant Ascetic's disciple recruitment ceremony. Thinking back, Fan Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the scene of the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter what advantages he had, accidents would occur to erase them rapidly. Fan Yuan did not surrender. He considered his options and chose to keep a stalemate, preventing the yellow eyebrows girl from winning. Eventually, they ended in a draw after reaching the limits of a Gu master. Green Ant Ascetic appeared to stop them and took both of them as disciples. The reason was that Green Ant Ascetic chose his disciple using ant manipulation on the surface, but he had his own intentions to test the nature of the Gu master, and how long they could persevere. If Fan Yuan admitted defeat, he would not meet this criteria. The dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the ceremony, he could not win or lose, it had to be a draw. After that hurdle, in the following few scenes, Green Ant Ascetic imparted his knowledge to them. Fan Yuan gained many Gu worms and his main opponent was this junior sister Tai Qin. Tai Qin had never won a single time when she sparred against Fan Yuan. Initially, she was not convinced, but gradually, she admitted her inferiority, and even had some sort of affection brewing that she was unclear of. Great, it seems that the clone is making good progress in the dream realm. Fan Yuan observed his Dragonman clone's luck as he spoke. This purple dragon luck had expanded in size by several times. Its surrounding black cloud luck had shrunken by 30%. At the same time, the azure purple chi produced from the black clouds became denser and thicker. But at this time, blood red light flew over from the west. This blood red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head but did not merge with the black cloud luck. Within the blood red light, there were the vague figures of a golden phoenix and a divine dragon. They had an incredible and threatening aura. What is going on? What changes are occurring? Fan Yuan's heart sank. He quickly deduced. This blood light luck is more than 10 times the size of the original one. It is coming from the west. West from Eastern Sea is either Western Desert or Central Continent. The blood light luck has not attacked yet, showing that now is not the time for its move. It is so big, it should be from Central Continent's Heavenly Court. How did Heavenly Court find their way here? In the previous life, they did not come here at this time. Is it the ink effect from my rebirth? Fan Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not shocked, in fact, he had plans against this. Because Heavenly Court was his biggest enemy all along. Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall. Fairy Ziwei stopped her actions as joy flashed on her face. I deduced it after all. She grasped the location of Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. This was because Heavenly Court had been sending people to secretly investigate the 5 regions to search for Dragon Palace all along. Even though progress was slow, after years of accumulation, they were close to success. In the previous life, Heavenly Court found its own way to Dragon Palace. This time, with a critical clue, their accumulation led to great results. They quickly found success. Fairy Ziwei quickly told Duke Long and Qing Dingling about this news. Dragon Palace needs to be retrieved. This is my karma, let me go and take it back. Duke Long took the responsibility for this matter. Fairy Ziwei immediately felt at ease. With Lord Duke Long taking action, we will definitely succeed. At this time, Fairy Ziwei's expression changed. She received some information. Oh no, myriad-year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time. Fan Yuan is taking action again. Coincidentally at this time? Qin Dingling frowned. This is too coincidental. Let me take a look at both of your luck. Fairy Ziwei and Duke Long did not reject her. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. His luck was in a dragon shape. It looked like a flaming cloud. The old dragon lowered its head as it coiled its body, about to fall asleep. This was a sign that Duke Long's lifespan was ending. Qin Dingling grunted as she observed closely, seeing that the scales on the old dragon's body were turning blood red. Its dragon head became more wrinkled as it showed an upside-down mountain character. This symbolized failure. Qin Dingling was shocked. There exists a person in this world that can make Duke Long fail? At this moment, her vision turned blood red. Her luck inspection killer move was forced to stop. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to cough out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin! Fairy Ziwei quickly went to support Qin Dingling. After standing firmly with her eyes still bleeding uncontrollably, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly while having temporary blindness. Senior Duke Long, you are truly powerful. Your down marks are too numerous. My luck inspection killer move could only take a glimpse. Even though Qin Dingling had a rank 8 level luck inspection method, the actual use of it depended on the target. In Duke Long's case, his down marks far exceed the peak of rank 8. He also had defensive killer moves in the form of dragon markings. They activated earlier. It was tough on you? Duke Long asked. How is the result? Qin Dingling shook her head with a worrisome expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will face an intense battle if he goes. There is a chance of failure. How can this be? Fairy Ziwei was shocked. This is not unimaginable. Duke Long shook his head. The world is vast and unpredictable. The River of Time moves endlessly throughout time. Humans are merely a tiny segment of this. This is quite interesting. I am curious to know what can make me fail. Qin Dingling added. Luck is a variable. This only hints that Senior Duke Long has a chance of failure in this trip. But it is not a problem. I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to amplify or change your luck, Senior Duke Long. However, I need a few days. Okay, I will wait for a few days then. Duke Long thought about it and made his decision. Chapter 1833. Qixi Ancestor. In the Dream Realm. Senior brother, was the dinner I made yesterday delicious? After Green Antiseptic's lesson, junior sister Tai Qin came to Fan Yuan and asked him in anticipation. Fan Yuan smiled. It was really not bad. To think that junior sister had such talent. You will definitely make a good wife in the future. I wonder who would be so fortunate as to become your husband. Senior brother, you are making fun of me again. Tai Qin's face turned red as an apple as she spoke in a soft tone. If senior brother likes it, I will make more for you. Sure, then I will be happy to eat it. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon man Gu Immortal appeared. My son. Father, why are you here? Fan Yuan was a little surprised. Oh, hello Uncle Wu. Tai Qin quickly greeted nervously. The dragon man Gu Immortal nodded at the young girl, smiling. You are Tai Qin, right? My son has mentioned you many times in his letters. This is a small gift from me. Do accept it. Ah, no, I cannot. Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Fan Yuan received it for her, putting it in her palm and forcing her to keep it. Take it. My father has come for important businesses. Our lesson today has to end here. Fan Yuan apologized. Ah, it is not a problem. No problem at all. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked the Gu Immortal before respectfully taking her leave. Such a pure and innocent girl, my son, are you interested? Seeing that Tai Qin had left, the dragon man Gu Immortal joked. Fan Yuan smiled as he thought, the dream realm has changed again. He spoke cautiously. Father, don't you understand me well enough? Ha! The dragon man Gu Immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fan Yuan's shoulders. I came here for important businesses indeed. The daughter of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, Shujio Ling, has reached the age of 16 and is holding a contest to find her husband. Any remarkable young man can participate. I want you to join it. Oh? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised. He knew about the matter of Shujio Ling. In the earlier scene, Tai Qin had mentioned it while they were chatting. Shujio Ling originally loved Gu Immortal Fan Ji. She was impregnated with his child, but he refused to marry her, constantly giving excuses. In the end, Shujio Ling finally understood Fan Ji's true nature. She felt extremely hurt. She stayed locked up within the residence of her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, never going out. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level. She owned the Immortal Goo House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was a leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing that her daughter was in such a state, she became furious. She wanted to find that heartless man and settle the score with him. But Fan Ji was the last disciple of Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder Kong Yihen. He was also a rank 8 Goo Immortal with no children but many disciples. His most beloved disciple was the final and youngest one, Fan Ji. He treated him like a son. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not act rashly against him. She had to approach Kong Yihen and seek an answer. Thus, Kong Yihen brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to Calligraphy Pavilion as they negotiated. But something happened during this. Not only did they not have an agreement, they even fought. After Kong Yihen and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady fought for a few rounds, they stopped. Fan Ji and Xu Jiuling became complete enemies as Xu Jiuling said in a rage, threatening Fan Ji. "Don't regret this, you don't want me, but there are countless in this world who do." Fan Ji smiled coldly. "I came here to negotiate with you, but you are going too far. I want to see who has the guts to interfere in this. I want to see who has the passion to be with you even though this child is in your womb." Xu Jiuling fainted from anger on the spot. As her mother, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady definitely had to back up her daughter. After Xu Jiuling woke up, she wanted to arrange an open competition to find a husband. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She also felt that maybe someone else could give her daughter happiness. Even if her daughter does not like him, this event can distract her and lift her from depression and constant thoughts of suicide. Tai Qin had said it with excitement and joy. She was delighted and treated this as a joke. Fan Yuan laughed then, but now, he could not laugh anymore. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent and strong. They have a strong ambition. This is a good chance indeed. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal who is going against Black Heaven Temple. If I can become the son-in-law of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, with this relationship, I can lead her over to the side of my Dragon Man race. As for Xu Jiuling's appearance, personality, and the baby in her womb, they were not a concern. Fan Yuan did not care. Compared to ambitions, so what if he had to make sacrifices? Normally, only people who were able to endure things that were absurd could create unimaginable achievements that normal people could not do. But junior sister Tai Qin's affection towards me is growing. If I do that, I will be letting her down. This girl will be very upset. Fan Yuan felt a sense of guilt in his heart. But immediately, he jolted in his heart as he realized. No, wait, what happened to me? This is the dream realm. I am Fan Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why am I feeling guilt? What a powerful dream realm. It actually affected my emotions. The last few scenes of the dream realm were very stable and safe, but it was subtly trying to influence me. I was actually affected. That was close. If he had cold sweat, it would have formed on Fan Yuan's forehead already. But he was in the dream realm. Normally speaking, when Fan Yuan explores dream realms, his body would be outside while his soul enters. He would often travel between inside and outside. There was a clear differentiation. But now, Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone went in with both body and soul. He explored it continuously for days. He was immersed in it. Even though Fan Yuan regained his clarity now and knew reality in dream, his emotions were actually affected earlier. This was a forewarning of danger. When exploring dream realms, the worst case was getting immersed in it and dissociating from reality. Emotions were the most powerful tool. Once they were affected, all sorts of feelings would emerge. Fan Yuan would be trapped in quicksand, falling deeper and deeper until he got devoured by the dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal observed Fan Yuan's expression for a while before nodding in satisfaction. My son, you are truly unaffected by the restraints of love and affection. I will go and meet Green Antiseptic now, to tell him about this matter and get approval for a leave of absence for you. I will follow father's arrangements, Fan Yuan quickly said. River of Time. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions occurred as waves of river water shot out. Swoosh! A flying boat was riding on this huge wave, flying with lightning speed resembling a silver ray of light. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, 5 immortal Gu houses chased relentlessly. Within Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest went to their stations and fought with tense emotions. This heavenly court is truly rich. They managed to rebuild present and past pavilion as well as eternal yacht. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Heavenly Court is truly the #1 force in the world. Their foundation is shocking. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Heavenly Court's moment stage. In order to construct this time path Immortal Goo House, Fairy Ziwei had taken out the core Immortal Goo of Million Heavenly King Gallery in Heavenly Court. Forget about the other 4 Immortal Goo houses, but this moment stage was a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. And there was rank 8 time path Goo Immortal Goo Luru inside moment stage. As Myriad Year Flying Warship fought against moment stage, the other 4 rank 7 Immortal Goo houses were not idling, because the situation now was quite different. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight while moving away. No worries, we have advantage in luck. We can use the River of Time's complex environment to cause damage to Heavenly Court. That's right, after we weaken them sufficiently, we will counterattack. A few days later. Heavenly Court. Duke Long was ready to move out. Qin Dingling, who had a pale face, and Fairy Ziwei sent him off. After changing Duke Long's luck, Qin Dingling's condition was bad. She could not accompany him or join the fight in the River of Time. She could only recuperate in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had to stay in Heavenly Court to oversee the situation and prevent Longevity Heaven from launching a sneak attack. The Immortal Goo House battle in the River of Time has gone on for a few days, but Fan Yuan has not shown up. With Feng Jiuji's Dalgardian luck, we can make up for the weakness in luck, thus, we have the upper hand now. This Fan Yuan should not be underestimated. Ziwei, pay more attention to him. Duke Long said with deep care and concern. Yes. Fairy Ziwei had a solemn expression. Fan Jing is ready now. He is inside Immortal Crane Sex Pine Crane Pavilion. He is already on the route of Lord Duke Long's journey. Good. Duke Long nodded as he turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi, vanishing on the spot. Fan Yuan inspected his clone's luck again. The Dragonman clone's purple dragon luck expanded by several times again. It was energetic and lively, moving casually within the black clouds. Half of the black cloud was already an azure purple color. This showed that the chances of Fan Yuan becoming the Dragon Palace Lord was much higher now. However, at the top of this black cloud luck, a huge blood-light luck was already pressing down. It was very close. Within the blood-light luck, the golden phoenix phantom was gone. Only the purple dragon figure was left. It was huge and menacing. Compared to the blood-light luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Fan Yuan had his realization. Oh? He's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with bright light. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an Immortal Goo House flew closer. It was Immortal Crane Sex Pine Crane Pavilion. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his Battlefield Killer move. This Chi Path battlefield had been prepared for a long time. It had been waiting for this moment. What? Within Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Jing was deeply shocked as his vision warped greatly. He became trapped instantly. An enemy has ambushed me. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion, thankfully. Ugh! Fang Zheng's expression was filled with shock and fear. Boundless chi currents shot out like arrows, gathering towards Pine Crane Pavilion in an immeasurable number. The terrifying might made Fang Zheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move! Fang Jing turned pale instantly. Pine Crane Pavilion was just a rank 6 Immortal Goo House. How could it block such an attack? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet with Fang Jing. He only followed secretly and instructed Fang Jing to head towards Eastern Sea using Pine Crane Pavilion. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. Giving Fang Jing some freedom would cause disturbance towards Fan Yuan naturally. But Fang Jing moved with peace and serenity, until this moment when he met his foe. Without Duke Long, he would die without doubt. Duke Long pushed with his palms as the surrounding chi currents broke apart and crumbled. Who is it? Come out! Duke Long shouted. I am Qixi Ancestor. Fan Yuan revealed himself, but he had a different appearance now. Chapter 1834. Fan Yuan fights Duke Long. It's Lord Duke Long. Fang Jing saw Duke Long and became surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, they had met before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would have died already. With him around, I should be safe. Fang Jing no longer felt fear. He was assured. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. This was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fang Jing took another look at the person who almost took his life, Qixi Ancestor. This old man wore a white robe, his sleeves fluttered in the air, his long white beard drooped to his feet, he had a solemn expression and grand aura. The clouds floated quietly around him, giving him an immortal-like disposition. Fan Jing could not recognize this as Fan Yuan's disguise. He was curious about the old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not any of the known rank 8 great experts of Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not just him, even Duke Long was curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources among the 5 regions. It was normal to have a hidden rank 8 cultivator. Immediately, Duke Long smiled. Qixi ancestor. As a rank 8, it is fine to call yourself an ancestor. But calling yourself Qixi in front of me, you are simply too arrogant. Fang Jing heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long primarily cultivates Qi Path, followed by Transformation Path. He is a rare dual cultivator. This rank 8 Eastern Sea old man also cultivates Qi Path, but he is going against Lord Duke Long. Fan Jing felt a little sympathy for Qixi ancestor. At this time, he heard Duke Long's voice. You have clear ill intentions. Tell me, what is your motive for staying here and ambushing us? What is your relationship with Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan was slightly surprised, he thought. How did he link my identity to Fan Yuan in this situation? On the surface, Fan Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea. I do not bother people who do not offend me. But your heavenly court is too ambitious. You seek to take over all 5 regions and unify the world. In the future you will look for trouble with me and attempt to kill me. Duke Long frowned slightly. He retorted. Qixi ancestor, you must have been deceived by that demon Fan Yuan. We have no grudges with each other. This is our first encounter. Why would we attack you? That demon Fan Yuan is crafty and likes to sow discord. You must not trust him blindly. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. I did not believe him at first, but this Fan Yuan pointed out many of my secrets. He gave concrete evidence. He is someone from the future, should I believe? Him or you? Duke Long's frown became even deeper. Fan Yuan's accusation was quite shameless. If he targeted Heavenly Court's past or current actions, Duke Long could retort with evidence. But talking about Heavenly Court's future actions, Duke Long had nothing to say. Even he was uncertain himself. In fact, even Duke Long had his own interpretation. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily deceived? Since Fan Yuan convinced this Qixi ancestor to obstruct Heavenly Court, in the future, it is likely that we really went ahead to attack him. In that case, there is no point in talking. Duke Long sighed as he thought about his mission to retrieve Dragon Palace, yet faced obstruction here. Qixi ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Fan Yuan was likely going after Dragon Palace now. I need to settle this battle quickly. Duke Long's eyes flashed with resolution. Fan Yuan managed to deceive him after all. This was not just because of Fan Yuan's modified familiar face killer move that was now compatible with his Qi Path methods. Most importantly, Qixi ancestor was emitting a genuine rank 8 aura now. Duke Long thought that Fan Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, the Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Ziwei and the entire Heavenly Court, in fact, the entire world, had the same thought. Different from the previous life, right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed yet. Fan Yuan had defended this secret very well. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He wasted no time as he attacked with no hesitation. This was a Transformation Path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Fan Jing, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped to think that Duke Long was the first to attack, and he even launched a sneak attack. Even though Qixi ancestor got hit by the attack, he turned into cloud fog as he faded away. Fan Yuan was guarded against Duke Long from the start. Because this was his immortal battlefield, it was easy for him to dodge it. Duke Long's expression did not change. The attack earlier was just a test. Now that he probed it, this was truly a Qi Path battlefield. Transformation Path methods were greatly restricted here. In that case, he would use different methods. Duke Long did not turn around, he directly pointed behind him. Air currents moved as a layer of bubbles quickly surrounded Pine Crane Pavilion, protecting it. Thank you, Lord Duke Long! Fan Jing did not dare to wait, he quickly thanked him. Duke Long did not pay attention to him as he used another killer move. After a while, he pushed with his palms as multiple Qi dragons emerged. The half-transparent Qi dragon moved rapidly. Once it finds Fan Yuan's location, it would attack on its own. Lord Duke Long is truly not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. Fan Jing saw these Qi dragons, which were all over 100 feet long. They were majestic and grand. He could not help but praise. But at this moment, Duke Long raised his head, his eyes shining with a sharp light. What sound is that? Fan Jing also heard the loud sound as he raised his head to look. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide as his pupils shrunk. He saw that a grand blade chi that was 1,000 feet long, thick and wide, resembling a deity's war blade, slammed down with a force that sought to cut this world into two. The blade chi was vast and grand, it created gusts of wind and rumbling thunder. Fan Jing was shell-shocked, he was like a tiny ant, those majestic chi dragons from earlier looked like earthworms or snakes now. At the crucial moment, Duke Long shouted and used his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but the method that Duke Long used now was not simple. He used a consecutive move, using Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had 1 layer. Before it expanded twice, it became thicker and tougher. It was the fusion of 3 Chi Walls. Boom! The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, causing a thunderous sound that exploded intensely. Even though he was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fan Jing's vision still turned dark as he felt dizzy. His ears were bleeding as blood flowed out. The Chi Wall collapsed while the blade Chi dispersed to a large extent. The remaining portion was not able to do any threatening damage. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a small raft, it shook intensely from the aftershock, constantly shaking. Fan Jing took a lot of effort to stabilize the immortal Gu house as his face turned pale. He was breathing roughly in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fan Jing was still completely dumbfounded. His sense of safety from earlier had been completely erased. Duke Long was unscathed, but his expression was solemn. He no longer had a relaxed mood. He raised his head to look at Fan Yuan, who was high up in the sky. They were quite far apart. The blade Chi earlier had an obvious aura. Fan Yuan's location was naturally exposed now. Duke Long rose in altitude as he said to Fan Yuan, "That is a powerful blade Chi. Even though it is not elaborate, it has a lot of raw power." "But how many times can you use this move?" Fan Yuan smiled. He was calm and composed. "The killer move earlier had too much power." Duke Long thought that Fan Yuan had activated it after a long period of preparation. This was quite an obvious thought, but he had no idea that Fan Yuan was a special exception. "Oh, you mean this?" "It was just a casual attack." Saying so, Fan Yuan pointed his index finger at Pine Crane Pavilion as he tapped. Boom! A grand blade Chi gathered and shot out again with imposing might. Fan Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom! Another blade Chi with vast power followed after the attack from earlier with might that could split heaven and earth. Fan Yuan tapped his finger again. Boom! The third blade Chi shot out with the same power. In fact, it was even larger than the ones before. Fan Zheng's body froze on the spot. He was dumbfounded. This. Duke Long was also deeply shocked. The enemy's blade Chi killer move was very easily used. It was as simple as drinking water. But how could this be possible? Of course it was possible. Fan Yuan had a lot of Chi Path Dao marks. It was more than 1,000,000. Adding in the Chi Path Battlefield's amplification, it was reasonable that it reached this stage. Duke Long also had Chi Path Dao marks, but the numbers were only 30% of Fan Yuan's Dao marks. Thus, Fan Yuan's blade Chi killer move needed 3 Chi walls to block. He has such immense battle strength. To think that Eastern Sea contained such a character. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. His battle intent was completely drawn out. He looked over. Those 3 blade Chi were approaching rapidly with an unstoppable might. It has been so long since I've last had a challenging battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, before his overwhelming aura burst out in all directions. Dragon roars were heard as he charged directly towards the blade Chi. While Fan Yuan and Duke Long engaged in fierce combat, the dream realm in the sea was quiet and tranquil. Junior sister, be careful, I've prepared this move for a long time. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he spoke. The yellow eyebrows girl Tai Chin smiled delicately. Brother Shuai, go ahead, I am ready. Good. Dragon Man clone waved his hand as the ant army flew, creating a golden river that crashed towards Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. Flying ants appeared from the ground and moved like a river as well, retaliating. The 2 ant groups met in the sky, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together with no casualties. The ant groups merged completely in the sky. They were an entity now. Under the golden light, Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone looked at Tai Chin with a sincere gaze. Tai Chin also looked at him bravely. Her face was flushing, but her eyes could not hide the affection that she had. Junior sister. Senior brother. The two walked closer and felt deep love for each other. The ant army flew around them and danced in joy. A moment later, it was time to separate. Junior sister, I need to go. Sigh, I want to be with you forever, but I cannot defy my father. I have a family now. It has been hard on you these years. The Dragon Man clone kissed Tai Chin goodbye. Tai Chin shook her head. No, it has not been tough. Senior brother, you are forced to do this, while I had chosen this of my own accord. I will always be here. You can come any time. I will be around. When Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright in the sky. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. At this time, from the shadows, a Dragon Man Gu Immortal secretly flew up and met with Dragon Man clone. Brother, when you were not around, sister-in-law went to meet with that Fan Ji again in secret. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal reported with displeasure on his face. Humph, this slut. The Dragon Man clone had a grim expression. At this moment, an intense rage emerged in his heart. Chapter 1835. Snapped in two. Wait. This is just the dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. Why is there a need to feel hatred? The Dragon Man clone was stunned as he quickly regained clarity. He blinked and subconsciously touched his forehead. He did not feel any cold sweat. Instead, he could feel a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. He felt a deep chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragon Man Gu Immortal informant asked again. Fan Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal still had a trace of his appearance in his youthful days. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become the disciple of Green Antiseptic, but had failed. But this person had enough talent and aptitude, due to the Dragon Man race's diligence. They were highly united compared to the humans. They rarely had internal strife. This allowed all of the Dragon Man young geniuses to grow properly, especially geniuses like Huang Wei. They were nurtured intensely. Fan Yuan's character, Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and wanted to befriend him. Due to a coincidence, Wu Shuai saved Huang Wei's life and they ended up becoming sworn brothers. A few scenes of the dream realm made rapid progress in terms of time. Fan Yuan was already a Gu Immortal now. Fan Yuan thought about it as he snorted coldly. A little impatience will spoil great plans. We will continue to pretend we don't know this as always. This Shujiu Ling had once been pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She got abandoned and in a fit of anger, chose to have a competition to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders and became the husband of Shujiu Ling as they wanted to create a relationship with Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal Calligraphy Pavilion lady. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion lady played a significant role in Wu Shuai's ascension to become a Gu Immortal. She provided lots of resources. But Shujiu Ling still could not stop thinking of Fan Ji even after giving birth to her son. After some time, Fan Ji was also reminiscing about Shujiu Ling. He decided to approach her again. Shujiu Ling could not control herself. She kept in contact with Fan Ji. They met with each other countless times. It almost became an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai becoming her husband already made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Now, it was only worse. Ordinary Gu Immortals who had a weak nature would not care, but Wu Shuai was a heroic genius with great aptitude. It was not easy for someone like him to endure this. The higher my cultivation level, the more easily I will succumb to this dream realm. After staying in this dream realm for so long, I've almost thought that I was Wu Shuai myself. Or maybe this is the true test of Dragon Palace? Fan Yuan's clone had a burst of inspiration. He realized the truth. This dream realm was the test for Dragon Palace's inheritor. It did not just test their personality, because choices in the dream realm might not necessarily reflect one's true intentions. The dream realm was not just testing him, it was also creating an inheritor. Even if a person was unsuitable, as long as they passed the dream realm, after such a long period of brainwashing, the Gu Immortal would emerge as someone who hated Heavenly Court and loved Dragon Man. They might even become like Wu Shuai, taking on the responsibility of the uprise of the Dragon Man race. It is possible that those 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s tried to explore this dream realm but failed. In this process their minds were warped and turned into dragon generals. What do I do? I have already started to succumb to it. It is not easy to stay awake. The more I explore this, the worse the situation becomes. If I fail, I will become a dragon general. If I win, I will be modified into the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might not even be my priority anymore. I will solely want to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Fan Yuan's clone felt his heart turning cold as he realized this. Regardless of success or failure, either result was favorable to him. And the scariest thing was, even if he wanted to leave now, it was impossible. The main body had no idea this was the situation. No information could be transmitted out of this dream realm. I had actually fallen into the trap of this immortal goo house dragon palace. Noticing this, Fan Yuan's clone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of the previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ning being able to control Dragon Palace and become the owner of Dragon Palace in my previous life? Fan Yuan had never been able to deduce the truth behind this. In the previous life, Duke Long had taken away Dragon Palace, but he did not pass the Dream Realm test. Afterwards it became Bai Ning Bing's possession for some reason. This means that Duke Long did not truly obtain Dragon Palace, he only suppressed it forcefully. But even if he only suppressed it, how could he not know it himself? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of Heavenly Court, which was a safer location? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal goo house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zhangxing had also participated. It was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. Thus, this means that Duke Long was trying to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zhangxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zhangxing but turned against Heavenly Court. Bai Ning Bing should have no time to explore the dream realms. Even if she does, she has no ability to explore these dream realms. However, because the dream realms were taken away by Heavenly Court, Bai Ning Bing became a lucky winner? The Dragon Man clone shook his head. After considering all this, his brain started to hurt. There was too little information, he could not figure out the truth of the matter. Currently, I need to stall for time until my main body notices this problem and saves me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Fan Yuan's main body was currently fighting intensely against Duke Long. In this current situation, if he aggressively explores the dream realm, he would definitely be brainwashed. He would succumb to this dream and be unable to wake up. If he fails, he will become a dragon general. If he succeeds, he will become the Dragon Palace Lord but would betray the main body. His personality, values, and life goals would all change. Neither one was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom! An intense explosion whipped up a strong shockwave. Air currents surged, blowing towards the entire world. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat that swayed helplessly in this tsunami. It would break apart at any moment. Fan Jing was completely dizzy inside. His face was pale without any trace of liveliness. I am a goo immortal, but I am not even qualified to watch this battle. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died without a proper corpse already. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Fan Jing felt admiration and gratitude. After such a long battle, Duke Long was still energetic as he stood straight. His dragon scales shined brightly in the light, but his dragon eyes were blazing with anger. Qixi Ancestor, you are such a powerful expert, but you choose to attack the weak. You truly do not possess the disposition of a great expert. Fan Yuan laughed. Attacking the enemy's weakness is a righteous path tactic. That just happens to be my style of fighting. Furthermore, I am very curious. Who is inside this immortal goo house? Why are you, Duke Long, protecting them time and time again? Fan Jing did not know that Qixi Ancestor was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was also unaware that his brother Guyu Fan Jing was inside Pine Crane Pavilion. Even though these brothers were meeting, they did not know each other's identity. And similar to the battle in the previous life, Fan Yuan also sensed acutely that the person inside this Pine Crane Pavilion was harmful to him. Fan Yuan attacked many times. Pine Crane Pavilion was within the range of his attacks. And because this was Fan Yuan's domain, fog spread out and concealed his true self, allowing him to use killer moves with ease. Duke Long was kept in a passive spot. He defended more than he attacked. Fan Yuan suppressed him for now. But at this moment, waves of dragon roars resounded within the dense fog. What's going on? Fan Yuan was bewildered. Following the waves of dragon roars, clouds started to gather and turned into giant dragon chi currents. Spiral currents continued to form and expand. They were like the undercurrents of the sea, splitting up the battlefield into multiple areas. A large amount of fog were drawn in by these currents and got devoured, as these currents expanded continuously. This is a split move. What an ingenious killer move. Without the fog to conceal him, Fan Yuan's true body was exposed. He sighed in admiration. There were 4 main killer move manipulation techniques that existed. Split move was one of them. Back then in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many parties went after Ma Hongyun, old ancestors Shui who had displayed a split-move technique, he displayed incredible battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was also using this technique without causing a commotion prior. When Fan Yuan was fighting with him, he thought that these were just minor moves, but to think that they were all part of the same Chi Path killer move. When Duke Long activated them fully, a terrifying power was unleashed. What is the name of this move? Fan Yuan looked at these currents as he sighed. He knew that in the short term, he could not do anything to these currents. Duke Long laughed heartily. The anger on his face was completely gone. He was just acting earlier to stall for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long's battle experiences were richer than Fan Yuan. He could use these techniques casually in battle. Even Fan Yuan was caught off guard. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I only succeeded after 10 years of practicing it. It was correct that you did not attack them immediately, because any Chi Path methods you use will only help them to grow. From worm to dragon, their power will rise by 100 times, you will not be able to guard against it. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not explaining for fun, he wanted Fan Yuan to be less inclined to attack. At the same time, he was preparing a powerful killer move. His grand aura could barely be contained. Fan Yuan's brain worked rapidly. He did not see Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in the previous life. In fact, when Duke Long rampaged in the previous life, he had not used his expression or words to deceive his enemies. This meant that Duke Long was treating Chi-Si Ancestor as a powerful enemy. He was serious now. Reverse Worm Dragon's profundity was not inferior to the killer move Unlimited Chi-Si. Fan Yuan had also not forgotten about Duke Long's trump card Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This Reverse Worm Dragon seems to have been created to counter battlefield killer moves. These worms are so troublesome to deal with. If they evolve into dragons, they would become even stronger. But so what? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan smiled arrogantly. He attacked. Blade Chi gathered and slashed down again. Duke Long was stunned. He had clearly seen this move's profundity. He should avoid it. By attacking now, is he trying to stop me from using my killer move, to disrupt my tempo and continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves needed time. But Fan Yuan did not give Duke Long a chance. He did not feel disheartened. He stopped the killer move activation as he brought along Pine Crane Pavilion to dodge the attacks. You want to suppress me, but you are actually helping to raise Reverse Worm Dragon's strength. They will grow from worm to dragon. I will get a chance. Duke Long was burning with battle intent. He wanted to fight with his full power. As expected, the blade Chi landed on the spiral currents and got absorbed by them to a large extent. The currents grew rapidly, exploding on the spot as more than 10 of them fused into one divine dragon. Its body was long and majestic. It also filled this entire Chi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a tiny mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Fan Jing saw this and became overjoyed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan spoke slowly in a calm tone. So this is turning worm into dragon. It is powerful. But it is not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path killer move, Yin Yang Great Killer Hands. Rumble! With a loud explosion, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. The 2 hands were so large they could loom over heaven and earth. They had an intrinsic pattern. At this moment, they grabbed at the Chi Dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon growled and struggled intensely, but the giant hands were unmoving like they were made of metal. Fan Yuan pulled with both hands from afar. Boom! The huge dragon was directly snapped in 2 by him without putting up a resistance. Fan Jing opened his mouth wide. He was unable to close it. Fan Yuan stretched his fingers as he looked at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, I'm done warming up." Duke Long had a serious expression. His dragon pupils shined with a domineering light. He stared fixedly at Fan Yuan. He opened his mouth, revealing his sharp white teeth as he said, "Great, it seems. You are truly a worthy opponent." Chapter 1836. Steel Life hits Duke Long Dream Realm. This is Center Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky as he showed some amazement. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Indeed, brother, I was shocked when I first saw it too. Dragon Man Gu Immortal Huang Wei was by his side. 2 scenes had passed in this dream realm. They were currently inside Gu Immortal when Xiu's Grotto Heaven. Because the tribulation was too strong, loopholes formed and a connection to the outside world was created. It got discovered. When Xiu was a legendary woman, an information path great expert that had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. The reason she became a rank 8 great expert was because she owned a special area, Central Peak. A central continent Gu immortal observed for some time before gasping. When Shio was truly formidable, this Central Peak is man-made and is full of information path Dao marks. It is akin to half a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Along with Fan Yuan's clone were many central continent Gu immortals. All of the immortals were looking at Central Peak. Undeniably, it was the essence of this grotto heaven as well as the most valuable resource here. Everyone wanted it. Huang Wei transmitted, "Brother, when we contest for it later, give it your best effort. I will help to defend you and stall for time." "Okay." Fan Yuan's clone was answering when the surrounding Gu immortals turned to attack him. "Strike first. Wu Shuai is the strongest person here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can we let the great Central Peak end up in the hands of a dragon man?" It turned out that while Huang Wei and Fan Yuan's clone were conversing, the other human Gu immortals had already made their agreement. Instantly, Fan Yuan's clone and Huang Wei fell into an encirclement. From all directions, killer moves approached. Such guts! Fan Yuan's clone shouted angrily as his dragon man body charged to the sky with imposing might. A vast amount of ants flew with him, forming a golden river current that protected Huang Wei and himself. Boom, boom, boom! The human Gu immortals attacked fiercely. Soon, Fan Yuan's carefully nurtured ant army suffered immense losses. Fan Yuan retaliated immediately. His methods were profound and powerful, quickly salvaging the situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and went into a deadlock with the immortals. After a dozen rounds, the Gu immortals who encircled him became suppressed in the battle. Enslavement path Gu immortals were usually able to fight a group of enemies alone. This dragon man Gu immortal Wu Shuai that Fan Yuan was portraying had immense talent. He eventually forced these central continent Gu immortals to retreat. Of course, Fan Yuan's clone paid a terrible price while Huang Wei also sustained heavy injuries. It was a difficult victory, but at least we obtained Central Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. But when Fan Yuan's clone was about to obtain it, he met with an obstruction. "What is going on?" They quickly found the reason. Someone had secretly gone to take this Central Peak as his own while they were fighting, stealing the fruits of the battle. This was none other than Fan Ji, the person who was having an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji had fainted on the spot. His soul foundation was too weak to refine the entire Central Peak. "This fellow!" The Dragon Man clone gritted his teeth in anger. He was filled with rage. He almost attacked and killed him. "You can't kill him!" The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei who was beside him quickly shouted. "Why not?" Fan Yuan's clone turned around with bloodshot eyes. He was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei explained, "Oh brother, I know your pain, but we both know this person's identity. If you kill him, his grandfather will take action. He is now a member of Heavenly Court, but he does not move around normally. If his beloved grandson gets killed, he will investigate the truth and take revenge on you." Fan Yuan's clone was stunned before his gaze turned dark. His face was distorted from anger. After a long time, he sighed deeply. "Brother, you are right. I cannot kill him, otherwise, the best case scenario is that I get involved. But worse is that others might use this as a chance to deal with our Dragonman race. How can I, Wu Shuai, implicate the entire Dragonman race because of my personal emotions? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven, it should be here." Shin Songxing frowned a little. After inspecting the empty sky for a long time, he stopped frowning as he spoke with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Qiyuan. He smiled. "Brother Shin's investigative methods are very effective. In that case, let's work together." Shin Songxing answered, "Of course, I want to know why Immortal Crane Sex Pine Crane Pavilion came to Eastern Sea sneakily and vanished here." These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder and the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were originally on an important mission, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. At that time, Fang Jing was inside this immortal Gu house, having entered Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals were authority figures with deep knowledge. They recognized Pine Crane Pavilion as they wondered, "What is an immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects doing in Eastern Sea?" Shin Songxing also found that a Gu immortal expert was hidden near Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals thus followed from afar. Using Shin Songxing's investigative method, they did not lose track of this immortal Gu house. And because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fan Yuan ambushed Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see anything. By the time they arrived, Fan Yuan had already succeeded in trapping Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion in the Chi Path battlefield. But Shin Songxing's method was incredible. After some investigation, he found a lot of clues. He deduced that an immortal battlefield was hidden here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What is going on? Shin Songxing and Song Qiyuan actually came here? Did they have any agreements with Heavenly Court? Fan Yuan's heart sank. The attack of the two Eastern Sea immortals made him immediately get into a situation of facing internal and external threat. Against Duke Long, he had to give his full attention without distraction. But now, he had to deal with Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing. It was really troublesome now. Fan Yuan could not deal with so many aspects at once. Rumble! The Chi Path battlefield shook as Duke Long noticed it. He became joyful. What is going on? Someone is attacking this Chi Path battlefield? This is a good chance. Duke Long roared as he attacked with even greater force. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Chi Path battlefield to dodge attacks while aiming his moves at Pine Crane Pavilion. Attacking the enemy's weakness was the best strategy. Because Duke Long's weakness was grasped, he had to go on the defensive and continually take hits. But good times did not last long. The Chi Path battlefield soon gave way as more loopholes formed. Duke Long had been searching for a chance. He laughed loudly. Chi ancestor, your luck is pretty bad. Even though you set an ambush, external forces came to attack. You have been targeting my weakness all along, but now your Chi Path battlefield is your weakness. Break! Saying so, Duke Long unleashed his killer move as the Chi Dragon soared to the sky. It could roam freely in heaven and earth. It could move unhindered over the universe. Fan Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Chi Dragon was very agile. It directly targeted the Chi Path battlefield's weakness. Fan Yuan could not stop it. He sighed as a huge loophole formed in the Chi Path battlefield. It rapidly expanded until the battlefield broke apart. Fan Yuan grunted as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him immediately. Instead, he pushed Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A wave of dragon-shaped Chi carried Pine Crane Pavilion and Fan Jing as it rapidly retreated, attempting to escape the battlefield. After the battlefield was broken, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but he found that the ones who destroyed the battlefield were Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were not allies. Instead, Chi ancestor had genuine Eastern Sea aura. Thus, Duke Long first made a move on Fan Jing to send him away, so that he would have no reservations in the fight. What is going on? Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing saw this. They became stunned. Duke Long? They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was extremely famous. He was the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He had great seniority. Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing had not thought that they would see Duke Long in this situation. And more unexpectedly, Duke Long seemed to be ambushed by a person who seemed to be an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Heavens! Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing looked at each other in disbelief. They had a similar thought. Crap, we seem to have disrupted this Eastern Sea friend's plans. Instead, we helped Central Continent's Heavenly Court. Friend, we? Song Qiyuan wanted to explain, but Fan Yuan grunted as he flew like lightning towards Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This person seemed like a gentleman and an old expert, but he was still targeting Pine Crane Pavilion even now. Thus, he gave chase. Duke Long was very fast. He soon caught up to Fan Yuan. The two began exchanging moves again. Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing took a few glances. They burst out in cold sweat. These are both monsters! Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He is able to fight Duke Long evenly? Forget this, he is obviously targeting Pine Crane Pavilion. What does this Pine Crane Pavilion contain? Even if there is nothing, we foiled his plans. We can take down this immortal Gu house to explain our stance. Song and Shin quickly moved, getting away from the battlefield and grabbing Pine Crane Pavilion from the horizon. You cannot kill me. I am a prospective member of Heavenly Court. I am protected by Duke Long. I am Duyu Fangjing. I am also Fan Yuan's brother. At the moment of life and death, Fangjing, who was well experienced now, felt no sense of shame as he shouted. He did everything to preserve his life. Song and Shin stopped their actions indeed. They looked at this mere rank 6 Gu immortal in surprise. Fan Jing barely calmed himself down as he gulped. Heavenly Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fan Yuan. They place great importance on me. You can use me as the hostage to extort resources and even immortal goo from Heavenly Court. I believe that Heavenly Court will give you a satisfactory amount. Shin Song Xing waved his hand as Fang Zheng immediately fainted. He looked towards Song Qiyuan. Brother Song, what do we do? Song Qiyuan was frowning deeply. It seems like we really cannot kill him. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and watch the battle. All right. The two went back to the battlefield. They saw from afar that Duke Long had the upper hand. He was attacking fiercely. That Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal finally made a mistake when defending. He revealed a weakness. Duke Long had gotten rid of the bird in Fan Jing. He immediately grasped this weakness, attacking fiercely. Fan Yuan defended himself desperately. Oh no, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal is in danger. What do we do? Do we reinforce him? Song Qiyuan and Shin Song Xing hesitated. They had interfered in this matter coincidentally. They were still very suspicious now. Unlike the previous life, they had no idea what was going on. But at this moment the two gasped. It turned out that Fan Yuan had changed his tactic. He moved rapidly and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. Duke Long had a stunned expression as the killer move Steal Life landed on him directly. It turned out that Fan Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and exposed the weakness so that he could obtain this chance. Song Qiyuan and Shin Song Xing looked at each other, feeling the immense shock in each other's emotions. Because after Duke Long got hit by this move, his condition became quite weird. He floated in the air without moving at all. Steal Life. Why is it in your hands? Duke Long looked at Fan Yuan. Chapter 1837. Duke Long recruiting Fan Yuan. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fan Yuan's expression sank a little, because nothing really happened to Duke Long. Back then when Fan Yuan attacked Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, the effect of Steal Life was immediate. In the previous life, when Langya Land's spirit used Steal Life Immortal Gu, he also heavily injured Fairy Ziwei, Qin Yi, and Feng Jiuge, while Thunder Ghost True Monarch died. But this time, against Duke Long, this Steal Life killer move had no effect. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. But soon, he recovered as he said casually. Fan Yuan gave it to me, but it seems to have no effect on you. Why is that? Duke Long said plainly. I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan will continue to dwindle as my strength rises proportionately. This is like Gu Immortals who overuse lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu no longer work on them. My Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also causes other lifespan extension methods to stop working on me. And Steal Life merely exerts influence on the down marks corresponding to lifespan. This might be why it failed. So that's it. Fan Yuan nodded as he smiled. Such tricks do not work on you, but it will still be quite effective against other Heavenly Court Immortals. I will save it for the future. Duke Long's expression turned dark. He was worried about this. Even though the killer move Steal Life was ineffective on him, it was still very useful against most of the other Heavenly Court members. In this current situation, Fan Yuan failed to defeat Duke Long because of Song Qiyuan and Shin Song Xing's interference. Duke Long was aware that this was likely the result of Qin Dingling's change luck, and also because of Fang Deng's presence. However, it would be extremely difficult if Duke Long tried to destroy Steal Life Immortal Gu. Because he had fought Fan Yuan for a long time, he knew that this GC ancestor was very strong. He was not like any other ordinary peak rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was possible to defeat him, but trying to kill him would be very difficult. Because he could not set up an immortal battlefield now, he could not trap GC ancestor. At the same time, 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s were watching near the periphery. Thus, after getting hit by Steal Life, Duke Long did not make a move. He spoke to Fan Yuan warmly. GC ancestor, as the saying goes, friends are often made after a fight. You cannot defeat me, but I cannot do anything to you either. The truth is, why do we even need to fight so intensely? Fan Yuan had a thought as he said, Oh, Duke Long, you want a truce? He had deep wisdom path attainment. He could easily understand Duke Long's intentions. He felt a bit of admiration internally. Duke Long was ambushed by me and took a beating in the fight earlier. He has such a great status and seniority. His strength is also at the peak, but he has no arrogance at all. He remained calm and observed the situation with clarity. Once he understood that a truce was more advantageous, he immediately stopped the fight. This person truly has terrifying self-control. Even though he was thinking about this, Fan Yuan spoke something different. This is because Heavenly Court came to disturb and provoke me. I do not want to contest with anyone, I cultivate in seclusion. But your Heavenly Court is too greedy, you want to devour all 5 regions and unify the world. My existence itself was your biggest obstacle, therefore, you used a devious scheme to plot against me, and also gathered a large number of rank 8s to encircle and attack me. Duke Long heard this as he felt helpless. He felt maligned. Heavenly Court had done no such thing as of this moment. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of Qi ancestor. But he had no words to rebuke him. Because it was likely that Heavenly Court would do this in the future. Let's not discuss the fact that this could be Fan Yuan's lie. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that happened in the previous life. Looking at the river of time, it is a matter at the downstream, it has not happened yet. In that case, since we know about it, why don't we change it? Fan Yuan laughed mockingly. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Heavenly Court proclaiming to be the leader of the righteous path? You defend heaven's will and try all means to repair fate? You actually want to change the future, isn't that trying to change fate itself? Fan Yuan pretended to be unaware. This was a crafty accusation. Duke Long smiled. Heavenly Court does defend the heavenly Tao, we want to repair fate Gu. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao that wants humanity to rule, this fate is the fate Gu that defends the human race. Qi ancestor, we do not have a huge grudge between us, we can coexist in peace. I will represent Heavenly Court here, we can make an alliance of mutual non-interference. Duke Long spoke solemnly and with great sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions changed. Shin Songxing gasped in dismay while Song Qiyuan also had an ugly expression. Originally, after seeing that Eastern Sea had someone like Qi ancestor who could fight Duke Long alone without being suppressed, they were very happy. In the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources, but the Gu immortals were not united, their battle strength varied greatly among each other. With the currently moving earth veins, new earth trenches were forming all the time, the 5 regional walls were weakening and the 5 regions were merging into one. This was no secret to anyone now. Once the 5 regions merge into one, the other 4 regions would face the intense threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing were both first supreme elders that were rank 8 Gu immortals. They had great authority and could clearly see the threats of the future. In this situation, if Qi ancestor went against Heavenly Court, it would greatly benefit Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi ancestor had outstanding battle strength, he was on par with Duke Long. When Heavenly Court invades Eastern Sea, he would be a huge threat to them. Secondly, Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had not shown up after so many years, it showed that he had no ambition, because he was alone. He could definitely coexist with all the super forces in Eastern Sea. Finally, Qi ancestor clearly cultivated Qi path. This path had been on the decline for many years. Why would any super force in Eastern Sea cultivate Qi path primarily? Thus, in terms of resources, there was no conflict. Alliance with Heavenly Court? Fan Yuan pretended to be stunned. He stopped his actions as he suppressed his aura and did not make a move. Duke Long said energetically, Qi, our conflict can definitely be resolved peacefully. Regarding your potential future losses, we, Heavenly Court, can also compensate you. Duke Long was an experienced person, he spoke frankly and had great magnanimity. His concern was regarding the big picture. You can't! Shin Songxing could not control himself as he shouted, flying over quickly. Song Qiyuan followed behind him, saying, Heavenly Court has a deep foundation, their so-called compensation is nothing to them. Right now, they have grand ambitions, they just want to stabilize this situation now. Senior, you must not trust them. That's right, Senior. We were rash earlier and ruined your plans, we regret it deeply now. Shin Songxing said again. Furthermore, alliance agreements are bullshit, any agreement can be broken given enough time or if they pay a huge price. Senior cultivates Qi path instead of information path, but Heavenly Court is different, they cannot be trusted. Song Qiyuan added. The 2 of them spoke like juniors because they saw Fan Yuan's incredible strength. But why would Fan Yuan agree in the first place? He was merely stalling for time now, but it seemed that these 2 Eastern Sea immortals were more anxious than him. Fan Yuan smiled internally. He knew what these 2 were thinking with just a thought. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, agreements cannot restrict us. However, French EC has steel life, right? You must know its value. With this move, you have Heavenly Court's weakness in your grasp. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this restricting us, why would we break our agreement? Once he said that, Fan Yuan assessed Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Fan Yuan saw Duke Long's immense battle strength, but to think that he was so eloquent as well, he was not inferior to a wisdom path Gu immortal. According to Duke Long's understanding, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the killer move were both given to Qi ancestor by Fan Yuan to deal with him. But these things were now used by Duke Long to push for an alliance with Qi ancestor instead. Fan Yuan was silent. He knew about Duke Long's plans. He must be thinking that Qi ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, he would pose no threat to them. He could even be recruited to become Heavenly Court's battle strength. This was the power of a sect system. How could clan-based forces even attempt this? Normally, super forces could not recruit Qi ancestor. At his level that was equal to Duke Long, only the number one force, Heavenly Court, had the foundation to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea Immortals were extremely anxious. They immediately spoke and pointed out that if Fate Gu was repaired, due to the influence of Heaven's will, Heavenly Court would be unbeatable. Heavenly Court had a huge ambition. They wanted to take over the world. Seniors should not be blinded by them. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were also not stupid. Fan Yuan smiled to himself. With the two of them here, he did not have to waste his own effort. He looked at Duke Long without speaking. Duke Long looked at these two Eastern Sea Immortals coldly, exerting pressure. But Song Qiyuan and Shin Songxing looked at him fearlessly. Even though they knew that they were not Duke Long's match, in the previous life, they dared to fight against him over Dragon Palace. In this life, they also dared to face him. This was not about courage, it was about benefits. Qi ancestors' stance was too important. They needed to speak up now. The two Eastern Sea Immortals were not wimps. Shin Songxing smiled coldly. Lord Duke Long, why are you not letting us speak? Did we hit a nerve? Song Qiyuan added. Look, senior, this is Heavenly Court's attitude. They are truly overbearing. Duke Long snorted and laughed. If not for Heavenly Court, why would there be the human race of today? Even if Heavens will exert influence, how much influence can there be? Can it kill you directly? If Heavens will had such power, we would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? At this point, I might as well increase the offer. Friend Qi, why don't you just join our Heavenly Court? After cultivating alone for so many years, you gain such strength. This shows your immense talent. But you must know about the pains of a lone cultivator. Let's just talk about tribulations. How many people in this world can actually help you with them? In Eastern Sea, is there anyone who can match you? You want to rely on these people for help? In fact, these two even ruined your Qi Path battlefield earlier. If you join Heavenly Court, I can help you with tribulations. Even without me, Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard has countless sleeping rank 8 Gu Immortals. We also have the Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Ziwei, who possesses Star Constellation Chessboard. She can help you with deductions. Qi Path has already become a declining path, but Heavenly Court has Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables Inheritance. If you make any outstanding contributions, you can even obtain Primordial Origin's True Inheritance in the future. Chapter 1838. Fighting for Fan Yuan's support. Duke Long made a huge offer, but nobody felt anything strange about it. Fan Yuan's strength was apparent to everyone. His attitude could affect Eastern Sea and even Central Continent to a large extent. This was his value. In the Gu cultivation world, strength was supreme. Song Qiyuan became increasingly anxious as he laughed coldly. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. Earlier you were fighting to the death with Senior Qi, but now you want to recruit him. Who can believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. To trust or not to trust, that is up to the individual. You two do not trust me because you are afraid that Heavenly Court will go after your benefits. You both have your own clans and territories. You own many sea areas and you want to protect your forces. But Qi is alone. He is not like you. Laughable. Senior Qi is an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. If he joins your Heavenly Court, he will definitely be isolated and pushed aside by you all. Shin Songxing shouted. Isolated and pushed aside? Duke Long looked at Shin Songxing in disdain. With this kind of small-minded thinking, no wonder Shin clan has not done anything significant after you led it for so many years. The sect system is extremely accepting of outsiders. We only look at talent. And what is that talk about Eastern Sea and Central Continent? The 5 regions are merging into one, every Gu immortal in this world will belong to the same region in the future. Duke Long was eloquent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were quickly rebuked until they were silent. However, even if Duke Long made sense, would Fan Yuan possibly join Heavenly Court? If Duke Long knew that he was talking to Fan Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would show? Shen Songxing wanted to speak again. He did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly, showing ruthlessness in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants a piece of this world? Ambition has to fit one's strength. Otherwise, you will only attract trouble in the future. In fact, I can act as that trouble now and give your Shen clan what it deserves. Shen Songxing was threatened by Duke Long. He was furious and shocked but kept his mouth shut. He was here to convince Qixi Ancestor. He did not want to implicate Shen clan in this, or become the eyesore of Heavenly Court. Otherwise, when the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, Shen clan would become the cannon fodder. That was not what he wanted to see. Song Qiyuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Such dominance, Duke Long, as a Central Continent Gu immortal, you are threatening 3 rank 8 Gu immortals of Eastern Sea now. Are you trying to take advantage of our good temperament? Fan Yuan also snorted coldly. He had an ugly expression. I am familiar with this tone as well. In the future, when your Heavenly Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone as well, thinking that you are the supreme overlords of this world and that everyone should submit to you unconditionally. Once he said that, Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan felt revitalized as they straightened their backs. They did not know that Fan Yuan was helping them out a little and supporting them because he saw that they were currently intimidated by Duke Long's overbearing aura. This situation was quite peculiar now. Earlier, Duke Long and Fan Yuan were fighting, but now, Eastern Sea's 2 immortals and Duke Long were fighting for Fan Yuan's support. Fan Yuan was happy to see this situation. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides. He would step in to help whichever side was weaker when the chance occurred. This is a really rare opportunity. If I handle this well, maybe Shen clan and Song clan will become the eyesores of Heavenly Court after this. Fan Yuan decided to sow discord. He was going to use this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides, so as to influence the entire Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw that Qixi Ancestor's expression turn dark. He felt a little annoyed. He was not annoyed at Qixi Ancestor but Fan Yuan instead. This demon has ill intentions. He is most skilled at devious schemes. When he got Qixi Ancestor to help him, he must have aggravated the story. Friend Qixi. Duke Long thought about it and spoke. There is mutual benefit in us working together, and mutual harm if we become enemies. Many of these devious people are trying to sow discord and use you as their cannon fodder. He spoke with both a soft and hard stance. He was not promising rewards solely, he was also displaying Heavenly Court's deep strength. On the other hand, seeing that Qixi Ancestor spoke up for them, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s thanked him while speaking ill of Heavenly Court. They were even more daring than earlier. Fan Yuan stayed at the center, sowing discord as he watched the 2 sides accuse and blame each other. After a while, they became more heated. Their words were also more offensive. Fan Yuan observed his expression and saw that Duke Long was getting impatient. He knew that he could not overdo it. He smiled with deep meaning. Why would I not know what that Fan Yuan is planning? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He was even willing to offer venerable true inheritances. Even though I cultivate Qi Path, I also have descendants inside my immortal aperture. It is always good to make preparations for them in advance. Fan Yuan was completely shameless. These true inheritances were his to begin with. He could say anything he wanted. Duke Long heard this and realized, did Fan Yuan also try to recruit Qixi Ancestor? But it was not surprising. This person was so powerful that in the absence of an immortal venerable, almost nobody could threaten him. Even Duke Long himself was only on par with him. Even though his killer moves were not very exquisite, and he did not seem to have many Qi Path rank 8 immortal Gu, his down marks were at an absurd number. It was truly a mystery how he managed to cultivate to this extent. Duke Long did not know that Fan Yuan had deceived him again. He laughed. Fan Yuan is merely someone who got lucky. He is a pawn of the Venerables. They needed him in their arrangements, so they gave him some benefits and made him slog for it. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to Heavenly Court? Qixi, if you join Heavenly Court, you would not need to contribute your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about joining Heavenly Court now. I just want to express my sincerity. In the future, if you want to join us, I will definitely invite you with open arms. Let's talk about the compensation. Since you cultivate Qi Path, My heavenly court is willing to provide a batch of rank 8 chi path resources that are extinct in the outside world, as well as chi path inheritances that are all exceptional for you to peruse. Duke Long decided to take it slowly. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light when he heard about the chi path resources mentioned. They were indeed extinct, only Heavenly Court could keep them until now from the remote antiquity era. Other forces could not compare with Heavenly Court in age, they would not have such treasures stored up. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing saw that Fan Yuan was moved, they quickly called out. Senior Qi Si, do you know that Duke Long came to Eastern Sea secretly because he wants to obtain Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? We just captured Gu Yufangjing earlier, we soul-searched him and obtained a lot of information. That's right, Duke Long only wants to stabilize Senior now and retrieve the crucial Immortal Gu House first. Once he completes his task, who knows what attitude he will have later. Song Qiyuan added fuel to the fire. Fan Yuan was very happy internally. This Immortal Gu House, Dragon Palace, was rank 8, both Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were very moved by it. They were even more anxious than him in wanting to stop Duke Long. But on the surface, Fan Yuan had a stern expression, he said solemnly. I know some information about this Dragon Palace matter. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance from Fan Yuan, we made an agreement. Duke Long, stop here. If you want to express your sincerity, this is the best action to take. I will not pursue what happened in the future of the previous life, in fact, we can indeed have a truce in the future. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I will go visit Central Continent first. Duke Long snorted coldly, thinking in his heart, this Qi Si ancestor looks like he has a cool disposition and a sage-like demeanor, but he is actually so shameless in personality. Fan Yuan said he wanted to visit Central Continent, but he was clearly not going to just visit it. Duke Long did not question the possibility of this, because earlier, Fan Yuan focused all his attacks on Pine Crane Pavilion. It caused Duke Long to end up in a passive spot, he had to withstand the attacks. Like how the two Eastern Sea Immortals had their territories and were afraid of Heavenly Court's threat, Central Continent's Heavenly Court also had a great amount of territory, much more than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were afraid of people like Qi Si Ancestor who would be unrestrained and wreak havoc. Qi Si Ancestor was a lone cultivator, he was all alone without any territory holding him back, he could come and go as he pleased. And most importantly, he was very strong, Heavenly Court did not have any effective methods of dealing with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals or even Fan Yuan, Heavenly Court thinks he has rank 7 cultivation level, were not too threatening to Duke Long. Because they were not strong enough. Even if they joined forces, they were not Duke Long's match. But Qi Si Ancestor was different. After their encounter this time, Duke Long became very wary of him. He had his trump card Triple Qi Retraction, but would Qi Si Ancestor lack a trump card? He definitely had one. Honestly speaking, reaching Qi Si Ancestor's level as a lone immortal was extremely rare. Such a person would have a huge influence on the forces around him, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was still a huge obstacle to Heavenly Court's domination. According to Duke Long's mentality, such a person needed to be eliminated, because they were too threatening to the repair of Fate Gu. Thus, when Fan Yuan lied that they would attack him in the future, Duke Long believed it in his heart. But now, due to Fan Yuan's interference, Qi Si Ancestor was alerted. And Duke Long did not want to give up on the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace either. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought that if he fought against Qi Si Ancestor, Fan Yuan would want to see that happen, or rather, that was Fan Yuan's scheme all along. But if he stops fighting against Qi Si Ancestor now, should he really give up Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi Si, those things earlier are just Heavenly Court's compensation. Duke Long said. Next, we can talk about our transaction involving Dragon Palace. That demon Fan Yuan is too devious and scheming, he paid a huge price to get you to block us. It was a good move. But he is just a rank 7 Gu Immortal, it is too laughable that he thinks he can toy with us rank 8 Gu Immortals. As he said this, Duke Long's tone turned solemn. Whatever resources he gave you, our Heavenly Court can give you more. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action, I just want you to watch by the sidelines. Oh? Are you for real? Fan Yuan showed a slightly stunned expression. Absolutely. Duke Long said with certainty. Senior Qi Si. The two Eastern Sea Immortals wanted to interject, but Fan Yuan waved his hand, stopping them from speaking. Fan Yuan looked at Duke Long as he smiled with a slightly mocking expression. Duke Long, Fan Yuan gave me a venerable true inheritance. Chapter 1839. Using venerable true inheritance as bargaining chip. Venerable true inheritance? Eastern Sea's two immortals stared with wide eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask which one? Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Fan Yuan said immediately. If you don't believe me, I can show you a portion of the content. Duke Long pondered for a moment before nodding. I believe you. At the same time, he thought, this demon Fan Yuan is truly crafty. Spectral Soul was already captured by Heavenly Court. In the future, we will obtain his Spectral Soul true inheritance as well. It is not an issue. This true inheritance has very little value to Fan Yuan now, so he used it for a transaction. But Qixi Ancestor does not have Spectral Soul in his possession. It is normal that he took the offer. Fan Yuan continued, Duke Long, if you want me to step aside, are you going to offer a venerable true inheritance too? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Fan Yuan's eyes shined brightly. Honestly speaking, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable is the person I admire the most. Duke Long could feel his lips twitching. He thought to himself, this old man is also really devious. If he really admires Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable so much, why would he fight so ruthlessly earlier? He even used Steel Life. He totally wanted to kill me. But he cultivates Chi Path. It is logical that he wants Primordial Origin's true inheritance. That can be my bargaining chip. Friend, you may not know, the bulk of Primordial Origin's true inheritance lies in creating Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven. The rest of the content is quite little. Due to many changing eras, they are no longer usable in the present world. Duke Long purposely said. Fan Yuan frowned as he showed some disappointment. That means you cannot give me Primordial Origin's true inheritance? Then what can Heavenly Court offer? Star Constellations or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of which, they were useful to Fan Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. He gave Fan Yuan some hope, replying ambiguously. We can discuss this. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They felt troubled. Duke Long was very ambitious. In order to recruit Qixi Ancestor, he actually decided to offer a venerable true inheritance. And the worst thing was that neither Shin clan nor Song clan could make such an offer. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court. He had abundant wealth. He could directly use resources or venerable true inheritances to flood Qixi Ancestor. He wanted to overwhelm him. This was the foundation that Heavenly Court had accumulated over countless eras. Song clan and Shin clan were truly unable to match even a small fraction of it. Fan Yuan suddenly felt that Duke Long was actually quite likable. His style of doing things made Fan Yuan want to give a thumbs up. He was truly straightforward. Immediately, Fan Yuan and Duke Long went into a deep discussion. He wanted to stall time for the Dragon Man clone anyway. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They felt anxiety but also helplessness. Fan Yuan did not forget them, of course. During the conversation, he continued to talk to them and allowed them to maintain hope. After he did that for many times, Duke Long noticed the problem. His gaze turned deep and dark. He knew that this Qixi Ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to vie for more benefits. But it was not a problem. As long as Qixi Ancestor was willing to negotiate, it was a good sign. But Guyu Fangjing is in Shin Songxing's hands. This is a small problem. I need to take him back. Duke Long conversed with Fan Yuan while thinking about this as well. Fan Yuan was also thinking about Guyu Fangjing. Earlier, Eastern Sea's two immortals had mentioned Guyu Fangjing. But Fan Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like did not mind it at all. He was a complete outsider that showed no flaws. But Fan Yuan had his own thoughts. This dear little brother of mine was not just saved by Heavenly Court, he was even nurtured into becoming a Gu immortal. Very interesting. There must be a reason why Heavenly Court is placing such importance on him. I do not know the exact reason, but it is not a problem. I will take him away later and directly kill him. Long ago, Fan Yuan had wanted to refine Fangjing into blood deity, but because of Heavenly Court's pressure and due to many reasons, Fangjing was left to live in Langya Blessed Land for a long time. In the end, an unexpected mishap occurred and Fangjing got saved by Feng Jiuge. This was not really a mistake, but since Fan Yuan found him now, he decided to settle it for good. Fangjing was not very important to Fan Yuan, but since Heavenly Court thought highly of him, Fan Yuan would kill him. This was Fan Yuan's usual vigilance. As for Blood Path, he had not many options back then. He needed to raise his battle strength. But times were different now. Fan Yuan's interest in developing Blood Path was very low. As long as the Demon Judgment Board existed, if he cultivated Blood Path, he would be giving Heavenly Court information on where he was. Sometimes, Fan Yuan guessed that in the previous life, he cultivated Blood Path likely because of the influence of Heaven's will. It was a method to trap him. Thankfully, he had always been cautious. He did not attempt to continue using his previous life's signature path for a shortcut. The more Duke Long talked, the more energetic he got. He could tell that Fan Yuan was very sincere. He really had a lot of interest in the venerable true inheritance. Indeed, this GC ancestor has incredible strength. In this world, maybe only venerable true inheritances are of interest to him. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. I need to properly investigate his background after I return. GC ancestor was actually Fan Yuan, and not only did Fan Yuan want Heavenly Court's venerable true inheritances, he also wanted to kill Guyu Fangjing. If Duke Long were to know of this, he might just cough out blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fan Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression. He asked, "Are we really going to give ownership of Censure Peak to that Fan Ji? I clearly won the contest. He was the one who tried to steal it. If I did not hold back, he would have died already." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Censure Peak involves huge benefits and complex relationships. Black Heaven Temple is refusing to give in. And worse is that even though we contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic, these two are not helping us to exert pressure on them. Damn it! Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am the last disciple of Green Antiseptic, but now that I am facing this problem, this master is showing no care or concern. And that Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is even worse. I am her son-in-law while Fan Ji is the guy who harmed her daughter, yet she is not even saying a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence Rank 8 Gu Immortals? This was all my fault. I had been too naive in the past. The truth is, did Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know about our intentions? They were just playing dumb. That's why, father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with brilliance. Only our race's own Rank 8 Gu Immortal is dependable. Our Dragon Man race has been relying on the humans and developing until today. Wasn't it because of Ancestor Duke Long's influence? Wu Shuai's father nodded. My son, you are right. But Rank 8 Gu Immortals are just too rare. Even though our Dragon Man race is stronger than the humans, we lack their special spirit. Right now, we have many Rank 7 Gu Immortals, but we do not even have a single Rank 8 Gu Immortal other than our ancestor. Wu Shuai had a bright gaze. That is why we cannot wait any longer. External Rank 8 Gu Immortals are not dependable while we are also unable to produce any. We need to use an Immortal Gu house as a substitute. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again. He shook his head. Immortal Gu house? We have thought of that in the past, but to create a Rank 7 Immortal Gu house would require too many resources. We cannot afford it. And our Dragon Man race's current strength is already causing a lot of commotion. More and more human Gu Immortals are onto us. Conspiracy theories against Dragon Men are also increasingly common. In this situation, if we still build an Immortal Gu house, wouldn't they lose their minds? Father! Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes as he said loudly. Are we not going to build our Immortal Gu house just because of some resources and rumors behind our backs? Isn't it enough? My son, our Dragon Man race relies on the humans. This relationship is our foundation. We cannot be rash. If we really build an Immortal Gu house and ruin the relationship, not to mention a Rank 7 Immortal Gu house, we would not even have hope of building a Rank 6 Immortal Gu house. Sigh, all these years I have been in this position and dealing with them. You will not understand the feeling of ostracism. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed continuously. Wu Shuai felt some disappointment, he argued. Regardless of the difficulties, we need to do this. Ordinary Rank 7 Immortal Gu houses are not enough. We need to create a Rank 8 Immortal Gu house. That is the only way to establish the foundation of our race. Rank 8 Immortal Gu house? Ha ha ha, my son, I am very happy to see that you have such drive. But some things cannot be rushed, progress takes time. Sigh, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai thought about it before nodding. I guess we have no choice. Scenes after scenes occurred. Fan Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time so that his main body could save him, but his main body was stalling for time so his clone could obtain Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was like quicksand. Fan Yuan's clone was helpless. He gradually sank and became unable to save himself. It was almost as if he had become Wu Shuai. He was experiencing all of these scenes personally. After the matter of Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally realized the reality. His master green antiseptic was unreliable, his mother-in-law calligraphy pavilion lady was also unreliable, even his own father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, was weak-willed, he was also unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Wu Shuai had this realization, he started to strive for strength and excellence. He had great talent and incredible aptitude, with ample hard work and network resources. Not only did his cultivation level soar, a portion of the Dragon Men also became stronger, they became the most prominent branch of the Dragon Man race. On the day Wu Shuai became rank 7, he also became a higher-up of the Dragon Man race, the youngest Supreme Elder with real authority. Chapter 1840. Dragon Court. Wu Shuai was smart and resolute, he had great foresight and a strong personality. He was not weak-willed like most of the Dragon Man Gu Immortals. Due to his leadership, the Dragon Man race became stronger and stronger. Secretly, he gathered resources and did not forget about the plan to create a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But good times did not last long. The strengthening of the Dragon Man race made the humans more antagonistic towards them. They started to use more underhanded methods. Many people were very jealous. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that much of the reason why the Dragon Man race was able to get stronger was because they occupied the human Gu Immortals' benefits. But due to Duke Long, the human Gu Immortals would not find them for trouble over many things. On Duke Long's birthday, there was a huge celebration. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by Dragon Men. One by one, Dragon Man Gu Immortals walked up and gifted the presents that they had prepared meticulously. "Father, I wish you great blessings and longevity." A Dragon Man Gu Immortal gave a bundle of white python grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon essence and had the shape of a white python with exquisite scales and dragon horns. "Father, I wish you eternal prosperity and a long life ahead." Another Dragon Man Gu Immortal offered a soft jade flower. "Father, I wish you." Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression as he nodded. His attendants beside him collected all of these gifts for him. After his sons had finished, his grandchildren came up. At this time, Duke Long's expression also became gentler, he smiled warmly. "Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea, and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it." A Dragon Man youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. "This is the desolate beast Happiness Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Happiness Seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching." The surrounding people discussed. Many human Gu Immortals also participated in this joyous celebration. Little 7th was Duke Long's favorite grandson. He smiled kindly as he held the plate carrying the seahorse. He said, Good, little 7th, I will happily accept this gift." But when it was Wu Shuai's turn, Duke Long retracted his smile as he looked at Wu Shuai. "In the current situation, you are the most accomplished grandson I have, but remember that going too far could end up being detrimental." "Yes, grandfather." Wu Shuai respectfully walked away. That night of the celebration, Duke Long asked someone to secretly call Wu Shuai to his study room. "Return that South Flower Island to them," Duke Long said openly. Wu Shuai was slightly shocked. He forced a smile. "Grandfather, you may not know, I had won this South Flower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island a home for our dragon men." Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. It made Wu Shuai feel a little pain on his face. "Wu Shuai, don't think that nobody can see through your little tricks. South Flower Island belonged to Wind Cloud Manor, but you snatched it through a scheme. What are you trying to do? Lead your dragon men properly. Isn't it good to stay in the sect? Why must you relocate and move all the way to South Flower Island? Tell me, what is it that you want?" Wu Shuai held his breath. After a moment he replied, "Grandfather, I do not have much ambition, I just want my people to have a better life." "A better life? You mean a greater ambition?" Duke Long's voice resounded. Wu Shuai shuddered as he confessed, "Grandfather, even if this is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we have ambition? Do we not have the right to strive for a better life? Why must we stay here? Grandfather, do you not know of how those human goo immortals ostracize and take advantage of us? What ostracism? How are they taking advantage of you? All these years, I have only heard about your actions. Do you know why I like Little Seventh the most? Because he sees the world's beauty, he is kind from the depths of his heart, he has never considered the difference between human and dragon man. But you? You use my name to act rashly in the outside world, you devour people's territory and take your sex benefits for yourself. Quickly stop all these actions. Duke Long shouted coldly. Grandfather, if these human goo immortals did not treat us like this, why would we act like this? What human, what dragon man? Dragon man is human to begin with, what difference is there? Duke Long chided. If there is no racial difference, what are these dragon horns on my head? What is this dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai said angrily, he shouted. Grandfather, you were a human who turned into a dragon man. Most of your life was spent as a human, you have only been a dragon man for a short period of time. But us? Grandfather, have you thought about it? We were born as dragon man, we were born with horns on our heads and a tail on our backs. I have been educated by my parents from a young age, they told us that we originated from humans, but when I was little, the kids around me mocked me for my appearance, they ostracized me, they pulled my tail and scales. All these tell me that I am not part of this human race. After growing up, I realized that not just the kids, even those human adults treat us differently, they are just more subtle with it. If I fail, they will say that it is normal for dragon men to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say, a dragon man was able to reach this stage? Did he use any tricks or schemes? Those humans always think they are the greatest beings, they look down on dragon man as an inferior race. How dare they? Man is the spirit of all living beings, but us dragon men are not inferior. We are born with enslavement path down marks, our body physique far surpasses these humans. If human goo masters do not use goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even hurt the dragon scales on our bodies. And even more special is our long lifespan, all of these humans die so quickly compared to us. So many goo immortals become dragon men because they want to extend their lifespan. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still look down on dragon men. This is merely the fault of these decadent ideas of the past. Enough! Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His face was extremely dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's tone became calm, he looked at Duke Long bravely, enduring those dragon eyes that were emitting great pressure. Grandfather, you are the one who created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, the Dragon Men will not exist. You are the ancestor of the Dragon Men. Why must you constantly side with those humans? We are your family. I will not return South Flower Island even if I die. Grandfather, if you insist on it, then you will have to end my life first. After saying that, Wu Shuai did not look at Duke Long, he turned around and left, walking out of the room. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him, he remained seated on his chair, having complex emotions. Sigh. My descendants are all growing up, they have their own ambitions now. But they have never placed the big picture of humanity in their hearts. Was I negligent in my education? Or have the Dragon Men already formed into a flood? I was just the person who pushed open the floodgates. Wu Shuai schemed against Wind Cloud Manor. After realizing it, they went to Duke Long to settle this, wanting to take back South Flower Island. But Wu Shuai did not listen, he insisted on his actions. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up, they used all sorts of methods to find trouble with Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with whatever they threw at him, he maintained stability with much difficulty. Duke Long did not do anything to help his grandson, but the rest of the Dragon Man Goo Immortals did something to help, be it secretly or openly. Due to their help and Wind Cloud Manor being wary of Duke Long, they did not act too aggressively. Wu Shuai succeeded in relocating all of his people to South Flower Island to live. But the matter regarding South Flower Island did not end here. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor did not give up on it, they continued to act and try to reclaim South Flower Island. Wu Shuai dealt with all of these problems with impeccable methods. Wind Cloud Manor was unable to succeed. After 100 years, my plan finally comes to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Goo house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement and joy. Back then, he snatched South Flower Island because he needed a secretive location to build the immortal Goo house. Wu Shuai's father stood beside him, having an incredulous expression. You actually succeeded. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though the sects have been suppressing and isolating my South Flower Island these years, I have been gaining fortuitous encounters constantly. I had a stream of resources. At the same time, with the help and contribution of the Dragoman Goo Immortals, after 100 years, this rank 7 Immortal Goo house has finally been created. Wu Shuai smiled. Give me a few hundred more years, I might be able to make this a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. This has not been named? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Goo Immortals all have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I overruled all suggestions and gave this the name, Dragon Court. Saying so, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court? Wu Shuai's father heard this and his expression changed. Isn't this too inappropriate? Ha ha ha, why is it inappropriate? It complements Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, you should reconsider it. In the eyes of these human Goo Immortals, Dragon Court is not a name that complements Heavenly Court, it is clearly a rebellious sign. Hee hee. Wu Shuai laughed coldly. They can think what they want. You can't say that, humans are still the overlords of the 5 regions. Father. Wu Shuai raised his hand. Say no more, I have made up my mind, this will be called Dragon Court. Chapter 1841. Renowned in the world, promising a future. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. An intense battle was reaching its climax. Song Tao Zi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, firmly suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move, that was your greatest mistake, now lose! Song Tao Zi shouted as he raised his head, his body glowing in a dense green light. The green light covered Song Tao Zi and spread rapidly, traces of green light resembling the leaves of a pine tree. Layers and layers stacked as they swept towards Wu Shuai in an unceasing manner. Wu Shuai did not move, he continued to lie in the deep pit, seemingly accepting defeat. The observing Goo Immortals saw this as they all sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. That is natural. Song Tao Zi is a peak rank 7 of Wind Cloud Manor. His battle strength is definitely top 3 within Central Continent's rank 7 Goo Immortals. Wu Shuai wanted to challenge him, he was truly out of his league. He is just a Dragonman Goo Immortal, it was amazing that he could fight to this extent. Hee hee, so what? Wu Shuai had already set the agreement with Wind Cloud Manor before the battle, this would decide the ownership of South Flower Island. This defeat is really a shame. His 100 years of hard work is going to end up wasted. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragonman comrades have managed South Flower Island very well, it is full of resources. Now, Wind Cloud Manor is going to gain from it. You can't say that, back then Wu Shuai used a devious scheme to take South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. This is just retribution, he deserves it. The humans Goo Immortals were happily watching by the side, enjoying his misery. Tai Chin watched at a corner alone, her eyes were filled with tears as she muttered worriedly. Darling Wu. Meanwhile, those Dragonman Goo Immortals had defeated expressions. Only a few of the ones who knew the secret had excited and expectant expressions. Brother, use it, shocked the entire world. The former Dragonman youngster Huang Wei idolized and admired Wu Shuai with all his heart, he yelled internally. At the next moment, looking at the green light that spread towards him like an endless tsunami, Wu Shuai smiled lightly. You finally used this move, Song Tao Zi, do you know that I have been waiting for this for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Humph, he is putting up a front. Can a mere Dragonman Goo Immortal like him accomplish a comeback? This move is Song Tao Zi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the entire 5 regions, how many rank 7 Goo Immortals can actually successfully defend against this move? However, at the next moment, a huge castle appeared from nowhere. Wu Shuai went inside it and charged up while manipulating this palace. The palace soared towards the sky, up into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Goo house! I have never seen an immortal Goo house like this. Did Wu Shuai create it himself? Most likely. This battle has been announced to the world, both sides can use their own possessions. Since Wu Shuai is using it, this must be his according to the rules. Oh heaven, the Dragonmen have an immortal Goo house now, and it is a rank 7 immortal Goo house. Look, this palace is completely unaffected, it is as if Green Heaven Pine Wave does not exist, it easily carved out a pathway. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Goo house, it can definitely resist rank 8 existences. Everyone gasped. Song Tao Zi was furious and shocked. He looked at his proudest killer move being treated as harmless air. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was currently using Dragon Court. Dragon Court approached as Wu Shuai's voice resounded. Song Taozi, kneel down and beg for mercy. I will spare your life. Song Taozi had a pale expression. He said in a rage, don't even think about it. You, a mere dragon man, dare to humiliate me? Even though he was in a desperate situation, Song Taozi refused to back down in this fight. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and quickly shouted. Within Dragon Court, Wu Shuai heard his words and laughed coldly. His dragon pupils burst out with killing intent as he used Dragon Court to directly charge over. Ah! Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed pitifully as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi died. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to cause a war? A Dragon Man Gu immortal killed a member of our human race. What is he trying to do? All sorts of furious emotions erupted. The Dragon Man Gu immortals present turned pale, while Huang Wei had a look of nervousness. At this moment, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted from within. Shut up! My battle with Song Taozi was a life-and-death battle. This was announced to the world long before the fight. If anyone has any objections, come out now and face me. Receive your death. Instantly, the surroundings went silent. In the next scene of the dream realm, it was the celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables here filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was happily celebrating. The spotlight was naturally on Wu Shuai, who was sitting at the main table. Congratulations to brother. After this battle, nobody will contest South Flower Island anymore. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a powerful general. Huang Wei offered a toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulders. Brother, this was not all due to me. You have credit too. Brother. Huang Wei was choked with tears. Brother Shuai, this battle made you renowned in the world. I will congratulate you now. Tai Qin raised her wine cup. She spoke normally, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for the concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about in her heart. Thus, he shouted loudly. My battle with Song Taozi was a battle of life and death. The world can attest to that. Whoever dies has to accept their fate. Song Taozi was a good opponent. He deserves the glory of dying in a heroic combat. I would like to assume that Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. Wind Cloud Manor had naturally sent an envoy to this banquet. It was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai's insistence. Wind Cloud Manor also lost South Flower Island, but for their righteous reputation, and to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to attend the banquet. Wu Shuai's words made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and calling out. Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this was agreed upon, we would definitely not go against it. Please take a seat, envoy. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to blow up, but there were many people looking at him. Because the sect's reputation was at stake, he had to sit down. Friend Wu Shuai, I am an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Gu Liang. I watched your battle with Song Taozi and how you overwhelmed him with power. I offer you a toast. A male Gu immortal wearing a robe and crown walked out. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man but had a smile that gave off the air of a person of authority. Wu Shuai felt overjoyed internally. This battle really made him renowned in the world. Even Eastern Sea Gu immortals came to attend his banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived! At this moment, the doorman shouted loudly. The hall went into a commotion. A rank 8 Gu immortal had just shown up in this event after all. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter along. It was Wu Shuai's wife in name, Xu Jiuling. My son-in-law, congratulations on your victory. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady smiled lightly. Even though she said just one simple sentence, everyone's expressions changed. Mother-in-law, my virtuous wife, I have been saving seats for you. Please come and sit. Wu Shuai smiled as he invited them, feeling surprised internally. From Wu Shuai's perspective, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady for such an important event. At least on the surface, he would always do his part as a good son-in-law. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she came personally and even brought her daughter along. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Antiseptic has arrived! After Calligraphy Pavilion Lady got seated, another rank 8 Gu immortal arrived. This was Wu Shuai's master, but for the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not been in contact with him. Wu Shuai also sent him an invitation, of course. Disciple greets master! Wu Shuai quickly went to greet him. My disciple, I have come to visit you. Green Antiseptic looked at Wu Shuai as he nodded in praise. You are quite energetic. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not pretending, it was his true emotion. The influence and gains from this battle were far beyond his expectations. After the banquet, Wu Shuai sent off the 2 rank 8s, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady left her daughter Xu Jiuling behind. You two have been separated for so long, how can that continue? You should stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but she had deep meaning behind it. Xu Jiuling did not speak, she was not impatient as always, she was very quiet now. But at night, Wu Shuai left her in an empty room. My virtuous wife, take a rest first, I need to settle some work first. He was still so polite, it was the same as their first encounter. Xu Jiuling was silent for a moment before nodded obediently. Go and do your work, husband. Wu Shuai was not busy at all, he was meeting with Tai Qin. Junior sister, I have come. Brother Shuai, I thought you were not coming today. How could that be? You need to know how important you are in my heart. That woman cannot even compare to a strand of your hair. Tai Qin was very happy when she heard this. After they enjoyed each other's company for some time, Tai Qin asked worriedly. Brother Shuai, I am still quite worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7 expert. Would they let this go? Of course they will not let this go, but so what? Wu Shuai sneered. Looking at the cold and bright moon in the sky, he sighed. Today, after this banquet, I, Wu Shuai, have finally realized the truth. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes flickered with cold light. In this world, strength is all that matters. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came here to attend my banquet? That is because I own Immortal Goo House Dragon Court. Even though I have rank 7 cultivation level, I can use this house to fight rank 8. This is my foundation. I am now qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have too many concerns if they want to deal with me. That is because of my Dragon Court. As long as I possess this strength, there is nothing to fear. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Goo Immortal. I will elevate Dragon Court to rank 8 as well. By then, I want to see who can look down on me in this world. Brother Shuai. Tai Qin placed her head on Wu Shuai's chest as she looked at him endearingly. Wu Shuai lowered his head and met with her gaze. He caressed her hair gently as he promised. Oh, junior sister, I will give you happiness, I will give you a good life. Right now, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is still a threat to me, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you a proper status. I don't need any status, Brother Shuai, I am satisfied with just being by your side. But I am not satisfied, I want to have many children with you in the future. I want us to enjoy the happiness of watching our descendants grow up. Will that day come? Tai Qin's face flushed red with embarrassment. It will. Wu Shuai held her tightly. Believe me, it will. Chapter 1842. Uprising Plan, Stealing Fate. Wu Shuai accumulated for 100 years. He constructed an extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Court. Next, he made a bet with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, becoming renowned in the world. During the celebratory banquet, Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. This confirmed that Wu Shuai's influence had grown. He was now qualified to speak on equal terms with rank 8 existences. During the night of the celebratory banquet, Wu Shuai had a nice dream. In this dream, he fulfilled all of his aspirations, he reached all of the goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader, he had peak rank 8 battle strength. Duke Long stepped down from his position for him. He controlled Dragon Court and led his Dragon Man people to live freely, becoming equals with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and tortured him to death in front of Xu Jiuling, before he went to deal with Xu Jiuling herself. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came in time and fought against him. After she lost, she begged him to spare her daughter and offered herself as his subordinate. Wu Shuai agreed to it. He only made Xu Jiuling a servant, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate for good. He made Green Antiseptic and Wyan Fairy his Dragonman external supreme elders. Even though they did not want to, the Dragonman race was too powerful. Wu Shuai's strength forced them to submit. And the happiest thing was that he finally made Tai Qin his sole Dragon Empress. they had many children together. All of his kids had great talent and aptitude, they were like shining stars in the sky. Even though they were still young, they would definitely become great figures in the future. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at his beloved Tai Qin as she slept, he covered her with a blanket affectionately. Next, he walked out of the room quietly, starting to do his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi did not just lead to his own rise, even the Dragonman race was feeling a lot of motivation and excitement. Due to this influence, the Dragonman race became more active and had a stronger attitude. For the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans intensified as they clashed with greater intensity. Duke Long learned of this and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew all the way for thousands of li, but was scolded by Duke Long. These years, he had been the main culprit behind the conflict of the Dragonmen and humans. Next, Duke Long ordered him to announce his crimes and step down as the owner of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change Dragon Court's name to Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was unwilling, but against Duke Long and Heavenly Court, he was still too weak. He had a dark expression and deep anger as he returned to South Flower Island, following Duke Long's instructions reluctantly. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai saw him was during the banquet after killing Song Tao Zi. For the last few decades, Gu Liang had been very close with the South Flower Island Dragonmen. They had worked together many times, their cooperation was harmonious. Wu Shuai, I heard about the situation in South Flower Island. Why are you admitting to such crimes? Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Gu Liang, this is the order of my ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey him. I am helpless now. Wu Shuai spoke firmly. I will tell you the truth. When I killed Song Tao Zi, I thought it was a turning point that will lead to the rise of my Dragonman race. But after these decades, I seem to be stuck in a sandpit. All my actions are showing little effect. I am facing pressure from all directions. Gu Liang smiled as he consoled. Don't think too lowly of yourself. These years I have seen all of your hard work. If not for your management of South Flower Island, this force created by the Dragonmen would have been devoured by all the greedy people out there. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court that you are going against. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. He was filled with deep rage and anger, but also helplessness. In the end, he sighed deeply as he raised his head. The rise of the Dragonman race, it is easier said than done, it is harder than ascending heaven. Gu Liang still had his smile. One step at a time. Back then when Heavenly Court rose to power, wasn't it the same situation? Wu Shuai said in a defeated tone. With my ancestors' instructions, my decades and even centuries of hard work have gone to nothing. The humans have control of the world. This is the trend. Gu Liang said. I have a method, it can solve your problem. Oh? What is it? Quickly tell me, there is no need to hesitate with our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This is a simple plan, you are only worried about the morale of the Dragonman race. Especially since you and South Flower Island are the war flags that hold up the entire race, yet Duke Long wants to exterminate that. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want that? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha ha, you have taken charge of South Flower Island for so many years, you truly cannot take such a risk. You know how important you are to the entire island and Dragonman race. But all these worries are holding you back, you no longer have the same bravery back then. I am here to lend you a hand, I will help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura transformed, turning from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal disguising as a rank 7. Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. Gu Liang. No, senior. You. Gu Liang raised his hand, stopping Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, let's continue talking as friends. The truth is, I approached you for my own intentions. Central Continent is too powerful, the rest of the 4 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, I am willing to see internal conflict in Central Continent. But I am not helping you because of that, I really appreciate and admire you. To speak the truth, we are quite alike. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. These years, I have been finding a rank 8 Gu Immortal to help me with my tribulation. But even Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady are constantly giving excuses. Your help has truly come at the best timing. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the dream realm was his tribulation. But because Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close in the earlier scenes, he was helped by Gu Liang. Gu Liang had extraordinary strength. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully passed the tribulation without danger. Wu Shuai finally became a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he obeyed Duke Long's instructions and did everything, causing a huge commotion and fear among the Dragon Men, when news that he became a rank 8 Gu immortal spread in the world, the tides shifted towards the Dragon Man race again. Their morale rose greatly. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. He surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long was the sole person above him. Wu Shuai had genuine rank 8 cultivation level now. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He no longer summoned him and scolded him so casually. It was like he had broken out of a hopeless encirclement. Wu Shuai felt his pressure lifting. Most of the undercurrents involving South Flower Island for the last few decades were swept away after he reached rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am also a peak existence of the Gu immortal world. Wu Shuai was extremely grateful to Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened continuously. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai of many secrets. The foundation of Heavenly Court is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but why did they fail? The reason was because they could not destroy Fate Gu, and because of Star Constellation's assimilation, they are unable to destabilize Heavenly Court's foundation. However, while Star Constellation's assimilation defended the reign of Heavenly Court, it also infuriated the Heavenly Tao. The way of heaven is balance, but humanity is flourishing and strengthening without restraint at the moment. This goes against the true heaven's will. Wu Shuai learned many important things from Gu Liang. Even though he lived in Central Continent, and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he had never understood Heavenly Court's true secrets. He did not have any sources of information. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Man race to rise up, rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if you get more rank 8 Gu immortals, it will not affect Heavenly Court's status. Heavenly Court has many more rank 8s than you'll ever have. In fact, if I put this bluntly, if your Dragon Man race really surpasses the bottom line of Heavenly Court one day, they will definitely take action against you. Don't they always say this? Those who are not my race having different motives. Wu Shuai thought about it. There was deep meaning in this. He quickly asked Gu Liang for advice. Gu Liang told him, "The rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. You have to target the source of everything." The source? You are referring to Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is kept strictly by Heavenly Court. It is too difficult. It is difficult indeed, but there is still hope. Especially now, we have the greatest opportunity of all time. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You are referring to that person? Red Lotus? That's right. Heavenly Court originally wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he has other intentions. He chose to defy them. Your ancestor Duke Long has been very busy over this matter. It is giving him such a headache that he has relaxed his control over your Dragon Man race. From this point, you need to thank Red Lotus for lowering the pressure that you are facing. Gu Liang said. We need to borrow Red Lotus power? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked again. Red Lotus is too mysterious. There is almost no way of tracing his movement. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we want to meet him, he will reject us. He might even attack or destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He showed some wariness. He said with deep meaning, regardless of whether Red Lotus is an immortal venerable or demon venerable, he is still a human Gu immortal. If he does not want to cooperate, how will we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Red Lotus wants to revive his family and his lover. He has to go against the Heavenly Tao and defy fate. This conflict cannot be resolved, and precisely so, he turned on his teacher, and Duke Long remains unable to get Red Lotus to turn back. Red Lotus will definitely attack Heavenly Court and attempt to destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Heavenly Court, it will be our opportunity to take action. When will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Heavenly Court? That I am not sure. It can take many years, or it can be at the next moment. Wu Shuai realized. I get it. From now on, we need to get close to Heavenly Court. We need to constantly enter Heavenly Court to find more information and peek into deeper secrets. When Red Lotus attacks, we will use the prime opportunity to try and steal Fate Gu. Chapter 1843. Making sacrifices. Wu Shuai became rank 8, he broke the encirclement and swept the pressure away. Not only that, he even found the only chance to defeat Heavenly Court, that was to borrow Red Lotus power. Red Lotus had yet to become a venerable, but he was already predestined to become a future venerable. Even though this was just a guess, the entire Gu immortal world was inclined to believe it. If not for this, why would Duke Long and Heavenly Court try all ways to convince him? Back then, Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple. It was an obvious sign. After talking to Gu Liang, Wu Shuai changed his strategy. He started to keep a low profile. He no longer acted like before. Originally, after becoming rank 8, the Dragonman race was very excited. There was finally a rank 8 great expert that could back them up. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Many dragon men could not understand him. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort to show a repentant attitude. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Heavenly Court and tried all ways to get information about them. In fact, he even put in funds to make an immortal Gu house for Heavenly Court. As for the conflict between dragon men and humans, he also changed his stance. He suppressed dragon men to protect the benefits of the humans. After 100 years, even though Wu Shuai gained some success, he could not gain Heavenly Court's trust. What should I do? Wu Shuai was anxious. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Heavenly Court has always been extremely wary of Varian humans. They look down on Varian humans from the depths of their hearts. Our only hope is Duke Long. We need to target him. How do I gain Duke Long's trust? His impression of me is..." Wu Shuai smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai solemnly. "It will depend on whether you can make sacrifices." Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He immediately answered, "I've been planning for the Dragonman race all along, so what if I have to make sacrifices?" "Good." Gu Liang clapped. "Only a person like you can accomplish great things." Gu Liang gave his plan, but Wu Shuai hesitated. Because Gu Liang was asking Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei on purpose. Huang Wei was a rank 7 Dragonman Gu immortal now. He had followed Wu Shuai since his youth. He had always been working hard in developing South Flower Island with Wu Shuai. He was loyal and had made many accomplishments. There was no chance he would ever betray Wu Shuai. Gu Liang urged him. "Everyone in the world knows about your relationship with Huang Wei. We can create a situation where you need to make a choice. If you defend the interests of the humans and sacrifice Huang Wei, Duke Long will definitely change his opinion towards you. But you want me to kill my greatest general, and he is the person who trusts and idolizes me the most." Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. He was hesitant and unwilling to do so. "I believe that if Huang Wei knows the purpose of his sacrifice, he will definitely do it. Am I right?" Gu Liang's words lifted a lot of Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed deeply as his eyes turned red. "I know Huang Wei like I know myself. If he knows that is my plan, he will definitely sacrifice himself." "No!" Gu Liang quickly interjected. "This plan is too important. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Only the 2 of us should know of it. Friend, you need to know that even the dead can be investigated upon to look for evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know of our plan." "This..." Wu Shuai shut his eyes as he shook his head. "Let me think about it. Let me think about it." He hesitated for half a year before he finally made up his mind. Compared to the individual Huang Wei, the entire Dragonman race was more important. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang plotted secretly, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals before gathering evidence to accuse Huang Wei. After this matter happened, it attracted a lot of attention in Central Continent. Huang Wei screamed out in innocence. "This was not done by me, brother, you know me, I will definitely not do that." Wu Shuai defended Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence got exposed, he had no choice but to uphold justice and kill Huang Wei. This matter caused a great commotion. The Dragonmen became very upset with Wu Shuai. Many Dragonmen started to move out of South Flower Island. The 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai greatly. Even Duke Long heard about this matter and nodded in praise of Wu Shuai. "He has grown up a lot over these years. I am very pleased." Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust after this. But he felt emptiness in his heart. Before his execution, Huang Wei's last words were deeply etched into his heart. He could never forget it in this lifetime. "Brother, I have never regretted following you. If you want to execute me, regardless of the reason, I will accept it." "But brother, I have not done anything like this. You need to be careful, be very careful. Those human goo immortals are trying to deceive you. These years, they have not done anything against you, they have actually changed their tactics. They are accusing me now to get rid of me, they want to gradually clip your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race, I have never reached it. So be it if I die, I hope you will carry on this dream. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be achieved without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground crying as he said that. Wu Shuai felt his heart bleeding with every sentence. Wu Shuai almost lost control and wanted to tell Huang Wei the truth behind everything. The one who framed him was this beloved brother right here. In fact, there was a moment where Wu Shuai had the intense urge to kneel down and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness, but in the end, he controlled himself. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you have committed a great crime and killed people, you still refuse to admit your sins even now. Sigh, I have trusted you in vain, you are too disappointing, I am deeply hurt. Halfway through, Wu Shuai started to cry, his voice became shaky. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei, he quickly turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold floor of the prison cell, looking at Wu Shuai who was leaving, he shouted. Brother, let me call you that for the final time before I die. Don't forget the grand aspiration of the Dragon Man race. Wu Shuai walked even more quickly now, he seemed to be escaping. Many Gu immortals came to watch Huang Wei's execution, but Wu Shuai did not go. That night he had a dream. In the dream, he saw Huang Wei who was pointing at him and scolding loudly. Wu Shuai told him the truth. After hearing it, Huang Wei started to cry as he knelt down on the ground, saying, Brother, you have worked too hard, I was too ignorant, I blamed you wrongly. For the sake of the Dragon Man race, you took on all these accusations and made such sacrifices. I am willing to sacrifice myself too. Wu Shuai quickly held Huang Wei as he stood up, he patted his shoulder. Brother, I'm glad you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai still carried a smile. He did not get out of bed, he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The smile did not fade from his face, but tears flowed down from his eyes. Huang Wei's death caused a lot of commotion. South Flower Island was in turmoil, morale fell to rock bottom, the dragon men were all very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai started to go in and out of Heavenly Court regularly. This was a major breakthrough. Once, Heavenly Court decided to build Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed onto this great opportunity and reported to Duke Long that he was willing to contribute his Dragon Palace. All these years, Dragon Palace had remained as a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had done this after much consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal, he could rebuild it in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, Wu Shuai, I am very happy that you are willing to do this. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path, it is not appropriate. Furthermore, with Heavenly Court's foundation, we do not need you to spend your own wealth. Wu Shuai sighed. Grandfather, I was too arrogant when I was young, I did many atrocious things. Now that I regret it, I've been thinking about ways to make up for my mistakes. Please give me a chance, Grandfather, I will not disappoint you. Duke Long laughed loudly. All right, you and your father will be in charge of building Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. Thank you, Grandfather. To build Central Heaven Gate, many resources were needed. Gu Liang came to offer some help. He said to Wu Shuai, Heavenly Court has devious ambitions indeed, they actually want to create Central Heaven Gate, it can connect to Grotto Heavens. But this is truly a great opportunity. We can target this Central Heaven Gate and leave a backdoor while probing for more secrets and information of Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai started to work harder, he went around in preparation of creating Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race were very unhappy with him, many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, they called him the traitor of the Dragon Man race. These Dragon Men held deep expectations for Wu Shuai in the past, it was all converted into intense disappointment and hatred now. Even Wu Shuai's own father was very cold to him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings as he put in all his effort to complete Central Heaven Gate. Creating a backdoor in Central Heaven Gate was not easy, especially under the supervision of Heavenly Court. While he was working hard and was about to gain some results, an accident occurred. His father returned from Heavenly Court, he was gravely injured, before dying, he called Wu Shuai over. I got into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I received the revelation of Fate Gu, We Dragon Men will reign supreme. Dragon Men will reign supreme. Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed onto Wu Shuai's hand tightly. What? Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. He was tongue-tied. What is going on? Father! His father explained the situation. I had found out by coincidence, but even though I got discovered, I was smart enough to purposely fail in constructing Central Heaven Gate. I suffered intense backlash and used this excuse to escape from Heavenly Court, to return to you. Dragon Men reign supreme! My son, our Dragon Man race is meant to hold the heavenly fate. We are meant to replace humanity. This is the revelation given by Fate Gu. It is definitely true. Wu Shuai's father had shining eyes. Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me, spread news of this to the world. The Dragon Man Gu immortals will be extremely excited. Father, you should recuperate in peace now. I will handle this. Wu Shuai was also very excited. After settling down his father, he left the room. Not long after, he met with Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to console him, but seeing that Wu Shuai had a struggling expression, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang had worked closely together. He had learned of Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human but a variant human Gu immortal. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuai told him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked, but after reacting to it, he understood why Wu Shuai hesitated. Wu Shuai, you did not rally the Dragon Men and announce this news. It was the right thing to do. If Heavenly Court learns of this secret, they will definitely wipe out the Dragon Men in this world. But we need to continue deceiving Heavenly Court and make them think that this secret is still safe. We are currently not safe enough. Your father's actions were too abnormal. There is a chance that they will find out he contacted Fate Gu. Next, Heavenly Court's investigators will definitely come to seek information. Gu Liang, you know me well, that is my current dilemma. Wu Shuai sighed. What do we do? Gu Liang hesitated, but he still spoke. You have already thought of the method, haven't you? In this situation, only by sacrificing your father and pretending that he had died from his injuries after coming back can we escape this terrible crisis of extinction. Wu Shuai had a pale face. He stumbled backwards as he shook his head continuously. You want me to kill my father? No, I will definitely not do that. You will not do that? If Heavenly Court learns of this, your Dragon Man race will be wiped from existence. Gu Liang sighed. I finally understand why your ancestor Duke Long treats the Dragon Man race like this. Heavenly Court must have known of Fate Gu's revelation that Dragon Men will reign supreme all along. Chapter 1844. Killing Father Dream Revelations. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. I am suspecting that this might be a plot against my father and me. They are trying to harm my Dragon Man race. What should I do? Dragon Men reign supreme might just be a lie. The culprit might have done this to find an excuse to wipe out Dragon Men. Gu Liang pondered for a moment and denied the possibility. This possibility is very small. According to your father, there were many coincidences that led to him contacting Fate Gu. These are not man-made coincidences. Many of these elements were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are many coincidences, I am very suspicious of it. Back then, how did the humans obtain the revelation of heavenly fate from Fate Gu? Isn't your father in a similar situation now? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. At this moment, a loud voice was heard in the sky. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had come to pay a visit due to the injuries of Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, you must decide now. If you wait, all of your efforts will be in vain. Your entire Dragon Man race will face extermination. Wu Shuai's expression immediately turned ashen. His face turned pale and his body shook. He also fell to the ground. The situation was forcing him to make a rapid decision. He knew that this choice would bring him pain for eternity, but he had to do it. Even though he was uncertain if the heavenly revelation of Dragon Men reign supreme was real, or if others were harming them, he could not gamble. If he lost the gamble, he would not just lose his father, he would lose the entire Dragon Man race. That day, Wu Shuai's father died from the backlash of failing to build Central Heaven Gate. His soul was completely erased. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals gained no evidence. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They left. For the next 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him as Wu Shuai cried in the arms of his beloved woman. Tai Qin said gently, People cannot revive after dying, senior brother, you need to move on. Uncle died from building Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court will definitely compensate you. Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin about the truth. He had to endure this pain himself. He could only say, "Junior sister, do you know? Back then, after I killed Song Tao Zi, I often had the same dream at night. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race. I led my people to prosperity. We lived a life of freedom and peace. I stayed within Dragon Court and ruled meticulously. The Dragon Men lived in peace and prosperity. There were no conflicts or inequality. Huang Wei remained as my greatest right-hand man. He handled many affairs for me. My father said I was his pride and joy. He often said, 'My son, you finally did it. I am so proud of you.' And the two of us lived in bliss. We had many children. They could freely play around without worries." Saying so, Wu Shuai lowered his head and cried, "But now, I only have you left. My beloved junior sister." Tai Qin was also extremely sad. All these years, she did not manage to bear a single child for Wu Shuai. When dragon men copulate, they are able to have many children, more than humans. But mixed blood between variant humans and humans are very unlikely to have children. Not just Dragon Man, even the other variant humans were the same. This was terrible news to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in anguish. Gu Liang came to urge him. "Wu Shuai, I can understand the pain that you are feeling, but please be mindful of Heavenly Court. Don't put too much of the blame on yourself and cause Heavenly Court to sense something. If our efforts end up in vain, wouldn't your father have died for nothing?" Wu Shuai jolted like he was hit by lightning. He realized at once as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He cupped his fists to thank Gu Liang. "Thank you for the reminder, otherwise I would have committed a grave mistake." Gu Liang nodded as he smiled. "You have been overwhelmed by sadness these last days. You have not been working on Central Heaven Gate. It is time to continue. But the revelation of Fate Gu, can we trust the notion that dragon men will reign supreme?" Wu Shuai was still thinking about it. He could not let it go. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to get into contact with Fate Gu. But the risk is great. The truth is, there is no need to be anxious. As long as you wait, you will be able to find evidence." "You mean?" Wu Shuai had some sort of realization. Gu Liang nodded. "Indeed, if dragon men are meant to reign supreme, heavens will definitely give your dragon man race more care and concern. Your father is like Yi from history. When he was still a Gu master, he was just a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman's sacred hall. In the end, when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned the heavenly revelation that humans would reign supreme. He followed the guidance of Fate Gu and stole it, contributing it to the most crucial human, primordial origin who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know about Yu. He was the Tao guardian of primordial origin immortal venerable. He obtained the heavenly revelation but did not die. Instead he managed to steal Fate Gu. So why did my father?" Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang explained. "I have some guesses about this. Remember I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once assimilated with Heaven's will? From then on, her will started to interfere with Heaven's will. This is likely the reason why your father met with disaster. But he was able to successfully tell us the secret that dragon men will reign supreme. He has died for a good cause." Gu Liang continued to encourage him. "Your father told you this secret, Wu Shuai. You might be the crucial person chosen by the heavenly fate, someone like primordial origin. You cannot give up, you cannot be dejected, you need to work harder." Wu Shuai shook his head. "How can I be compared to a venerable? And we variant humans cannot become venerable." Gu Liang was silent for a moment before he showed a peculiar expression. "Variant humans cannot become venerable, that is a phenomenon indeed, but nobody knows the exact reasons behind it. There are all sorts of theories. The truth is, we have been researching about the reason why variant humans cannot become venerable." Wu Shuai questioned. "Isn't it because man is the spirit of all living beings?" Gu Liang chuckled. He, that is likely just a cover. There is a huge secret behind becoming a venerable. It depends on the spirit to some degree, but that is definitely not the only reason. In human history, there were some exceptions. Some Gu immortals with exceptional strength passed all of their rank 8 tribulations but could not become venerable. Their cultivation level could not rise to rank 9. Your ancestor Duke Long should be very clear of this. He was one such example. Even with his extremely high strength, he could not become rank 9, he only became a dragon man afterwards. If you can find out the truth behind this, my tribe is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret." Gu Liang promised solemnly. Do not worry, if I can learn of this secret, I will definitely share it with you at no cost. Wu Shuai swore. Before leaving, Gu Liang advised him again. Friend Wu Shuai, do take care. Even though Fate Gu is not in your hands, if you are truly the fated individual, you will get some revelations. You are definitely a crucial person. These revelations might come to you or the people around you. Do pay close attention to them. I know. Wu Shuai nodded. Let time prove everything. But to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not receive any revelation. He continued to build Central Heaven Gate to his heavenly court. The Dragon Man race, especially many Dragon Man Gu immortals, became upset with him. They called Wu Shuai a dog. His father had died from building Central Heaven Gate, but this son was actually going to continue that job. He was truly enslaved and incorrigible. He truly deserved to be left with a dead father. Thus, more and more Dragon Men moved away from South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamed of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard, I understand you deeply. This sacrifice will definitely lead to great accomplishments. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child." He also dreamed that he had children with Tai Chin at long last. It turned out that deep within an earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. If he and Tai Chin ate this seaweed, they would be able to have children, getting past the obstacle of crossbreeding. When he woke up, Wu Shuai had a realization. He jolted. Was this the heavenly revelation? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he dreamed that Huang Wei was saying goodbye to him. Before his father died, he also dreamed that his father was talking about his deceased mother. He spoke with great affection and said he was going to join her. It was quite easy to confirm this point as well. Wu Shuai immediately made plans, using Gu Liang's strength to head to Eastern Sea and retrieve the unnamed seaweed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin used the seaweed together. Months later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was pregnant with his child. This was truly immensely great news. Not only because he had obtained his offspring, but also because he confirmed his guess. He finally understood that the heavenly revelations had appeared long ago. He just failed to recognize them. The dreams started to change. More revelations came to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai followed these revelations and achieved great success with minimal effort. Not only did he build Central Heaven Gate, he even successfully made his backdoor without Heavenly Court noticing it at all, even when they checked. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, he stopped developing the Dragon Man race. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the dream revelations, his cultivation level continued to rise. Along with Gu Liang's help, he passed tribulations after tribulations. The dreams started to change again. The revelation to build Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. The core Immortal Gu of Rank 8 Dragon Palace is Rank 8 Dream Token? This is a Dream Path Gu. It corresponds to the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately traveled in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials are very rare. They were often buried in some corner, completely inconspicuous. But Wu Shuai followed the revelations. He slowly found and gathered them, refining them successfully. Chapter 1845. A Life of Tragedy. During this period, Wu Shuai purposely went back to South Flower Island. Tai Chin finally gave birth. We finally have the next generation of our bloodline. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the baby that was just born, spinning around several times in joy. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed beside Tai Chin. He looked at Tai Chin, who was still weak after giving birth, with deep affection. His gaze was extremely gentle. What are we going to name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has large, lively and spiritual eyes. Let's call him Long Ling. Wu Shuai said. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling, it is a good name. Their son, Long Ling, was just born. Wu Shuai was very happy now, but he also sensed that the burden on him had become heavier. Huang Wei and my father have both passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin and my new son left now. I need to give Tai Chin a proper status. I need to give my child a bright future. He cannot live in an environment full of ostracism. I want him to live properly and proudly as a dragon man. He will grow up with pride. The responsibilities were pushing and motivating him. After resting for a few days in South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on a journey around the 5 regions and 2 heavens again, collecting Dream Path immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal Goo was very mystical. It all happened within his dream. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal Goo was finally at its final step to completion. This? Wu Shuai was immensely shocked. The final revelation in his dream was that he had to sacrifice Tai Qin. As long as she willingly sacrificed her own life, it would complete the last step of refining Dream Token. No, I absolutely cannot do that. Wu Shuai was deeply shook, his face turned pale. He could not accept this revelation. For a few days, he was completely daydreaming. He moved around in immemorial white heaven like a ghost that had no soul. Only until he met an immemorial desolate beast that almost killed him, he finally came to his senses abruptly. He killed the immemorial desolate beast but was very vexed. He could not find a solution to this. Should I really sacrifice Junior's sister? No, absolutely not. There must be some way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to halt the plan of refining Dream Token. He wanted to get more revelations from the dreams. On the second night, he got a new revelation from his dream. This revelation was beyond shocking. Ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my entire Dragonman race? And Duke Long has already been wanting to use this move many times already? Even though he trusted his dream revelations deeply, this news was just too unbelievable. He could barely accept it. He pondered for some time. He decided to return to Central Continent and investigate the truth. Wu Shuai had spent a lot of time and effort trying to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo. During this period, Central Continent was filled with undercurrents. Conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus was intensifying by the day. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, even though Heavenly Court suspected him, Duke Long trusted him deeply. Wu Shuai deployed all of the manpower that he could use to investigate this matter. At the same time, the Dream Realm continued giving him more revelations. With the help of Dream Revelation, Wu Shuai gained more and more clues. These clues all proved that his dream revelations were true. In fact, Wu Shuai even learned about the name of this move, Dragonman Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragonman Lifespan Extension method, creating the Dragonman race. As the number of Dragonmen increased, they slowly developed into the current Dragonman race. Duke Long is the ancestor of Dragonmen, the source of the race. When he created the Dragonman race initially, he left behind a hidden card. That was the killer move Dragonman Extermination. By using this move, all the Dragonmen in this world would self-detonate and die. None would survive. Furthermore, Duke Long has been wanting to use this killer move for a long time. He has only been waiting as a result of Star Constellation's will. Ancestor, you are too cruel. You are really so cold-hearted. Wu Shuai felt a chill. He was helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work, the future of the Dragonman race, they were all a joke compared to this killer move. They were living in a real and yet illusory bubble. What do I do? Wu Shuai raised his head and screamed. He had no ideas left. Right, I still have my dreams. Suddenly, he realized as hope sparkled in his eyes, he still had a final trump card. That night, the dream's content went back to a few years ago. Regarding the refinement of Dream Token Immortal Goo. The final step of Dream Token Immortal Goo was for Tai Qin to make a self-sacrifice. The dream told Wu Shuai that in order to deal with Dragonman Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo first. Wu Shuai woke up in shock from the dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried soundlessly. He looked at his lover in a daze, the woman that he loved the most in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was originally sleeping soundly, but she seemed to have sensed something as she opened her eyes. She saw Wu Shuai's expression, which was full of anguish and sadness. What is it? Tai Qin quickly embraced Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her. He hugged her tightly. He used so much force, but never had he ever felt so weak and useless in his life. Wu Shuai had to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin was able to accept it quickly. She used her warm hands to touch Wu Shuai's face. She smiled gently. So that's the reason, my brother Shuai. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my life. This is nothing much, but in this life, I not only have you, I also have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of him, nurture our child well. Promise me that, okay? I promise you on my life and dignity, I promise you with everything I have. Wu Shuai cried profusely. He was filled with anguish and sadness. Dream Token was refined. Next, Rank 8 Dragon Palace was also constructed. After it was created, Wu Shuai stayed inside most of the time. He often walked around the palace as he touched the walls and pillars. He pretended that he could feel Tai Chin's warmth, but the reality was that he could only touch the cold, icy walls of the immortal Gu house. The child he had with Tai Chin gradually grew up. Sometimes he would ask, "Father, where is Mother? Why is she not back yet?" Each time he asked this, Wu Shuai would feel like a sharp spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed. Each time, he would squat down and hug his young son Long Ling. He would hold him tightly and warmly as he lied to him. The young and innocent Long Ling was like his antidote, the only thing in this world that could heal his broken heart. He possessed Rank 8 Dragon Palace, but Wu Shuai did not have any intention to fight for fame or glory. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. He achieved his former dream. He could imprison Shujiu Ling, capture Fan Ji, and even torture him to death in front of her. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Shujiu Ling go be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about the past glory or humiliation, even though he had once felt pain from them and had fought intensely to achieve them. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He let go of many things. Now, Wu Shuai felt very tired. He was very tired, but he could not stop. He had to continue because the matter regarding Dragon Man extermination had not been resolved yet. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragon Man extermination, he had to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Men were the product of the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, while Dragon Man extermination was created through this source. The three were tightly connected together. Wu Shuai already grasped the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace, he could totally reverse-deduce the killer move Dragon Man extermination killer move through it. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragon Man Gu immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had gathered together. These Dragon Man Gu immortals did not believe him initially, but when Wu Shuai provided facts and evidence that could not be denied, they had to believe him. At the same time, Gu Liang was present to testify that Wu Shuai's father had found out the secret of the heavenly revelation. It was all announced to them. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. These people will almost all die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. However, I cannot stop this plan. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object. Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded. You scoundrel, you are insane! In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Men reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used your most beloved wife as the Gu material. Now, to deal with Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragon Men and do experiments on them? Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? Hee hee hee, no, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and sad. You want to give your wife happiness, and in the end? You sacrifice her to refine a Gu. Hee. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end? You killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huanwei a bright future, you gave him hope. But in the end you killed him yourself. And now, what future is there? Hee hee ha ha ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally, his tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragon Man race to rise up, and in the end? In the end, the Dragon Man race is about to be wiped out, we are going to be extinct. It was you, it was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragon Man race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragon Man race besides our ancestor, but what you gave us was not glory or hope, it was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are a real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally faded away. In the depths of the sea, only a beautiful palace was left, along with the 4 dragon generals. The dragon generals looked at Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone with complex and subservient expressions. They walked out of Dragon Palace's door. The door of Dragon Palace opened on its own. The Dragon Man clone took huge steps out of this Dragon Palace. He was expressionless, but the vicissitudes of life were seen deep in his eyes. Looking at Dragon Palace, he could almost still hear the accusations of Little Seventh, as well as the gathering of the surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals. But taking another glance, the hall was empty, everything was gone. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It was like the cry of a lingering spirit. But I am no longer myself. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly. This was not his voice, this was not his face, this was not his body, it was not even his soul. Only his will was left, the will that had endured through 1,000,000 years, waiting until today. Dragon Spirit greets Master! Dragon Spirit appeared with a reverent expression. There was a trace of happiness in its eyes. Finally, Dragon Court finally has a new master! The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit intently. His eyes turned red rapidly. He really wished that at this moment, Dragon Spirit could call him Father. But it was impossible now. Tai Qin, I have let you down after all. I could not even complete your final and only request. Wu Shuai raised his head, he sighed deeply. His tone was filled with endless guilt and sadness. But he did not cry. 1,000,000 years ago, his tears had already run dry. Chapter 1846. Obtaining Primordial Origin's True Inheritance. After spending a lot of effort, Duke Long finally reached an agreement with Fan Yuan. The 2 rank 8s of Eastern Sea, Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing, watched the process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fan Yuan a large amount of Chi Path cultivation resources, most importantly, he even gave 1 Primordial Origin True Inheritance to Qi Si ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals helpless, but they also could not help but admire Duke Long's resolution. Of course, they only made a fraction of the transaction on the spot. Qi Si ancestor, which was Fan Yuan's disguise, agreed on a truce with Heavenly Court. They would coexist now. Heavenly Court would also hand over the resources gradually. As for Primordial Origin's True Inheritance, it would also be handed over in portions. After all, either side was following any alliance agreement. They finally finished their negotiation, but not only did Fan Yuan not leave, he led the way for them. Fan Yuan is trying to get Dragon Palace now. Duke Long, maybe your Heavenly Court will be able to resolve your enmity with him today. Fan Yuan smiled as he said. From his expression, he looked like someone who was going to watch the show by the side. But Fan Yuan decided to stop stalling for time. If he continued wasting time, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals might sense something. In that case, he should grasp this situation firmly instead. They did not set any alliance agreements anyway. When it is time to fight, Fan Yuan will attack directly. As for those negotiations they made, who cares? Duke Long flew straight. He looked calm and composed. He replied plainly. If that really happens, we will have one less problem ahead. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. This matter concerned Dragon Palace. They were not going to leave yet. When the entire group reached the location where Dragon Palace was hidden after diving into the depths of the sea, Dragon Palace had vanished already. Was Dragon Palace really here? The Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They were suspicious that Fan Yuan had brought them to a wrong location, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not suspect that, even though Fan Yuan brought them here, this was the route that Fairy Ziwei had deduced as well. There were no deviations. It seems that Dragon Palace really flew away. Duke Long sighed. Fan Yuan smiled. It is truly a pity. If Dragon Palace was taken by Fan Yuan, your Heavenly Court would have lost to him once again. Fan Yuan had the expression of a curious and excited bystander. He tried to provoke Duke Long with words. Duke Long replied plainly. He was completely unaffected. Because he knew a lot about Dragon Palace. Back then when his descendant created it, it was designed such that only a dragon man could become the Dragon Palace Lord. In that case, Duke Long, who had the killer move Dragon Man Extermination, was basically holding a trump card against it. If Fan Yuan really subdued Dragon Palace, he would have either turned himself into a Dragon Man, or had a Dragon Man subordinate. Fan Yuan is a vigilant person who was reborn from the future. there is little chance that he turn himself into a dragonman. But even so, my dragonman extermination can kill one of his capable subordinates. But killing is just an added bonus, the key is to retrieve Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, it was not completely without gains. At least I managed to improve Chi-Si Ancestor and Heavenly Court's relationship. There might even be a chance of recruiting Chi-Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, now that it has appeared, it will definitely leave clues behind. I will find it once more. Fan Yuan's advantage from using rebirth is too great. He could set up arrangements in advance to strike early. I was late in this contest over Dragon Palace. Duke Long thought about it for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragonman extermination yet. This trump card was best saved for a crucial moment in the future, to catch Fan Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fan Yuan might know about Dragonman extermination. But if he knew, he would be guarded against it. Duke Long would not gain much from activating it. Regardless, not using it now was still a wise decision for Duke Long. I cannot let Dragon Palace fall into Fan Yuan's hands. The matter of retrieving Dragon Palace and dealing with Fan Yuan should be considered one problem. Fang Zheng, who is useful against Fan Yuan, should be saved first. Thinking so, Duke Long approached Shinsongxing. Guyu Fangjing was currently in Shinsongxing's hands. Shinsongxing was already prepared for it. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shin clan and Duke Long's heavenly court were both in the righteous path. They handled matters similarly. Shinsongxing was willing to undergo transaction with Duke Long, of course, exchanging Guyu Fangjing for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyu Fangjing, he was useless anyway. Shinsongxing was secretly excited. He decided to extort Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. He had seen the conversation earlier. Fan Yuan watched by the side and was slightly moved too. But if he competed against Duke Long now, it would not be a good idea. Firstly, he had just arrived at an agreement with Duke Long. If he acts against him now, this would go against Chi-Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fan Yuan was not confident in competing with Heavenly Court. If he tried to kill Shinsongxing to snatch Fang Zheng away, the chances were very slim. However, Fan Yuan did not give up. He secretly transmitted to Shinsongxing and inquired. Shinsongxing heard that Chi-Si Ancestor was also interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "To speak the truth, I had just soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent encounters. It seems that he indeed counters Fan Yuan. Some way or another, he manages to exert negative influence on Fan Yuan." Bright light shined in Fan Yuan's eyes as he immediately asked Shinsongxing secretly. "Even though this Fan Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him once, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters Fan Yuan, you should keep him and negotiate with Fan Yuan. After all, he has many venerable true inheritances in his hands. If you really transact with Heavenly Court, will they want to give you venerable true inheritances?" Fan Yuan attempted to convince Shinsongxing to keep Fang Zheng so that he could find a chance to strike. After all, the difficulty of planning to take Fang Zheng, who was in Shinsongxing's hands, was completely different from him being in Heavenly Court's hands. Shinsongxing answered very quickly. He did not dare to keep Fan Yuan waiting. He smiled. "Ancestor is right, this is a good suggestion." He said that as he turned to Duke Long. "If Heavenly Court wants Fang Zheng back, give me a venerable true inheritance." "Ha!" Duke Long laughed loudly in amusement. "Oh Shinsongxing, you are too greedy. Do you think you are on the same level as Chi-Si? Friend Chi-Si was able to get a venerable true inheritance through fighting and gaining my acknowledgement. If you can get a venerable true inheritance from just trading a captive, wouldn't you be treating Chi-Si as a joke? Shinsongxing, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic goals, then let's have a fight first." Duke Long's change of attitude was very clear. He spoke domineeringly, completely different from when he spoke to Fan Yuan. Shinsongxing felt a little troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. He purposely mentioned Chi-Si Ancestor, praising him and using this as a bargaining chip. But Shinsongxing had done soul search on Fang Zheng. He understood the value that this person had. He smiled coldly as he said without fear, "Duke Long, I know that I am not your match, but so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me now. Furthermore, Fang Zheng is in my hands. I can kill him with a single thought. If you do not want to give a venerable true inheritance, what do you want to offer? Let me see Heavenly Court's sincerity." Shinsongxing was not stupid. He spoke in a tone mixed with hard and soft words. He had taken a step back and stopped requesting for a venerable true inheritance forcefully. After all, Duke Long was much stronger than him. Both sides negotiated for a long time but did not come to an agreement. Shin Songxing wanted a lot because Fang Jing was really important to Duke Long and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan watched by the side as he gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The more Heavenly Court placed importance on Fang Jing, the more likely he was trouble to Fan Yuan, and the greater Fan Yuan's killing intent became. He secretly spoke to Shin Songxing. In my opinion, you should contact Fan Yuan first and talk to him. He might give a higher price than Heavenly Court. But Shin Songxing had already made up his mind, he replied. Senior Qixi ancestor, I am more willing to hand Fang Jing over to Heavenly Court. Firstly, Heavenly Court is a righteous path force, it has a reputation to upkeep. It also needs a living Fang Jing. But Fan Yuan only wants a dead Fang Jing, he might not negotiate with me peacefully. Secondly, in terms of wealth and foundation, who in this world can match Heavenly Court? Shin Songxing was a righteous path member after all, he had an innate barrier with the demonic path Fan Yuan, he was more willing to interact with Heavenly Court even though he was full of wariness against them. Fan Yuan saw that he could not convince him, he could not overdo this in case they found anything suspicious. He could only think of new plans. Duke Long became increasingly impatient. He had already spent all his effort negotiating with Fan Yuan earlier. It was not his usual way of handling things. Now that he also had to talk to Shin Songxing, Duke Long felt an impulse to attack. But Fan Yuan was right beside him. Considering that Shin Songxing and Qixi ancestor were both Eastern Sigu immortals, Duke Long held down his urge. At this time, Fairy Ziwei gave Duke Long a piece of information. Duke Long heard it, and his eyes shined. This was an important bargaining chip. He quickly transmitted to Shin Songxing. Shin Songxing's expression changed. He cried out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about that? The resources I mentioned earlier, and this intel. Shin Songxing agreed without hesitation. This made Fan Yuan and Song Qiyuan feel surprised. They wondered what transaction those two had just done. Guyu Fangjing was handed over to Duke Long by Shin Songxing on the spot. Fangjing had already fainted. Duke Long held on to him as he bid farewell to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not make him stay, he had to say goodbye as well. The remaining two Eastern Sea immortals said the same thing. They invited Fan Yuan to be their guest in the clan. They promised to give some resources to Fan Yuan as the compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield unintentionally. Fan Yuan nodded. He needed these two people to influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a time, Fan Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a while, he stopped at a certain cloud. From within the cloud, an immortal Gu house appeared. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fan Yuan and his clones smiled at each other. On this expedition to retrieve Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, even though there were many hurdles, nothing bad had happened in the end. His gains were even more than expected. Chapter 1847. Dream Token. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fan Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body, with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Fan Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart. All along, he had been holding deep expectations towards Dream Path Immortal Gu. He had many Dream Path killer moves, but he still had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu until now. For example, Unravel Dream used the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery. Fan Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace the effect of the supposed Dream Path Immortal Gu. This caused Unravel Dream to expend a large number of Dream Path Immortal Gu each time. In the initial period of getting Unravel Dream, Fan Yuan had laboriously refined those Dream Path Immortal Gu one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace them, he would not have had such trouble. Fan Yuan had always lacked a Dream Path Immortal Gu, but now, he finally had his first one, and it was actually the rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to the Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself in it. The Dragon Man clone who was to the side sighed heavily. He still felt deep lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secret set up Unravel Dream beforehand, and made it activate when I came out, I would have betrayed the main body already. Fan Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on the Dream Realm, but this time, he targeted himself. Dragon Palace was able to enslave rank 8s, and create a new owner because of the power of the dream realm. Thus, when Fan Yuan's clone used Unravel Dream on himself, it was also targeting this problem, effectively solving it. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. The exact use of goo worms depended on the user's intentions. Of course, Unravel Dream itself could not deal with rank 8 level Dream Token. In this aspect, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea Goo immortals including Granny Rong and Zhang Ying. Fan Yuan's main body nodded. This was truly the most difficult dream realm I have ever explored. But earlier when I used luck inspection, those azure purple chi were not a lie. They signified that you had a chance of becoming Dragon Palace Lord without losing yourself. Because Fan Yuan saw a chance of success, he let his clone enter the dream to try the test. If not for those azure purple chi, he would only fail regardless. Fan Yuan's main body would have taken action already. At this moment, Fan Yuan and his clone had already finished communicating. They learned of each other's encounters during this period. Fan Yuan's main body critiqued. Dragon Palace's dream realm was very complex and deep. Because both body and soul went inside, it was normal that emotions were pulled and manipulated. The dreams within the dream also made one sink deeper and unable to awaken themselves. Externally, there was heavenly court's action. Had I not been careful, a huge battle would occur. The situation would go out of control rapidly. Even though these 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked harmless, they were not benign people. In the previous life, they had fought against Duke Long in order to obtain Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even joined with the other rank 8 Goo immortals to invade Hidden Dragon Cave. They had never given up on Dragon Palace. The truth was, Duke Long chose to negotiate because Chi's ancestor had incredible power, but he had also made considerations for this. Looking at the entire situation, Fan Yuan's trip was full of danger this time. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. Any carelessness and he would lose complete control. But in the end, no actual danger happened. He kept control over the situation. This showed Fan Yuan's expertise in strategic planning. Firstly, he had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 person in the world. Even though it was his clone who took action this time, Fan Yuan had given him methods like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fan Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. He could inspect luck. Fan Yuan had seen the Azure Purple Chi personally and knew there was hope of success. That was why he gave it a go. Thirdly, Fan Yuan sent Bai Ningbing and others to the River of Time and used Myriad Year Flying Warship to fight against 5 Time Path Immortal Goo houses. He drew Heavenly Court's attention away. Next, by using schemes, he deceived Duke Long and meticulously balanced the forces of Eastern Sea and Heavenly Court, using both sides to his advantage. And finally, even if he failed, Fan Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body was safe and his foundation would be intact. Even if the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Fan Yuan could use the connection between him and his clone to pursue and kill him. Forget about the rest, just the luck path tracking methods could not be concealed by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was created during Red Lotus era, while luck path was created in the future by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of all these reasons, Fan Yuan was able to face Heavenly Court, Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals while showing great strength and control. He created a situation where he could advance or retreat at all. He had a great advantage throughout. Of course, the risks were high. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Fan Yuan would lose all of his Dream Path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation were with his clone. But he had to take the risk. How could any grand plan have no risk? And this was involving a rank 8 Immortal Goo house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No one could live in the dream realms for over 1,000,000 years. The Dragon Man clone had thought he was Wu Shuai for some time. It was the effect of Dream Token's modification, twisting his own will, causing the Dragon Man clone to think that he was Wu Shuai, having been revived. But how could Fan Yuan's will be so easily distorted? Even if he were deceived, he would sense it in the future, and gradually wake up. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed inside Dragon Palace all the time and imprisoned himself, subjecting himself to the effects of Dream Token. Wu Shuai's arrangements and considerations back then were truly meticulous. His effort was praiseworthy. After Fan Yuan's main body learned of the clone's encounter, he was moved and praised loudly. He was truly a formidable person. It was a pity that Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he lacked capability. Otherwise, how could he resist the pressure of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and develop South Flower Island properly? His talent and aptitude was very high. That was why his father nurtured him since he was a child. Afterwards he even got picked by a green anesthetic, finally becoming rank 8, even though he received external help. His own strength was the foundation to everything. Regrettably, his enemy was too strong. Forget about Heavenly Court, just Duke Long alone could wipe out the Dragon Man race. And behind Duke Long, there was still Star Constellation. The heavenly revelation that Dragon Man would reign supreme was the decree of the heavenly Tao. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was too fearsome. After assimilating her own will into heaven's will, she actually managed to twist the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of that, the 3 demon venerables who appeared after Star Constellation did not manage to destroy Heavenly Court. It was only Red Lotus Demon Venerable who managed to damage Fate Gu. Just this small accomplishment was already beyond the expectations of everyone. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's defeat was predestined from the start. Even demon venerables failed, more so Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could make sacrifices, but Heavenly Court had countless members who were willing to sacrifice too. Duke Long exterminated the entire Dragon Man race. Wasn't it a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became one with the Tao. She sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fan Yuan's main body learned about the strength of Heavenly Court. This organization's foundation was just too deep. The Immortal Graveyard had countless slumbering rank 8s. After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, Chen Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, all of these people were very influential and powerful. Today, the great power of Heavenly Court was already established. It suppressed everything in history. Even demon venerables could not defy it. Just this alone could make one feel suffocated. No wonder Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan felt so wary. Looking at the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions fusing, they got more anxious by the day. Fan Yuan wanted to overturn this current trend. Only by destroying Fate Gu can I have any hope of eternal life. If I fail, will anyone feel moved when they hear of my story in the future? They would merely be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan kept his clone in Dragon Palace in his immortal aperture. He summoned Shuai, Shi Shiqing, and Mo Tan Sang. Fan Yuan used omnidirectional travel with them, rapidly leaving Eastern Sea. Ever since Fan Yuan annexed GC Grotto Heaven, the killer move Jade Flow Pearl stopped being effective. He had to use omnidirectional travel instead to move around. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage too. Fan Yuan could naturally use myriad year flying warship to travel. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was not slow at all. But it was currently fighting inside the River of Time. Even if Fan Yuan had it with him, he would not use it to travel. It was too eye-catching. Chapter 1848. Collating his gains. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a grand purple gold palace floated in the air. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. The Dragon Man clone manipulated this immortal Gu house, producing a large amount of dense smoke. Wherever the dense smoke went, it devoured everything. Fan Yuan used it as a test. He brought over an immemorial year beast. It could not resist as it growled while being overwhelmed by the dense smoke, vanishing without a trace. Gather! The Dragon Man clone willed. The Dream Path smoke shrunk back into Dragon Palace like a python returning to its cave. Everything that it had engulfed also naturally went into Dragon Palace. This was the Dream Path killer move that Fan Yuan had personally witnessed in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace produced dense smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though it had turned phantom, it was still hit. One skilled to dominate the world, in this current period of time, the Gu Immortal World and even Heavenly Court lacked ways to deal with Dream Path methods. The effectiveness of Dream Path was immediate. But now that Fan Yuan personally used it, he realized that this dreamy light smoke was not a Dream Path offensive killer move as he had thought. It was used for capturing enemies instead. Like earlier, Dragon Palace only used this one move to capture an immemorial year beast that had rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace easily. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Even though it had the rank 8 Dream Path immortal Gu Dream token, its roots did not change. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was meant to assist with Dragon Palace's enslavement, by first capturing the target and trapping them, before enslaving them afterwards. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace also had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had wisdom path effect, allowing a goo immortal to dream in their sleep and attain revelations. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It was a dream realm that allowed one to construct dream realms within dream realms. Like the time the Dragon Man clone explored the dream realm and became Wu Shuai, while Wu Shuai went into another dream to gain dream revelations, this was the power of Dream Within Dream. As for the dream realm that shrouded Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. Fan Yuan considered it for a while. At his current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke had the most practical use. Even though dream revelation was profound, it not only consumed immortal essence but also Heaven's will. That was to say, this killer move needed the participation of Heaven's will. In Wu Shuai's case, he held the heavenly fate. Dragon Men were meant to reign supreme. Thus, Heavens will help the Dragon Men. It was okay for him to use this move. He would receive the guidance and assistance of the heavenly Tao. But Fan Yuan could not. Fan Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was suppressed and targeted by Heaven's will. All along, he had been enemies with Heaven's will. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Heaven's will. How could he expect Heaven's will to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms instead of living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dream realm within a dream realm. What use was that? It allowed one to modify dream realms. Wu Shuai used this to modify Dragon Palace's dream realm back then, creating a dream within a dream. When Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored it, he faced this type of dream constantly. Undeniably, this made the dream realm much more complex. It became easier for the explorer to lose themselves and succumb to the dream realm. What use did Fan Yuan have for it? In the short period of time, Fan Yuan's thoughts were on dream realm explorations. He could modify these dream realms to create a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fan Yuan. They belonged to him. In that case, he could construct a safe zone in the dream realm so that he could recuperate or recover in it. But the most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was similar to the Soul Beast token that Fan Yuan had. The former was a Dream Path Goo worm that had enslavement path ability, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo worm with similar enslavement path ability. Fan Yuan had already learned of the exact use of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, Duke Long wanted to unleash Dragon Man extermination. Wu Shuai was not safe from it. But after a lot of hard work and experimentation, he had some gains. He could delay his death. Using his final bit of time, he activated Dream Token Immortal Goo. He expended not just all of his rank 8 immortal essence, but also his emotions, memories, and wills. After he made his arrangements, he became extremely thin. Only a bit of his soul was left. In the end, he sat on his dragon throne. Because of the huge expenditure earlier, he died after a while. In the end, he sacrificed even himself. He contributed everything he had. Thus, currently speaking, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragon Man extermination, he died from using Dream Token. Fan Yuan evaluated secretly. He was an enslavement path Goo immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and created this Dream Token Dream Realm. In the current era, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in got destroyed. It left and went into the bottom of the sea, subduing Granny Rome, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though it gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, the foundation of the Dream Realm fell greatly. So when the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed traces of weakness in some areas. The most obvious being Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These two sects were part of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects that had existed 1,000,000 years ago during Red Lotus era. The Dream Realm could not display them properly. It had to rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This was a flaw. It indicated that the Dream Realm was already at its limit during that time. This means to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Goo immortal like Wu Shuai, I can enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If this was the Dragon Palace Dream Realm in its complete form, the Dragon Man clone would likely still get modified even if he used Unravel Dream. Thus, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortals for using up a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If Dream Token was used alone, the user would die from using it because this immortal Goo uses all of the Goo immortal's foundation to create a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm would depend on the situation and which Goo immortal was used to create the Dream Realm. Of course, rank 6 and 7 Goo immortals did not have rank 8 immortal essence. They could not use Dream Token Immortal Goo in the first place. And Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not be forced to do it, they had to do it out of their own will. That means, each activation of Dream Token Immortal Goo would expend 1 Rank 8 Goo Immortal. This price was huge, Fan Yuan was not willing to try it. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level rises, I can use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to create corresponding killer moves to limit Dream Token, to prevent it from draining the Goo Immortal entirely so as to create restricted dream realms. But it's not very useful. Fan Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Goo alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves to create dream realms in the future that would not kill the Goo Immortal using it, Fan Yuan would still need to expend his own foundation, Immortal Essence, and Soul Foundation, but most importantly, his true meaning would also be converted and expended. This meant that Fan Yuan's attainment levels would fall. Without true meaning, the dream realm would just be a weak illusion. Precisely because dream realms contain true meaning, emotions could be used to trap a person in the dream realm. If the Goo Master succeeds in exploration and ignores the interferences of emotions, they would gain true meaning and raise their attainment levels. But in the future, when dream realms become common everywhere, I can spend some attainment level to create a trap and plot against crucial people. I can turn them into my subordinates, my enemies will be caught unguarded. Dream Token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Revelation, these were his Dream Path gains. For Fan Yuan, not all of them were practical, but they did cause his Dream Path abilities to skyrocket several times. In particular, these killer moves were part of the Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace, making it very convenient for Fan Yuan to use them at will without much practice at all. Other than Dream Path, he had great gains in other areas too. The most obvious were the 4 dragon generals that included Zhang Yin and Granny Rome. Fan Yuan was happy to gain new rank 8 battle strength experts, for in fact, the accumulation of Wu Shuai and his Dragonman race was all kept in Dragon Palace for the future. They were all now Fan Yuan's possession. These legacies were mostly contents related to Enslavement Path. But the most valuable ones were relating to the Qiankuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, and Army Ant. Wu Shuai suppressed an enslaved calligraphy pavilion lady back then, he gained her Immortal Goo House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found that the reason Calligraphy Pavilion was so strong was because there were many Qiankuan Crystal Wall fragments stored inside. The Qiankuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded within the legends of Renzu, but it had always been in a state of fragmentation. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qiankuan Crystal Wall fragments were just a portion of the original. The value of Censure Peak, to make a comparison, was similar to the incomplete Refinement C. The white-haired Langya Land spirit wanted to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth Refinement C. He paid a huge cost but did not succeed. Censure Peak was already completed, yet it could only be considered on the level of an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was inferior to Refinement C in essence. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. After Wu Shuai inherited it, he made good use of it. It was his main offensive method back then. As long as they grew to a certain number, they would have terrifying might. One would be able to fight a group of rank 8 Goo Immortals alone. And finally there was Dragon Palace itself, the Dragon Spirit, an Enslavement Path attainment level. After the Dragonman clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path attainment level rose directly to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path attainment level was merely 1 level away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the bonus of a Dragonman's latent Enslavement Path talent, his aptitude was truly terrifying. Throughout history, there were countless heroes and geniuses that ascended the stage of fame. In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars that had their own dazzling light. Even though there were 10 venerables standing above them with unparalleled power, they did not lose their own unique colors. The gains were immense. Fan Yuan had basically inherited the legacy of the entire Dragonman race. To process these gains, he would need countless years. Fan Yuan was a little helpless, he had limited time, he could only choose to utilize those that were helpful to him. Army Ant was not going to be practiced now, this method was just icing on the cake. Fan Yuan already had the battle strength to fight an entire group of rank 8s alone. Furthermore, building an ant army from scratch would require an immense amount of resources. Qiankuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were foundations of Information Path. Fan Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he made Li Xiaobai enter Profound Literature Grotto Heaven for this purpose as well. What made Fan Yuan feel slight regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If it had any in the current world where Dream Path was too advanced for the era, It would be even more powerful and useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But thinking about the previous life, Fan Yuan could accept this fact. If Dragon Palace had such dream path defensive methods, it would not have been invaded by Duke Long. Chapter 1849. Ancestor of the New Dragon Man. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair refinement path formation made a loud noise as a large amount of white lychee immortal essence was instilled. A huge flame that soared to the sky appeared. Within the raging flames, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, his body was beginning to melt away, resembling iron which had just begun to melt into liquid. This was naturally a painful thing, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left the body in advance. It was standing beside Lang Yilan's spirit now. Fan Yuan's main body personally controlled the refinement path formation, while Lang Yilan's spirit, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Fan Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path manpower here. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the flesh and skin of the Dragon Man clone gradually swelled and blistered, and soon he was completely disfigured. It looked like colloids or bubbles that were about to pop completely. Be careful and hold steady. I'll leave this to you, Lang Yilan's spirit. Fan Yuan himself presided over the situation while giving out instructions. Lang Yilan's spirit nodded. Fan Yuan did not need to completely scorch and melt the Dragon Man clone. If he did so, it would be tantamount to killing him. What Fan Yuan needed was this current condition, where the Dragon Man clone had reached the limit of what he could bear, but was only on the verge of destruction. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal had to manipulate the intense flames while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Fan Yuan passed this job to Lang Yilan's spirit. He had already turned into the white-haired land spirit who was stable and calm. He had deep refinement path experience that Fan Yuan could not compare to. This was the step that could not accept any careless mistakes. Fan Yuan was assured with Lang Yilan's spirit handling it. Next, Fan Yuan started to activate the refinement path formation as traces of lightning gathered. These lightning sparks were pitch black and thick like chopsticks. They crackled continuously. The lightning sparks entered the raging flames like they were entering empty space. They were completely unaffected by the flames. Under Fan Yuan's control, the lightning sparks stabbed into the Dragon Man clone's body, piercing through the lumps of blood and flesh, attaching themselves to the soft skeleton. The pitch-black lightning sparks fixed the skeleton in place as they slowly moved out, taking one of the Dragon Man clone's arm bones out along with them. The arm bone was not heat-resistant. It started to show signs of melting, but at this time, Sixth Hair, who was already prepared, activated the refinement path formation and sent out waves of bubbles. Fan Yuan quickly tossed the arm bone into the bubbles. The bubbles surrounded the arm bone and quickly flew up, getting out of the top of the raging flame. Hairy Man Gu Immortals were already waiting there. They prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was put into the lightning plasma and got refined continuously. This was the first step. The second step, another Hairy Man Gu Immortal took over, placing the arm bone in a green current to wash it. The third step, others took charge. The arm bone was baked, washed, and cleaned. It shrunk greatly, and got buried in a pile of soil made from pale white bone. Next, the refinement path formation used the power of time path to accelerate the time of the bone's soil. The bone's soil continued to be absorbed by the arm bone as it got smaller in size. The arm bone only absorbed half of the soil before it stopped. It was taken out. 3 steps were still waiting. This was an arm bone. While the Dragon Man clone had a total of more than 3,000 bones in his body, they were all going to be processed similarly. And this was just the bones. The Dragon Man clone's flesh, blood, brain, organs, fingernails, and hair, they all needed to be refined. This was an extremely tedious job. Fan Yuan alone had too low efficiency. That was why he mobilized all of his refinement path experts. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the Dragon Man clone was tedious, it was not hard. The biggest difficulty was that attention was needed at all times to maintain the Dragon Man clone's condition. Lang Yilan's spirit was in charge of this, so Fan Yuan felt assured. Following this process, after 3 days and nights in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair refinement path formation finally stopped. His bones were put back, his hair, blood, flesh, fingernails, organs, and brain were all refined properly. He was now immune to the Dragon Man extermination killer move. Back when Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, he used the profundity of transformation path, chi path, and human path, but Fan Yuan did not lack expertise in these 3 aspects now. Furthermore, Fan Yuan's refinement path foundation was something Duke Long could never match up to. And with his wisdom path ability, if given enough time, Fan Yuan would definitely be able to break the killer move Dragonman Extermination. There were no killer moves that could not be broken. It was just that a gradual process was necessary, a long time was needed to continuously attempt trial and error. After gaining Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan obtained the research results of the Dragonman experiments. It helped him greatly. In fact, Wu Shuai was very close to success back then. Even though he did not truly break Dragonman Extermination killer move, he had conceptualized many ideas. He just lacked time to experiment on them. During the final period before Dragonman Extermination, the Dragonman Gu Immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent as test locations. They tried all these methods respectively. They were spreading the seeds of hope. The Dragonman Blessed Land that Fang Jing encountered was one of them. Of course, it was not from the first batch of Blessed Lands. The Dragonman Gu Immortals that appeared in the Blessed Lands had placed their own immortal apertures, taking the place of the previous generation each time. Fan Yuan did not know how many generations had gone by. He did not care either. But he used this precious information to deduce which was the most likely plan to succeed from all of the methods that Wu Shuai had conceptualized. Information regarding the matters involving Fang Jing was obtained by Fan Yuan after Shen Songxing gave him the results of his soul search. Shen Songxing did not know how precious this information was. He was basically handing Fan Yuan the solution. Fan Yuan had the ability and clues to finally modify the Dragonman race. From this day onwards, the Dragonman clone would be completely immune to the killer move Dragonman Extermination. Of course, that was only Duke Long's Dragonman Extermination. If Fan Yuan created one himself, the Dragonman clone would still be affected by it. After all, Fan Yuan had personally created the new Dragonman clone. He knew everything about it. At this point, his work was not done. Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone's soul had adapted to the original Dragonman body, thus it was also under the influence of Duke Long's Dragonman Extermination killer move. Therefore, he had to modify the Dragonman clone's soul next. There was no need to use the refinement path formation for this. Fan Yuan had a vast number of soul path methods. Dealing with the soul was much easier than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragonman clone's soul foundation needed to be improved anyway, so Fan Yuan temporarily put the Dragonman clone in the soul expending myriad guts formation to cultivate. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace had enslaved the 4 dragon generals. It was the limit. To enslave more living beings, the Dragon Palace Lord would need to sustain it with their soul. Noting this, Fan Yuan started to understand why the dragon spirit acknowledged by Ning Bing in the previous life. It must have been an emergency back then. Dragon Palace needed by Ning Bing's soul to split the burden and enslave evil dragon Di Zangxing. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace to begin with. It is similar to heavenly spirits and land spirits. It can acknowledge a master and exist indefinitely. Of course, one needs to have Dragonman identity and the aspiration to develop the Dragonman race in order to gain the dragon spirit's acceptance. Thinking so, Fan Yuan smiled. Developing the Dragonman race was not impossible. Fan Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. One was to comprehend human path, another was to manage the immortal aperture, and finally, to try and obtain the variant human inheritances. Whether he would develop Dragonmen or not, was there a difference to him? No. Of course, Fan Yuan was going to raise his new Dragonman race. He would definitely not develop the old Dragonman race. Therefore, in a way, Fan Yuan was now the ancestor of the new Dragonman race. Heavenly Court cared about race, it was their basis. But Fan Yuan did not care. So what if Dragonmen reigned supreme? Fan Yuan did not care about that at all. His only goal was eternal life. If developing the Dragonman race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do it. If they obstructed him in the future, he would eliminate them. It was so simple. If becoming a Dragonman meant he could achieve eternal life, Fan Yuan would immediately abandon his human identity and change sides, even if countless people took pride in their human status. The Dragonman clone lacked a name? He would be called Wu Shuai then. Fan Yuan was completely fine with that. The Dragonman clone started to cultivate and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to make endless deductions. The Dream Path clone was still waiting. Fan Yuan originally wanted Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone with his tribulation, but after obtaining it, he realized Dragon Palace had no Dream Path defensive killer moves. This made Fan Yuan's plan flop. If there were to be a dream path tribulation, how would Fan Yuan defend against it? Even reverse flow protection seal would be useless at that time. There was a way, which was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce a usable Dream Path killer move. But this move had to be rank 8. Fan Yuan had Wisdom Path Attainment, but his Dream Path Attainment level had not even reached Master. This was troublesome. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fan Yuan thought about it, and decided to defer this. He was not going to give Heavenswell a chance to plot against him. Chapter 1850. Making Arrangements in Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shin Clan First Supreme Elder Shin Songxing said with enthusiasm. Senior Chi Si, this is the 6th sound tea from my Shin Clan, please enjoy. Fan Yuan nodded as he looked at the cup in front of him. 6th sound tea was the signature tea of Shin Clan. It was incredibly famous in the 5 regions. It was superior compared to Spirit Affinity House's Chimpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border Chiao Clan's Bewitching tea, and Fan Clan's 7-leaf Fragrant tea. 6th sound tea was not drunk in just one cup, it was a set of 60 cups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process, temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Fan Yuan first held the first cup. This tea was crystal clear. It was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. Autumnwood sound. Fan Yuan thought to himself as he savored the tea. The moment he drank it, he felt refreshed as his mind became clear. It was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies. After a moment, Fan Yuan drank the second cup of tea, Cloud Flows sound. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful without doubt. After the tea went into his stomach, faint fog started to appear on his tongue, throat, and intestines. This dense tea fog filled his body and even permeated to his internal organs. Good tea. After savoring it for a while, Fan Yuan went on to the third cup. This tea was called River Mournful Cry. The tea was held in a long cup. The tea inside was not calm. There were slight ripples in it. This looked like a miniature river. Fan Yuan poured the tea into his mouth as he felt an incredibly profound feeling. He forgot about himself. He felt like a river that had gone through countless twists and turns. After much turmoil, he entered Eastern Sea in the end. Autumnwood sound. Cloud Flows sound. River Mournful Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix Cry. Hibiscus Laughter. These 6 cups were excellent tea if drank on their own, but the most amazing thing was that they were interlinked. After Fan Yuan drank all 6 of them, he felt dazed as an incredibly indescribable feeling engulfed his 5 senses. He was deeply entranced. By the time he came back to his senses, 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fan Yuan praised extensively after the experience. Even though I live in seclusion, I have heard of the 6 sound tea's reputation. Today, I have truly experienced it for myself. It lives up to its name. Seeing that Fan Yuan was satisfied, Shin Clan's first supreme elder, Shin Songxing, became incredibly happy as he laughed. Getting Senior Chi Si's praise was worth the 3 days and nights of preparation by my clan's Goo Immortals. 6 sound tea was made of immortal materials. Only Goo refinement experts among Goo Immortals could make it. To refine an entire set of the 6 sound tea, Shin Songxing even had to be involved himself. This tea had different levels of ingredients that could be used. Since Shin Songxing was refining it, he used the top-grade ingredients, expending a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. Using them to refine Goo was normal, but he was using them for tea now. After Fan Yuan drank it, there was nothing left. This was truly a luxury, but it showed how enthusiastic Shin Songxing was about hosting Fan Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shin Songxing invited Fan Yuan to tour this Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. This island itself was a giant resource point. The island was not made of soil or rock, it was an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing purple rosewood. The purple rosewood was rooted at the bottom of the sea, its crown grew above the water, the branches intertwined into this island. Countless species lived on this island, they were mostly sparrows. When these sparrows cry, the branches of the purple rosewood would shake and emit wonderful sounds. These sounds would spread far and wide, calming the surrounding seas. The sea here was calm and tranquil like a mirror. There was no wind in the sky at all. This was the reason for the sea-suppressing purple rosewood's name. Shin Tsongxing warmly attended to Fan Yuan for 2 whole days. He personally accompanied him the entire time, while sometimes also inviting a few of the female Shin clan immortals to serve Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan talked to him very harmoniously. Before leaving, Shin Tsongxing presented gifts to him with both hands. These gifts were very valuable. Not only were there a large amount of immortal materials, there were even 2 stalks of ancient desolate plant sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Shin clan's sea-suppressing purple rosewood was an immemorial desolate plant. It could only produce a special branch every 800 years. Grafting these branches would allow one to grow an ancient-level sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Even though the sea-suppressing purple rosewood had many branches, the rest of its branches could not be grafted for this purpose. These 2 stalks of sea-suppressing purple rosewood were not just ancient desolate plants, they were 2 large-sized resource points. In order to befriend Qixi ancestor, Shin Tsongxing invested a lot, much more than Song Qi Yuan. Before coming to Shin clan, Fan Yuan already went to Song clan and received Song Qi Yuan's welcome and hospitality. After these 2 trips, my reputation should have spread in Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread in all 5 regions. Fan Yuan thought to himself. Fan Yuan's Qixi ancestor identity was destined to be renowned in the world. This was decided the moment he fought toe-to-toe against Duke Long. Next, I will wait for the reactions of Eastern Sea's other super forces. They will all invite me to visit them, Fan Yuan planned. It seems that for this period of time, his main body was going to attend banquets everywhere. This was what Fan Yuan wanted. Eastern Sea was rich with resources, but it lacked a unified voice. It did not have a leader that had great aspirations or foresight. In the 500 years of his previous life, Eastern Sea was suppressed by the other regions. In this life, even though Eastern Sea mobilized several rank 8s to act together, they only went after Dragon Palace. They did not have thoughts of attacking Heavenly Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan. It had the formidable character Wu Yong. It was not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. And it was not like Central Continent, which had Heavenly Court. Eastern Sea was quite like Western Desert, but Western Desert Gu immortals were used to working together. Their resources were also much poorer compared to Eastern Sea. In Fan Yuan's memories, Eastern Sea had never done anything outstanding. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, while their lone immortals were also much richer than those in the other 4 regions. But they were too disunited. What if a strong leader appeared? What if they had a unified voice? A person like Qixi ancestor who cultivated Qi path, he had no conflict with Eastern Sea's super forces or even most of the Gu immortals in terms of resources. He even had battle strength on the level of Duke Long. This was his greatest foundation in intimidating the rest. Could Qixi ancestor successfully become the leader of Eastern Sea? Of course, Fan Yuan did not expect Eastern Sea's super forces to listen and obey his arrangements. That was not realistic. But to become the alliance leader in name, it was possible. Weren't Shin Tsongxing and Song Qi Yuan thinking about this? They wanted to make sure Qixi ancestor stayed with Eastern Sea. In the future, when war starts, they would be able to gain his protection. But they did not know that Fan Yuan wanted this too. Even if he was just an alliance leader in name, and could not interfere in the super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, Fan Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget that 4 rank 8 lone immortals of Eastern Sea, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the others, were already Dragon Palace's dragon generals. With their support and Fan Yuan's status as the alliance leader, he would exert great influence. Forget about the rest. Just during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Heavenly Court tries to repair Fate Gu, Fan Yuan could lead Eastern Sea and use its power in an appropriate setting. Eastern Sea's rank 8s wanted to gain Fan Yuan's favor. Not only were they hospitable, they even gave him expensive gifts. Even during normal times, Qixi ancestors' battle strength and stance would already make them want to win him over. Now, with the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions merging into one, it was even more necessary. Dragon Palace dived into the sea and descended until it reached the bottom of the sea. This sea area seemed very ordinary, but after Dragon Palace waited for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice resounded from within. Dragon Palace has arrived. Where is Gu tribe? His voice spread out and reverberated in the depths of the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After some time, the scenery in the sea changed as an entrance opened, showing a blessed land that was hidden inside. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out and looked at Dragon Palace with an alert gaze that had traces of excitement in it. He cupped his fist. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader, who is the current owner of Dragon Palace. Fan Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. I am Wu Shuai. The expression of Gu tribe shook, he asked. What relationship do you have with Fan Yuan? The Dragon Man clone laughed heartily. Mutual cooperation. Without Fan Yuan's help, how could I have revived? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. News of Duke Long, Fan Yuan, as well as the fight between Qixi ancestor and Duke Long had already spread far and wide. The Dragon Man clone had a solemn expression. The world is changing rapidly. The crucial moment is arriving. Gu tribe leader, will your tribe still uphold our agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled. He did not reply immediately. We need to discuss this matter deeply. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Saying so, he gave way. Chapter 1851. Interfering in 3 regions. The Dragon Man clone first entered Dragon Palace, before flying into the Blessed Land while inside this immortal Gu house. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was outsider territory and Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. It was much safer to be vigilant in this situation. Once he entered the Blessed Land, he saw a vast area. This Blessed Land was huge. It was larger than some grotto heavens. Within the Blessed Land, he could see various types of immortal materials around. Most were extinct in the current era already. Fan Yuan's clone gained quite a bit of insight. Even though this Blessed Land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai thought. Among the Blessed Lands that Fan Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the deepest foundation, followed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. This current one was the third. Gu tribe Blessed Land, development of over 1,000,000 years. The generations of Gu tribe leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level, most were rank 8, with such an expert defending it, this Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations were not a threat. Furthermore, Gu tribe does not consist of humans, it receives the help of heaven's will. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they would not be very strong. Wu Shuai thought to himself. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on balance. Currently humans were the overlords of the world, and all the variant human forces were forced to live pitifully in some corners of the world. Thus, any variant human group would receive the help of heaven's will. Senior Wu Shuai, please come with me. Gu tribe's leader said politely while leading the way. Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai followed closely. After flying for some time, the two landed in a dense forest. In this primordial forest, there was a huge tribe that had over 10,000 people. The ones living in this tribe were all beastmen. Indeed, this Gu tribe was a beastman tribe. According to human historical records, beastmen were extinct, but the truth was, heaven left them a chance of survival. A lineage of beastman bloodline had survived and lived until today, isolated from the world. Wu Shuai received a warm welcome from the entire tribe. Soon, the banquet was ready. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. He was accompanied by 2 dragon generals as his bodyguards. Gu tribe leader's pupils shrank a little as he laughed loudly. His attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. Wu Shuai only exposed half of his dragon generals, but each of them had rank 8 cultivation level like Gu tribe's leader. Within this beastman blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8 existences. Because of his dream realm explorations, Fan Yuan's clone had a great understanding of this beastman tribe. After talking for some time, Wu Shuai gained a clearer understanding of Gu tribe. Gu tribe's leader also dispelled the suspicions in his heart after this conversation. This beastman tribe consisted mostly of fish head and human body members. Their cheeks had gills, their ears were fins, and they had spiky fins on their backs. Other than that, some had frog legs, some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a ring of green seaweed on their heads. These beastmen originally lived in the sea. Back then, the beastmen race went from domineering to weak. They were wiped out on the mainland. Only this small group living in the sea were spared. Because the beastman race became weak while humans dominated the world, this group of beastmen had to recuperate in the sea. They did not dare to take any actions. But their enmity with humans had never been forgotten. Almost every generation's Gu tribe leader had such intentions. They wanted to create internal conflict in humans, and allowed themselves a chance to rise up. In history, the real Wu Shuai met his generation's Gu tribe leader, and it was because of their alignments that he helped Wu Shuai become an immortal. They went after Fate Gu together. He was a formidable person. In order to deal with Dragonman extermination, Wu Shuai talked with Gu tribe's leader. They came up with an alliance agreement of both races. Earlier at the door of the Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader conversed. They were talking about this agreement. This was the arrangement left by the real Wu Shuai. He had prepared it to lead the Dragonman race to prosperity. Now that Fan Yuan inherited Dragon Palace, he naturally wanted to make use of this arrangement. Gu tribe had developed under the sea for so many years, while Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert. With their deep foundation, Fan Yuan wanted to make good use of their strength. Gathering more strength to deal with Heavenly Court, this was something Fan Yuan wanted to do. While Fan Yuan's Wu Shuai clone and Gu tribe's leader were conversing happily, in Western Desert, Yang Zihe and Zhang Yin had succeeded. Rumble! With an intense sound, Yang Zihe finished his last attack. Taking a look, the prosperous oasis here had turned into rubble. Nothing was left. This was a large resource point of Fan Clan. It was destroyed without any possibility of recovery now. We should go! This is the third place we destroyed. According to Master's orders, we can return already. Let's inspect first, and see if we left any clues behind. The two dragon generals inspected carefully. They left after making sure nothing was left behind. Fan Clan went into a commotion. Losing 3 large resource points in one day, Fan Clan's losses were not small at all. Dong Clan was also shocked. Because in the rubble, there were some words written and left behind. Dong Luchan was here. Dong Luchan was the first supreme elder of Dong Clan. Earlier, Fan Clan had taken revenge on him, using a theft path Immortal Gu House to destroy one of Dong Clan's oasis resource points. After hearing the news, Dong Luchan's face turned dark as he scolded. These shameless people, the so-called righteous path. They dare to frame me and actually use such a terrible method. If I find the culprit, I will not let them off. Dong Luchan did not suspect Fan Yuan, of course. His suspicions were on the super forces besides Fan Clan and Dong Clan. This was an obvious plot to sow discord. If Fan Clan fell for it and started to retaliate against Dong Clan, those Western Desert super clans were the first ones to benefit. Dong Luchan could not sit and wait. He quickly sent a letter to Fan Clan's first supreme elder, Fan Gong. Fan Clan had the wisdom path Gu Immortal Fan Dichang. They would not fall for such a plot. After thinking about it, Fan Dichang asked Fan Gong to send Dong Luchan a letter and work together to find the real culprit. This was a great move. After Dong Luchan received the letter, he realized it was a little troublesome. He knew that Fan Clan was trying to rope in Dong Clan and make them allies on the same side. But Dong Luchan was not stupid. Dong Clan and Fan Clan shared borders. When Fan Clan gets stronger in the future, they would first eat into Dong Clan's territory and benefits. But if he did not try to find the culprit, would it imply that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luchan thought about it for a while. He decided to head to the crime scene and try to find the culprit with Fan Clan's Gu Immortals. They would obviously not be able to find the truth, since Fan Yuan sent 2 dragon generals to deal with this matter. He definitely had ways to divert them away from the truth. Thus, Fan Clan and Dong Clan got their answer. It pointed to the other forces near them. But Fan Clan and Dong Clan were calm. They did not go to question the others. They only remembered this in their hearts. Both of them were very restrained. Dong Luchan memorized these few clans. He did not want to expose them. He needed them to deal with Fan Clan after all. And Fan Clan, in order to maintain stability, would not resist these super forces openly. After all, it was all alone, while Divine Beam Palace was still far from being refined. Second Supreme Elder, the situation is getting more dangerous. Can you really unravel Divine Beam Palace alone? Isn't it too tiring? That Swan Bujin is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Maybe he can help you and do some of the work for you. Fan Gong suggested to Fan Dichang. In his opinion, Swan Bujin had participated in the battle over Divine Beam Palace. He had entered it before. Now that he was Fan Clan's external Supreme Elder, he was one of them and was trustworthy. Fan Dichang thought about it but could not make up his mind. In the end he sighed. Let me think about it. Southern Border. In Xia Clan's headquarters, Xia Chao was also sighing. She had been released by Fan Yuan. Even though she had her body and soul, her immortal aperture was taken by Fan Yuan and annexed by his sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Chao was no longer a rank 8 Gu Immortal, she was immortal. Even though she was still the first Supreme Elder of Xia Clan in name, Xia Chao felt like this status was a joke. I am a cripple now. Even if I was rank 8 in the past, so what? Fan Yuan! You have amazing methods. If I can ever take revenge for this immense hatred, I will tear off your skin, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones till they turn to dust. Thinking so, Xiao Cha sighed again. She knew herself that this hope of revenge was too slim. Good news, Lady Xiao Cha. At this moment, Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder came running excitedly. What good news? Xiao Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder handed Xiao Cha an information path Mortal Goo. This was the letter that Demon Fan Yuan sent over using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xiao Cha laughed coldly. This demon is devious and greedy. Not only did he capture us, he separated our bodies and souls, extorting us time and again. He truly deserves death. Right now, Fan Yuan does not have much to extort us already. I do not need to read this letter. It is merely a new idea from Fan Yuan to extort our southern border righteous path. Xiao Cha shook her head continuously. Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder nodded. Lady Xiao Cha is right. Fan Yuan's intentions are obvious. He has been buying Luck Path Immortal materials recently. He seems to be refining many Luck Path Immortal goo. But this time, his offer is truly. What? He is offering immortal goo. Or does he want to exchange goo for goo? Xiao Cha frowned before waving her hand. You do not need my agreement for this matter. Let second Supreme Elder handle it. If it is an immortal goo beneficial to our clan, let's exchange for it. This time, Fan Yuan is offering immortal goo. Wanting to exchange immortal goo for immortal goo or immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia Clan's third Supreme Elder smiled. Lady Xiao Cha, you should look at this first. Xiao Cha received the information path goo worm as she looked and sneered at it. Has Fan Yuan gone insane? He wants to get so many immortal materials with just one mortal goo. I want to see what goo this is. Xiao Cha saw the crucial information in the letter. Her expression changed abruptly. She quickly stood up and said in an unquestionable tone, I must have mortal goo. We need to get it regardless of the price. Fan Yuan wants Luck Path Immortal materials? Give them all to him. Chapter 1852. Contest over goo refinement. Southern border. Ba Clan, Mansion Mountain. Ba Shirba carefully held a rank 1 mortal goo as he stared without blinking. He was deeply concentrating. This is second aperture goo? He observed carefully. This goo worm looked like a beetle with 2 sharp ends and a fat midsection. It was the size of a young man's fist. It was like blue jade, and felt soft and cool to the touch. There was a golden eye on its plump back. The golden eye flashed with lightning, seemingly having a mind of its own. To exchange for this goo worm, Ba Clan had used up almost all of the Luck Path Immortal materials that it had in its inventory. Fan Yuan was extorting them, but Ba Shirba had to accept it. Even though this was a tiny rank 1 goo, it gave him the courage and hope to continue living in this world. Second aperture goo was very easy to use. It did not require primeval essence or immortal essence. By just dripping one's blood onto the goo, and feeding it until it was full, it would self-detonate and take effect. After second aperture goo self-detonated, it created a tiny aperture in Ba Shirba's body. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest rank of cultivation. But Ba Shirba's eyes turned red after seeing this. He was so excited his body started shaking intensely. Even if that demon Fan Yuan extorts us, I needed to buy this. With this aperture, I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to 5, I can use relic goo. After rank 6, I can have the help of goo immortals in the clan to undergo tribulations. But to reach the foundation and achievements of my first immortal aperture, it would be too hard. Thinking of this, Ba Shirba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan captured and soul-searched him, even taking his first aperture away. Even if he gave a second aperture goo, this was another form of extortion. For Ba Shirba, who originally had rank 8 cultivation level, it was a great humiliation. Fan Yuan, just you wait, one day, I will take revenge for this humiliation. I will return you 100-fold the pain that you have caused on me. You will get to enjoy this feeling yourself. Ba Shirba had a ruthless expression. He had not been having a good time these last days. He was still the first Supreme Elder of Ba Clan, but after getting captured by Fan Yuan, not only did his reputation fall, he was also turned into a cripple now. Compared to Xiao Cha, Ba Shirba was in a worse state. Because during the time he got captured, Ba Clan gained a new rank 8 goo immortal. Ba Da. After Ba Da became a rank 8 goo immortal, he immediately became the second Supreme Elder and led the affairs of Ba Clan. Ba Shiba's authority was taken away. Thankfully, I have this second aperture gu now. I have ample cultivation experience, I have gone through tens of tribulations, it will be easy to become an immortal again, I am certain of it. I need to use my time well and quickly become a gu immortal again. After all, my influence will become smaller over time, I need to use the rest of my influence well and try to help my cultivation process to make it as smooth as possible. Ba Shiba had his own plans, he already prepared enough relic gu. Immediately he used them all, quickly becoming a rank 1 peak stage gu master. But at this point, no matter how Ba Shiba attacked his aperture walls, it remained motionless. What is happening? My cultivation level is stuck. This second aperture has issues. Ba Shiba became furious and shocked after checking it. He felt like he was deceived, he had bought a fake product with a huge price. He quickly called the gu immortals who were close to him and asked them to contact Fan Yuan, to ask what was this situation about. Fan Yuan was researching on primordial origin's true inheritance. His expression shifted slightly into a smile as cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered the problem already. However, he was prepared for this, he quickly responded. Ba Shiba heard his response and broke his favorite teacup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that Fan Yuan had only mentioned his second aperture gu could awaken a second aperture, it did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation advancement. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fan Yuan described his own feelings and experiences when he first used second aperture gu. Ba Shiba foolishly thought that this second aperture gu would allow him to rapidly become a gu immortal again. Over on Xia Cha's end, a wisdom path gu immortal noticed this problem. Fan Yuan thus told Xia Cha that this second aperture gu was originally an immortal gu, he had modified it into a series of gu from rank 1 to 6. Rank 1 second aperture gu could allow one to have rank 1 cultivation level, the others from rank 2 to 5 followed the same logic. Xia Cha immediately wanted to buy the rank 6 second aperture gu, but Fan Yuan's response made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture gu. It seems that Ba Shiba is in a worse state compared to Xia Cha. Fan Yuan smiled, he could see the anxiety in Ba Shiba's heart from just this small incident. This means that Ba Da has become a rank 8 already, even though Ba Clan is keeping quiet about it. This is a good thing. The southern border immortals had an immense grudge with Fan Yuan, but they shared the same common enemy, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court wanted to repair Fate Gu. In the previous life, Fan Yuan had already seen the attitude of southern border's righteous path. Thus, Fan Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though he annexed their immortal apertures, he gave them second aperture gu as well. His motive was to ensure that the southern border immortals had some level of battle strength remaining, sufficient to find trouble with Heavenly Court. After experiencing so many things, through hurdles and difficulties, Fan Yuan finally managed to live through the great pressure of Heavenly Court. He now had deep foundation and many subordinates, he was able to interfere in the politics of the 5 regions, he could secretly use many methods to form a huge plan that would encircle Heavenly Court. Unconsciously, he had already grown from a pawn to a chess player. Fan Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Shiba looked at the letter as his body shook in deep anger. He finally understood Fan Yuan's goal. Fan Yuan refined a set of second aperture gu, if Ba Shiba wanted to regain his cultivation level from rank 1 to 2 to 3. He would need to use an entire set until rank 6 second aperture gu, to gain a proper immortal aperture, and finally rise back to rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba Shiba wanted to regain his former glory, he would need to be extorted by Fan Yuan 6 times. Ba Shiba cursed and threw a few more items around before he slowly calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he pondered for a moment before laughing loudly. Ba Shiba, oh Ba Shiba, how can you behave like this? You had lost in the first place and got captured, it was already immense fortune that you survived. How can you still act so worried over losses and gains? So what if I cannot regain my cultivation, so what? As long as I work hard enough, I will have no regrets even in death. He muttered, it seemed like he was rationalizing with himself. After saying that, his body relaxed, he felt his mind clearing up, he could also see at a greater height, a scene that he could not observe when he was still a rank 8 in the past. This was the scenery of human life. He had completely calmed down, a smile showing at the corner of his lips. Fan Yuan, you demon, you are truly formidable, I fell for it once again. The hatred in his heart did not go away, But Ba Shirba started to smile and face reality. He no longer acted like before. At this moment, even though he did not have high cultivation level, he was much more carefree and composed than the time when he was a rank 8. I don't have much of a choice now, I need to accept his extortion. After all, becoming an immortal is the most important matter now. Ba Shirba felt clarity in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only for some time. His influence and favors that were accumulated from the past would slowly dwindle with the passing of time. Especially when a new rank 8 Gu immortal appeared in the clan. He needed to act quickly. Rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth. Jade bone turned into petals, ice muscles into stalks, and golden relic into the heart of the flower. A bright stellar fire, gather ice and snow into plains. Yon cloud burns with elixir fire below, and e'en clouds scatter sand like gold above. Add beast phantoms in the middle until lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures. This was the Gu recipe of his second aperture Gu. Fan Yuan had obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The former part was the same as the original. Fan Yuan did not modify anything, but the latter part was completely changed. It could not be recognized from before. Fan Yuan modified this Gu recipe, from the rank 6 immortal Gu recipe to a series of Gu. Fan Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster and Human Path Grandmaster attainment level. He even had the Light of Wisdom helping him. It was not hard to make this deduction. With this set of Gu worms, I can extort them all the way. If there is no chance for extortion, I will create my own opportunities. In fact, this method can be used in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains as well. As for Central Continent's Gu immortals, I'd rather just kill them instead. Fan Yuan was an unscrupulous merchant with no sympathy. Mortal level second aperture Gu had an extremely low cost of production. It did not need lifespan Gu or immortal materials. It needed more human apertures instead. Human apertures were simply Gu master apertures. Fan Yuan simply captured some human Gu masters to use as Gu materials. It was easy and cheap. But he sold them to the southern border immortals at an extremely high price. He earns hundreds or even thousands of times the profit. And these southern border immortals treated second aperture Gu as their life-saving rope, the only hope in their lives. No matter what price Fan Yuan asked, they would accept it without resistance. Of course, Fan Yuan had considered their bottom line and also the overall situation of resisting Central Continent in the future. Success, Lord Fan Yuan, we refined another luck path immortal Gu. The hairy man Gu immortals transmitted good news again. Very good, keep up the good work. Fan Yuan praised casually. This extortion of the southern border immortals was very successful because of second aperture Gu. Many of the clans handed over their precious luck path immortal materials. With them, Fan Yuan ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to start refining luck path immortal Gu without restraint. The price of refining immortal Gu was high. His luck path immortal materials dwindled in numbers, but his gains were immense. These last days, several luck path immortal Gu were refined, becoming Fan Yuan's possession. Heavenly Court. Damn, I failed again. Yuan Qiongdu had an ashen expression. Looking at the pile of ashes in front of him, he had an ugly expression. During this period of time, he simply could not believe this was reality. First, he tried to refine fixed space Gu, he failed. Recently, he tried refining several luck path Gu worm, he failed, and failed. My methods are not wrong, the process was smooth too, but immortal Gu are unique. Many of these immortal Gu exist already. I cannot refine them. Sigh, if only I can find out which immortal Gu are already in existence, that would be great. Fan Yuan's tactic of refining the luck path immortal Gu first made Heavenly Court suffer great losses. This was a hidden showdown. Whoever had the initiative would reap the greatest benefits. Even though Heavenly Court had a deep foundation and bottomless inventory, Fan Yuan made use of Southern Border's righteous path and firmly suppressed Heavenly Court in this regard. Unless Fan Yuan stopped now, Yuan Qiongdu would continue to fail. He would not have many gains. Chapter 1853. Good Child. Coo coo coo. Sounds of the strange birds resounded in this sky. The size of the bird group was huge. It looked like a gigantic dark cloud that approached Mountain Cliff City. Within Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 most special cities. This city was built at the top of a cliff, at its highest point. The people and social behavior here were all quite special. Fat but birds are coming. Quick, quick, prepare for defense. Everyone, don't panic, our combat beast envoys have not arrived yet. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was filled with voices and extreme vigilance. The Fat But Bird group made shriek noises as they flew towards the top of Mountain Cliff City. They had a crown on their heads, their bodies were covered in messy feathers, their bodies were fat, they had especially large butts. Within the bird group, there was a bird king that was twice the size of an ordinary fat but bird. It flew on top of Mountain Cliff City as it looked down, its butt moved with force as it squeezed. A lump of bird shit fell down immediately. This bird shit was smelly and dark, it was huge, about the size of a hut, falling from the sky. Swoosh! Boom! The bird shit fell with increasing speed, there was a sharp sound as it crashed down, destroying a segment of the city walls. Fortunately, there were not many people around, few got injured. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The Bird King's attack started the offensive streak of the bird group. Lumps of bird shit started to fall from the sky, crashing on Mountain Cliff City. At once, it was as if the sky started to rain heavily. But this rain contained peculiar raindrops. They were oversized bird shit. A large number of houses collapsed as they got crushed, the walkway, gardens, fountains, and even the city lord's statue at the center of the city got mercilessly covered in bird shit. After the first wave of attacks, the Bird King flapped its wings and rose into the air with its army. There were a huge number of them. They circled around before returning and approaching Mountain Cliff City again. Combat Beast Envoys, attack! At this moment, the leader of the troops defending Mountain Cliff City shouted loudly as he led the way, flying into the sky and facing these fat but birds in battle. A large number of Combat Beast Envoys followed. At once, humans and birds engaged in a huge aerial battle. Little Eagle, let's go fight too, do you dare or not? Youngster Jean Boudou had already sneaked out of the city lord's manor. He spoke to the arrow-tail eagle on his shoulder. The arrow-tail eagle screeched as arrogance flashed on its cute and young face. It flapped its wings and pecked Jean Boudou's face lightly, as if it was angry at its master's belittling attitude. Since you are not afraid, let me go with you. Jean Boudou smiled. He seemed like an innocent youngster but was actually Fan Yuan's clone. He had been taken in as a disciple of Mountain Cliff City Lord. He had spent a lot of time with the young eagle. He had a good grasp of its nature. With just a little provocation now, the young arrow-tail eagle burst out with battle intent. Come, little arrow-tail eagle! Jean Boudou shouted loudly. The young arrow-tail eagle screeched as it flapped its wings. It shot towards the sky like an arrow before flying back towards Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou shouted again. Combat Beast Envoy, transform! He activated his goo worm as his body shined with dazzling azure light. The young arrowtail eagle slammed onto his body and fused with the human-shaped light figure. At the next moment, the human-shaped light figure went through rapid collision and changed form. As the azure light faded, Jean Boudou grew to a 3-meter-tall giant with an eagle head and human body. He had azure wings on his back. His arms and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Boudou flapped his wings intensely as wild winds blew. He soared into the sky and entered the battlefield. Look, it's little Do. He sneaked out to join the battle after all. This child. A middle-aged beauty looked at little Do's flying figure with worry. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had one son, but he had died when he was still a child. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Jean Boudou in as his disciple, he quickly became a member of this family. The middle-aged beauty made him her godson and placed all the love she had for her deceased child onto Jean Boudou. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left. His lower part was cleanly cut off. But his face was still lively. He was quite spirited. He looked at Jean Boudou as he praised after a while. Ha ha ha, this kid's fighting ability is getting higher. As expected of the person who received my teaching, Father, you took in a good disciple. He is your godson too. The old Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his beard as he said happily. He had originally adopted Jean Boudou through a coincidence. Because the young arrow-tail eagle had treated Jean Boudou as its family, he could not separate them. But after teaching him well, Mountain Cliff City Lord found that Jean Boudou was actually a raw talent. The more he taught him, the more he shined. Jean Boudou displayed great comprehension ability. He also worked very hard. Mountain Cliff City Lord was very satisfied. And even more satisfying was that Jean Boudou had a helpful nature. He was brave and kind-hearted. He was like the sunlight which could penetrate into people's hearts. Be careful! In the sky, Jean Boudou shouted as he raised his speed. He slashed with his right claw, shooting out a wind blade. The azure wind blade was like a curved blade that directly slaughtered the fat but bird that chased after him. Thank you, Little Do. The combat beast envoy who was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City. At this moment, he had a complex feeling. Because normally, he looked down on Little Do, he laughed at his weak strength, he had only gained the Arrowtail Eagle's recognition because he was lucky. But now it seemed like Jean Boudou's combat ability far exceeded him, even saving him without minding their past conflict. Don't worry about it, we are all people of Mountain Cliff City. Jean Boudou opened his beak as he spoke human words. After hearing his words, the combat beast envoy felt even more complex than before. Quickly regroup, fight the Fat But Bird group and protect the city, Jean Boudou urged. Okay. The combat beast envoy nodded seriously as he joined the intense battle again. Mountain Cliff City Lord watched this scene as his evaluation of Jean Boudou rose again. This child. The middle-aged beauty eased her frown. I will deal with him when he comes back. Ha! The wheelchair-bound middle-aged man laughed cheerfully. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly. He did not say anything. After this battle, everyone's impression of me will improve again. Jean Boudou was very calm. He analyzed the situation. The combat beast envoy he saved was very grateful to him, but the truth was, Jean Boudou was very grateful towards him as well. Without someone like him, how could it display my superior character? After gaining the Arrowtail Eagle's recognition, his status rose immensely as he became the disciple of Mountain Cliff City Lord. This made a lot of people envious. Fan Yuan made use of everyone's mentality, as he chose a seemingly vicious enemy who was actually harmless to him. After he purposely met with the enemy by coincidence, they went into a verbal brawl. Afterwards, Fan Yuan intensified this conflict, and even got beaten by his enemy in a public area. Afterwards, he went home with bruises and spoke to Mountain Cliff City Lord, asking to intensify his training without explaining the reason. That way, Mountain Cliff City Lord would be able to interpret it himself. Originally, Fan Yuan wanted to use this enemy to raise his own reputation. But with this Fat But Bird calamity, he had an even better chance. Once the chance appeared, Fan Yuan's clone immediately used the chance to save his enemy under everyone's supervision. After entering this place, my luck has always been good, even though the descending bird egg had expended a lot of my luck. It seems that the main body's luck path attainment is getting deeper and more profound. He can provide me with a lot of help. After the intense battle, the Fat But Birds lost. Jean Boudou's performance was very eye-catching. He was almost about to kill the Bird King when Mountain Cliff City Lord transmitted his voice and stopped him. After the battle, Jean Boudou purposely went to ask Mountain Cliff City Lord, showing his confusion. Grandfather, why didn't you let me kill that vicious Bird King? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City Lord will not face such a calamity anymore. Little Do. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted Fan Yuan's clone's tiny head, he said with joy. Even if you kill the Bird King, they would choose a new one. Then why didn't Grandfather deal with them personally? With your strength, you can wipe out the bird group. Fan Yuan asked innocently. Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again. That is because the bird feces are a good thing. It can make our soil fertile, it can help the wheat grow more healthily. In fact, many caravans want to trade goods for our bird feces. Is that so? The smelly bird shit is a treasure? Fan Yuan's clone was deeply surprised. Looking at him, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed heartily. Oh, Little Do, Grandfather taught you not to judge a book by its cover. You must not just look at the appearance of the things in this world. I understand now. I will remember Grandfather's words deeply. Fan Yuan's clone nodded solemnly. Good boy. Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again. He thought to himself. Other than that, there are other reasons, of course. But you are still young and innocent, my disciple. It is still too early for you to learn about those reasons. After saying goodbye to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fan Yuan left the City Lord's manor. The City Lord manor was huge and tall. It was a city within a city. Fan Yuan could see the entire city from this altitude. Within the city, the people were already starting to rebuild and recuperate. The mortals stopped hiding. They came out of their bunkers and caves. This Fat But Bird calamity did not just give Fan Yuan's clone a huge amount of reputation, he even gained a deeper understanding of this world. The Fat But Bird King is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am just a rank 1 Gu Master, but with the Arrowtail Eagle's power, after fusing with it, I could almost kill it. Battle strength is too easily obtained inside this grotto heaven, thus the traditional Gu Master cultivation cannot prosper. But if this Gu Master cultivation way flourished, this city would not just be made of simple rocks and mud, it would have dozens of goo houses as defensive towers. The fat but bird calamity would not have caused such losses. However, there are great merits in keeping the calamity around. Mountain Cliff City is located at the top of a cliff. It is surrounded by hard mountain rocks. Bird feces are needed to fertilize the land so that farming can take place efficiently. The bird feces are also a huge resource that can attract merchant caravans to come from afar, engaging in trading. Mountain Cliff City can use this test to recruit more talents. Giving the city some external pressure will also promote unity. These city inhabitants will also place their faith in the ruler. The killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation affects the entire Grotto Heaven. Goo Masters can use the killer move's power to transform in here. The process would require them to expend their positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean that the people here are innocent. The higher-ups still possess crafty scheming abilities and methods. Fan Yuan thought about this as he went to the outer city. Ah, Lord Jean Boudou, young Master Jean Boudou, hello, young Master. Young Master fought heroically. All of us watched it from here. Along the way, Fan Yuan was well received with everyone's greetings. He opened his mouth and scratched his head. He smiled in an embarrassed manner, revealing his white teeth. Hi everyone, don't call me young master or lord, just call me Little Do. Here, uncle, let me help you. Fan Yuan's eyes shined as he walked forward to an old man, snatching his shovel away. Uncle, take a break, let me help you dig the feces up. Fan Yuan said. Oh, Little Do, you came to help me again. You are such a good child, you are a good child. The old man was so moved his eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys had rich positive emotions, strength often changed people. Many people would mind their own statuses, who would act like Fan Yuan. Even though he was the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple, he came to the mortal area and had no fear of getting tired or dirty. He helped these mortals with his own strength. Fan Yuan worked as he thought. Looking at the time, my main body is about to take action. My progress alone will not reach my goals in the short time. I need the main body to unleash a beast calamity while I cooperate with him. The main body's beast calamity will not be a tiny problem like the fat but birds. While the city people praised Fan Yuan immensely, they had no idea that he was plotting a devious and vicious scheme that would harm the entire Grotto Heaven right now. Chapter 1854. 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. The water of the River of Time flowed slowly, emitting beautiful lights of various colors. Compared to the River of Time, this river water was not wide or deep, it was just a tributary. This was Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's tributary of the River of Time. Because of it, time could flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was not a still and motionless world. A figure suddenly appeared. He had a pale face that resembled jade, he had a divine and unparalleled appearance. His nose bridge was tall and his eyes were dark like the abyss, his long hair extended to his waist, resembling a black waterfall. It was Fan Yuan's main body. Let's do it here. Fan Yuan looked at this tributary of the River of Time, he waved his hand. Suddenly, 12 balls of light shot out. The balls of light landed in the tributary of the River of Time, turning into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts had different forms. They were the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, money, chicken, dog, and pig. Among them, the immemorial year rat, ox, and dog were the most powerful and outstanding. Back then, when Fan Yuan fought against Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals in the River of Time, he had used myriad year flying worship to defeat them. But towards the end, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to fight Fan Yuan. The immemorial year ox crashed into myriad year flying warship and damaged it. The immemorial year dog's bite crushed the sides of the vessel, while the immemorial year rat directly went inside and took away year's flow like water. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had prepared for this and created a fake year's flow like water as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It attracted a lot of attention and helped Fan Yuan's myriad year flying warship to escape from danger. After the matter, Fan Yuan recovered and went back into the River of Time using myriad year flying warship. He went to find these immemorial year beasts. After some effort, he finally subdued them all. As a result, Fan Yuan finally collected all 12 immemorial year beasts. While cultivating, Fan Yuan used this foundation to assemble his 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Right now, I have not practiced 12 Zodiac Battle Formation enough to fight against Heavenly Court, but against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it is more than sufficient. Fan Yuan had a plan in his mind. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was an ancient battle formation. it was not the same as the current era's Gu formations. And because Fan Yuan's main body was not inside controlling it, there was a great difficulty in trying to manipulate this ancient battle formation. It was still effective against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's inhabitants, but against Heavenly Court's experts, it would expose too many flaws, they would not be threatened by it. Immemorial Year Beasts roared as the 12 Zodiac battle formation activated. 12 lumps of piercing light formed into 12 golden pillars that stabbed into the bottom of the river, while extending up towards the sky. The pillars were tightly connected together, golden radiance burst out as the 12 golden pillars vanished. Only a dense golden fog remained, it shrouded over the tributary of the River of Time. It was so thick one could not see anything inside. Swish, swish, swish! The golden fog influenced the tributary of the River of Time, causing the river water to move quicker and quicker. The 12 Zodiac battle formation was an offensive battle formation, but Fan Yuan was a quasi-supreme in time path. When he activated it, he could break free from the limitations of the battle formation, creating a profound change to influence the time flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself. This influence was naturally very severe. At this moment, the Qilin Heavenly Spirit should have noticed it. Fan Yuan smiled as he waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance, and letting out a large number of year beasts. Among these year beasts, there were desolate beasts and also ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts growled and roared, they charged out of the golden fog as they invaded Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Any time path Gu Immortal attacking a Grotto Heaven or blessed land would have a different route that other paths could not use. That was the tributary of the River of Time. As a time path quasi-supreme, he naturally had such a method. Fan Yuan was a huge demon of the current era. Once he acted, he caused an overwhelming influence on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Qilin Heavenly Spirit was shook awake. Oh no! The tributary of the River of Time has been altered. There is a time path great expert forcefully modifying the time flow of this Grotto Heaven. We need to stop them. The cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven went on another cultivation way and did not know the outside world. They thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. But the Qilin Heavenly Spirit was born from the obsession of Beast Calamity Immortal. It was not restricted by this. The Qilin Heavenly Spirit had a lot of knowledge. After Fan Yuan made his move, it immediately sensed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in an incredibly dangerous state. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's rate of time was raised several times by Fan Yuan. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very rapidly. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the non-stop occurrence of the calamities and tribulations. The Qilin Heavenly Spirit did not show up, but it had control of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It had many ways to hint the Gu cultivators of this place. Furthermore, Fan Yuan purposely wanted them to notice him. He sent a large number of year beasts that left the tributary of the River of Time, showing up everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A mighty tribulation instantly formed. It caught all of the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven unguarded. Because of the year beast's destruction, a lot of areas suffered great losses, lives were lost. The entire Grotto Heaven was in a state of chaos and commotion. Mountain Cliff City was implicated as well. As a Gu immortal, Mountain Cliff City Lord was also mobilized to fight. To settle this tribulation, we need to deal with the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. His subordinates in the city quickly nodded as they showed solemn expressions. Without Mountain Cliff City Lord here, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His innocent face was filled with fighting spirit. This made everyone chuckle. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted the shoulder of Fan Yuan's clone as he turned to leave. Fan Yuan watched the old man leave as he thought. The main body attacked and set a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. After Mountain Cliff City Lord arrives, he will be trapped within the formation, awaiting my rescue. The stage has been set, all it needs is a protagonist, me. Time passed rapidly, months went by in an instant. Year beasts continued to spread out, but Fan Yuan's main body controlled the source. He prevented this calamity from spreading to the core area of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As the sole super force in the Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild started to deploy young Gu masters. Jean Boudou was among them. He was brought to a valley with a group of similarly aged Gu masters. This was an entrance that the Qilin Heavenly Spirit had secretly created. It could allow one to enter or leave the tributary of the River of Time. The guild master was the current generation combat beast king. He was a thin old man, speaking to these youngsters about the situation personally. We found out from our investigation that the golden fog in this river has many peculiar traits. The younger and stronger an individual is, the easier they can enter or leave. Right now, most of the combat beast warriors are trapped inside the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally the arrangement of Fan Yuan. His purpose was to ensure that his clone would be chosen for this mission. Jean Boudou had already reached rank 2, his cultivation level was outstanding. Furthermore, he had the future desolate beast, Arrowtail Eagle. Along with Jean Boudou's own determination and desire to save his master, he wanted to go even if his life would be sacrificed. His incredible acting made everyone believe it was the truth. He gained huge prestige. We will be relying on all of you, even though you are all young. The world is in great danger. We need your strength to deal with this crisis. You will be the saviors of the world, the combat beast king proclaimed as he stirred the fighting spirits and enthusiasm of the youngsters. Jean Boudou rolled his eyes in his head, but he had the most enthusiastic performance. He was overflowing with fighting spirit as he became the first to rush into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time had spread in golden fog. Gu masters could step inside like they were stepping on land. There were wild beasts in here. The strongest were mutated beasts. There were no desolate beasts. Of course, for these youngsters, they were a huge obstacle already. The combat beast warriors who came in earlier were all suppressed. Their bodies were shrouded in golden fog as they became golden statues that could not move with ease. Meanwhile, the first batch of warriors who entered the golden fog were all stiff like statues. They could not move at all. Jean Boudou went in and started killing mutated beasts, saving his comrades. He acted as a leader and was incredibly outstanding. As Gu immortals got saved one by one, Jean Boudou became the benefactor of them all. To think that I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy one day. Many Gu immortals sighed with similar thoughts. Thank you, young lad. If you face trouble in the future, come look for me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Fan Yuan in the previous life. To think that Fan Yuan's clone would save him this time. My master is Mountain Cliff City Lord. Did anyone see him? Jean Boudou asked whenever he saved someone, even though he knew where Mountain Cliff City Lord was kept by his main body. Little Du is such a great child. He had never given up on saving his master. He is a good child that knows how to repay gratitude. I really envy Mountain Cliff City Lord. He has taken in such a good disciple. Little Du, you cannot go in anymore. This golden fog has an incredibly fast rate of time. Your lifespan will be used up quickly. I am not afraid. I need to save my master. All my achievements today are due to my master's guidance and teaching. Even if I need to give up my life, I will save him. Jean Boudou did not waste any chance to act. He spoke righteously. And this is a good thing too. The faster the time, the faster I cultivate. Look, after just a few days, I am already a rank 3 Gu master. The stronger I become, the more people I can save. I will definitely save my master. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. He made sure many people could hear him. Child, I will not let you sacrifice yourself in vain. This is a lifespan Gu. It can raise your lifespan and supplement your losses. The combat beast king arrived in time. He gave Jean Boudou a lifespan Gu. Jean Boudou pretended to be surprised and joyful. He quickly rejected. Old grandpa, you are so old already. You should use it instead. It can make you live longer. Combat Beast King was very happy. He had not chosen the wrong person after all. He told Jean Boudou with a joyful tone. Good child, good child. I have more here. You need this lifespan Gu now to maintain a youthful state. Otherwise you cannot get inside the golden fog. Ah, I almost forgot. No wonder I felt like it was getting harder to enter the golden fog. Jean Boudou realized at once. He was quite troubled. After a tough decision, he nodded as he took the lifespan Gu and used it. Fan Yuan's clone was the greatest contributor in this situation. Most of the combat beast warriors were saved by him. The combat beast king definitely wanted to ensure his safety. Naturally, he did not know that this was all Fan Yuan's scheme. Fan Yuan's clone had a great excuse to gain a huge boost in strength. Soon, he rose to rank 5 cultivation level under everyone's view. Chapter 1855. Comprehending Chiwal. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Fan Yuan's clone Jean Boudou went into the golden fog time and time again, saving the Gu immortals who were trapped inside. Each time, he had to undergo tough battles. He had to face many fierce beasts. he was covered in injuries as a result of his hard work. The youngsters who came with him slowly accepted his leadership, because the battle results showed that John Budu's decision-making was very wise. There are 3 beast groups this time from the southeast, north, and southwest. They are encircling you. Fan Yuan's main body transmitted. Oh, okay. I will lead them to break out then. Also, get rid of the white-robed youngster beside me. Fan Yuan's clone John Budu responded. Sure. Fan Yuan's main body stood at the densest part of the golden fog. He was lying down casually, with a relaxed expression. He willed as the Year Beast army charged out, towards the group that his clone was in. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. During the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he also obtained a Primordial Origin true inheritance after deceiving Duke Long. This Primordial Origin true inheritance segment only contained the first half, but even so, Fan Yuan praised it with deep admiration. From just this half of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi Path had been grand and incredibly powerful. He also learned about the talent of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was truly extraordinary. As expected of a Venerable, he could not be looked at using common sense. The content of this true inheritance is still very applicable even in today's context. Of course, after so many years, Chi Path has developed a lot of new styles. The unlimited Chi Si killer move that I possess is the greatest proof. This part of Primordial Origin's Chi Path true inheritance mainly talked about the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long did not want to hand it over, but Fan Yuan had a firm attitude. Chi Wall was the signature method of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It was renowned in history, almost everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted a truce with Chi Si Ancestor. Seeing Fan Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and handed it over. Using this Chi Wall killer move, I will gain a deeper understanding of Heavenly Court's Chi Wall. I will try to be able to break it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's Chi Wall was a huge problem to Longevity Heaven. If Fan Yuan could unravel this move, it would be a huge blow to Heavenly Court. But evidently, this would be a tough mission. After all, it was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The only good thing was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created this Chi Wall killer move back then. It had lasted until today. It was outdated already. This was likely Fan Yuan's chance of unraveling it. Of course, it would not be surprising if he failed. It was still the same logic. There were no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. There was no perfect or invincible killer move. Every killer move could be unraveled and broken, but the same killer move would have vastly different effects in the hands of different goo immortals. It was a huge uncertainty whether Fan Yuan could unravel the Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had personally used. Or maybe Duke Long noticed this himself. That was why he gave details of the killer move, Chi Wall, to Fan Yuan without much concern. At the same time, this half of the true inheritance is a huge bait to lure me into joining Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan sneered. If there was really a Chi Si ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, upon seeing this temptation, he might not be able to control himself. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so long, Chi Si ancestor naturally had no interest in political authority. At the same time, he cultivated Chi Path. It had been declining for so long. Heavenly Court solely held the most valuable Chi Path true inheritance in the world. But the truth was that Chi Si ancestor was only one of Fan Yuan's disguises. If Duke Long knew that he was helping his enemy now, who knew how he would feel? The timing is about right. Fan Yuan researched this Chi Path true inheritance as he left some attention on the 12 zodiac battle formation. After this bit of time, he had already worked with John Budu to perform another show for everyone. Several of the youngsters around John Budu were sacrificed and died in battle. These people were an obstacle to him. Fan Yuan had gotten rid of them in advance for his future plans. John Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned again. There were only 2 combat beast warriors left in the golden fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Jean Budu saves Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fan Yuan would recall his 12 zodiac battle formation. Things had to be done in sequence. Fan Yuan had already reached his current goal in nurturing the clone. Other than an increase in cultivation level, Jean Budu also grew his network a lot, having relationships with many experts. After this battle, almost all of the Gu immortals in this beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were indebted to him. This was not just an ordinary favor they owed him, it was the favor of saving their lives. In the outside world, Gu immortals might not want to repay such favors. But here, any combat beast warrior would be filled with deep positive emotions. All of them were people who would follow the rule that a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. Jean Boudu would not lack resources henceforth. His future was bright. But he would not act like these people owed him. He would be even more polite and courteous. He would not mind small losses and would perfectly display his exemplary personality and graciousness. Fan Yuan could originally kill them all, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven openly, and killed many combat beast warriors. This time around, he changed his plan. He wanted to annex it using another plan. He wanted to preserve Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's value to the highest level. The Gu immortals in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven should all be taken in as my subordinates. This will greatly increase the strength of my forces. During the period of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, if I send them to battle, there should be effective results. Of course, their fighting style is too simple. They can catch an enemy off guard, but once their methods are seen through, these Gu immortals would suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu masters took a shortcut. Because strength was obtained too easily, they did not have many methods. This was not the traditional Gu cultivation. Like how Fan Yuan assembled a simple 12 zodiac battle formation and toyed around with all of the Gu immortals in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the Combat Beast King could not tell the truth. He thought it was the golden fog causing problem. He did not even discover the hidden 12 zodiac battle formation. With just this difference in cultivation method, Fan Yuan could easily suppress them completely. Like in the previous life when Fan Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into the bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. These Combat Beast Warriors and Combat Beast King had thought Fan Yuan was a Beast Calamity. He had many powerful combat techniques. They did not think that he had Gu worms or killer moves. They simply lacked knowledge. Days later, Fan Yuan retracted the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that shrouded the tributary of the River of Time vanished. To prevent the enemy from feeling suspicious, Fan Yuan left a large batch of your beasts behind, making it look like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the Combat Beast Guild gained victory. Everyone cheered and celebrated. The Gu immortals were all saved. They began to move around, killing or capturing the powerful year beasts that were scattered all over Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still affected by Fan Yuan's killer move. Time was moving very quickly. Jean Boudu became the hero and recipient of every Gu immortal's gratitude. The Combat Beast King even rewarded him on the spoke. He shouted, "Oh little Du, you are truly our little savior. You saved everyone, you saved the entire world indirectly." Jean Boudu quickly waved his hand as he expressed his thanks. He was very polite. From this moment on, the title of Little Savior became the symbol of Jean Boudu. Next, he would wait for the next fortuitous encounter to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would accept the test openly and become the inheritor of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Fan Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used Heaven form to inspect Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. As Fan Yuan's clone, Li Xiaobai did not have as much progress as Jean Boudu, but his life was still quite good. Ever since the previous poet recital, Li Xiaobai became the focus of teacher Zhang's teaching. He gave him many private tuition sessions that were held in secret. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed great talent and aptitude. To teacher Zhang's surprise, he started to teach him more wholeheartedly. At this rate, I am still far from getting close to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's higher-ups. It is a pity. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The latter is shut and isolated, while the former has a rank 8 Gu Immortal. This is also an information path Grotto Heaven. It most excels in collecting information. There isn't much that I can do. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I used the 12 zodiac battle formation, it would be seen through easily. Fan Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai to develop slowly. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead his beast army into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. But that way, he would need to fight against the rank 8 Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan had no fear, of course, but it would be hard to win quickly. For Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, the losses would also be great when battle ensued. Fan Yuan did not want to see this happen. If attacking forcefully worked, he would have done it long ago. He could not annex Profound Literature Grotto Heaven itself, but the information path inheritance, and all of the resources inside were things that Fan Yuan wanted. Fan Yuan had 5 clones now. The Time Path clone was the earliest clone. Its purpose was to make use of the light of wisdom. it was still a rank 6. The Dragonman clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7, it controlled Dragon Palace, and was the strongest among them. He was currently engaging with Gu tribe. He had some surprising gains. After getting help from Fan Yuan, Zhang Budu developed rapidly. Li Xiaobai needed to rely on his own hard work, it was not time to make any move yet. As for Fan Yuan's fake identities, he had even more of them. On this day, Fan Clan contacted Fan Yuan. Or more precisely, they were not looking for Guyu Fan Yuan, but his disguised identity, Swan Bujin. Elder Swan Bujin, we need your help. Assist Second Supreme Elder to try to refine Divine Beam Palace as soon as possible. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Fan Clan not just to develop Green Ghost Desert. His other goal was to try to get Divine Beam Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had great power. Fan Yuan had seen its power himself. I also have Karma Divine Tree with me. This is the crucial trump card in getting this palace. Chapter 1856. Am I, Swan Bujin, such a person? Fan Clan Headquarters. An immortal Gu house that was made of green bricks and golden tiles. It was lofty like a mountain, liveliness mixed in its solemnity, and emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. The wide and enormous palace hall could be seen through the open door. There were dozens of large pillars in the hall. They were thick and sturdy, glittering with bronze radiance. Carved on the plaque of the palace door were 3 large words, Divine Beam Palace. And around Divine Beam Palace was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Beam Palace. This Wisdom Path Gu formation flickered with light blue radiance that shone upon Divine Beam Palace. The blue light was like water that tried its best to seep into Divine Beam Palace but did not attain much effect. After continuing for a while, the Wisdom Path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals came out from inside. One wore a yellow robe, he was bearded and had an ordinary appearance. He was like a mortal. Right now, his face was pale with sweat covering his forehead. He was Fan Clan's second supreme elder, Fan Dichang. The other person was wearing a black robe. He was a skinny middle-aged man with long gray hair and appeared to be proud and arrogant. He was Fan Yuan's disguise, Swan Bujin. Fan Yuan sighed. This Divine Beam Palace is truly amazing. It feels like a living creature even without anyone controlling it. It is like a gigantic tree while we are like 2 worms using all our efforts to infiltrate it, but we can barely make a dent in Divine Beam Palace. Indeed. Fan Dichang nodded. Even worse is that we destroyed some of this giant tree's branches but they will regrow not long later. Fan Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable style. According to historical records, he was the Venerable with the most abundant immortal essence and the highest recovery ability, which is the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. It will be very difficult for us to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu house. How about we invite 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us? There will definitely be great results. Fan Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I did not try it? Unfortunately, Wood Path is rare in Western Desert. Moreover, news of my clan obtaining Divine Beam Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans are jointly obstructing us in this aspect. Naturally, there is also a force who took the initiative to send Wood Path Gu Immortals. Brother, can you guess which force it is? Fan Dichang asked. Fan Yuan's thought moved and replied immediately. It should be Heavenly Court, right? You are right, it is Heavenly Court. Duke Long said he would send Wood Path Gu Immortals to retrieve Divine Beam Palace. He guaranteed all our past conflicts will be written off and also promised countless resources. Fan Dichang smiled coldly. After the Eastern Sea battle, Fan Yuan had an even deeper understanding about Duke Long, so he was not surprised to hear Duke Long willing to compromise. He said, Heavenly Court is indulging in wishful thinking. They want to use the current situation of Western Desert to make our Fan clan give in. No matter how many resources they give, how could it compare to the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace? As long as we can use this Gu House, we can simply loot resources. Ha! With a loud laughter, a Gu Immortal walked towards Fan Yuan and Fan Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are truly correct. This Gu Immortal was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, with long white hair and beard spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He was Fan Clan's first supreme elder, Fan Gong. Fan Gong patted Fan Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it was hard on you. The moment you arrived, you had to start making deductions in the formation before even getting to rest. I have already arranged a banquet to welcome you. Fan Yuan smiled. Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Deciphering Divine Being Palace has stimulated my excitement and morale. Moreover, I am Fan Clan's external Supreme Elder as well. Helping Fan Clan is helping myself, isn't that so? His mind, however, was clear. Fan Clan is facing too much pressure, so they finally asked for my help to refine Divine Being Palace as quickly as possible. Fan Clan's enthusiastic attitude towards me is not strange at all. Looks like I can use this chance to extort them and get some benefits. No doubt about it, Fan Yuan was wicked and calculating. Not only was he conspiring to seize Divine Being Palace, he was even going to squeeze benefits out of Fan Clan in the process. Fan Clan was quite unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fan Yuan's interference, Fan Clan's situation had been good. They resolved their predicament with their own strength, though they did not seem to have refined Divine Being Palace even by the time of the Refinement Path Convention. The banquet was dignified. Fan Clan truly wanted to get Swan Bujin's help. Fan Clan's higher-ups had a warm attitude, and the rank 8 Fan Gong was even more amiable. Fan Yuan promised on the spot to use all his strength to help. Both the hosts and guests were happy. Were Fan Clan to know that this Gu immortal that they were passionately entertaining was the mastermind behind their problems, they might want to directly skin Fan Yuan alive and pull out his tendons. In the coming days, Fan Yuan followed Fan Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Being Palace through the Wisdom Path formation. Divine Being Palace had never-ending vitality. It could restore itself and also repel the infiltration. If the progress of infiltration was 10 today, it would be reduced to 3 or 4 tomorrow. Every time Fan Yuan and Fan Dichang deduced, they would only stop when their minds were heated and used to the limit. Although I haven't used all my strength, I am displaying the standard of a first-rate rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even with such help, Fan Dichang's progress is slow. There is no need to think about what kind of progress he had without my help. Fan Yuan understood the situation, feeling a trace of pity towards Fan Dichang but also a trace of joy. It was because Fan Dichang used all his strength every time to refine Divine Being Palace, and had no spare energy left that Fan Yuan's scheme against Fan Clan could succeed. If they were to really contest, Fan Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, a level higher than Fan Yuan. Both exhausted their strength every time. Fan Yuan was concealing a portion of his strength, but he also slowly began to feel tired. Fan Dichang was even more so because he was using his full effort with such a desperate and stubborn spirit. Although the refinement of Divine Being Palace was still very difficult, the progress had accumulated quite a bit. Fan Clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcibly take over Divine Being Palace. This is a true forceful refinement. There is naturally hope of success. But the price they have to pay is enormous. Just the immortal essence alone will amount to a huge sum. This might be a lot easier if they get help of Wood Path and Refinement Path. Naturally, if I use all my strength without hiding my attainment, that would be another outcome. But Fan Yuan would not do this. Sensing the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Fan Dichang quickly inquired, "Brother, are you injured? Is it serious?" "I have already made appropriate arrangements for the treatment." Fan Yuan coughed. "Thank you, brother, for the concern. I am injured indeed, but it is not serious. I can deal with it myself. It is just that my immortal essence reserve suffered a huge loss. My mind is also tired. The amount of work is too much and too heavy. Who knows when we will be able to completely refine Divine Being Palace? I feel like I won't be able to persevere on." Fan Dichang's eyes opened slightly wide. Swan Bujin wanted to quit the task. What should they do now? They had made some progress with much difficulty. If they did not persist in it every day, this progress would be lost rapidly. Thinking of Fan Clan's situation as well, Fan Dichang was anxious. "Brother." Fan Dichang smiled. "Our Fan Clan won't mistreat you, you can rest assured." Fan Yuan said earnestly, "Brother, please don't think I am intentionally trying to quit. I am not that kind of person. I believe in Fan Clan, and joining Fan Clan is the best proof of it. At the same time, our collaboration had begun long ago. Back then, when we fought for Divine Being Palace, we struck an agreement. I have never forgotten this agreement." Fan Yuan spoke earnestly, and as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fan Dichang immediately understood the underlying meaning. He laughed. "Brother, I understand, ha ha ha. We also have not forgotten about the agreement back then. You helped our Fan Clan to fight for Divine Being Palace, and according to the agreement, Our Fang clan needs to give an immortal gu, but it has been delayed until now. This is my Fang clan's mistake. I apologize for this. Tell me which immortal gu you need. I will immediately arrange someone to send it over. Sigh. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. Second Supreme Elder, I really didn't mean this. You misunderstood me. Fan Yuan said. Misunderstood? I misunderstood you? Fan Dichang mentally snorted. He had already seen through Swan Bujin. This was an ambitious person who would not act without benefits. Back then, when they fought for Divine Being Palace, he had used the chance to make an offer and took away Great Thief Immortal Gu. He was playing the same trick again. Fan Dichang really wanted to slap this greedy Fan Yuan, but he forcibly restrained himself. There was nothing he could do about this. He needed Swan Bujin's help. There was indeed good progress with Swan Bujin helping him. Thereupon, Fan Dichang strongly insisted on giving Fan Yuan an immortal gu, but Fan Yuan kept on rejecting him firmly. Fan Dichang felt a bad premonition. Swan Bujin definitely had a bigger scheme. After a few rounds of back and forth, Fan Dichang said directly, "Brother, just speak your thoughts." Fan Yuan said righteously, "Brother, please don't look down on me. I am also a member of Fan Clan. How could I add to Fan Clan's troubles by extorting it in this current situation? Am I, Swan Bujin, such a person? I felt that the previous Immortal Gu reward was too big, so I am willing to take a step back. I do not need the reward to be an Immortal Gu." Fan Dichang felt even more uneasy as he heard Fan Yuan continue. "If you truly want me to speak, then I will be open with you. Brother, we are on the same side, hee. I also can't hide anything from you. To tell the truth, I have some interest towards thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Gu and only want to take a look at the contents of the True Inheritance. Naturally, brother, if you think this is too much, then forget it." Even Fan Dichang, a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster who had an excellent bearing normally, had a change in his expression as he glared at Fan Yuan and cursed in his head. "So your target was my clan's thieving Heaven True Inheritance all along. Such huge guts." Chapter 1857. Comprehending Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Boom! Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder Fan Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair with flames of fury burning in his eyes. This Swan Bujin is really greedy. He actually dared to demand my clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. Who does he think he is? He is only a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation. He dares to blackmail my Fan Clan. He deserves to die. We should kill him. Fan Gong was filled with endless fury when he listened to Fan Dichang's report. Fan Dichang had already calmed down. Swan Bujin has some skills indeed. Our decision to recruit Swan Bujin was to deal with the situation back then. Swan Bujin is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal and is extremely shrewd. He chose this timing to ask for the Theft Path True Inheritance when we cannot refuse him easily. What? Are you really thinking of giving the Theft Path True Inheritance to him? That is thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fan Gong's eyes were wide open. Fan Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he won't work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is currently in our clan headquarters, and we might be able to get rid of him if we attack together. But what about after killing him? Without his help, it is extremely difficult for me to refine Divine Beam Palace, and it will take way too long. But in the current situation, Fan Clan is facing pressure from everywhere. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals made a move not long ago. This was the task that Fan Yuan sent 2 Dragon Generals to do, but their actions were clean and their traces were erased. Fan Dichang's energy and attention was mostly focused on Divine Beam Palace, so he was not able to see through this. Everyone in Fan Clan believed that this was either the work of Western Desert superclans or some Western Desert demonic immortals with evil intentions. It could even be Heavenly Court. Fan Gong was silent. He was the first Supreme Elder after all. He also began to calm down. With Fan Clan's current state, they truly needed Swan Bujin's help. Once they got control of Divine Beam Palace, they could make a comeback and change this predicament. If Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and Chicken Dog Coop were restored in the future, Fan Clan's overall strength would probably surpass almost all the Western Desert Righteous Path super forces. Swan Bujin was the key for Fan Clan to pass the predicament and rise up to the top. He is indeed a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, requesting to quit at such a juncture. This Swan Bujin has guts and has skills as well. Fan Gong smiled coldly. Fan Dichang knew Fan Gong well and realized from his tone that he had agreed. Naturally, When Fang Clan passes this dangerous moment, Fang Gong would definitely put Xuan Bujin in his place and vent this grievance. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Xuan Bujin has a sense of propriety. He did not ask for my wisdom path inheritance, and also did not covet the secrets of our clan's immortal Gu houses. If he had mentioned these requests, we would be in a real dilemma. Fang Clan's foundation was not Theft Path. It never was. Theft Path was only a chance gain that Fang Clan schemed from an otherworldly demon. Over these years, Fang Clan's usage of this thieving heaven true inheritance had already reached the limit. The Theft Path immortal Gu house they used to retaliate on Dong Luchin was actually an incomplete product. Just this already answered many questions. Fang Dichang laughed. This Xuan Bujin has a deep attainment in wisdom path. Moreover, I made quite a lot of progress with his help over these days. Just look at his request. He had a perfect and experienced grasp of the timing. He did not cross the bottom line while achieving the highest benefit for himself. It is not easy to accomplish this. Fang Gong also laughed. He, you really think highly of this guy, you are actually still praising him. Fang Dichang's eyes shone. Talent is talent, how can I belittle him because of my own bias? If this kind of talent can really work for our clan, it would be an excellent thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes. It won't be easy to make an audacious guy like Xuan Bujin submit and be loyal to our clan. After a round of discussion, Fang Clan agreed to let Fan Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fan Yuan obtained the contents of the true inheritance. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. The essence of it was the killer move Steel Dao. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to create Theft Path because of this killer move. This killer move obviously had huge significance. It was the origin of Theft Path. Fan Yuan was in awe as he looked at it. In this true inheritance, the majesty of Steel Dao was shown completely. Because what it stole was not just lives or objects, but the natural world itself. Any Dao mark in the world could be stolen by it. Besides this, there was something that made Fan Yuan look at it time and again while feeling lingering desire. This was the Theft Path Immortal Gu house recorded in the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Thieves' Denver. My Theft Path attainment level is Great Grand Master, while none of Fang Clan's Gu immortals have such attainment. So even though Fang Clan's superiority lies in constructing immortal Gu houses, they have always been without options to repair Thieves' Den and left it incomplete. Fan Yuan only took a few glances at the relevant contents of Thieves' Den and saw the efforts Fang Clan's successive generations had made. They had all tried to repair this immortal Gu house. Although there were many creative thoughts, they did not match Theft Path and they were at most at a superficial level. But if I were to try to repair it, it would be a different case. Fan Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was already the limit. Fan Yuan knew Fang Clan was almost about to fall out with him, but had forcibly held in the thought. Even though Fang Clan outright gave the true inheritance, they had firmly engraved this matter in their minds. If he went a step further and demanded Thieves' Den, that would be excessive and way beyond Fang Clan's bottom line. They would never agree. Moreover, a wisdom path Gu immortal like me having so much interest in Theft Path would be questionable. Fang Dichang does not have any doubts because I had worked up to it properly. Previously, I used Great Thief Ghost Hand, then I used Wisdom Grasp to kill Wan Lianghan. These left an impression on Fang Clan, thus it felt natural to them. But are these all the contents of this Thieving Heaven true inheritance? Fan Yuan was unable to tell. At least, he was not able to see any unsatisfactory details in this true inheritance. But it was hard to say since Fang Clan had the Wisdom Path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and loot them directly? Fan Yuan thought. It was not hard for him to deal with Fang Clan with his strength. Fang Gong was strong and was a rare Strength Path rank 8 Gu immortal in the present age, but he was still inferior to Duke Long. There was still a gap between his and Fan Yuan's strength. However, Fan Yuan was not confident in defeating him conclusively. Fang Gong had once suppressed Qin Yi and his strength was first-rate even among rank 8s. Also, this was Fang Clan's headquarters with multiple arrangements which Fan Yuan was not aware of. The biggest probability was for a huge battle to begin and the whole world to learn of it. At that time, not only would Fan Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert Righteous Path superforces would also find the perfect reason help Fang Clan to eliminate the demon to flock over and deal with Fang Clan. Moreover, Heavenly Court would not stay idle. They were sure to send Gu immortals if there were to be such a good opportunity. Fan Yuan thought for a long while before deciding to help Fang Dichang and maintain this situation. This was the best plan which matched with his benefits. Fan Yuan browsed the thieving heaven true inheritance, and no longer groaned about tiredness or suffering. He used all his effort to cooperate with Fang Dichang in forcefully refining Divine Beam Palace. At least, from Fang Clan's perspective, he was using all his strength. The progress was still difficult, but it accumulated every time, and finally quantitative change led to qualitative change. Divine Beam Palace's door opened, Gu immortals could enter it. This was enormous progress. Everyone in Fang Clan was excited. Fang Dichang also laughed in joy. They all saw the rise of Fang Clan. However, the following fact was like a basin of cold water that poured down on the feelings of Fang Clan's Gu immortals. No matter how Fang Dichang tried, there was not even a trace of progress in refining Divine Beam Palace. This formed a stark contrast to the previous situation. Looks like from here on, Divine Beam Palace's structure is different from what I previously deduced, and it has underwent a complete change. We can only progress by changing the whole wisdom path formation, Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. But how do we change this wisdom path formation? Previously, we could still probe Divine Beam Palace and gather a lot of information. If we had a woodpath great expert to help us, it would be much easier. With just us two wisdom paths, we can only make blind guesses. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. What else can we do other than make guesses? Divine Beam Palace's matter fell into an impasse. Divine Beam Palace was worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. The more Fang Dichang and Fan Yuan researched into it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fang Dichang racked his brains and thought long and hard, but was still unable to find a good solution. On the contrary, Fan Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention anything. In this period of time, he did not have any opportunity to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, there would definitely be huge progress. Sitting here in a daze trying to think of a solution is not my way of cultivating. I am going to roam around and relax my mind. Maybe I will gain some inspiration in the process. Fan Yuan made an excuse to take his leave. Fan Dichang and Fan Gong tried to make him stay but could not, and thinking that they would still need Swan Bujin's help later, they let Fan Yuan leave. Fan Yuan left Fang Clan and entered Green Ghost Desert, but it was actually to explore Dream Realms secretly. He and Chi Chuyu had continued their transactions over this period of time, and by using Second Aperture Gu, he continued to extort Southern Border's righteous path, asking for woodpath-related dream realms. There was no woodpath great expert to help them. Who cares? Wouldn't it be okay if I became a woodpath great expert myself? Fan Yuan's solution was simple and crude. These woodpath dream realms were of no difficulty. Fan Yuan was already the #1 person in the world in terms of experience in exploring dream realms. People like Duke Long could not hold a candle to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's woodpath attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have much contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long later he became a woodpath master. A few more days passed in the outside world, he became a woodpath grandmaster. He had once again finished exploring all the dream realms he had. Fan Yuan began to research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Beam Palace with greater confidence. Countless ideas immediately surfaced in his mind, and most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine a suitable woodpath immortal Gu. These woodpath immortal Gu I have are not suitable. Fan Yuan was hesitant. It was not a problem for him to refine woodpath immortal Gu. After all, he had Langya's sect. But if he did this, the refinement of luck path immortal Gu would need to be halted. The two Eastern Sea immortal souls searched Fan Jing and told the information to Qi Si ancestor. Thus Fan Yuan knew Heavenly Court's plan and also knew about Qin Ding Ling based on the refinement progress of the Hairy Man Gu immortals regarding luck path immortal Gu. Fan Yuan could deduce Heavenly Court was also rushing to refine luck path immortal Gu. Although they were unable to succeed in most of the refinements, they were able to refine a small portion successfully. If he changed his plan now and started refining woodpath immortal Gu on a large scale, it would mean giving up on the competition of refining luck path immortal Gu. But if he persisted in refining luck path immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could only rely on the current Karma Divine Tree killer move to subdue Divine Beam Palace, and this would be much more difficult. Fan Yuan had a vague premonition that the current chance was invaluable. If he wasted this opportunity, there would be extremely low hopes of getting Divine Beam Palace later on in the future. Chapter 1858. omniscience and omnipotence. Fan Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range, but was unable to obtain it. He had a similar feeling back then, and knew that he had missed an important fortuitous encounter. That lost opportunity made the future him feel deep pity as a result. As expected, in the large central continent battle, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Fan Yuan had grasped this method, he could not only have dealt with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's unceasing formation, he could have even responded to heroes among people by using 5 restriction Profound Light Chi. And this time, this feeling came when he was facing Divine Being Palace. But it is different from the premonition in the previous life. This happened before I made a choice, while in the previous life, it occurred after the event had happened. I felt it after I had already missed Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this some kind of progress as well? If so, what was the factor that led to this progress? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Fan Yuan was extremely interested in the premonition itself. But what he was even more interested in was what led to this premonition. After deducing, Fan Yuan got an answer: attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can imitate other paths. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thought, will, and emotion. The emergence of any feeling is an omen with huge significance. It is different from other paths. Secondly is luck path. Luck path is about variables and changes. My luck path is at master. It can also produce intuition. After that is time path. In the previous life, my time path attainment was involved when I had the premonition regarding the missed opportunity of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this life, my time path attainment is already at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, so I can sense certain future situations even better. Because of this, I have this premonition in advance, and know the importance of this choice. The increase of time path attainment had changed the order of the premonition from after to before. This was a qualitative change. Lastly is wood path attainment level. Because it concerns Divine Being Palace and my wood path attainment level was ordinary before, the premonition felt vague and hazy. But when I became a wood path Grandmaster, the missing element in the premonition was filled and it condensed into a concrete form. Wisdom path attainment, luck path attainment, time path attainment, and wood path attainment. These 4 attainment levels supplemented and complemented each other to form a miracle-like premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could never accomplish this. From ancient times until now, there was probably no other person who cultivated every path like Fan Yuan. To be more accurate, in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, which created the Sovereign Immortal Body. Of course, the future was uncertain. In the future, dream realms would emerge everywhere. Gu immortals could obtain a rapid increase in their attainment levels of all kinds of paths through these dream realms. When these attainment levels were combined, who could say if they could not produce premonitions? Fan Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation for premonition is wisdom path attainment. The level of time path attainment decides whether the premonition will occur before the event or after the event. Luck path attainment can make me even more sensitive towards certain changes. And the attainment level in wood path or other relevant paths affect the scope of the premonition. My premonition gave a clear sign after my wood path attainment level increased. If I were to raise my other paths sufficiently in the future, I could reach premonitions in everything. What realm will this be? At that instant, 2 words flashed in Fan Yuan's mind: omniscience. Omnipotence. No, omnipotence is likely impossible, but omniscience can be achieved. Fan Yuan's expression was pensive. When the attainment level of all the paths reached a certain degree, they could create premonitions about all things. This level of premonition was very close to omniscience. And if the cultivation of all paths was built on a foundation like the Sovereign Immortal Body, it should be close to omnipotence as well, right? Omniscience, omnipotence. Fan Yuan muttered, his heart shook and his gaze turned sharp. If I reach this level, I should definitely be able to clearly observe the path to eternal life. Fan Yuan was inwardly excited. Although he had plenty of experiences and had reborn multiple times, the past experiences were already of not much help to him. There were many things that needed him to probe and speculate. For instance, rank 9 venerable cultivation. Fan Yuan's quantity of Dao marks had already broken the limit of rank 8, and after devouring Chi Si Grotto Heaven, all the calamities and tribulations were skipped, so he should have already surpassed rank 8. But he did not reach rank 9. He needed to probe the way to become rank 9. Currently, he explored and learned the profundity of the various paths from this premonition and also realized the added benefit of cultivating all paths. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop here, but Fan Yuan felt the hope of eternal life from this foundation. All the venerables in history were unable to achieve eternal life. Eternity was also only a goal for Fan Yuan. He had no clue on how to achieve this goal, nor had any practical ideas. Today, finally, from this small premonition, he finally found the road to eternal life. Although I still don't know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the foundation. First, Fate Gu has to be destroyed to make eternal life a possibility. Then I will continue to work towards achieving omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I will need to explore dream realms and increase my attainment levels in every path. To achieve omnipotence, I will cultivate every path with the sovereign immortal body and grasp all kinds of methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just one of them could already surpass all the predecessors in history. Even venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, and were unable to achieve omniscience. Their strength might be beyond ordinary, and even Fan Yuan could not imagine such strength, but without the sovereign immortal body, omnipotence could not be achieved. If Fan Yuan could become omniscient and omnipotent, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. At that time, the eternal life that venerables could never achieve would become a possibility for him. Wait a second, the prophecy of 3 venerables clearly pointed that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest venerable. Could it be because she would be able to reach the level of omniscience? This was highly possible. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would definitely be a great expert in exploring dream realms. Her attainment level in every path would be at an extremely high standard. It was not strange to achieve omniscience from this. Fan Yuan's heart jolted slightly. He had a completely new and deeper understanding regarding the prophecy of 3 venerables as well as the future. He currently had rank 8 cultivation and his battle strength could match Duke Long's. He was already an expert at the peak of the world. However, he was still minuscule when compared to heaven and earth, and the future. There were many, many things that he still needed to study and understand. There were still countless aspects he needed to improve on. Omniscience and omnipotence was an extremely distant target. Most people would be frightened to just think of it, and might even feel suffocated from the hopelessness. They would have not even a trace of desire to try. Fan Yuan, however, was filled with bottomless fighting spirit. Like this, my life will become filled with vibrance from all the struggles and all the efforts. Several days later. Langya blessed land. Quick, quick, turn up the flames! White-haired Langya Land's spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of the intensity of fire immediately used all his strength to turn up the fire. But Langya Land's spirit was not satisfied, still shouting. The fire needs to be hotter, much hotter. But Lord, this is already the highest temperature. The hairy man Gu immortal shouted. Langya Land's spirit was filled with plenty of experiences. Within just a moment, he thought of a solution and commanded. 6th hair, activate the wind formation, we will use wind to grow the fire. 8th hair, use refinement path killer moves to gather the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal Gu. If there was wind, there would be contamination of wind path Dao marks. Only by purifying it could the immortal Gu refinement proceed smoothly. Langya Land's spirit had precise control over the formation. His actions were numerous, but not disordered. The refinement path formation shook suddenly. A bright light burst out and shot towards the sky before disappearing just as quickly. The formation gradually stopped. A completely new wood path immortal Gu was refined. Success again. As expected of Lord Langya Land's spirit. Hairy man Gu immortals were elated as they praised endlessly. Langya Land's spirit, however, was filled with admiration. This was due to Master's Gu recipe. Fan Yuan was Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grand Master and Wood Path Grand Master. The Wood Path Immortal Gu recipes he modified were at an extremely high level. Adding on Langya Land's spirit's peak level Refinement Path attainment, they produced greater results with fewer efforts. The success rate was very high. The other hairy man Gu immortals agreed as well. Lord Land's spirit is correct. The success rate of immortal Gu has always been extremely low. It is limited by Refinement Path attainment and the Gu recipe. Most Gu immortals don't cultivate Refinement Path even as a secondary path. It can be well imagined what their Refinement Path attainment is like. And a Gu recipe's modification not only requires the attainment level of the corresponding path, it also requires Refinement Path attainment and Wisdom Path attainment. Immortal Gu refinement had always been a money trap. but it had gradually become an ordinary process to Fan Yuan. It was because Fan Yuan possessed wisdom path methods like the Light of Wisdom, and had refinement path quasi-supreme Grand Master attainment level, along with his other paths attainment levels being quite high as well. Therefore, the several obstacles of Immortal Gu refinement became non-existent to Fan Yuan. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very fast. Within a few days, Fan Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Gu. He chose to refine Wood Path Immortal Gu in the end. Actually, there were a lot of Wood Path Gu Immortals in Southern Border, as well as many Wood Path Immortal Gu, but Fan Yuan did not demand these Immortal Gu. Southern Border's Righteous Path was starting to construct beacon towers on a large scale and gradually beginning to unite. They also cooperated with Heavenly Court to suppress Fan Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. This signified Wu Yon was starting to exert force to unite the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Were Fan Yuan to extort Wood Path Immortal Gu from Southern Border's Righteous Path, Heavenly Court would definitely learn of it. Fairy Ziwei would start having suspicions. Fan Yuan is gathering Wood Path Immortal materials. Does he want to progress in Wood Path? He wants to refine Wood Path Immortal Gu. What is he trying to do? Heavenly Court was paying special attention to Fan Clan because of Divine Beam Palace. It was quite easy to connect the two. Chapter 1859. Swan Bujin, please rest in peace. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path great expert, and also had Star Constellation chessboard. She was very likely to deduce Fan Yuan's traces around Fan Clan, and from there, interfere and destroy his plan. Beforehand was a similar situation as well. Fan Yuan cultivated Chi Path and required Chi Path immortal materials, but he did not extort them from Southern Border's Righteous Path. But in Eastern Sea, Duke Long immediately pointed out a relation between Chi Si ancestor and Fan Yuan, which had surprised Fan Yuan. Were Fan Yuan to have extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path, during the battle for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fan Yuan's facade at first glance. He had precariously succeeded in deceiving Duke Long. He was just a step away from being exposed. Many times, people needed to look at the long term instead of coveting cheap benefits. Had Fan Yuan coveted cheap benefits before and extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path, Heavenly Court might have seen through Chi Si ancestor's true identity. Thereupon, Fan Yuan would not have obtained a portion of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Path true inheritance. Fan Yuan had a cautious nature. The risks he took besides the times where he had no alternative were mostly taken after careful planning. He had struggled for hundreds of years, walked on countless roads, experienced many life and death situations, and moved in the gaps between the fights of Venerables and Heaven's will to finally reach his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were the wealth of human life. With such mental fortitude, Fan Yuan would not be arrogant and lose his way. Stability, he demanded stability in everything. During the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fan Yuan obtained information about Fang Jing and knew that the latter had disturbed him twice, and also learned of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's era, a Central Continent Immortal who cultivated Metal Path but changed to Luck Path later, and had hibernated for 300,000 years. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster, and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible as well. With such a Luck Path attainment level, if she were able to refine just 2 or 3 Luck Path Immortal Gu, she could create and modify killer moves and have comprehensive Luck Path methods. Under this situation, there was not a big significance in rushing to refine Luck Path Immortal Gu. Previously, Fan Yuan had prioritized investing in Luck Path because Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Fan Yuan could gain 10 times the return of his investment. But now, the prospect of his investment fell. It was like earlier, when Fan Yuan obtained Shadow Sex true inheritance but did not choose to focus heavily on Soul Path. Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court so that Soul Path true inheritance did not have much value. His Soul Path strength could very likely be deciphered and countered by Heavenly Court. Because of these several aspects, Fan Yuan chose to stop Luck Path Gu refinement for the moment, and change to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Divine Beam Palace was something that could increase Fan Yuan's strength by a huge margin. Heavenly Court had always been Fan Yuan's greatest obstacle. Stopping Heavenly Court from restoring Fate Gu was not a matter of just one battle, it involved a struggle of information, disguise, deceit, Gu refinement, resources, and many other aspects. Only after estimating the trump cards of the enemy could he find flaws and deal with them appropriately. So, information was an extremely important aspect. In history, many famous wars looked like they were won easily, but who knew the intensity of the hidden struggles, the preparations made, and how many times they racked their brains from planning? Pushing forward brainlessly would only lead to death. Stupid people could not go far. Since there was an enormous change in the investment to productivity ratio, Fan Yuan chose to halt the investment to stop his loss. After careful consideration, Fan Yuan hesitated no more and chose this plan resolutely. Time passed. It was a scene of tranquility in the outside world of the 5 regions, with turbulence surging in secret. The time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture was much faster, and changes could be seen every day. The whole sovereign immortal aperture had developed a step further. The 1,000,000 chi path Tao marks from annexing Chi's sea grotto heaven had already influenced every part of the sovereign immortal aperture. The current mini 9 heavens were filled with large amount of mist. These mists were of all kinds of colors. Mini yellow heaven had yellow mist, mini white heaven had white mist. A portion of these mists condensed and formed clouds. Fan Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but at present, it had already progressed very well through just the sovereign immortal aperture's natural development, saving a lot of Fan Yuan's resources. Dao marks are the true foundation of the immortal aperture's growth. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, the immortal aperture can produce all kinds of favorable changes just by developing naturally. Naturally, there are also risks. In this process, I have to pay attention at all times and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the previous ecology. Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too spacious. The influence of 1,000,000 chi path Dao marks was spread over all parts, and could be borne by the sovereign immortal aperture itself. In the mini 5 regions, chi flows appeared in many areas. There were mists around some famous and special mountain ranges in mini southern border. Frost and icy air had started to cover the atmosphere of many northern plains. Hot air started to rise in many western desert, while chi vortexes appeared in many areas of central continent. The truly enormous increase was in the basic 2 chi, heaven chi and earth chi. Fan Yuan could clearly observe that a remarkable amount of earth chi had accumulated in the vast underground depths of the sovereign immortal aperture. There was an endless amount of heaven chi spread in the sky, but it was not as obvious as the concentrated earth chi. As heaven chi continues to increase, there would be even more mists and clouds in the mini 9 heavens, and a faint chi wall would form in between the mini 9 heavens. As this chi wall develops, it would finally become the heavenly wind chi wall. Earth chi, however, had 2 directions for growth. One was that Fan Yuan could ignore it and let it condense into one lump. This lump of earth chi would continue piling up and form some underground caves. Anything that entered these earth chi-filled caves would be corroded by the earth chi and turn into stone statues. If this kind of earth chi became too dense, it could form earth chi sandstorms, which would have a vicious effect towards the surroundings. However, a large amount of earth path immortal materials would be produced during earth chi sandstorms. The second direction was that Fan Yuan could meticulously divert this giant lump of earth chi, digging out tunnels around the earth chi to let it flow and spread to all directions. There would not be earth chi sandstorms if the earth chi were to be distributed to various parts of the immortal aperture. This could make the soil of the mini 5 regions even more fertile and increase the productivity of plants, ores, and other resources. And those long and narrow tunnels that move the earth chi would widen gradually as they get eroded by earth chi. These tunnels would be filled with earth path Dao marks and finally become earth trenches. These 2 development directions had their advantages and disadvantages. Fan Yuan did not even have to consider, he chose the second path. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging tunnels and creating earth trench veins would elevate the whole sovereign immortal aperture comprehensively. It would greatly expand the development prospects. Fan Yuan entrusted all the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals worked hard and would never idle. As for Fan Yuan's main body, he was working hard on cultivating Karma Divine Tree. Previously, Fan Yuan could barely activate the killer move Karma Divine Tree by using rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core and other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause, and the core wood path immortal Gu effect. Fan Yuan had to use a vast number of mortal Gu as replacement. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fan Yuan did not overly invest into it. Because of this, the steps became complex, he had to spend a lot of effort on it. Karma Divine Tree took longer to activate, and it could not be used in actual battle. Not only this, the Karma Divine Tree that used rank 7 core Immortal Goo instead had its might reduced to rank 6 level. After this period of improvement, although Karma Divine Tree's 2 main core Immortal Goo cause and effect were still lacking, mature Bamboo Immortal Goo was replaced by much more suitable Woodpath Immortal Goo. At the same time, because of the increase in Fan Yuan's Woodpath attainment level, the killer move Karma Divine Tree had obtained a huge improvement as well. At present, this move's preparation time had shrunk greatly and could be used in real battles. Its might had already advanced to rank 7 level. This move is clearly lacking in dealing with rank 8 Goo Immortals. At most, I can use it to bully rank 7s, its most important use is still to subdue Divine Beam Palace. As for the killer move Karma Relocation, I am still unable to restore it for the moment. With Karma Divine Tree, Fan Yuan was itching to have a go. As long as he used Karma Divine Tree, there would be a huge breakthrough and progress regarding Divine Beam Palace. However, Divine Beam Palace was in Fang Clan's headquarters. Fan Yuan had only been assisting Fang Dichang before and had no good opportunity to make a move, even though he was in contact with Divine Beam Palace all the time. How would he create this opportunity? Before Fan Yuan resolved this issue, Fang Dichang requested him to return to Fang Clan once again. In fact, during this period of time when Fan Yuan was cultivating Woodpath, Fang Clan had already urged him to return again and again. But this time, Fang Dichang personally sent a letter unlike the previous few times. In the letter, Fang Dichang clearly informed Fan Yuan he had already found a way to refine Divine Beam Palace. As long as they went by this method, they could definitely refine Divine Beam Palace and grasp this Immortal Goo House. This made Fan Yuan develop an intense curiosity. Fang Dichang had also obtained a breakthrough? What is going on? Fan Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin once again and returned to Fang Clan. This is my plan, brother Swan Bujin, what do you think? Fang Dichang explained his plan to Fan Yuan and asked. Fan Yuan went into thinking. Fang Dichang was indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, he really thought of a feasible way. That was to use a house to break the house. Fang Dichang's concrete plan was to build a temporary Immortal Goo House inside Divine Beam Palace. This Immortal Goo House would first deduce and probe before self-detonating. The powerful explosion would instantly break Divine Beam Palace's internal defense. Fang Clan was not like Fan Yuan. They could not achieve a breakthrough in Woodpath in such a short period of time and obtain a Woodpath Grandmaster. But Fang Dichang fully displayed Fang Clan's specialty to deal with Divine Beam Palace. But such a forceful move might result in a damaged Divine Beam Palace, Fan Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Nothing can be done about it, Fang Clan's situation is worsening day by day. But as long as we refine Divine Beam Palace and keep its damaged state as a secret, who would be able to tell clearly? Fan Yuan frowned. First, although it is difficult to construct an Immortal Goo House inside Divine Beam Palace, it should be possible with our Fang Clan's foundation. But what about after that? To probe Divine Beam Palace's deeper operation mechanics, there needs to be a Goo Immortal to control the Immortal Goo House to resist Divine Beam Palace at all times and activate the Immortal Goo House according to the changes in Divine Beam Palace. And on this basis, under the premise that the Goo Immortal has to keep the Immortal Goo House activated at all times, the Immortal Goo House has to detonate to destroy a portion of Divine Beam Palace and make it have no defensive strength. But if so, isn't the Goo Immortal inside the Immortal Goo House in great danger? Fan Yuan fixed his gaze onto Fang Dichang. The candidate for maneuvering the Immortal Goo House was no doubt a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. It was between Fan Yuan or Fang Dichang. Who to send? Fan Yuan understood immediately why Fang Clan insisted on him returning this time. But he would never do such a dangerous thing. Fang Dichang knew Fan Yuan's thoughts as he smiled. Don't worry, brother, we won't make you control the Immortal Goo House alone, we will be doing it together. After this task is finished, Fang Clan will make sure to repay your contributions. I can agree, but I need to take part in the whole process of the Immortal Goo House construction. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, he hesitated for a bit before nodding. It can be done. Come, let's start the work right away. Constructing an Immortal Goo House inside the palace was not easy, it was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the constructed Immortal Goo House inexplicably broke apart. Fang Clan's losses were a lot, but fortunately, their foundation in this aspect was truly deep. Together with Fan Yuan using his actual ability to provide several logical concepts occasionally, the Immortal Goo House was constructed successfully. Fan Dichang and Fan Yuan entered the immortal goo house that looked like a tent with a circular top. They began to probe the inner mechanics and profundities of Divine Being Palace. Their progress was indeed huge with this immortal goo house. Not long later, Fan Dichang felt the timing was right and said to Fan Yuan, "We can start the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Fan Yuan nodded. "Good." Fan Dichang said and activated the immortal goo house. Chains shot out from all around and tightly bound Fan Yuan instantly. Fan Yuan was pale with fright. "Brother, what are you doing?" Fan Dichang looked at him deeply and said with deep meaning, "Brother Swan Bujin, Fan clan will not forget your sacrifice." "So it was like this. What you want to destroy is me and not this immortal goo house." Fan Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal goo house needs to be detonated as well. Fan Dichang said, "But just the power of the immortal goo house's detonation is only ordinary. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path goo immortal like you can I make an instant breakthrough and reach an even higher level in wisdom path. I can then use the grand power of detonation to subdue Divine Being Palace. Oh brother Swan Bujin, I know that this is unfair to you. But there is no other way left. You have also seen Fan Clan's situation. Please die for the sake of Fan Clan's future." Fan Dichang bowed deeply towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fan Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a Fan Clan member. You are dying for a good cause. Rest in peace." Once he said that, he activated the final method. Chapter 1860. You know too much. Fan Gong, who was hiding near Divine Being Palace, was feeling anxious. What is going on? Why is there no movement from Divine Being Palace? Did something happen? Fan Gong calculated the time. Fan Dichang's scheme against Fan Yuan naturally was not his decision alone. He had run through this plan with Fan Gong and others. Because they were worried that Swan Bujing, who was a wisdom path goo immortal, would become suspicious, Fan Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, please be at ease. Second Supreme Elder took action only after making a proper plan. His strength is also above Swan Bujin's, and adding on the immortal formation outside the palace and the support of the immortal goo house inside the palace, Swan Bujin's defeat is almost a certainty. What's more, if there were to be any mishaps on Second Supreme Elders and leaving him unable to control the situation, he will definitely send us a message. Third Supreme Elder, who was standing on the side, assured. He was an old man with gray hair, dressed in a yellow robe. You are right. Fan Gong nodded. Right at this time, an explosion occurred from inside Divine Being Palace. Fan Gong and Fan Huaxin glanced at each other before the latter spoke. It has started. The immortal goo house has detonated. Let's go take a look. Fan Gong ran immediately towards Divine Being Palace. Divine Being Palace's door was tightly closed before, but Fan Dichang had already refined a portion of the palace with Fan Yuan's help, allowing Fan Gong and Fan Huaxing to enter directly. Second Elder. Fan Gong's eyes narrowed as he saw the heavily injured and bloodied Fan Dichang among the ruins of an immortal goo house. Second Elder, are you okay? Hold on. Fan Huaxing also arrived soon after and immediately started using healing methods. He was the most proficient healing goo immortal in Fan Clan. Sure enough, with his treatment, Fan Dichang slowly came to his senses. He spoke weakly. That Swan Bujin was hiding his strength. Although I succeeded in ambushing him, I was still struck by his counterattack and need to rest for some time. But Divine Being Palace. Before Fan Dichang finished speaking, Fan Gong interrupted. Second Elder, don't mention Divine Being Palace. You are the brain behind our Fan Clan, our strategist. Fan Clan cannot be without you. Let Third Elder heal your injuries. Fan Gong's words were heartwarming. Fan Huaxing added. Second Elder, don't overexert yourself, your injuries are not light, you should listen to First Elder. Come, let me take you to the secret room so I can heal you properly. All right. Fan Dichang weakly closed his eyes. He was taken to the secret room and treated by Fan Huaxing. The treatment lasted a day and 2 nights. After the treatment finished, Fan Huaxing visited Fan Gong alone and reported. How is the situation? Fan Gong asked. Fan Huaxing replied. Reporting to First Supreme Elder, there is no issue. I inspected Second Elder's blood, soul, and body, they are all authentic. Moreover, as there is no change in Life Tablet goo and Soul Lantern goo in the Ancestral Hall, Second Elder should still be himself. As it turned out, Fang Huaxing was not just treating Fang Dichang but also had the secret task of inspecting Fang Dichang. Fang Gong nodded. I trust Second Elder, but inspection is a necessity. How did Southern Border Righteous Path become a laughingstock in the 5 regions? It is because they let Fan Yuan infiltrate them. Although Swan Bujin is not at the level of that demon Fan Yuan, he is a Wisdom Path Gu immortal after all. We still don't know about all his methods, we can never be too careful. Moreover, Second Supreme Elder himself had asked me to arrange this identity inspection. Fang Huaxing laughed. You two really have a lot of worries. From what I see, that Swan Bujin might be a rank 7 Wisdom Path expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all, he has limited foundation. Our Fang clan is a super force. We used almost all our strength to scheme against him and even detonated an immortal Gu house. It could be said that we spared no expense for this. With such a strength difference, getting rid of Swan Bujin is not a difficult matter. I must see his body if he is alive. If he is dead, I must see his corpse. I haven't seen Swan Bujin's corpse or soul, so I am somewhat worried. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly heavy. Ha ha ha, he cultivates Wisdom Path, not Transformation Path. Even without Second Supreme Elder's explanations of the details, I can make a rough guess. That Swan Bujin must have used some method to gain a sudden increase in his strength when he counterattacked, resulting in a powerful explosion which destroyed his own corpse and soul. Fang Huaxing said. Fang Dichang, who was lying in the bed, opened his eyes. It has already been a day and a night since Fang Huaxing reported. Looks like I managed to deceive them. Fang Dichang thought. He was not the real Fang Dichang, but Fan Yuan's clone. Going back to the moment when Fang Dichang started on his scheme. Oh brother Swan Bujin, I know that this is unfair to you. But there is no other way left. You have also seen Fang Clan's situation. Please die for the sake of Fang Clan's future. Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a Fang Clan member. You are dying for a good cause. Rest in peace. Once he said that, he activated the final method. Silence. Huh. Fang Dichang was slightly dazed as he activated the method again. Still silence. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk and his expression changed as he quickly inspected. He looked at Fang Yuan with disbelief. You actually tampered with this immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's panicked expression disappeared completely and a sinister smile replaced it. Oh yeah, damn it, you actually found out. How is this possible? I was personally in charge of the whole process. You only gave a few suggestions and nothing more. Fang Dichang suddenly felt a chill as he said this. Could it be? Ha! Fang Yuan clapped. You are indeed a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, you realized so quickly. That's right, although I only gave a few suggestions, you accepted them. An immortal Gu house constructed from those suggestions has many areas that corresponds to Divine Beam Palace. You set up a Gu formation outside the palace and a Gu house inside to infiltrate Divine Beam Palace and refine it forcefully. But from another aspect, Divine Beam Palace also infiltrated your Gu formation and Gu house. As for me, I just happened to be able to influence Divine Beam Palace. Divine Beam Palace was like a locked treasure chest. Fang Clan's Gu formation and Gu house were like a crowbar that was inserted into a gap in the chest lid, which could forcibly break the lock of the chest and open it. At the same time, this treasure chest, Divine Beam Palace, was like a large mouth that bit the crowbar. What Fang Yuan did now was to influence Divine Beam Palace and make it bite the crowbar tightly. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang activated his method but there was no effect. Fang Dichang glared at Fang Yuan and said, Who in the world are you? It is not easy to accomplish this. First, you need extremely high formation path attainment, and second, you also need to have a method to influence Divine Beam Palace. Fang Yuan smiled. Although his Wisdom Path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang's, he was still a Grandmaster. His formation path was also at Grandmaster level. This was double Grandmaster attainment level. So, when Fang Dichang was modifying the immortal formation outside the palace and constructing the immortal Gu house inside the palace, Fang Yuan had already seen through his plot. Fang Yuan was not angry, but was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and worked this plot to his own advantage. Fang Dichang had thought the situation was within his control, but he was already seen through by Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose above Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, and formed a huge divine tree. The divine tree was green and lush, and there were several fruits scattered among the leaves. Divine Beam Palace began to shake. Fan Dichang's eyes opened wide with shock and anger as he pointed at Fan Yuan. So you sided with Heavenly Court? You despicable bastard! He was familiar with Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought Qin and had experienced this killer move. Now that he saw this move again, his first thought was not about Fan Yuan, but that Swan Bujin had sided with Heavenly Court, and that Heavenly Court had given Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Beam Palace. Ever since Fan Clan seized Divine Beam Palace and chased Qin away, they treated Heavenly Court as their main enemy. Sweat started to appear on Fan Dichang's forehead because of the fright. Because he naturally had the thought, if this truly is Heavenly Court's conspiracy, Swan Bujin definitely had backup. Maybe, Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu immortals are already hiding outside Fan Clan headquarters. Seeing Fan Dichang's misunderstanding, Fan Yuan did not explain but focused on Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was openly using this move. Fan Yuan soon discovered Divine Beam Palace was responding to this move and slowly began to put down its resistance and accept him, the owner of this killer move. Soon, Fan Dichang was unable to even budge. The temporary immortal Gu house had the effect of imprisoning Gu immortals. Fan Dichang had intended to use this ability against Swan Bujin, but Fan Yuan's influence was much greater than Fan Dichang's, and with Divine Beam Palace's suppression, Fan Dichang became the prisoner. Good, very good, Swan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me. Fan Dichang sneered without any fear of death. He fully displayed his bravery at the juncture of life and death. Fan Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a change in life tablet Gu and other methods, to notify Fang Gong and others who are outside? Such mentality is praiseworthy, but I won't be baited. I will extract your soul and then use my split soul to possess you. Your body won't die and your soul also won't dissipate, so there will be no change in life tablet Gu. From now on, I will use this Fan Dichang clone to replace you and infiltrate Fan Clan. I will search your soul clean. I will plunder all your experiences, memories, and information. Humph. Impossible. You can forget about it. Fan Dichang snorted coldly. You think a split soul cannot be inspected? The details about my soul are recorded in Fan Clan. Any difference will result in you getting exposed. Moreover, you have too little time. I have already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and others. If they don't see me before the time limit, they will immediately charge in to reinforce me. At that time, even if you have Heavenly Court's reinforcements, how long can you hold on for? The furious First Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into meat paste. So, Swan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang Clan. Heavenly Court is using you, although they are scheming against me, they are practically disregarding your life. Fan Dichang urged. Fan Dichang was indeed worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were incisive and without faults. He was actually instigating Fan Yuan. His words were even extremely logical. Fan Yuan smiled as he gazed deeply at Fan Dichang. Fan Dichang had been staring at Fan Yuan as well and paled as he saw Fan Yuan's expression. Because he thought of an even more frightening truth. You played me at my own game, there must be a reason for such confidence. To complete this plan, you need to have a high formation path and wisdom path attainment. Moreover, you must also have extraordinary soul path methods. No, you are not sent by Heavenly Court. You are Fan Yuan. Fan Dichang's face turned deathly pale. He realized. It was not necessary for him to be from Heavenly Court just because he had Karma Divine Tree. Qin was killed by Fan Yuan. This matter was publicized by Fan Yuan himself. Clap, clap, clap. Fan Yuan clapped. Truly worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fan Dichang blinked as he swallowed his saliva. Fan Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to create such a conflict. Please believe in our Fan Clan's strength and sincerity. Ugh. Fan Dichang's eyes opened wide all of a sudden. Veins bulged on his forehead and his face turned red as if an invisible hand was clenching his neck and covering his nose, suffocating him. While conversing with him, Fan Yuan had been concentrating on influencing Divine Beam Palace. This influence had finally reached a qualitative change. Fan Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fan Yuan shook his head with a smile. It is truly a pity for a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster to die here. But you know too much. Ah. At the next moment, Fan Dichang's eyes rolled back and his mouth foamed. His body twitched a couple times before he died. Chapter 1861. Fan Gong lifts his suspicions. Fan Clan Headquarters. Fan Dichang was resting in bed, his face still somewhat pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing by the bed. He was Fan Yun. Fan Yun was Fan Dichang's adopted son. He was young, handsome, and his eyes were bright like stars. Right now, he had a concerned expression as he bowed. Father, you have suffered such heavy injuries, you need to rest properly. Please tell me what I can do for you. Fan Yun was completely unaware that the father in front of him was someone else, a clone of Fan Yuan. In a way, Fan Yuan could be considered his father's murderer. Fan Yun was treating the enemy as his father. Fan Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yun heir, don't put on an act. Can father still not understand your nature? Come, sit here, don't be so restrained. Fan Yun's expression immediately relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows, sitting by the bedside. Father, you really gave me a scare. I didn't think you would make such a big move this time. It was truly risky. Such a pity that Senior Swan Bujin lost his life. Fan Yun had a sad expression. Fan Yuan had once saved Fan Yun's life as Swan Bujin. Fan Yun had all along remembered this and had high regard for Swan Bujin. And this time, Fan Dichang had not told the truth of the plot to Fan Yun. The people who were in on the plan to get rid of Swan Bujin were limited to Fan Clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan could not have too many people, especially Fan Yun. Swan Bujin had much contact with Fan Yun. He was a shrewd wisdom path Gu immortal and could easily make Fan Yun expose the conspiracy had Fan Yun known the truth. Fan Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He paid attention to every detail. In all fairness, had it been any other Gu immortal, they might have really been done in by Fan Dichang. Even Fan Yuan, if he didn't have the premonition which made him improve Karma Divine Tree, might have been in some trouble. Fan Dichang did not make any slip-ups. He had already overestimated Swan Bujin as much as possible. But when he knew Swan Bujin's true identity, he immediately realized he had greatly underestimated Fan Yuan. In fact, not only Fan Dichang, even Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert Fairy Ziwei was underestimating Fan Yuan. It was such that the whole Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was greatly underestimating Fan Yuan. They thought Fan Yuan was still a rank 7. Fan Yuan had long since advanced to rank 8, and even used his Qi ancestor identity to get a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance out of Duke Long's hands. Fan Dichang was only a rank 7, the Gu formation and the Gu house he was relying on were completely seen through by Fan Yuan. At the same time, Divine Beam Palace also became Fan Yuan's support. Fan Dichang had treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile and had never imagined there to be a vicious dragon under the crocodile's skin. Thus, he was crushed. He made such a huge mistake that there was no chance to make a comeback. Yun heir, come, give me your hand, Fan Dichang said. Fan Yun was puzzled, but he did not want to disobey his father's order and obediently stretched his arm. Fan Dichang put 3 immortal Gu in his hand. Father, what are you doing? Fan Yun was shocked. I intend to hand over my wisdom path inheritance to you. Fan Yun was dazed for a moment before he said. But father, I cultivate Cloud Path, not Wisdom Path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate Cloud Path before? Fan Dichang nodded. I allowed you to cultivate Cloud Path before because you have a lively nature and did not want to take on responsibilities, which suits Cloud Path. But Cloud Path is only a minor path, it can never compare to Wisdom Path. Most importantly, this event made me question myself. Swan Bujin's death is the best reminder to me. I need to look for a Wisdom Path inheritor for the clan. If something happens to me, there will be someone to replace me. Father, don't talk about such things. Fan Yun quickly replied. Life is uncertain, what accidents cannot happen? Life is full of the unexpected. I am now heavily injured and lying in bed, it was something I had never imagined before. Moreover, you know about our clan's situation. I must prepare for the future of our clan. Fan Dichang said in a sincere and serious tone. Fan Yun nodded and had a rare look of solemnity. Father, you are right. I will change to cultivating Wisdom Path. Fan Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, as your father, I know you don't suit Wisdom Path, Cloud Path is the most suitable for you. I am planning for the clan but won't overlook you. So, father's arrangement is to first hand the Wisdom Path inheritance to you, but you don't need to change to cultivating wisdom path. You already have cloud path foundation. It will be troublesome and a great loss for you to change now. Currently, you only need to hold on to this wisdom path inheritance. If there is a critical situation in the future requiring you to make the sacrifice, change your cultivation path then. If father passes away someday, select a suitable inheritor to pass on this wisdom path inheritance, understood? Father, your arrangements are very wise, I understand. Fan Yun laughed. He immediately relaxed after knowing that he did not have to cultivate wisdom path. Leave, you brat, father needs to rest. Get used to these 3 wisdom path immortal goo first. There is your senior Swan Bujin's distracting thoughts immortal goo among them. Although he died, I need to pass on his inheritance. Fan Dichang said while waving his hand. I will take my leave. Fan Yun left quickly and closed the door gently. Only Fan Yuan's clone was left in the room. He closed his eyes and pondered inwardly with an exhausted look. My physical body is Fan Dichang's, so there was no flaw in the blood. Fan Dichang has not died, so there is no change in life tablet goo. His soul was personally taken care of by the main body. After splitting the soul, many soul path methods were used, and adding on the advantage of the time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture, the soul matches with the body extremely well and there is no flaw. However, just these are still not enough. Fan Dichang thought of Fan Gong. Although Fan Yuan had not been in much contact with Fan Gong, he understood the latter's nature. From the outside, Fan Gong was bold and reckless. He did not bother about little things, but in fact, under his bold appearance, he was highly shrewd and cautious. This could be seen from when he schemed against Chini. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he actually hid his cultivation level and disguised as an ordinary Gu Immortal. When he saw the timing was right, he suddenly erupted with his strength and struck Chini viciously. Chini was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. Fan Yuan knew that to deceive this kind of person, he could not rely on just having no flaws that could be found. He needed to put up a performance as well. Oh? Second Elder intentionally gave his wisdom path inheritance to Fan Yun? Fan Gong soon received this news. The one who reported the news was his own biological great-grandson, an outstanding expert among rank 6 and Fan clan's possible successor, Fan Ling. Fan Ling had a square face and was slightly older than Fan Yun. Fan Yun was very close to Fan Ling. When he obtained Fan Dichang's inheritance, he did not hide it from this respected senior brother. Fan Ling was clearly much more shrewd than Fan Yun. That very night, he reported this news to Fan Gong. Fan Gong frowned slightly, not speaking. He knew Fan Dichang's intention. Fan clan's external situation was troubling and there was huge pressure on them, but there were also internal struggles inside the clan. Places with people have conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they still needed to consider how to distribute it. The clan's resources were limited. Who used them now? Who used them later? Who could use them better? Who used them worse? These were natural conflicts and could never be reconciled. The 2 biggest factions in Fan clan belonged to Fan Gong and Fan Dichang. These 2 factions cooperated closely, but it did not mean there was no strife between them. In fact, these 2 factions were always contesting with each other. It was just that Fan Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fan Huaxing while Fan Dichang was only a rank 7. They had always firmly grasped the highest authority in the clan. Fan Dichang possessed the wisdom path inheritance, which had always been the foundation of the 2nd faction. Fan Gong's frown was because he had been thinking if he could take the chance to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. The wisdom path inheritance is in your hands. It will be Fan clan's greatest loss if there were to be an accident. This was for the sake of the clan. If they pressured him with it, there was indeed a chance to force Fan Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference between the politics of a clan and a sect. The clan's politics prioritized family relationship. Their inheritances were passed down through bloodline ties. Although Fan Yun was Fan Dichang's adopted son, the relationship was extremely good. This was because Fan Yun had been personally raised by Fan Dichang since a young age. Fan Dichang truly loved this son. If not, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. He cared about his feelings and future happiness. In the future, when Fan Dichang retires, his 2nd Supreme Elder position would be taken by Fan Yun according to the custom. Fan clan had a lot of Gu Immortals, but this position could only belong to Fan Yun. Unless Fan Dichang raises an inheritor who cultivates Wisdom Path and is much more outstanding than Fan Yun. Fan Dichang's Wisdom Path inheritance belonged to Fan clan in name, but in fact, it was held by his faction and passed on from generation to generation. Fan Yun cultivated Cloud Path and did not have the qualifications to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dicheng's faction. Fang Gong was just thinking of striking this weakness but had never expected Fang Dichang to put a stop to his plan before he even started. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Gong's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fan Leng understood. I will take my leave. We lost our chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are all members of Fang clan, we are on the same side. Fang Gong was not too upset but was somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dicheng's scheme succeeded and Swan Bujin was sacrificed to refine Divine Beam Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, the strength of Fang clan's second faction rose greatly. Fang Gong felt a huge pressure because of this. As a higher-up, he needed to consider a lot of things. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, who was in control of Fang clan for so many years, not only had to look after his own cultivation and nurture later generations, he also had to lead Fang clan in resisting external enemies and expanding their territories. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to the internal forces of Fang clan. Second Supreme Elder took action so quickly, his true intentions can be seen from this. He absolutely cannot be Swan Bujin's disguise. Right now, the final trace of doubt had disappeared from Fang Gong's mind. Chapter 1862. Rank 8 Ant Nest Gu. In the depths of Eastern Sea, Gu tribe headquarters. Over half a month had passed in the Blessed Land, the Dusty Seal was completely unlocked. There were many Gu immortals at the scene, Fan Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, 2 dragon generals, Gu tribe's leader, as well as several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing the seal unlocked, Gu tribe's leader nodded in his mind, he was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was arranged by Wu Shuai himself and was further strengthened by generations of Gu tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai had realized he did not have much chance and arranged for a portion of his inheritance to be preserved in Gu tribe headquarters. Gu tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai and smiled. Please! Wu Shuai waved his hand, a large gray rock rose to the air and was stored by Wu Shuai into his immortal aperture. Wu Shuai activated his method to dissect the rock. Because of the correct method, the rock was dissected quickly and revealed 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 Immortal Gu Ant Nest which looked like an ordinary inverted bowl, it was brown and had a rough appearance. However, this Immortal Gu was the core Immortal Gu of Green Ant Ascetic. This Gu could breed all kinds of army ants. Army ant was a species created by Green Ant Ascetic, it was extremely suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, the real Wu Shuai's most used method was also army ant. Naturally, the queen ant of army ants could also breed other ants. But the queen ant could not breed another queen ant, this was a huge disadvantage. After the Dragonman race's extermination, Duke Long had sent the order to remove all the related things and records. Back then, Green Ant Ascetic had already been enslaved by Dragon Palace and Army Ant had also become one of the symbols of the Dragonman race, thus it was also implicated. With all these reasons, Army Ants were like a shooting star, disappearing instantly from history. Besides Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu, it was rank 7 and was called Letter Seal. Letter Seal Immortal Gu contained a large amount of contents regarding army ants. Besides this, Letter Seal Immortal Gu had been used to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was at rank 8, it was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because for an Immortal Gu's existence, it needed to be fed in time, or else, it would die of hunger. Wu Shuai used Letter Seal Immortal Gu to cover Ant Nest Immortal Gu with a thick layer of rock membrane, creating an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Seal Immortal Gu had to be left inside the rock as well. Gambling Den Gu masters would create some fake rocks for profits, they would put Gu worm inside the rocks then make people open them, increasing the gambling den's reputation. Wu Shuai's method was similar to it. It was just that he made the false rock not for profit but to preserve Ant Nest Immortal Gu. This method was quite effective as Ant Nest Gu was still alive after so many years. Naturally, when Fan Yuan's clone Wu Shuai dissected the rock, Ant Nest Immortal Gu was at an extremely weak and hungry state, Letter Seal Immortal Gu was also the same. But it was not serious, Fan Yuan had already prepared the food and given them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the Immortal Gu while walking back with the Gu tribe immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked. Your noble tribe kept your word. You preserved my inheritance until now, You are really my Dragonman race's most trustworthy friend. The current Gu tribe leader laughed. Lord Wu Shuai, I won't hide it from you, there have been ups and downs. It is not that my tribe's Gu immortals did not covet your inheritance, but the tribe leader back then set a rule that every Gu tribe leader had to first add a seal to this inheritance when they took the position. And we have always kept Fate Gu's revelation in mind, so this inheritance was able to be preserved until now. Gu tribe's leader was frank, making Wu Shuai laugh heartily. Wu Shuai guaranteed on the spot. My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, and it shall continue in the future as well. Right now, I am collaborating with Fan Yuan and have already solved the Dragonman extermination killer move. This move had once killed me and exterminated my clan, but from now onwards, it will have no effect. The eyes of Gu tribe's leader brightened. This is extremely good news. Dragonmen reign supreme, this is the decree of heaven. Senior, to be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Over these days in Gu tribe headquarters, Fan Yuan's clone had enjoyed warm hospitality, and they had even taken the initiative to return Wu Shuai's inheritance. Mutual benefit was the foundation for allies. It was fair for Gu tribe's leader to make some requests right now. Fan Yuan's clone replied immediately with no hesitation. Just speak your mind, as long as it is within my abilities, I will help you. I want to transform a portion of my tribe's members to Dragonmen. Senior, what do you think? Gu tribe's leader asked with anticipation. Fan Yuan nodded. My close friend back then, Gu Liang, who was also your tribe's leader, had this intention as well. At present, since I already have a completely new Dragonman lifespan extension method, I can naturally help you. Gu tribe's leader was joyous. Many thanks, Senior. My tribe has already prepared the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Please tell us what other immortal materials are needed. Gu tribe had been hiding in the depths of Eastern Sea, and its successive generations had actively searched and gathered Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Over the 1,000,000 years, and with Eastern Sea being the #1 region in resources, the present Gu tribe treasury had a rarely seen reserve of Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Fan Yuan's clone gave a few instructions and Gu tribe's leader immediately acted accordingly. Several days later, immortal materials and candidates arrived before Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai brought out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragonman lifespan extension method inside this immortal Gu house could receive the assistance of Dragon Palace itself. This batch of Gu tribe members had over 10 people. Most were rank 5 Gu masters while 2 were Gu immortals. Among them, half were elderly with their lifespan nearing the end and with no other lifespan extension methods left. The Dragonman lifespan extension method became their only hope. The other half were young adults, the elites of the current Gu tribe. Several days passed again. With the Dragon Spirit's help and the methods of Fan Yuan's clone, the Dragonman lifespan extension method was used. Most of the Gu tribe candidates turned into Dragonmen, but a portion were unlucky and lost their lives. After all, the Dragonman lifespan extension method still had risks. Even so, Gu tribe's leader was very happy at this result. Senior, your modified method has a much higher success rate than the original. My race's extermination was the price to obtain this achievement. Fan Yuan's clone heaved a sigh. Gu tribe's leader immediately consoled. Senior, I am sorry for your loss. As he said this, he presented a batch of immortal materials. For ant nest immortal Gu to create army ants, immortal essence was only one of the conditions, it still required specific immortal materials. Fan Yuan's clone required these immortal materials. The Gu tribe leader of back then knew this secret and had gathered these materials. The current Gu tribe leader offered them, which showed their sincerity. Fan Yuan's clone rejected. I converted your tribe members as thanks, we did not discuss any remuneration. Senior, please don't stand on ceremony, this is only a small gift from us. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fan Yuan's clone still persisted. It has not been easy for you to survive. You are also my Dragonman race's most trustworthy and reliable ally. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Although I don't have the immortal materials, I am already in collaboration with Fan Yuan. I can ask for him to provide the immortal materials. Senior, Fan Yuan is a devil of this age. He might only have rank 7 cultivation, but even Heavenly Court is unable to handle him. He is sinister and crafty, vicious and malicious. He can do anything as long as there are enough benefits. I hope you are vigilant, Senior. Fan Yuan's clone could not help but laugh in his mind. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fan Yuan in front of Fan Yuan, were he to know that Wu Shuai was Fan Yuan's clone, who knew what spectacular expression he would show. Fan Yuan's clone nodded. Your words make sense, but Heavenly Court's force is huge, and Fan Yuan is no doubt a huge help that cannot be neglected. Even if I am taking favors from a tiger, as long as it can increase my chance of victory against Heavenly Court and Duke Long, even if slightly, I am willing to take the risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior, you are right. To be honest, my Gu tribe might be hiding in this corner, but we have made many reliable allies. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has received a lot of help from them. Merman Imperial Court. This is indeed good news. The gaze of Fan Yuan's clone brightened,